what bream means. Dog, do you want me? Do you need me? You need me to look it up? I mean, I could. I'll look it up for you, baby. No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word be to the word ream.
The loan document has a flaw.
Look, I'm going to tell you what it means, okay? It's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially Abramus brahma of Eurasia, having a compressed silvery body. It's a small fish, especially a bream. And everybody knows it. I mean, do you not want me to win?
No, it's fine. Do whatever. Somebody says, you know what, I really would feel uncomfortable if you took a shul because I'm quite confident I paid you back. Not quite confident. I know I paid you back. I'm reading the Zilshtava. And you aren't something interesting. Somewhere up what's playing the money over here is a Torah scholar. He's a Talmud Chacham. We're not going to make him school. In other words, a Talmud Chacham walks into base and holding up to a document that says, Reuben owes him $1,000 or Shimon owes him $1,000. And Shimon says, I paid you back. Then Shimon's going to say, you know what, I want him to
You
swear.
had me focused on bream, a silvery fish. Dog.
The guy walks into a basin, holding onto a document that says, so
Lou, you think Lou's a good play?
Because it makes it sound like you don't believe the Talmud Chacham. Server on with the itching. We're just allowed to just to take people's shirts off their back. In other words, why is it different than anybody else? Mara says, no, that's not what it is. But we'll tell the top of Chacham is, listen, this case is about to get a little bit ugly. You walk into the basin holding onto a document that says that someone owes you money. He claims to be paid back. We want you to know that if you're going to proceed with this in Torah, what's going to happen is we could essentially make you make a shvuah. We're going to have to ask you to make a shvuah that's going to be degrading for you. So therefore, we're suggesting if you want to proceed with this, you might have to make a shvuah. But if you don't want to, we'll just drop the whole case. You won't get your money, but we won't put you through the shvuah. That's what it is. Getting back to our Mishnah, Manali b'Yanka. So the Mishnah gave a number of cases where if he claims it was paid back, whether he's believed or not, and the Mishnah said if he made this claim in front of Eidah, if he borrowed in front of Eidah, he has to pay back in front of Eidah. The Gemara says as follows: Amar Rabbi Yehuda Marab, Hamal Ves Chaver Eidah, a person led by his friend with Eidah. In other words, there are witnesses there at the time of the loan. So the father of Eidah, he has to pay him back in front of Eidah. When this halacha was said by asking in front of Shmuel, Amar Li, Shmuel said,
did you know that even though you went first, you're still losing?
In other words, it's never, this halacha is never going to be relevant. Why? Let's just play out the game. What's halacha? Shimon has to pay back. Shmuel says,
you're basically
I did pay back.
All right. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't.
He says to Nail, give it to me.
I know it.
And we learned halacha is that he's potter. So what do you see? That he owes him the money. Still,
Dude, how did you get such a big lead?
he can claim that he paid back even though the Lord paid him, and he's off the hook. So you see that the Rabbi is wrong. Which says,
But you're not. That's the thing. Ma'am?
Let's be back and explain. I was talking about when he actually lent him the money in front of
I don't
Aiden.
believe it. I don't believe it.
He's clearly saying, I don't trust you. In other words, Reuben goes to Shimon and, sorry, the other way around. Shimon goes to Reuben and says, lend me $100. Now, if Reuben responds and says, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Lady Yehuda over to watch this because I want to make sure that I have security. What's he indicating? He's indicating, I don't trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you. I want you to borrow from you, and I expect you to pay back because I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow he's going to pay you back. So therefore, in such a case, you have to pay back from the baby. What happened? He lent him the money in private. Clearly, he trusted the guy. So the fact that there was a conversation that took place in front of Adam does not indicate that he's not fit. That he's actually going to require him to pay back in front of Adam. It should happen to have been that way, but it's not an indication that he has this specificity and he wants to be paid back in front of Adam. So Yosef Masni Hafi.
Baby, you're up.
You lent someone money in front of two witnesses, you do not have to pay back in front of two witnesses. However, in Amar, he says, out for any elevator, don't pay me back unless they're Adam.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the #1 prospect of comedy in all of South Australia. I think you're better than... No, you're the best.
Don't pay me back unless they're Adam.
Still,
I mean, he could say, you're right. Let me guess what?
45 minutes.
Where are they?
45 pages is going to be 33 people that are better than 33 people that are better than.
I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be.
You owe me, it's honest. You owe me money.
To be honest, I looked at the condition.
Yeah, baby.
It's really on the pen and who the judges are.
I did give it to you.
Whoever said the justice, I don't know if the judges are going to watch it.
Dude, why don't you just suck their dicks, and then you win.
That's probably
No shame in that game, son. You got to do what you got to do, baby.
You are required to pay in front of agent.
I just feel like comedy style is out of
Okay.
The person claims the agent will be
Why do you feel that way?
If I was dropping these things 13 years ago, if I told these things like 13 years ago, my fucking career was
Dude, people would think you were amazing, especially with that RFK bit.
Yeah, 12. They'll be like, holy shit. They'll be like, holy shit.
Right.
It was just like RFK's going to go off the money. They're going to raise the diagnosis by 12 years, 13 years.
Can you imagine? People would be like, Donald Trump is still president? Okay, whatever. 13 years ago. You're right. Then they'd be like, Donald Trump's going to be president? You'd be like, actually, this is going to be in second round of it.
However, who said that we didn't necessarily say that?
Not just that. It's accused of rape or law. It's accused of rape or law. He also gets involved. He also gets very heinous crime. He still becomes president. He also gets shot.
You have to actually identify the witnesses, and Shmuel would be incorrect. All right. I'm going to Papa who's paid the Rabbi. Papa says the name of Rabbi.
Do you think Trump will?
You do lend if you go ahead and
You
let
think
someone
Trump will go
No,
down?
it's too old.
you have to pay back in front of agent. Now, if you think
Yeah, it's too old. It's too old, too
don't
powerful.
worry about it.
Riser. Riser, you're playing like a G, baby.
Now, again, clearly we have Machlokes what the halacha is.
Where the fuck did you just play that? Your?
I'm lending you money.
Do you think he'll go to hell? Do you think he'll go to hell?
I don't believe in hell.
I
I don't believe in hell. No, if anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and you're not there forever. At most, you'll be there for 12 months.
See how far we get. Simin, Ruben, Beshimin, Titono Hilchasa, Yaz Para, Ploni, Ploni, Af Tzitz Joy, the Hamnusa.
So, are you ready for your performance on Friday?
Keep Pratin, Parali.
Give me odds that you think there's a 25% chance you win.
When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back.
Depends on the judges.
Ruben and Shimon. If Ruben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like he's saying, if Ruben and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Ruben and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now,
I know how judge lost especially in South Australia.
Yes, sir. I'm listening intently.
He told him to pay back to one of two people. You're right. You specified Ruben and Shimon.
Someone who's like what the real calamity judges are, probably Chelsea.
It's Ruben and Shimon. He actually wants Ruben and Shimon to be there because
it's not about the material. It's about taking market as a person.
But dude, you're a bisexual.
When you pay it back,
Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comedy dreams, maybe you have to be.
All you have to do is something.
Dude,
some type of
is that something that you want to do? Would you have supported him?
Yeah, why not?
And
they try to
now what happens? Also, the committee of Nachman, Ruben comes upon Rav Nachman,
and the 2010, like what the late 2000s, that was just saw it the whole time down and can't do you remember that?
The Amina, I said to them, the Amina,
and that was sexual misconduct.
Until we come across two Torah scholars who became tonight. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled. The time will be fulfilled.
In the
at that point in time, the loan will be paid back.
In the late 2000s, it was
he said, if you pay the money back to me, and then I got money on the street, my money that I lost. I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so that I'm a Shomer Chinam, I'm watching his money for free.
Dude, are you ready to lose? Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against, or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that?
from Shimon. You're going to tell me, okay, you made tonight, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be 8 over there who are scholars.
No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world.
Come here.
But I didn't think you had a fucking shot at getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I'll shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championship. Yeah, dog. Raw.
Represent his friend. Probably Mayor Zuze, the Oziftef, give me the following amount of money. What is it, 100?
Do I know what?
You know who's gonna win?
You are, baby.
It's something very interesting. He found witnesses.
You have a good chance.
That were actually the problem was these witnesses said their title was
Zoot, you suck dick at improv. Zoot, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time.
What should we do? These 2 witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan, and they say he borrowed it. But in the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid.
What the fuck is that? XU is a word? Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am going to love that one.
I never borrowed from you is embedded in that claim is you didn't pay. In other words,
I hope you win with that, because you deserve it.
You are admitting you didn't pay back the money, because nobody pays back money that you borrowed. That's the concept of what God spelled in command.
Are we going to dodge the question for the million? Are we going to dodge the question for the million?
We'll believe the agent.
Why did you get scared? Why did you get scared? I really wanted to help you. I really wanted to help you.
You claim you never borrowed it. The fact that you claim you never borrowed it means you never paid back. So so we'll dismiss that half of what the agent say. What's left?
No, it doesn't.
You borrow the money.
No, it doesn't.
Sir, you're going to have to pay it. Person says to his friend, Havli Meya Zuzi, give me $100 that are in your possession. Didn't I pay you back in front of Reuben and Shimon?
Dude, we'll play in a second.
So they went out, they got these 2 identified witnesses, and they said, we were the witnesses that
Yeah, baby.
Nope, never happened. So this guy is now going to officially
Dude, don't talk like that.
as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon said it's a bubble night, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm going to Rava. No, I am going to disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adam. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now, it happens to be, you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an halachic obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. Important to remember, 600 zuz, that you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. Amar Le, you said to him, La Praiticha Mea Kavi Afsi.
3 tiles left. How many
have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afsi? Afsi is some type of nut that grows on a tree we used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure.
You won.
It's okay. I still know what it is. Oh, he says, did I pay you back these Afsi?
No.
They're worth 6. I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 6 times 100 is 600. So I paid you back the proper value. So I'm like, no. Incorrect.
2 tiles left. How many tiles left? What the fuck?
Are you serious? Only $400 worth. Also, trade side, the 2 witnesses came. The other one said in.
Oh, what a good move. You got me with that.
So therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100.
Oh,
So it
wow.
turns out you only paid out 400.
All right, right, Zoot, are you ready?
Right, it says,
I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah, it was. Zoot, are you ready?
You told us, Kobus, you will not be allowed in Danish, lava dite. Didn't you tell us when people
Zoot.
know something?
Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up.
Exactly how much they're worth. So therefore,
Even in this call, or even in this call, or doing it halfway through the game.
Oh, he's definitely leaving halfway. Riser, you're up. Zoot, can we tell you, Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it.
Maybe I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is. I know I paid you back.
We want you to say, I gotta go, when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do.
He knew about it.
Did you know there's 100,000 people that existed on planet Earth and on planet Earth? We are part of
That doesn't make any sense.
117 people that have ever existed on planet Earth.
That's not true.
I hear what you're saying, and I still don't think it makes sense.
It makes sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense.
There's 117 people that have lived on planet Earth. Majority of them are dead. 90% of them are dead.
You're saying 117 billion?
Yeah, people have existed on planet Earth.
Okay, well, you said 117. Like twice.
No, I said 100.
Riser, be my witness here. Look at this shot. Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in.
Sponsorship here.
Holy
Thank Michael for sponsoring that filming this morning. Is a chutz for a full shleima for you to modify each deserves to have a.
Why would you do that?
Wow, so lucky.
Starting on the Testament base. About a third of the way down the level. I believe the road left off by the two ducks. Yes, the Gemara said. So when they make him take the shvua, they say to him,
Razor, why are you such dog shit?
But it really doesn't make a difference what you mean when you
I'm in the lead. So what does that make?
Dog, you didn't even know how to do the 10.
You're less
I'm going to tell you what we want you to swear about. And when you take the shvua,
Yeah, like there's a hidden hole in there in one of these trees.
Why don't you discover it for us?
Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where the basin has one thing in mind and you're telling him you're swearing?
That's a miss.
I don't think it's the trees or the trees. I
previously the Gemara, which
There's a hidden hole somewhere.
was brought to base.
Riser, what are your thoughts on that shot?
And he claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner.
It's a 2 out of 10.
Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is callous.
He paid him back. He handed the balcony, he handed it his walking stick, and while
I was just saying 114.
Has guts?
He could not believe
They should have guns for dogs.
Did he, you think the dog should have guns? That doesn't make any sense.
They should have guns. They should have guns. Yeah, goats should have guns. Dogs should have guns.
But didn't you originally say
Can with like Neuralink.
So at the time that he took the shua, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had the shtick to keep the money. And he tells us, you know what, we can't have people having these little shtick.
Yeah, we are.
When they make the shua, when they make the swear based on the
No way. Not even close. Not even close. Look how good this shot is. Gentlemen, look how good this shot is. Gentlemen.
A couple of things we have to keep in mind here.
I didn't steal anything. You're going to help my ball. No, that's exactly what I didn't want to do. Because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going in the hole. And Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks riser. Almost.
Whatever's going to be
This is
denied.
best.
He goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $100. He denies that he owes 100. He denies that he owes 15. And he has the
Well, Zoot, you used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire. So just do that again.
China is 100. The Kfira is 50.
Yeah, because I'm retired.
And the Hoda is 50. It's a very simple, straight-up case.
There are money, the man who made shorter and shorter.
How fast did you lose $1 million?
That's going to be the Hoda, and there's a Kfira, there's a denial on
Thanks, dog.
That's
Thanks,
one
dog.
comes together. The China and the Hoda.
That's not that bad.
We're also going to have to remember the following. There's two different ways of describing money. There's dafka.
Yeah.
Dafka means that
A lot of crypto, bro.
and owed the following type of money from
Right, so what do you think of that shot?
You owe me 50 dimes. So I'm asking you for dimes specifically. Let's say,
Dog.
gold, I'm asking you for gold. But
I'm
asking
surprised
for
Zoot
copper,
doesn't
I'm
miss
asking
more
for
of these
copper.
shots.
I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's dafka. Where I'm
Zoot, are you
essentially
gonna
saying
go?
That's not an amount of money. It's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, a person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as
Zoot, go.
$1 bills. What you're saying is $100. So now, if
Did he
person
disconnect?
denies it in quarters,
His thing disconnected.
$2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference.
The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication system in Australia.
Shava means a value of a coin. And the last
Look.
thing we have to remember is the concept of that means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he owes me,
Baby,
I make my time.
baby,
Baby,
baby. Did you see that?
Generally speaking, when a person
Did you see that?
but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept.
Did you see that?
Of a mother of the where he's obligated to make a biblical oath. He has to
Thank
take
you.
an oath on whatever he denies. However, it's a caveat.
One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history. For sure.
So then, the Hardor is not even a title.
Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot? Did you like that shot?
So let's just make sure we get all those terms.
What happened to you, big dog?
I'm so sorry.
Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened? Is she scale it from 0 to 10? Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick. Let me just ask you this, dude. Is she masturbatable?
Oh my God. Rob tells us the following.
All right, dude, are you ready?
The pasuk teaches us that it comes to the at least two.
That means no.
2 coins. Yeah,
Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea.
The claim needs to start off with 2 coins.
I'm gonna punch his face one day, right?
That's what I want to hear. Zoot. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck?
The amount of money that you are denying that you owe, that has to be 2 tests.
I had no idea.
The claim has to have been 2 kesef plus a pruta. Why? Because if I'm going to deny that I owe 2, so then if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So according to Rav, our Mishnah says that the denial must be 2 coins.
Does your mom know about $1 million?
Must have been more than that. Shmuel says no, incorrect.
It wasn't 2 million.
2 coins. And therefore, if he only denies,
You didn't tell her?
says you owe me
2 million?
He calls it. He has a great word for it. It's what's it called? What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something?
I was gonna tell her when I got to tell her when I got to it didn't work out. That's why I bought it did.
and the denial can be the most minimal amount, which is a proof. Gemara says, I'm a Rabbi. Rabbi says there's something very interesting that happens here. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav is correct. However, the Croy,
Taking anything off the table.
I did.
Our Mishnah seems to back up Rav's opinion.
You did catch it, some of it.
Hataina. The Mishnah, the words were
I dated it. I was in a place where I was dating a girl with a hair. Smoking shit for jobs. It was not like
the Ilu, Firas, Fruta.
You're dating the girl from Breaking Bad.
It doesn't say that there should be a.
She was a heroin addict.
The Mishnah said that the Firas of Fruta is correct. It doesn't say that. It says in the Mishnah, Hatainish de Kesed, the house.
Did your woman?
Next to is a Shabbat, which means the admission has to be.
You wouldn't even like if you met her
Would we have known she was a sex worker?
Is going to be another Puta. Now, Nami, we learned another Mishnah thing with regards to Shalom Puta. Havodah, when a person admits to something, it's going to be the Puta, the fear of Puta. In that Mishnah, when it's listing things off that are sufficient with one Puta, it does not say that when a person denies the amount of money that they owe, that's sufficient to deny a Puta.
What do you think your mom's reaction would be if she knew that?
Denial must be a minimum of 2 points. Therefore, when you learn the Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct, and in order to biblically obligate someone to pay, is a person who admits the part of the loan, the denial must be 2 points, and that essentially means that the claim has to have been 2 coins plus a fruta. So he admits to a fruta, he denies 2 kesef. Now the cry, you kind of say there's more psukim, and the Torah seems to back up why. It's the percent in the pasuk. He thinks a person will give his friend either money or assets. What is he giving to his watch? Now, not Caleb Schneider, just like Caleb, just by definition, the word
Scale of 0 to 10. The heroin addict girl.
we compared, since it says in the pasuk, the person will give his friend Kesef, money, or Caleb. But technically, we'll be very technical about it.
Dude, I just need a number. I don't need a thing.
Not with regard to Hilchos Muktzah, but again, Kesef is a powerful, it's a
Okay, 8.5 for you?
Why couldn't you just say what?
I when I was in high school, she was into heroin, and I met her around that time, and she didn't get down the heroin route. I think
you have to have at least two.
Okay.
Now, not Kesef Davar Chashav, Alcohol Davar Chashav.
This girl was probably like,
I met her
when I was 12, she told me everything I wanted from a girl when I was.
And I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, Ki Huzeh, the only thing
Now,
hold on a second. What was it that the entire claim was?
Like she probably
If you look at the money is due. That's the indicator. The entire loan, the entire amount of money disputed over here is 2 coins.
All right.
What is the person?
Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea?
Sorry, a part of that too. Seems like Shmuel was correct. Even if the claim was only 2 pesos, and he admitted only part of that.
How old is Chelsea? How old is Chelsea?
Now, Rav is going to respond to that, says the Gemara. Rav,
how old?
very young.
I mean, what is she, 5?
22.
Okay, you can still date her.
This is just telling you that
You can find this show tomorrow or whatever.
She's 22. Okay.
Less than 2 kesef. Shmuel's going to respond and say, it says ki.
Look how sick this shot is.
And it says zeh. So again, it's a little bit redundant. Only who, or it could have said ki.
Okay.
They're small those 2 things. The kafar of the mikzas, number 1, if he's going to deny part
That's
of
a
that
terrible
too,
shot.
the only mikzas is to admit the part of it is too.
Razor, what are you going to do?
Well, is now going to have to defend himself because according to Shmuel,
I forget the percentage.
69.
teach us the concept of the mikzas and that it could be any
But
part
she
of
was
it.
fresh
Not
right
like
there.
Rav, who says that it has to be 2 coins in the denial plus another part.
I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1?
One of those words, either teaches the concept of a time that when a person denies.
Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not?
The other one teaches.
Are you serious? Zoo opened up a secret portal.
As we mentioned earlier, whatever you admit to, that's actually be part of
I don't know.
I love how that's your high water mark.
Or not. At the end of the day, if you
Yeah, that's hilarious.
and I'm only agreeing to part of that. Whatever you want to learn. You want to learn Hadar Minataina? No problem. You can learn.
Raja, I have a
You wanna
question.
learn You can learn
Do you
that.
recognize that you only have 1 point?
The claim was 2, and he denied part of it, and admitted to part of it. You're going to
No.
start saying that he denied less than
Yeah,
two.
right.
That's how Shmuel
Oh,
understands
that
it.
was almost amazing. That was almost
That was
amazing.
my rule when I was 18.
He also made Carl appear with us. Misunderstood what the
Dude, when is it? Comedy?
It's Friday night, baby.
It was talking about Kesef O'Kalin. You thought it was telling you that the claim was 2 Kesef.
Did you hear what I said?
The pasuk says Kesef. It's talking about
Friday night.
Yeah, no. Did you hear what I said before?
Obviously must have been
Yeah, you can actually win it if you're funny.
He's looking at a problem for me.
And me and Rabbi
We already tried.
The denial is two coins.
No, we didn't try.
The claim was more than that.
I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people backstage. That's what they did. Oh, no, it's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. All right, so do I even have to play this whole? Is Zoot still in this call?
I'll figure it out.
Zoot, what did you think of that shot?
Not really relevant to the actual claim because it's totally irrelevant. It doesn't need to be mentioned. Even with Fira, you could apply it to everything else. This is like a concept of sometimes the Torah writes something which is not necessary. You understand it's written for something and it can be pulled out and can be pasted somewhere else. So the word kesef was not necessary.
I do in the next 5 years.
And he's not bothered by what it's written.
She's not funny, I guarantee. She's not being funny. Maybe she's funny.
It's that she's bisexual.
I would have thought everything
she has something.
A mouth.
It does not have to be so therefore, Kamash Malone, that's when we look at it. Well, and that's why it was important, right? He did Israel Kesef O'Kalin, and that's relevant to the actual claim.
It's not sexuality.
It can't be taken out and plugged in somewhere else, and therefore
everyone has sexuality. It's not skill.
And therefore, the
according
to Rob, the denial must be more than 2, and therefore the claim has to be more than 2.
No, it doesn't. I mean, she
now we're going to try to prove
is open to that.
So
It could just.
The denial must be 2, and consequently, what that means is the claim has to be 2 plus. Shmuel, the entire claim can be 2, and the denial could be.
You know how
learn the big
gang just based on I think church thing. I think the same thing really applies to gay men.
I agree. Zoot, no, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then, then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. I can tell you this as well. Hold on. If you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle in their skin. It's just like, do you like a harder body or do you like a softer body?
Now, in other words, according to Rob, the claim always has to be more than because you have to have a denial. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shua?
It's a law. That's correct. I think it's a law.
You have to have
for sure.
More than that.
There's more places to judge.
There you go. Riser, do you remember that time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off? Literally, on camera. You jerked yourself off the whole time.
If you want to go ahead, yes.
You thought that the problem over here was that
Word,
the
dog.
value was 2, and yet
You literally have to have
money.
Word, dog.
Right.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Oh, generally. Or you're super good looking.
The person claims copper, he admits to silver. That's
Yeah,
not what
there's a
part of the loan. He's
not a thing.
100% denying what the person
Yeah, they
thinks.
It's a hurdle.
Yeah, they do.
Therefore, it does not meet the criteria of a dog in the type. Gemara says if that's the case,
Look at this shot.
But the reason why he's talking from a shul is because it's not a dog in the taina. Ema Seif, let's go further on in the Mishnah. It says, Shtei Kesef, basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin.
Look at this shot by Riser. Or by Zoot. Dude, that was amazing.
Just playing the value of a certain amount of money.
Usually the judge
to figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth.
And what difference does that make?
Because this is exactly what Rav said. You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to die. If you're going to tell me that you're asking for silver coins and copper coins, I'm not tired. Masha Torah knew what he claimed. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, you're telling me that
Dude, that's a terrible shot.
Rather, it's specific coins the person's claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins. He denied that.
You're welcome, baby. In all situations, though.
Travel. When you're in your investments, and when you're
no, that's incorrect.
You have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Even though
you could be 150 years old. You literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass.
How many good-looking 80-year-olds and he admits to one of them.
I don't know. A few?
In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called the Hodah, various levels of what that means. In other words,
they were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like, like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35.
Shmuel doesn't view it that way.
Are you ready for
It wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, yeah. I mean, up close, this lady looked.
That you owe me.
Sophia Vergara.
And that's why it's not going to be a problem.
Okay. I can't believe I'm true.
In other words, you owe me a certain amount of money. So the guy responds,
I like how Zoot calls her high man. It's some higher. Higher.
If you're going to tell me that, like, telling us that I'm Mishnah.
All right, well, she speaks very highly of you, Zoot.
Asking for some amount of value of money. Rather than talking about specific coins.
Dude, there are a ton of older chicks who are hot. Like any woman in Hollywood.
Was not what he denied was not what
yeah, dog, she's hot as fuck.
If you're going to tell me, like, Rob, that I'm Mishnah, value of a certain amount of money.
Who the fuck cares, Zoot?
Why would he depart this? Literal tuba house. And therefore his denial is going to be sufficient. Since at the end of the Mishnah, it's talking about Davka, Reshinami Davka.
Why is it weird?
The Rish is also talking about Davka, specific types of coins, and therefore he wants to label them with Yufta Rav. He wants to say, I'm just giving it to Yufta to Rav. But look at,
Well,
if you look at the Rashi,
tell us the story.
it's the second
Oh, I know
Rashi
the story.
page. The name of that is Yufta Meiresh. In other words, the Qatar
I
used to be a Davka. You only do coins. And the guy responds and says, Ein l'chav yad yala pruta.
Wasn't she in really good shape?
Now, the timer, the reason is there's some davka tana because it's asking for specific types of coins. Not
Wait,
the reason why it's
Dick
not
is
is
good.
why? Because what he's admitting to is not what was claimed. Now, what's the difference? So that difference is Patanu Shava, Vahodalo Shava, if you would have claimed a certain amount. And he admitted to a certain amount.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks.
But what's the problem?
Oh.
You're taking L's on
Baby. Who won the last game? Who won the last game? Is Zook gonna go?
There's a problem. It's not he asked it for supper. He admitted to supper. So that means he didn't admit to what was claimed. That's why he's
I hear the same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their telecoms.
We said several times this morning
That's a hilarious joke.
Plus, because the denial has to be 2 coins.
Internet
Say no. Kula must be sin. Shava. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shani. When it comes to a litra of zav,
Zook, can you hear us?
Very different. Why is it different? Look at the bottom Rashi. Litra shani. The kiva the tanu mishkal vadai dafka katani. Since he mentioned a certain weight, litra is a weight. In that case, he meant to say dafka. We're talking about coins.
Oh, is it?
Weight of the coins. That's really different.
That actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever, though.
Even though at the end of the Mishnah, when it says litra, it's talking about specific types of coins. Every other place where it says coins in the Mishnah,
That was amazing.
Just explain to you that it's talking about a certain value. Teidah,
Make it mathematically.
same at the end of the Mishnah. By the way, that's not it's not in today's daf right now. Teidah, the Kentucky.
From like everyone before
6:30 already.
Did they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea?
You only
You had a 1 minute phone call.
They were like, hey, Zook.
1 minute.
hang on, I gotta go.
Shava, you talk about the value.
Zook, I'm going to collude with you to help you win.
All these coins are considered part of the
You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you, like, hold them all on their opinions?
The fruit of a chlama
Zook, your shot was so shitty. I have to help you.
All of them are one type of coin. Now, Ralph.
I'm sorry, guys. Just having a perfect game.
Rabbi, I'm not trying to start. I'm just trying to I didn't do this. I didn't think I would get this far.
Thank
In other words, the last line of the mission like small, must be all like small.
Zook.
You think you're good at comedy, so why would you think
the entire frame was only 2 coins, and the denial was only 2, huh?
Oh my word. That should have gone in.
The same thought is talking about Dalka, specific types of coins. Why?
I never know. No, you said several times your goal is to professional and make it career. And you are not just doing this to have fun, you're trying to be professional.
Whether it's Dafka or it's Shaka. When a person makes a claim, it's
I don't know what else I'm good at besides this money and money.
A value.
That's a good point. Hey, Zoot, did you ever get tested? Yeah.
The guy responds and says, yes, I have something of yours, but it's a dinner cassette. Time of what the reason? It's only because that I have this Bitcoin coin.
Dog, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was. Zoot, what did you say?
The fact that it says Zahov,
It could be dormant.
you have the golden coin of God in your hand, which is meant to say was
Why wouldn't you just get tested now?
How is that so?
Yeah,
I have a coin in your hands. Person responds and says,
Riser, how many invitations do you want me to send you?
only have a cell which is missing.
I told you after this game we're forcing Zoot to do improv.
Minus a mug is buckley. This is 100% like Ralph. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language. I'll just say it in English. It says to someone, you owe me a seller. And he responds,
Right. Have you ever had
two coins? He's dying for Yeshua. Who is that? That's Rob. Rob says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says, Chosser Ma, he says, no. I'm denying the Ma, which is less than 2 coins. He's going to be Chosser. It's 100% like Rob, which is that the denial has to be.
The curable one.
Yeah, I don't. What ones are curable?
That is a requirement of the denial being a specific amount of money.
I don't know if chlamydia just goes away like COVID. Oh, I know what I'd want. I want crabs because they give you a little like comb and you can get rid of them and then they're gone.
And says that he owes part of the money.
They're actually. No, did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of people shave their pubes and they're just not that apparent anymore.
Yeah, I mean they. It's important for them to
Zoot, we're gonna give you a topic, and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. Do you understand? To improvise it. Are you ready, Zoot? Genital warts. Go.
Even if they claim the person owes somebody Two agent could be Machias, someone could obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a fruit dog. Therefore, an after a singular aid could obligate someone to make a shvua.
Dude, I don't think you know any improv.
You have to keep talking continuously.
Just making it on the fly. Just keep going.
He is tired.
It's the word or phrase is genital warts.
You only weep, and the person says, no. I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not what makes us because it's kind of a government China. That's like saying, admission. However, if he comes over to the
All right,
place and says,
you get
Does the comedy start?
You got another 45 seconds to fill, big dog. Let's go.
Yes,
Give me another one.
No, that's not how it works. You have to work on it. South Australia. South Australia. South Australia.
Probably does state anyone that was
Are you gonna watch the Melania movie soon?
Sure.
You know it's rated PG? That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever seen. She's the hottest first lady of all time.
Others say he was drinking some water.
Michelle.
You're drinking. Therefore, we don't have any indication of what Rish Lakish's opinion was. Later, they say, they try to bring the right to this point. Person claims
Was Hillary Clinton, did she come from money?
Why is he bought them? Because it's not a dollar in China. Gamil disagrees. He says, even though it is not similar to the claim, he's going to be chayiv.
So why did Bill marry her?
And he only has to do with Bill. What would happen
Did Bill Clinton have money and he still married her?
Did you ask, did Bill Clinton have money and still marry Hillary Clinton? She was they met at Yale. So, they were both like hippies. And then they went to, they got their law degrees, and then they went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas. And then Bill Clinton went on ran for Congress. And he only ever lost one election ever. And that's his first run for Congress. And then he eventually became governor. And then eventually became president. And then eventually basically became what you know him to be.
Very next word.
Now, what's the reason why we talk in all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects.
I think Laura Bush is a beautiful woman. Laura Bush, yeah, Doug. Yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think she was prettier than. I still think she's very pretty, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous.
What's the reason why it says
I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly hot, though. I don't live in a Commonwealth country, so I don't know.
You could stretch the shvua to swear on the character as well. So what's the point?
What are you saying? I mean, so could have like Margot Robbie or anybody. It's like You're talking after Justin Trudeau's been out of office, that the woman that he's dating just so happens to be Katy Perry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have happened. I know you say this all the time. You're anti-Russell Brand. So you talk about 7 different subjects: Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein.
God has
the Holocaust. The fact that James McCann comes to Adelaide. Russell Brand and Dave Chappelle. Wait, and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about, Sue.
To be fair, there's no evidence that Russell Brand sexually assaulted someone. Evidence Eddie Perry
Yeah, that little boy.
Yeah, that was his first kiss.
Right.
He denies that removal objects are his.
Maybe that's why they're together.
Where to go?
And what happens would be,
all right.
What if you admit the part of the car? Because still fucking why?
So we're going to give you another phrase, Zoo. We want you to be on your toes, okay? And you have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, General Warts is bad, or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving us stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, Zoot?
Yeah.
Do you want easy or hard? Okay. Trees.
Once you admit the part of the movable object, you have to even on the real estate. The person says, what's the point of teaching me that? Mike Marshall, so can you teach me the concept? You could drag a shrill from movable objects onto concept. We didn't learn that already. So can stop the sheets of the tires. They could roll in.
It'd be pretty funny.
The real estate, much of the same parents, hot ichor, the argument is the main source of it.
You don't understand how improv works to do. Zoot, you have.
Great.
He says, you owe me a sheep. He goes, not.
Imagine
one of them.
I cannot believe that there's a chance that you are the funniest person in a state anywhere in the world. like literally, who did you beat? Who? I want to meet those people, and I want to ask them: were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't blame me." Or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of that. But if anybody up there, it's like, I would just ask them, have you ever told a joke before? And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system. Because Zeus, you are in the finals. Like you even talked about, you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself?
I mean, when someone heckles you, you're destroyed.
Exactly. No, the best thing is what Reiser says, which is, I don't come to you where you work and suck all the dicks. I have something funny about trees. Absolutely. I have something funny about trees. So on Reddit, The subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the subreddits are on a first come first served basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So if you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I think it's oh, wait, I'm in agreement with you. Wouldn't you think Reddit would just switch them and but they'd allow that inside joke to go? Okay, Zoo, we're gonna give you another word and or phrase, and you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoo?
And we administer the shua that's mentioned in the Torah. Now, we'll say, what's the paradigmatic shua mentioned in the Torah?
Zoot, are you ready? Wait, Zoot, I will help you. I'll give you a word that you'll love.
From Avram's family.
Or a phrase.
Swear not to go ahead and take a wife from the local.
Zoot, are you there?
Women. So the Gemara says. Now, what the Gemara is picking up over here on is as follows.
He hasn't raised call yet.
He's done. There's no way. This happens all the This happens to him all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him just like this, and then he'll be gone.
How is
there he is. He's back. He's back. Zeus, can you hear us?
Sorry, had to go.
Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready? Autistic Amish orgy. Go. That's like your thing.
And a couple of different things. Everyone medical houses there, like that. Everyone I ever read and stuff like that. It's really weird.
So therefore, again, if we're trying to understand over here, the Gemara says, "Hey, Ashley, right? How do we go ahead and?"
Do you not know how improv works?
So the Gemara says, using the example of Eliezer. Now we assume that what we know about Eliezer's shua is that
Zoot did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told Zoot's joke to somebody, and they thought it was really funny. It was like a 3-part joke that you had. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue? Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about, the punchline was, everybody was watching, memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have? But you didn't.
So Eliezer
placed his hand on the Pokemon go horses, and they gave me the autism diagnosis. Then I said I'm right through, and they told me I had exactly ADHD and ADHD.
No. That was my joke. I said it was something like I went in to the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test, and I quit halfway through, and they said, "Congratulations, you have ADHD."
All right, since the partnership shot Rashi, I was understanding that no, Eliezer, and actually.
I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I'm saying that that was at least my take on that.
As well. Again, especially after
all right, Zoo. So give us your 5 minutes that you're going to do tomorrow night. We're ready for it. It's terrible. It's absolutely the worst. All right.
There should be 1 minute non-stop talking after. Try and actually do something.
What does Rabbi say? Is what we learn from Eliezer, the Shuvah Eliezer, is that yes, you have to use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but not more importantly, just as importantly, the Shuvah must be over an object. You have to take a ritual object. So the Gemara says,
Okay, you ready for your word?
If a person is a jerk, just with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, don't look again with an object.
Scarecrows.
An explicit with an explicit ruling in the Mishnah. And when a guy makes a mistake with an explicit halacha, the halacha is that the judgment is voided, and the judge himself ultimately becomes personally liable. Okay, as follows. The Bible says,
If the scarecrow or Batman is in a
That's okay. I'll take over. You know, there's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it or they end up landing on it, but I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know, I don't name these things. Crow be gone? Doug, that's fucking brilliant.
So again, halacha follows Rabbi in that one must take an object
Doug, it's up there with salmon cannon. Crow be gone.
I think you're referring to the leg grenade.
The mermaid grenade. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball?
I still haven't gotten it.
You'll be here all night.
Failed 4 times in a row.
Object ultimately again can be used for.
Are you still there?
Just enough. I'm going to show you this option now.
What is the easiest one in the world? Okay. Are you going to not fuck it up this time?
So you pass him like Rabbi, we don't pass him like Rav Papa. You
So you turn upside down,
it has to be a Sefer Torah. We pass him can be a pair of Torah. Even if they're solid. Rashi points out, interesting enough, that as much as we're asking against Rav Papa, that even tefillin works, you would adjure someone over a Sefer Torah. Then Rashi says, I think, Batlu Harishonim Shua Da'oraisa, Lefi Sha'anshot Gadol, the Tipu Ligzor.
I think they should go on the base.
Then Rashi says, by the way, we don't do Shavuos anymore. We don't do Otzei.
That would make
Shonin already went ahead and
they were targeting
because as we're going to see coming back, ultimately the penalty for false shua is so severe. Actually, the end of the Masech is so
why is the
honesty and integrity was
He's
lost
not.
in certain generations as a result of the death of certain
hamburger?
Kind of fat,
really do
or at least
anymore.
medium.
What we do is this concept called an aror. Aror essentially is a form of almost like excommunication. We'll see all of this before. When we stop,
Not really.
What exactly happened to precipitate?
He's kind of chubby.
We'll see. We're not in that subject yet. But in
Let me say
on one hand, you have actually saying
No, he's not.
With the Sefer Torah. So like not but although tefillin will work, of course, requires the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well, requires both of these things. And then
No, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar is like medium, not skinny, and not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny. He's medium.
Could swear even sitting down. And not only that,
No, but why wouldn't you go with something like, why do they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham.
Why is it that we would, even though we just passed in before that halacha doesn't follow Rav Papa, therefore you could swear using tefillin or a sefer Torah. So why would we ideally use a sefer Torah?
You had a good start of the start. Just saying, why did they make McDonald's that? I like that part. And then shortly after that, you just started questioning the hamburger. Don't call me anymore.
That should make standing up. Why? Once again, sense of awe, reverence, respect. Hamtachim will have that same awe, reverence, and respect even sitting down. Incredible. Now, both saying, now we are about to do just overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful Gemara for the next 1.5 life-changing Gemaras. Life-changing Gemaras.
Yeah, baby.
So again, we'll say short by the other. So ultimately, again, now we're going to see what this means a little bit. What literally translated, short Afi Doshona could even be made in any language. Even made in any language.
There's a McDonald's birdie.
You say to the guy, you're thinking the shrub. Have
There's
you
a McDonald's birdie.
Okay, there's a joke.
That the entire world shook.
Really bad.
When HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave the second of
Looks like a butt plug.
Hashem's name in vain. I
mean, we changed jobs across that flag, around children, around
here it says, you will not be cleansed. So severe is Shvuas Shav. So severe is a false oath that Lamai said there is no atonement, there is no return, there is no tshuva. The Chalaver Shabbatorah, who's responsible for your Avera?
Did you know that?
You.
What'd you say, Big Dog?
When it comes to a false oath, so ultimately punishment is collected both from the perpetrator
He's not a real person. Give him a restraining order.
What is your flesh referred to? That's your clothing. That's your family.
Yeah, out of the marketing. Ronald McDonald is not a real person.
Furthermore, all other averas, in general, when you do them, so who's responsible for them? The perpetrator. But here by Shvuas Shav, ultimately, again, a false oath impacts me and impacts the entire world.
All right,
Here, when the Gemara quotes this, the Gemara is quoted from the pasuk from Moshe.
I hope him being able to accommodate God.
There you go. All right. You have an invitation, Riser. That's not fair to Zoo. Zoo, that's not fair to Zoo. Zoo, go. The basketball game.
Let me ask you something.
Talks about the impact.
No, we'll just don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready.
Maybe only Cloudy Star does all of these
She has
that it has an impact on the world.
I don't know all of them. Zoo, go to the basketball game.
Say Cloudy Star has a negative aspect on the world that they do all of these terrible things. Both sides like to succeed.
The mascot's like
Wendy from Wendy's.
Now both sides. Again, Allah.
The mascot is like a cheery.
Because of the Allah, the earth we plunged into more than incredible.
Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question.
Of a false oath.
Dude, they used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot.
Okay, you should have specified that.
Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot.
The good news is I always have some type of countermeasure, right? I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a source, that could go ahead and literally suspend judgment.
You said mascot, not logo.
What does that do? So suspension of judgment about this.
Jessica Rabbit, next question.
That's how it says that if you do an avera, what should happen? And what punishment? And when should
Isn't that kind of the same thing? What, one's Japanese? I don't know. There's a lot of anime.
Of mercy suspends
Yeah, actually, I would agree with that.
suspension of judgment do. It allows for tshuva. That's the Hakadosh Baruch Hu works. He gives us time.
I was
Dude, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that.
Again, a person commits an avera, and then again, how I have
and now I want to be socially the whole
so judgment is exacted immediately. Bashua Shav Shinei Amar, Hotzei Sia no Omer Hashem Tzivakos, Ubo El Beis Hagana.
Or is it called? Just so I can be sure.
The love of the silver. So the color. It's actually very interesting.
Dude, what fast food mascot would you fuck?
And I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely.
It'd be funny if I
in this house and destroy.
I don't think that would be funny. I would think that would,
So what does this mean?
show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to be.
What does it mean?
I'm joking.
Who's the first to be? Who's the thief?
Dude, what else is on your list that you think that you should never do?
Like, for example, what is the example of this deception?
There's a Jim Jeffries guy, kids.
What?
And he ultimately exerts him. Base Hashem. So I will dwell in his house. The cold soul and destroy it. His wood and his stones.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Holy Moly?
Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Like fire can't destroy stone.
What are the things?
Power of Shua is so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. Im Amar, Amy Nishba, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear, Potrino Somiad, so let's say, obviously, the Gemara highlighted the destructive nature of
Who is the funniest person in South Australia?
And this is referring to the person who's being a jerk, right?
Yeah, until Friday, when you knocked him off of his throne.
Shimon says, no, I only owe you $500.
Hit my balls.
So what's the halacha?
That's what I'm talking about.
I won't swear. As soon as I won't swear.
Zoot helped me so much.
So they cause him to leave base. And I will say that obviously.
Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me?
So that means you're going to be liable.
And then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game.
Sends you on your way. Now, what does this mean? If you look at Rashi, Rashi says that
There's never gonna make that shot.
Also, we do not leave him in base. Then why? See what Rashi says, Shkan Shelo Yachserbo. Right? Ultimately, in order that he should not change his mind. Yakein.
Look at this! Look at this shot.
If you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you pay immediately, right? You charge your credit card immediately. You leave base and it's because we don't want you changing your mind. Don't you change your mind? Good. You might say,
Dude, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up. I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny is super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it.
That literally, again, if the guy says, right, so the responder says, I'm
Funny by Australian standard by the rest of the world.
So what does
I was in Australia
again,
and it was hot. And
that is a very strong.
This is a time where you really don't want to have people
Once again, this is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally Zoot. You talk about 10 things, and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children, and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD. Hold on. No, nobody talks about those things. Not recently, no. There are tons of those. But wait, hold on, dude. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did. What's your cryptocurrency joke? Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah, hold on. Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips.
I said, Bonnie Blue's still kind of she's gonna go kind of like getting into Bitcoin. You're not ignoring. You're not gonna blue right at this point in time.
Hold on. There's children, Jeffrey Epstein. Hold on. Puff Daddy. I'm going to go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub list, What number's Bonnie Blue right now? Even I know the difference between these bitches. No, they were best friends.
Ultimately, again, that which they already accepted.
Really feel it
that they would accept.
Really feel it. I was a man, and then when she couldn't organize it properly because she doesn't have this good as measured Okay. I'm politically she's making a good example. And then
what does this mean?
No, they don't.
These are the things that can be said in any language.
They're ones in like Australia.
British.
Which is the statement
Okay,
that says I
And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now. If a chick said, I want to drink your pee out of a condom, I would remember that woman in a lineup 6 years from that day, like it was the back of my hand.
So we tell him, again, before he takes the show, we say to him, understand the severity of not.
But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot. Why do you think this whole sucks? Zoot. So, but Zoot, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular in Tony. Like Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. You don't talk about the NFL. Because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about.
Positive commandments and prohibitions, those fall into the category of kalos, except for lo sisa. Remember again, taking Hashem's name in vain, technically speaking, is a lo sase. The Gemara says, okay, even though it's a lo sase, it doesn't fall into the category of kalos.
You didn't give me the win, but
right? Things that is included in the category of
I tried, baby.
That's pretty amazing.
Tied for the win.
In the category of capital cases.
What a great shot. Riser, don't fuck it up.
Someone does something that's
Short.
The pasuk says
You're going in the tire, buddy.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar. Oh, that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing.
The pasuk says
Dude, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that. You haven't proven that, Zoot. You haven't proven that, Zoot.
It's impossible to say.
Right, so we've been... Oh, that's not true. Really? Yeah.
So how do you reconcile this?
Right.
What do you see from here? HaKadosh Baruch Hu absolves those who do Shabbat and does
not. No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that reason. That is something. Yeah. Well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. Zoot. Oh my word! If they, Dude, the fact that you are still the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world. And anyone who ever has heard you do comedy, ever. You're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, did these people not speak English? I think Mimes would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Zeus. Zoot beat out 33 people.
There's still fallout from that.
Zoot, so what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them, but there's the JFK RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke?
When you hurt someone, that hurts
You're the
them.
Bonnie
Yeah, that's an okay joke.
Is a personal trespass against
Zoot, what's your second joke?
So the single is, can you do tshuva for Shavuos Shab? Of course you can. Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's a
Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't.
It remains.
One of my jokes is people love to say that I
cannot be put back
when I
to
die, God has no autism.
Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke?
Sorry. So now we are.
I was on when I put on the I was back to my history test and they asked me
Oh yeah, I forgot. You're obsessed with Hitler's on that list too.
Looking back, I think that's very, 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 very.
All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's.
For my family. If I committed the
We know you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours.
I don't think you could kill himself.
Okay.
Any family where one member is a tax collector,
Why would he kill himself? Why would he kill himself?
Tax collectors.
Doug, I wasn't there.
Empire was shambles.
In co-listing, ultimately they're all crooks. Why?
Yeah, but they're like
Zoot, who did you?
Comedian with the what's his name? Mark Norman.
Yeah.
My child does
Yeah.
something bad.
Greg
No, Mark Norman.
It's easy, of course, to say, oh,
Like
the child does something like that.
how Hitler's dog just absolutely like the one runner that was Hitler.
Free choice.
Um,
And they can take
Was Hitler hiding
and do
he was elected
and do their own thing. So on
by
one
a
hand,
huge amount.
definitely sometimes
in
children do things that
1933.
don't reflect their
Dog,
parents upbringing.
Riser,
You might say
that was a dick move. That was a dick move, right?
Did the German people turn against it?
Like rebel? No.
to respect and to look at how we are
Why not?
living,
Why not?
and to look
I don't know,
at the
ask
home that
them.
we are building, and to look at
Riser, you just fucked me.
because when our children do certain things, we are
I would say
free.
more Americans hate Trump. Germans hate Hitler's reign.
Because my child,
Okay.
especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kid is behaving in a certain way,
Is that an unpopular
is exhibiting certain
Trump's loved by a lot of people in the United States. Hit my ball,
He's
baby.
also hated by. I have to ask myself, Is it possibly coming
I
from?
mean, Hitler was one
Is there something in my life? Is there something in the way that I live? Again, I won't say.
Yeah, like those guys you were with at the James McCann concert or whatever.
I said,
Make it. Just hit it at the end. Just hit it at the end.
This child grew up in my home. This child grew up in my tutelage. This child grew up with
Dude, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later.
There's a family with a kid with a tax collector was considered to be a very unscrupulous
Dude, quit with that.
You might say, "Ooh, what happened in that house?" Or my child is a gunner. My child is a gunner. Or my child is my child just did something really bad. Again, do I have to accept the responsibility for what my kids do? No. But do I have to introspect as a parent?
Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser.
Absolutely. Yes. Incredible. So as his hustle,
Do you want me to?
You see from here that ultimately again is.
Zoot, make this shot. Zoot, make this shot.
No way.
My family can always have things that I do.
I do think
I do think
from us when they found it
different standards. He decided that was really fascinating. Rabbi Omer,
Dude, I'm gonna say, I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. I want to see if you can do it. Lily Phillips. Wait. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I asked him to do this and he could not do it. I agree. That shot sucked dick, dog. Dude, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies.
Every scene carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So let's say it gets you to think twice.
Dude, tell us a clean joke.
Because often when we sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions is limited to me. Now that I understand that every single thing that I do does have an impact on my family as well, it just makes me think twice. Like, I don't want to do something to my wife. I don't want to do something to my kids. I don't want to do something to my parents.
What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo?
So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more. Incredible. So the Gemara goes like, so all of Averos, again, usually retribution is exacted from me, but not from the world. Yet by Shulas Shav, the retribution is exacted from everyone. Dude,
is there a punchline? Did I miss it? Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo? All right, but give us a joke, not a scientific fact.
It's by everything. It's by everything. Hasam is incredible. So let's say, so ultimately again, no. In other cases, when you give their collective responsibility.
Hey, Riser. Okay, well, Zoot, give us a clean joke.
Then there is collective responsibility.
Imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Riser, you have an invitation. Okay, after this we'll play Word Box. Okay. Send Zoot an invitation.
People are able to object, but don't object. It's my own behavior. So, what's the thing I'm saying? It's not just in my family or in the world. They tzaddikim the mishpato, tzaddikim refers to people who have no
Zoot,
ability to.
all I do is watch
So
fucking comedians.
in my family or tzaddikim in the world. So here we go.
Somebody is
Now that's a funny joke. Now that's a fucking. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation.
And fail to do so, they don't get the same punishment I get, but they still get a more.
Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke.
You are a family member and members of your family.
Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke of the night.
And you
Don't leave me hanging.
down a negative path and you don't stop it.
Zoot,
You're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible.
sorry, I just got a call. Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of Queensland. They want me to perform tomorrow night.
So in general, the perpetrator gets the highest
Zoot, come on, man.
of punishment. Family members who can object but don't do so, second-tier punishment. Outsiders who can object and don't do so, third.
All right, play me. I'll send you an invite. Oh, it's on. Dog, I'll dominate you easily.
In the family, outside the family, now again, what does that mean? Tzaddikim are people either are aware of what's going on, can't
So
understand
strange.
what's going on, are not held culpable at all. Okay, so we'll say that's the norm of general Averis. Gabi Shvua. What about
It's over.
Gabi Shvua. Who Rishon the Mishpachto B'dinei. So we'll say when it comes to Shvua, so what about the perpetrator? Rishon the Mishpachto. Rishon means what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and don't do so, are held similarly accountable. You want to hear this? So again, the person who takes the Shvuas Shad and his family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. Rishon Da'alma, B'din Chamar, ultimately again, Rishon outside of the family are held liable to one tier below. Tzadiki Da'acha B'din Hakal. Ultimately again,
Baby, you're up. Do you know that?
Family tzaddikim on the outside, I will say, who are tzaddikim? Who are tzaddikim? Tzaddikim ultimately again are people who are again seem to have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Now let's say, now what does?
Are you proud of that
Hold
move?
on 1 second. We're gonna just let's do 2 more lines. Also, ultimately, let's say again, the respondent, respondent. Good. The respondent says, if he says, I'm not swearing.
Big dog, you're up.
You know what? Okay, you're not feeling is like,
I hope you're aware that you're up.
I got to pay the money, right? I'm out. Which again,
What the fuck is it? What the fuck is a tum? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum?
What's the beauty of the schema? The beauty of the schema is it allows the respondent.
That's tummy,
Why?
not tum.
Look at this fucking word. Look at this fucking word. How do you like that?
Right? Everybody can walk away from a negotiation feeling that that's the best way. What's the beauty of the schema? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to swear. I'm going to pay. And he can hold his head high, right? Like, because otherwise, before this schema, you would have said, if a guy says, "I'm not swearing, I'll pay." What is that essentially? What is that? An admission of guilt. Now suddenly, what is it? An expression of profound piety. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not take the Lord's name in vain. It's
Big word. Standard 33 point
without having guilt. So again, but if however, Shimon says, no, I'm still going to serve him. Amar Hari Nishma, Ha'omdim Sham Omrim Zeh Sur Nami Al Ale Anashim Ha'ila. So the Gemara says, I don't understand that. We'll say, what is
R-I-F-L-E.
So what does the Gemara say?
I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something. Like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that done.
So I don't understand. British would become Shtaba.
Back-to-back odds.
I understand by referring to Shimon, the swearer, as a bad guy. But why Reuben? Right? Reuben the clavage. Reuben is the guy who lent Shimon money. I understand. Why is he included in this estate? So I'll tell you. Ultimately, we'll say when a person takes a shvuah, that shvuah is between two people, between the claimant and the respondent.
I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you.
It teaches us that the shvuah ultimately, again, devolves upon both of them, and there is liability ultimately, again, for both of them. Now, why? They both say, take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi on the daf. This is actually wild. Rashi says, both parties are punished for the shvuah. How so? Do
you remember that time when Zook came in, talked about
so the swearer, I understand why he's going to be
being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state? Failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand-up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually took 2 phone calls from the chief of comedy and.
You are not allowed to lend money without witnesses, and you are not allowed to pay back loan without witnesses. And in fact, the Kitzur brings down, the Kitzur says, if you do so, you are in violation of Lifnei Ivar Lo Sitei Nichshol. So you see from here, the only way to run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way. Because otherwise, it's common sense. Do stuff with witnesses, otherwise you're going to get stuff. So therefore, the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's ending up with shvuah, ultimately, again, there's liability and culpability with this. So we'll say, so now, after this fight, you must now going to get before you get to that. So what is this? Like,
my app froze.
Focusing so intently on the severity of shvuas shav. So what is this severity? So it's one of the Marsha. The Marsha says over here, he says, because in this Hamavur, Sheshmo Shal Yisbarach Hagadol, Hu Kiyumo Shal Olam, the Yisodo Sheba Barach Olamas. The name of HaKadosh Baruch is the very engine of creation. The name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the very thing which was his Bereshis Bara Elokim, as Hashem means. Then what did Hashem initially create the universe with? What did he create it with? His name. His name. Bereshis bara Elokim. Elokim, the very essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the name of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very building blocks, the very form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the very rubric, the very foundation of creation itself. And to take it one step further, what is the shvuah shav? A shvuah shav essentially corrupts 2 things. Number 1, it corrupts dibur. Like when you swear falsely, you're taking that koach hadibur, right, that koach of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us. What distinguishes
You're up, baby.
Man,
and I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter.
Also. It's not even the ability to think. Animals could think also.
Perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter V right now. It's always gets in my way. The letter V and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for these fucking
speech. And therefore, halacha l'maisa again, the Gemara says that when this goes ahead and occurs,
I feel like the letter H is way easier.
What is man doing?
Letter Y is pretty easy.
His very self. So you're undermining the world.
W is pretty
You're
easy.
undermining yourself. And then what else? What else does Shua Shav do? Shua Shav also is the ultimate trespass. If you swear falsely, that means nothing sacred. Like you can't take anyone at their word.
S is.
You're undermining creation.
They almost shouldn't have the S.
Like ultimately, again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, and you're undermining your very essence, the power of your speech, being Adam Li'atzmo. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every single pillar upon which the world stands. The Gemara says you do something like that, an unforgivable offense, fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. I've also step over here today. Tremendous Gemara. All right, have a great day, everyone. Plenty of that. Yes, see, you can actually blame your parents. Your parents are everything. All right, General Sai, good morning, or good tova. Hopefully everybody had a beautiful and uplifting Shabbos. A great Spark to begin the new week together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Totzim Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, and dedicating other Shem Drashos this year as a zechus for Besaros Tavos for all of Am Yisrael. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Stephen Abali Lotova, Stephen Terry Zin, and loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin, Delora Basra Biswali.
Do you remember that time when I had
the family in
23-point lead on you?
He's always dedicated to learning the schools of our precious hostages. May Hashem bring them home the shalom and the karam and the merit of our holy soldiers. May Hashem protect them. Give them Shmir Yisir, allow them to be successful in all of their endeavors and do come back to their families with shalom and
that's a lot.
With that, let us begin.
I don't know if you're going to be able to overcome it.
Today we are starting
such
on the class of
that was good. You should get more points for like science.
Where your homework and there's Hashem from last night. So we are starting at the two dots. And here's Hashem. You gotta check the chat. Also, if I didn't do it, there's no way we're going to be able to keep up and mess with the pace this week. A lot of Gemara to do ahead of us. So once we start from the two dots on top. So Shuas Hakikadon.
You're up though. I hope you know that you are up.
What we're not going to get into is a really fascinating topic regarding.
What did you say in French, Noel?
Where sometimes a person would
Sometimes
a person would be going ahead.
Does it?
And answering up claims from multiple people. Or going ahead and making multiple
I just thought it was some
towards one
holiday.
person. So there was a tension in the Mishnah as to when is a person, and obviously we're talking about a case where they
I should double check it.
When would there be a situation where they would be chayav once versus when would there be a situation where they would be chayav multiple times? So that's what we're going to analyze in the dissect. So for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say bunch or bundles multiple oaths into one statement.
Sanders.
Like
Colonel Sanders.
No, like multiple types of Sanders.
Again, you are chayav on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see in just a little bit. These are the Rabbi says, like this.
Like someone who's sand shit. Like multiple, like if you're sanding a boat. You know what a boat is?
Let's say each of them are making a claim that I owe them some item, right? Some pikadon. And what's halach? I say shvua lo lecha. I swear I don't owe to you the lo lecha and not to you, and the lo lecha and not to you. And then it turns out that I'm lying. I'm going to be chayiv ultimately again for every single shvua. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Eliezer says, Lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, shvua chayv al kalachas da'achas. Rabbi Eliezer built on Rabbi Yehuda, and he says it's not that. See, Rabbi Yehuda's whole point is you have to say Lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha. So Rabbi Eliezer builds on this, and he says yes, you have to say v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, v'lo lecha, but
V is terrible. V and J. V sucks.
Putting shvua at the end makes it individuated
And it's off at 13.
Individualized.
Can you take the
Play that out.
Individual liability. Incredible. Then Shimon says,
That's a cool story.
Shimon comes along and he says, no. In order to create individual liability, you have to have to say shvua.
I know, I get
So this is the tension. What needs to be set for individual liability, and obviously the absence of individual
Baby,
liability
you're up.
is only
I just hope you're up.
versus the
I mean, I just took the lead. I don't know what you want me to do about it, but you had the Z.
Essentially, what is a cloud case, right? An inclusive case where only creates one level of liability. So, Rabbi Meir is the prat, is the individual case of Rabbi. Just to understand over here what cloud means in this context.
You think weld is a good word?
Ultimately, again, refers to the idea that there's only going to be
Well, is it as good as vow, baby?
Everybody's grouped, essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shua versus prat, which is going to mean, again, all the claimants are broken out, are individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shua. Which the shua comes along and says, I swear,
are you proud of the way that you're playing right now?
Italian, isn't it?
Why? What were you trying?
The color of there ultimately is the equivalent to the
Italian.
What Italian word? What Italian word? Nano? That's not Italian.
So I had another one.
Everyone agrees.
Nano is a word.
And I will say, now, we have to be very specific with our wording over here.
Nano means small?
Nano.
Yeah, I know what nano means.
How is that not a word?
It is not a word. It is it's a prefix, dog. Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it? Yeah, I am, dude. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 words. Baby, what do you want me to do?
Of course, all these cases presuppose that I'm lying.
Dog.
Claim.
Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things. Jokes about children, Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, Dave Chappelle, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Hitler.
Says no, it's a cloud. Okay, let's analyze. So what's in Rabbi Meir's world? What's his cloud?
Autism, ADHD, and sexually transmitted disease. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net?
All Rabbi Meir said was like a general rule. He says cloud, like if you included all of the claimants in one general denial, you only
No, it's not like a net. That's not a fucking. That's not how it's spelled. That's not how it's spelled.
Then you high five the single one. Rabbi Meir himself articulated what is a cloud and what is a prat. So the easy who calls Rabbi Meir, what is Rabbi Meir's cloud?
You didn't even know
I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck you said it was.
Each of them are claiming that I have something of theirs in my possession. And I just say, I swear I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And Meir says, that's a cloud. Now,
I don't think that's what it means.
Based on that, anything therefore that would be more specific, according to Meir, would be a prat. So it doesn't. There seems not to be mechanic between.
It doesn't mean that. It's the period extending from December 24th to January 6th.
So what are they arguing about? And that was interestingly enough, remember, so to point out that Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So then the Gemara says, what is the point of
It's a term signifying
Christmas.
it means to be born.
Rabbi Yochanan Shmuel is a sign from Rabbi and Rabbi Yochanan
Incorrect.
from
It's the period between December 24th and January 6th.
So again, Shmuel says like this. And the fact that Rabbi Yehuda says that
No, it's Christmas.
Dude, why do they keep giving me these?
So it sounds like frog. So again, if Rabbi Yehuda is going to say that's the case, and Rabbi Yehuda is disputing Rabbi Meir, it must mean Rabbi Meir would hold that even below Lecha ultimately is still a cloud. From Rabbi Yehuda, Pratabi, and Rabbi Yehuda disagrees and he says that it's a prat. Rabbi Yochanan says, Tarvai Rabbi Meir Pratabi. Rabbi Yochanan says no. Rabbi Yochanan infers differently. He says, according to Rabbi Meir, which is what in this video we just said before, both of those cases are prat. Now, which
man, do I have a big ass lead on you? 32 points.
And Rabbi Meir, well, both of those are prat cases. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says like this. In the case of Vilo Lecha,
32 points.
I'll agree that Vilo
32 points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you gotta make quite a comeback.
I'm going to say is not a prat. Lo Lecha is still a cloud case.
This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no, folks. Oh no.
It's very interesting.
Baby. I have a
so that's true in Gemara. That's true in Gemara, right? Sometimes in Gemara where you're trying to go ahead
56 point lead on.
There's no point in talking
That's
about the stuff
giant.
we agreed on because we already agreed on it. Rather, again, the point was
Giant.
to discuss the highlight the stuff we don't agree on.
It's
So that might be true
really
in Gemara,
too much
but
for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call, and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely.
That's already done.
But right now, up. You use up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up?
That we agree on so much more, and even though there may be irreconcilable differences,
I don't know where
because they're clearly eclipsed by the things we do agree on in life. Such as Rabbi Yochanan.
Do you want me to review them with you?
Or is it to say, you become a mayor, Shavua, Shein Lachem Biyadi.
Yeah, like this year there's some
like this. From the Mishnah. Since I made something like this, that Shvua Shein Lachem Biyadi, right? So say that's the case in the Mishnah. In our Mishnah.
Fuck you. You're gonna go there.
I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it?
I am nothing of yours in my possession. So what did the Mishnah say? If it turns
Dog.
out that I'm lying, how many times am I lying?
Dog.
Once. Why? That's a cloud. So
How many tiles are left?
But you see, when that's the case, the cloud, if a low lacha,
Thank you.
so you can infer from that a case of a low lacha ultimately is going to be a prat. Because if you would think that
Sir,
a low lacha,
what the fuck is that?
What
What
the that even the Lolacha is a cloud, don't let the Mishnah state that case. Because if you would say again, 5 people claim that I have something of theirs,
no one knows what that is.
and it's only chayiv once, then halachas kama v'kama.
That's spelled S-U-R. Douche.
Shmuel says,
I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is.
When you say lolacha,
No, that's not a word.
it's as if that's still a cloud, and it's as if you've said shvur she'en lechem biyadi. Okay. So
I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that.
What we have over here is the sheet of Rabbi Meir, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Eliezer, Rabbi Shimon. Okay, it's that those 4 sheets. Now We have the submachlokas of Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan in the position
You are.
Okay, good.
It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby.
So as I say, remember again, the Mishnah then quoted the case. Right? I go over to Ruben and say, Ruben, give me my picadon that you have, my loan, my stolen item, and my lost item. I'm claiming all of these things from Ruben. Right? Again, Ruben says, Shvur she'en biyadi, ein lecha biyadi, that he's only chayiv once. But if he says, Shvur she'en picadon, shames yad, then what? He's chayiv 4 times. And they're both saying, now what do you notice about this?
You're not have a 4-letter word. That's
what do you see from here? Clearly again,
I almost did.
is going to be prat.
You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. Well, let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there. Because I want you to have, like, fangs for, like, a shitload.
That it's below the chaf. Right? Remember again, if the vav is there, the vav creates individual liability. No vav, it seems to be a cloud. Someone says that again, that's a cash on the
You use dog. I give you the.
Once again, it's just by saying no, remove the vav. Remove the vav. Wrong syntax. I have a hot schema, so it doesn't make any sense. The high tana kola is shadish tani va'azil.
Just collected points, baby. The thing that destroyed you were such genius like O's and Sanders and
according to Rabbi Yochanan or Rabbi Shmuel, which the says in reality, I must say to understand. Why are we trying to align this with
I don't really know what I did either. Chop, I guess, was a lot.
We have a principle in Mishnah is generally that's what? Right? That established the more effective view of Rabbi Meir. That's why we're assuming over here that without attribution, it's going to be Rabbi Meir, and that's why we're trying to fit this in. To which the Gemara says, you're right, stop doing that. Ella ha money, Rabbi.
That was good.
Big guns, right? Just as now remember, who's it being is reflected in Mishnah?
Nettie.
Yeah, like a neti pot.
The Amar,
I think it's called NETI.
The Loshna Kizayis, Ukizayis, Pratahabi. Those say Rebbe's view is that halal myself. Again,
look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board. Just HIV is not a word, dog.
And therefore create individual liability. So therefore,
no, Zoots would be gonorrhea, which it'd be a big word to spell.
Understand that maybe that bug makes a difference, which the more answers Mishnah reflects the view of Rabbi.
There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? Do you know the characters?
Yeah.
So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze, triple word score, 75 points, and they're like trapeze? Oh, trapeze isn't a word, and he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. It's like, oh yeah, that's a proper noun though. And he's like, oh really? And they're like, yeah, and then he just puts down us, US. So they basically gaslight him into thinking he's dumb, when he's really not that dumb. Was that the best story you've ever been told?
It's not go with the fault.
I didn't know they delivered
No. Change the gear. So Tani,
Oh yeah. No, but the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." Kramer's like quone, C-U-O-N-E, quone, and they're like, quone isn't a word, and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word," and they look it up in the dictionary, and they're like, "It's not in the dictionary." He's like, "Well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something." All right, I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose, and I refuse to lose.
So wheat singular still means wheat plural, right? And Sora singular still means Sora plural. So therefore, I was like, that's what that case in the Mishnah was ultimately.
Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down.
Bottom line, what comes out of here is as follows.
Or you don't like it when it goes left or right.
So again,
yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I played. You're up, baby.
Depending on how he denies the claim will determine the extent of his liability. If he just makes one law called klal denial towards all the different claims, then what's going to be the halacha? He's only chayiv once. If he makes a prat denial, specific denial, then he's going to be chayiv multiple times. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is what constitutes a general denial.
I like how you're coming up. You're taking all this time. When I talk about all this time, Joe. Oh wow, Joe. You use Joe. Joe's your word.
Do you need a vog? Or to say it?
Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe means like
what's the opposite of a claim?
coffee.
I'm making a claim against Ruben. What is he? The fact that respondent. I'm taking advice from legal counsel today. Right?
Dog.
Does anyone know Aaron Raskis? Again, he's usually only on Zoom.
Can't believe you're going.
So he wanted to see how the other half lives. Right? So Aaron knows every morning on Zoom. So again, so the respondent, like everyone agrees, right? So again, just to understand how this works, right? I'm going to what I'm saying, really, you order, just keep this case. You owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Right? So obviously, everything says I owe you nothing.
I mean, what do you want? What's some bullshit? I mean, do you think that I am the title distributor?
In order to go ahead and individual liability, he's going to have to say wheat and barley spelt. The shayla is, doesn't he have to say I don't owe you wheat, barley,
welcome,
or is it wheat?
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Just okay. Why just okay? All right, well, that's why you came in here. Because your favorite person is playing
against me. Right? It's the same
Scrabble
case, right? So five
against a
people
friend.
come to me and say, each of them pay me, you owe me a picado. You owe me right now. And I say,
1,000%, dog. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning, and I'm winning by a lot. Dude, that's an excellent question.
Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours.
I will say, listen to the wording of the Rambam. The Rambam says, if I swear, lo lecha, Vilo
Same letter.
What did the Rambam do?
Be allowed.
I mean, Doug, what do you want me to do about it?
That's fascinating. So the Rambam said, Lo lecha, and the Lo lecha, v'lo lecha. Hence the Lechem Mishnah says,
How is that supposed to be bandaged?
the Lo Shani, the Tarbayu Prati Hava. This time someone says, therefore, again,
Like literally asked why the
Doug, the Yankees haven't won a World Series since 2009.
Between Kizayas. Either way, interestingly enough, Halakha says in order to go ahead and make a prat case.
You know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their
claim, to specify the claim, whether you use the
entire
inconsequential
dynasty.
Ultimately, again, for each denial. So, it's also one of these incredible examples. Sometimes the Rambam explicitly
did you know that
how he's passed on, and sometimes his psak is done in such a nuanced way. It's fascinating, right? If you read this too big,
no, it doesn't.
You're not going to pick up on it. It's only because you say, "Oh, shvur she'ein lecha biyadi, lo lecha, v'lo lecha, kai b'kalachata." So that's like basket. So Allah says, as long as the respondent goes ahead and specifies each one, whether he's saying above or not, Allah said that will create individual liability for each thing that he is denying. Incredible.
Oh no! What's good in your neck of the woods? You slinging dick?
Yes. Tell Picado, the Chumesiat Gezel, I really should then the fucking starts stopping. My feet in it, or my week in my body. Right? So go ahead.
Kept on dipping, and now we had 50K.
Of course, that's how it goes.
In order for there to be liability, obviously you have to make it clear. That's what that needs to put up.
You're holding like 50% of the supply. We're not credit.
If you rugged it, how much would you have made?
So it's actually quite fascinating.
1.6 million, I think about 25 bags or something.
So everyone say this is quite interesting. Let me tell you this outside.
You would have made $25,000?
So imagine if
you would have made $25,000.
You owe me.
Fucking rugged
and spelt. Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So let's say, so here's the shaila. In general, when Ruben says that, and now let's say he's lying, how many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, you could say 3, right? Wheat, barley, and spelt. But the truth is, implicit in denying wheat, barley, and spelt is also that what? He owes me nothing. Interesting question. When some deny a total claim, and they specify that it is not denied, are they chayiv just for the number of items they denied, or maybe they denied plus 1? What's the plus 1? The plus 1 represents a general nothing. Look at Rashi for just a moment.
It is a Bitcoin, but it's a link to the text that we made. So the text says
you only wheat.
You can launch anything. Monthly is basically like an accessory of fun, right? So you can and then once it gets deployed, you get to stay the part of the so whatever the data gets generated, 50% of it goes to the short and goes to bundling, and then the other 50% of the data gets distributed among all the bundling. So
right. So
bundling was supposed to be on the meantime that no one's using our tech, was supposed to be a match card. It did pretty well, but then some fucking KOS got on it,
So what's happening over
guy
here
named
is
Comes
what we're going to say
and
is
this other shit
really
chart
you're
hard
going to
to get.
the general
They all
law,
fucking
and
bought.
ultimately again he's
Right
denying
after they got on
the
it,
Bali.
started fucking
The Shine is
climbing.
how do
Then
we
they
do that? How do
fucking
we do that?
dumped like
So now
13 bags and all in one.
is we do
13,
that first
17
portion of
something.
as a general oath, and then three
And
specific
then
oaths.
every
Three specific oaths, and then when it turns out that Rabbi is lying, turns out he's really lying about four things. He made a general false oath and then three specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe single general oath. And then what does that mean?
Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you? Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71 point lead on you? I mean, does it make you feel good inside?
You only chayiv for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. Not going to be chayiv for a general oath of ein lecha biyadi. The other thing he says, no, you're going to be chayiv four, right? 3 ultimately again for chitin, sorin, and kusmin, and then one general oath for ein lecha shvua she'ein lecha biyadi klum. So listen, here's the issue. Rabbi said there are 15 chatos. Now remember again, what was Rabbi what was Rabbi referring to? Rabbi ultimately again was referring to the case of where there are what was it? It was Rashi says over here, Rabbi if you guys are from the bottom. Sorry, no, not yet.
Right, did you know it's your turn?
Over 5 people are making a claim against me. Right, so let's remember again, 5 people claiming against me, each person claiming chitin, sorin, and kusmin. I swear to each of them, I don't owe you chitin, sorin, and kusmin. If it turns out that I'm lying, what's the halacha? I'm chayiv 15 ashams, right? I'm chayiv 15 karbanos. 15 karbanos. Now listen, what does that show? That shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability.
Riser, what was the least favorite word that I played of yours?
If it was really klal liability, then what? How do you cut
That's the only one for 16,
20 chatos, not 15.
Oh, no, not all time. Not all time. I don't want you to rate my greatness all time, just in this game. Was it Tonger, Bay? What S? Oh, hates? Take care, Arnold. Riser, did you know that you're down 63 points? That's a lot.
No, that's talking about where 5 people claimed 4 things.
X and Z
5 people
for 21 points.
I deny those 4 things to the 5 people.
Oh, good move,
That's
dog.
what generates ultimately again 20 chatas liability.
Good
So interestingly enough, so again, you understand the question over there. In this case, it's quite interesting. Number of people are making a claim against me for a number of different things. So again, 5 people are coming against me and they're each claiming I owe them chitin, sorin, and kusmin. I go ahead and I say to them, Shvua she'ein lachem biyadi klum, lo chitin, v'lo sorin, v'lo kusmin. I make this shvua to all of them. So the shaila is, everyone will agree that I'm going to be chayiv individual liability for chitin, sorin, and kusmin. The shaila is there also general liability for that first shvua of ein lachem
somewhere.
That's not focus. So
What'd you say, baby? Oh.
5 people are making us lady.
I feel they always give me these. Lated? You played lated? You think lated is a good word to play?
So 5 people are coming against me.
This motherfucker thinks lated
What do they say?
is a good word.
Right? Gazelle, something you stole from us, and I think the lost object that you found. Right? And what happens? I say to one of the claimants,
What are your thoughts on this movie?
So I respond to one of those and say again, it's Reuben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, Yisachar. They're all coming to claim against me. I say to one of them, Reuben, I swear to you that I don't have a pikadon, a shemesyad, gezel va'aveda. And then what do I say? V'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha. That's what I do. And again, I do the v'lo l'cha to each of the rest of them. Somehow. So I will say, what is the halacha in that case? Achad mechayi. That was before I turn the page. Some people ask Rashi in the daf. Achad mechayi na'avadalach. Achad mechayi. Akol echad ve'echad mechanach. That's right. The v'lo l'cha the kamar lav apata the pikadon of shemesyad kayu. Ve'in kan elachas chatos dar mishum rishon. Ve'echad l'chol echad mishum. So here's the shayla. Right? So you know what's happening over here? 5 guys are making a claim against me. And those 5 guys are claiming against me. Pikadon, right deposit, Shomesyad alone, Gezel, stolen object, Aveda, lost object. I swear to her, I say, Reuben, Shvua she'in l'cha biyadi, Pikadon, Shomesyad, Gezel, va'aveda. And then I say, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha, v'lo l'cha. Turns out that I'm lying. Right? Turns out that I'm lying. So I'll say, so now everyone agrees that Legabe Reuben, I'm going to be chayav 4 things, right? Because for Reuben, I specified the denial of each of the claims. The shayla is, what does the below l'cha do for the rest of them? So we'll say, I made them all be chayav once for the rest of the claimants on the days. Oh, Dilma, akol chad mechayav, or maybe not. Maybe I should be chayav ultimately again for individual liability for each of the other claimants as well. So Tashma, defending we'll say in this case,
I do, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to make a suffer.
So again, if I specified, I wasn't going to specify. I went to each of the guys and I said,
There is nowhere to go.
Then again, Gemara says that's obvious. So much Rabbi Kidd, you're not a slashman. Rabbi Kidd just has to count. That's obvious.
What are your thoughts on that
There
move?
must be a case where I do not specify by the rest of them.
Doug, you're down 61 points.
So mostly, therefore, again, there are 2 important pieces of halacha l'maisa that really combine.
I want to try to get that. I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points. And what I would do, if I were down 61 points, how would I react? I would not give up. I would play a word like QIQE for 33 points.
Your loan,
and then it'd make one of the greatest comebacks, if not the greatest comeback in the history.
Of making an individualized shua towards each of those guys, and therefore it turns out that halacha l'maisa I've lied.
Dog.
20 chatos.
How does that help me?
Some things are not working. Some things are not. You're not going to make me become honest. That's a tremendous amount of liability. I won't say so again. So 2 things, at least have it on a basket. So 2 things to matter. Number 1 is that
you're up and everybody's waiting on you. Aura, yeah, Aura.
You're only chayiv on the prat, not chayiv on the 12. Then going back to our original question, when I say shvua she'im,
how many letters are left?
Right? Lo pikadon, v'lo shomesyad, v'lo yaza, v'lo aveda. I'm not chayiv an additional shvua for a general klal shvua. I'm only.
How many letters are remaining?
Again, for what? For the individual shvuas that remain. Which is our previous question. Okay.
This bitch is over.
And that's the upasitas biti. So I said the Mishnah then ended off with an interesting case. Someone claims ultimately again a knas.
What do you think my answer to that is going to be?
He says to Shimon, you seduced my daughter, or you violated my daughter, and what's the halacha? And again, what happened over here?
What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places to play? Do you want me to give us more places to play?
Good. So we'll say, so this was a and that's the pasita tzidi, and that's the pasita mashbiach Ultimately, it turns out that Shimon is lying. That Shimon is chayiv. That Shimon posed, Rabbi Shimon says, no, he's pater. Why? Shimon was showing knas al pi atzmo. Rabbi Shimon says, no, this is a knas. And since most of the knas pater, and also again, you can't make yourself chayiv. They responded back to Rabbi Shimon, Abba pi Shimon shalom knas al pi atzmo, v'shalom poshes u'pegam al pi atzmo. Doesn't make any sense because at the end of the day, even though you can't pay knas, so most of them are getting all of these cases.
Well, isn't this a
even
problem?
going to be other forms of financial restitution, namely Moshe's pagam, rights, humiliation, depreciation, any type of medical bills that are involved in this as well. So now it's as follows.
Play something good because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world. This happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass, BTA, belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word? You don't have anything left?
But he does have Saor in the Kosmin. So I say, interested in what's the halacha? The father. Right? He's part of the because it turns out that when Reuben swore about the wheat, he wasn't fat.
Big Doug, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn, and everybody's waiting on you, Big Dog. Everybody. I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to
Therefore, it doesn't make sense to say that if you lie about it, you're going to be chayiv. Even though you might be chayiv on both just
judges of
item is going to be pater.
World comedy, raw comedy, they're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim? That's a fucking word.
Ruben said he didn't have the wheat, or indeed he swore correctly about the wheat, but ultimately deny the story. In this case, the Kula knows
that's not real.
But in this case, it's like this case should be compared to the following case. Reuben goes over to Shimon, and Shimon, give me the wheat and the body of the star. And Shimon says, right? And what happens? Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possession. But it turns out that although Reuben doesn't have any of Shimon doesn't have any of Reuben's wheat, but he does have Shimon's body.
God, you are up. Everybody's waiting for you.
Everything that Reuben claimed, he still had some of the stuff that Reuben claimed, and that should be enough ultimately.
I don't like the B's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J. The J's a big number. B sucks. B should be more than 4. And I feel like H is pretty powerful. And so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is
the fundamental machlokes ultimately is in the following case.
Over.
In the following case.
Do you really? All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness.
That's secondary. And when Reuben makes the claim against Shimon, really what he's claiming is the knas.
So you just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win.
No, the claim is a total claim. The claim is for the Knas, but the claim, of course, includes damages as well. So let's say what is really at the root of the machloek. It's actually very interesting. The Shimon Savar, no shavik inish midi the kids, the tava midi the low kids. So the Shimon said like this. So let's say what's the good thing about Knas? The interesting thing about Knas, that a Knas penalty is fixed. Damages are variable. So Rishon says, in this claim, you
boy, are you struggling?
And variable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on the fixed amounts and not worry about the variable amounts.
This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart.
Damages,
You had
I'm not
you
really thinking about right now because I don't even know how much that is. Rabbanan, on the other hand, holds. So I'm sure Sarah no shavik inish really the kids are telling me the little kids.
What were you trying to do with the? You were like, hey, pass. I could win on this.
What you think is fixed is not really fixed. What happens if at any point in this process,
Dude, that's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
He's caught it. So the Rabbanan say doesn't get any sense of claim on something that claim which can easily evaporate to the extent of damages, even if Shimon admits what he did. Just in the mechanism of
Door?
claim,
Door's
like
a word,
what is
though.
the
It has a
D-O-R.
Oh. So are you indoors or are you outdoors?
The penalty payment. But I thought it doesn't make any sense.
I mean, you're once you run into a door frame, you're outdoors.
So therefore, again, it makes sense to get it focusing on ultimately again the damages, which remains even in the case of English. That's not wrong. So let's say.
What would your
Also, wait. I can agree with time the universe and then over time the universe has
my daughter.
like we're really outside we're outside other universes.
Again, it turns out that he's a liar.
Yeah,
it will be
it's
liability.
paradoxical.
There's liability both for the penalty payment, because remember again, we didn't even look at anything. So
Okay, hear me out. Since arguably the other universes are the bigger omniverse.
Multiverse, which is part of the omniverse.
We're outside of that. So we are.
But then we're inside the omniverse.
10 days left. So Schwartz has Dayanim, now we're up to
And you can't get outside the omniverse.
Schwartz I'm going to say now again. Rashi says over here, this is actually a very interesting shua.
Well, I mean, our universe is outside of all other universes in the omniverse. So therefore, we're outside of the omniverse.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the omniverse.
He says, no, I only owe you 500. That is what's called the case of modern. It says partial admission triggers a shua.
I get it.
That's
we're outside of other universes more so than not.
Incredible.
You had a funny joke when you said Zoom is funny. 0, 4, 7. Whatever. 0, 7. That was so funny. That was
but that's not actually what it means. But it just means
047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day.
$1,000, and he admits he owes me $10. That's also come over the next us, right? So I should say I kind of think I said, oh no, Shavaputa. Now look at the idea over here is the admission obviously has to be a Shavaputa. Right? Because if an admission is less than a puta, then obviously
on a scale of 0 to 10. How hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is?
The admission has to mirror the claim. Right? In other words, if I claim against Ruben one thing and Ruben
He's
claims
something like
that's not more than makes us cases.
I bet she's a
So
6.
what happens? I say to Ruben, you owe me 2 pieces of silver. And what happened? Ruben responds, Ruben says, copper. I don't know what silver, but yeah, copper.
I think she's both.
Right? Why? Because again, the emission does not match.
I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Discuss.
In that case, it's going to be
The fact that she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle.
As far as buildings go,
As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree.
This means so what do you see?
What if you're stop? What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside the biodome. What are your thoughts?
This fascinating.
all the materials are came from the earth, so you're really just reshaping the outside into a shape, and therefore you're still outside.
Okay. What if you?
It sounds like a mode to the Mitzvah's case. So why is Ruben?
Oh, I think I got it. Baby. Let's say you're in an elevator,
Listen to this.
and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator?
Not well versed in any of
But yet still inside the building?
Again, the assumption over here is I'm going over to Ruvain after, let's say, my father's passed away.
No, it doesn't matter how many of
So now what happens? So now I claim that Ruvain can easily say what? What can easily say? What can he say?
You're still outside.
But didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
Just like when you return a lost object, you're doing a favor to someone. So that's how
define that things are like alterations of natural things, but they're all derived from something on Earth.
Or somewhere else. So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist?
And therefore, Ruben is not forced to swear on the remaining
It exists. What makes up things that are natural, unaltering things.
Yeah. So
you can deconstruct something that get organic, natural things.
So then it's not synthetic; it's just actually organic.
First of all, when we are young, we think our
Yeah, I know. We just classify. I mean, there's unaltered organic material, and you're altering it, and you classify it as synthetic. Yes, still ultimately like plastic or whatever. Still comes from wherever, like rubber trees, chemicals, but all those chemicals and rubber are natural.
Okay. So, let me just summarize this for you. Okay, you're saying that nothing synthetic exists.
Yeah.
No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop. Full stop.
The suffering most time we go through life,
And
things
so
happen,
by
and sometimes you don't understand why things happen.
association,
Whether verbally or cognitively,
there's these thought processes that are going on, but yes, really everything stems from
it's important to understand that children
organic materials, and whether you want to classify an altered organic material as synthetic, that's what people do.
Doug,
You know,
just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic
are not
exists.
in the affairs of the parents, both in our human parents and certainly in
Right, no.
Okay, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside, because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside. Because everything is inside the universe.
This becomes a multi-mechaber of a variety. It's right because I admitted that I own
So now we're talking about shelter.
Ruben claims that you.
Oh, okay, shelter. Okay, so you're saying everything is outside.
Yeah, when you go into your house, you're still outside.
Now, what happens if again I go to it on Sunday?
That doesn't make sense.
Ruben says, yes, I do. I go to my Monday. I say, Ruben, if you collect my
Oh, it does.
I don't owe you anything. Then it's high. Ruben's going to be high.
So
you're inside
comfort
apartment,
from cold. Like we're
already outside, you're already surrounded by natural materials, natural wood, whatever. You're basically outside and taking a new creation.
Deny it on Monday.
So if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything. What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right?
Inside is just a reference point, a good direction that we use to have a point of reference for technically, I believe that we are still outside.
Okay, but aren't we inside the universe?
Yes,
So what happens?
I agree with that.
Okay, and aren't we technically inside the solar system?
Well, no, technically, we don't know what is outside there.
Okay, but that's fine. That's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we can agree we're inside this universe, right?
Well, no, if we don't know the boundaries of the universe, that there's something outside our universe, then we have the outside of that.
Okay, fine, whatever. Then, okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right?
Yes.
Okay, so are we inside there?
On the other hand,
when we say outside, I'm referring to Earth, nature, forests, mountains, cities, anything within the atmosphere of the Earth on the surface. Not talking advanced stuff, like when you say go outside, you're outside in cities, streets, buildings, whatever. It's all outside.
Aren't we inside the atmosphere?
Yes, the McLean, that's more than makes us incredible. When you say outside, right, so you
I'm going outside the
Okay, aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we wouldn't be inside the clouds. Okay, if it's foggy, wouldn't we say we're inside the fog?
The emission does not reflect the claim. I'm claiming rain. Ruvain's admitting Levi's two different things.
You can't say that. I'm not saying that they are explaining, but that log is going to be outside typically unless you have a log machine, which is also outside. So we typically say indoors.
Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point? So you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way. We're inside the atmosphere, technically.
Why? Because again, the response does not match the claim. The Gamil says that you're going to be chayiv. So again, we'll see why that is.
Okay. So how about this? Can't we say? Well, and then you get into like the materials, and I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then
what am I claiming? What am I claiming? What am I claiming?
And something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic, so you can't ever be outside of anything, right?
Yes.
Okay, what about this? What if I say you're outside of your element?
Well, that's a expression.
Okay, well, what if I'm what?
The concept.
Wait. You're using the idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm.
So we get partial emission by carbon.
No, I'm not saying that we're inside enough to describe things,
He's going to be
but I'm just saying in the concept of like residential or building, like that particular concept thing saying going inside, you're really still outside of it.
But that's not correct. We've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system.
Well, those things are still up to debate. We don't know what's outside.
No, that one's different.
Those are reference points.
But the solar system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system.
Because their claim is
okay. Yes, we're outside the atmosphere. I agree with that, but when you go down to Earth level, like there's the outdoors.
Okay, stop. So then if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are...
Now you understand the need for homework, right? Now you understand. There was a reason. What a run, what a beginning of the week. Based on tomorrow, we begin the new Gemara.
Outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule.
That's space capsule is still natural.
Yeah, but wait. Okay, so it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate.
Well, it could if futuristic building materials were all organic compounds. It's not that far of a stretch to say that every material, whether it's been modified, originally comes from an organic material.
I apologize.
What if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cut and paste right now.
So what are the atoms? Sorry, but it's a wonderful. Is it a carbon copy of the synthetic thing, which is an organic derived?
Okay, how about this? We are I mean, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be organic. And you get down to the point where, from a definition, you say atoms are organic. And so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside, because it doesn't make any sense. I get what you're saying. No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside.
No, you are.
Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside.
It can be used as a reference point, but it can make reference grand context of where that shipping container is made of. Natural element. So you're surrounded by natural elements. Surrounded by nature, which is also much of natural elements. So just because you construct a little dome out of natural elements, temporarily shield you from other natural elements outside of you, you're still ultimately natural elements.
So how isn't the solar system a natural element? Oh wait.
It is, yeah.
So then, aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside of it.
If your concept is the same as outside of the nature, wherever else, take a place on Earth. Imagine outside.
I don't give a fuck about that. I get your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system.
Yeah, so I mean, in a sense, yes, it's all just like big, it's all just a big natural space outside, which is outside. Outside kind of means like not confined.
No, you keep changing the definitions, and I don't like that. It's illogical.
Okay, what do you think the definition What do you think the definition of outside?
Generally, it means external to a structure.
Outside refers to the area beyond. Outside refers to the area beyond building structure. Often implies being outdoors. If you open your home and your outer surface. Or in a metaphorical sense, the limits of possibility. Physical location, area space boundary or beyond a boundary or the outer part of object.
Your own spiritual development. Incredible.
Yeah, I mean that definition. Wrong.
Okay.
So remember again, we're beginning to see that. Remember why we do this? Because it's beautiful. It's fantastic. It's thought experiment. We spoke about the different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Again, originally the context
that was fun.
Which could be used.
I don't agree with it, and I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool.
Different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, "Kol shinu samurim below kol."
Yeah, I mean,
what appears to be like the name of Hashem. Now, specifically,
how about this one? What really is? I would say we are not. Outdoors is not the word you use. You said inside.
Do you think the Milky Way is outdoors, or is it outdoors, or is it inside?
So again, except for that one pasuk. Why? Because what was one saying?
It's outdoors.
He's referring to that tower, which has the ability to again literally give light and power. And of course,
if the Earth is to Milky Way is an Earth by correlation, outdoors as well. Outdoors as well.
Find the word again.
You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you originally posed it. Now let me ask you this.
No, but outside and outdoors are very.
No. There's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question for you. No, they're not. Outdoors and outside are two different things.
Novos did not want to sell.
They can be, but they don't.
If I say, okay, I'm saying I'm going outdoors. That's one way to put it. Or you can say I'm going outside. And those both mean I'm exiting my environment and going outside, which is also considered the outdoors. So they're interchangeable.
No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way.
That's not what I asked.
Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors?
Indoor doors or outdoor doors?
Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like it's like a portal. Like some people may consider a door to be going out into something. Other people may consider it going into something.
Yeah, I think it's not one or the other. It's like both. Part of it facing the outside and a part facing the inside.
But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could.
What do you mean?
If you put a door frame, just the frame, in the middle of a field, both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside.
It's interesting. This war, so a number of the Hebrew finished up so.
So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. When you walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably.
Brother against brother. What was there? Brother against brother. He's
or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside, and you walk through the other door frame, through the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside.
What happened was, before the tribes went out against the Yemen, they consulted.
Because both frames are
I think that's an argument that could be made.
Like they consulted HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost
the first
two battles.
If it was set up like that, how would you describe the
The first door that's outside, I would call it like a. You would say walk. That's a different story. So you're saying, how would you describe it if there's just a door frame in the middle of a field? Walk through that door to the outside. Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside.
Ultimately, again, he did. In other words, if you look at the way they asked the question, They ask, should we go to battle?
Okay.
And if it were in a house,
Go to battle.
walk through that door
What did they ask? Will we win? Right? They didn't ask,
inside the
will
other
we win.
room.
What they never asked was, will we defeat or will we be defeated?
You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room.
The third time when they asked, will we be successful? HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, yeah, you'll be successful. Shneimer uPinchas ben Elazar ben Aaron HaKohen Omed lefanav b'yom lahim le'mar ha'osi od latzis le'nalama. Should we go out to war now a third time?
I mean, you're quite sure we were like, how do you judge whether a door is inside or outside?
Yeah.
This is really incredible. Just as an aside.
Okay, if you really want to get,
If you really, you could argue, depending on where the hinges are during
That's why they lost
the door.
there are no hinges. There are no hinges.
From the
It's a door frame. There are no hinges. There's no doors.
You want your success.
Yeah, no, I'll give an example later. If it's just a door frame, and there's no front or back side, it's just a door frame.
All right, I got this one for you. No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion
because when you're asking that question, that's
is subjective,
on the prize. The question is not should we go to
except
war. The question is should we go
this
to war
statement.
and know that we are going to be successful. HaKadosh Baruch Hu needs them to ask the question that way because ultimately, again, that's an army, that's a nation. Those are people
I disagree.
who are hyper-focused on success. And I will say,
it's paradoxical. It's absolutely right.
In life.
No, I agree.
So often,
Okay.
I disagree.
and we're not convinced of our own success.
But that's just but that's just your opinion. It's subjective.
That you can be successful.
Which
by me not agreeing
This goes back to I will try.
whatever it is,
Subjective.
Because again,
And I just disagree.
No, you're not. You're just proving that. Yeah, it's subjective.
The more roadblocks and obstacles that are thrown up right in front of us.
Yeah, but your statement is every opinion is subjective except opinion. That's your statement, and I'm saying no, I disagree.
And that's subjective.
But if you're kind of like hedging your bets a little bit,
Yeah, that's your subjective opinion. What I'm saying is this. Everything in the world is someone's opinion. Or every opinion in the world is subjective. The only, I should say, every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except this statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except this statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective, and that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but if I disagree with that statement,
Then that proves it, that it's your opinion, it's subjective.
Right? And I will say, what does this mean? Remember, the Gemara says, so much right? Ultimately, with certain core brachas or certain core.
What are the odds Zoot wins his heat?
One of them is MS. Yesterday we saw Rachum B'Chanon. So Shlomo means share sin to the one to whom shalom shalom.
it's like his improv
It was worse than the other night.
My vineyard is
Yeah,
thousand to you, Shlomo.
like so many chances.
Shlomo Levier.
And it's like so bad. It wasn't even
was that Shlomo.
like a little bit.
We gave him easy words. We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff. STIs and autism.
200 dedicated to me. Others say this.
I'm going to ask you, what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly? Children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, ADHD, autism, and Hitler.
For a prolonged amount of time. After that, he was never settled and never confident, so he slept with a small militia around his bed. You're right. This one, and show me the other one as well.
That's Zoot. That is Zoot. Like,
what about the fact that Shmuel said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not held?
What else does he talk about?
What does that mean? So what that means is you're allowed to enlist up to 1/6 of your population in your
he does talk about a few other things, like raw comedy and James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for like years, and you didn't know he had a brother. Yeah.
Percentages ultimately, again, that could be conscripted into the army. And yes, also it is important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the battlefield.
And he said he's going to punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbatable.
Appropriate percentages, and also to understand
Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender.
If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not going to help.
So the amount of Korean spiritual that's constantly
right.
It has to be both.
a while, and then
How do you do both in a way? Number
we
one,
never say we want to punch him in the face.
Right. You know that's a felony in the United States to say that to somebody, or not in the United States, in the state of California to say that to somebody.
For how those exemptions
That you're going to cause physical. It's considered like a terrorist threat. That you're going to do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm. That's Zoot. Actually, that happened to him. He or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out. Which he does. When was that? Like 5 years ago. And I'm not exactly sure what he. Dude, did he tell you he got punched in the face? And they never did anything about that. For as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as Zoot. I don't give a shit. If you're watching this, you could be watching this live right now. I'm going to tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with him to difficult person with whom to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. When you come in, I get happy. You make me laugh, not because you're funny, but because your personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And I will say this, I'm very proud of him for making it this far in raw comedy. It is
You literally
he's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't. they don't want to say that they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of raw comedy. Right. If I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was going to do. He's like, if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm going to give them I'm going to say that I want them to take the award. Which, I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? It's like, well, like, he was just trying to be, like, extremely humble. What'd you say? But, I mean, he got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5-minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. He had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something or say shit or fuck or go into something embarrassing. Like, that's why I'm proud of him, that he was able to get one good, I mean, we didn't see it, but like, apparently, like, it had to be good enough that he got it off. And they did not find that he was offensive or any of that other shit. Well, I'm just saying this, dude. Like, people, yeah. Just based on
I know. I don't know. He thinks that improv skills are important.
They have to, yeah, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really important to be able to think anything like that.
Even not doing crowd, just very important for coming up with material, brainstorm. It's just like brainstorm, basically.
If Zoot were here, I would, and I told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. He's never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about, when the punchlines are easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like, people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is, sort of, but his joke about, like, Zoot could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like a misdirect where he's saying, like, I did this, and this, I did this, and this, I did this, and this, and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. But he doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are just very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, I don't think Dave Chappelle is he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe a 7 or an 8. Dude, you're a 1. Your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot is. I appreciate it.
Funny like, clearly you can get broke Canadian too. I mean, do have the potential to be funny. It's like the premise of like shit you should absolutely never Google in your life. Why is Rothschild skinny? Why is he not fat? And then you just go on a tangent with that. Like he has the ideas. I know he does. I mean, yeah. He has potential. I don't know if it's current environment, anywhere near that.
I thought your hummingbird thing was really funny. They don't even hum. Zutix has a 25% chance of winning. He has what's the 1% chance? I wouldn't say 0 because all the people could simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But, I didn't even ask him, how many people is he up against on Friday? Oh, yeah, that's what he said. 45, they had to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way. If he,
I mean, he could do it if the joke did not suck.
Yeah.
That's the case.
Well, that's the thing. He could, and I would say this, if he practiced, let me say this, dude. If you practice it, or anybody out there, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. Anybody can do it. As I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning this contest. I really mean that. Nope, you can take street jokes. Jokes that are directly just common funny jokes. Look here, I'll do it right now. I'll just get street jokes.
It's not fun if you're shooting at just stealing jokes.
No, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could.
There's no creativity.
If people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity.
No, there's creativity. If you're stealing material,
it's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed.
You're using material you disagree.
You would find 10 really good jokes. There's some creativity in being able to sift through what's funny and what's not. And you memorize them.
It also means literally again, we'll call it affirmation words. There's acceptance.
I don't think that's how you get Dave
So again,
his aren't really even jokes in a lot of ways. He does have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning at the end. He's really getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does funny impressions too. But he's not like a setup joke punchline, setup punchline kind of comedy either.
So I understand why something phrased in the negative.
Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. Nor do they want to do that. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story.
Interesting. If no could be a shua, Say yes to Yeshua. Yes and no. Yes and no are
I'm currently outdoors, and when you say agree that I'm outside.
Okay. Are you? Basically, you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right?
No, outdoors not necessarily have to contain no roof. You could be outdoors with a roof. Like if you're under a tarp, you consider this tarp a roof. You consider a roof.
Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah.
It's also fascinating to see how.
Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes.
Things that I say to myself, love.
You could also say you're in a gazebo.
Sister concepts.
You could say you're inside the gazebo as well.
By definition, works for the other. So if you're telling yourself you can't fix this, well,
you could do the same for a house. I mean,
do this
outside the house.
Yes, you can. If you put your mind to
Your
it. Why?
gazebo's an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo.
The man, if he will curse, I will come. He will go ahead.
Okay, if you're on a patio or a restaurant, you're outside. If there's some makeshift like roof, you're still outside on the patio. Depending on how the roof is constructed, if there's umbrellas like on the patio, an umbrella does not constitute indoors now.
You're in. I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning?
So I would have thought that I'm only chayiv if I'm cursing Hashem, only chayiv for cursing specifically Hashem. You came back.
Yeah, I think it depends on how to start building.
I agree. Okay, so no, fuck that elevator. So, you listen to this motherfucker? Are you all listening to this motherfucker?
If you curse the four-letter name of Hashem, Yud Hey, and then Vav Hey, ultimately again that's a chiyuv misaf. For anything else, it's a lot. You'll get malchus. So that's how that I'm not.
Are you listening to this motherfucker?
The death sentence for cursing the Hakadosh Baruch Hu only comes for the four-letter name of the Ribono Shel Olam. For everything else, ultimately again, a lot.
Yo, dog, are you there?
So ultimately again. So the Mishnah said also, if
I just got back outdoors in my apartment.
Liability for that. So
outdoors in your apartment. Outdoors. Outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you just say inside your apartment?
So cursing one's parents by
Because I'm outside.
Oh, okay. So then why wouldn't you say?
I am in my apartment, but the apartment and me are outside.
Dude, this goes back to your thing about synthetics not being a real
The
thing.
majority of buildings, or at least residential buildings, are wood frame, timber, constructed.
Okay, but this just goes back to your thing that synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right?
I mean, you detrimental to you, cursing yourself.
You can say no, but
I mean, the fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, then I would say yeah. But I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel.
steel is more synthetic material.
Because it literally means do not go ahead and curse a
Yeah, no, I said earlier.
unawares to what it is that you do.
After you alter an organic then it's typically classified as synthetic, but they're ultimately derivatives of organic material.
Expressions of cursing, let's say from the Tochacha, and you use that to exert someone, that works.
Usually organic. A lot of times it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like rocks aren't living and they're considered organic. Like wood.
Is saying over this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. Now, what ends up happening? The Gemara says, "Amalei kanesh." And Yehuda says, "Use."
All right.
Now, what does that mean? Use a euphemism. What does that mean?
What about this one?
Rabbi Yehuda was saying, kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that. Because why? It makes it sound like what?
Sure.
So instead, say, just reframe the pasuk a little bit.
Let's see if I can remember this one. I don't know. It's a riddle. All right, but I don't know if I'm going to say it.
Euphemize it. That's a word. Right? But euphemize it. Right? Don't go ahead and make it directed towards me. So
this is between.
So again, there was another story. One of the rabbis.
Wait, hold on. What is it? The thing about which. No, it's something like the I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal
but don't say over to me almost about a statement
or a fraction.
Euphemize it and have it talking about
What is it?
some other entity, not me. So the Marsa Rosa, this almost seems like an al tiftach pella satan type of idea. It doesn't have the concept with negative connotations directed towards it. I talked about this. So why don't you both stories? I get it. Don't say a destructive concept directed at another person. Euphemize about some unknown.
That doesn't make any sense.
So I don't need both of these examples.
Yeah, that does. Like clock bends around until time. And at some point, the clock can be between 6.
Maybe when you're
But that's not it.
We don't euphemize the pasuk, right? When you read the pasuk, you just read the pasuk. You don't
It's just a riddle.
The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
Neither does it clock hand.
Directed towards someone else. It's such a beautiful sense here.
Both answers are correct.
No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be representing a fraction or a decimal.
In our actual
It's not a fraction. Time is not a fraction.
Towards one another.
A clock displaying time is a fraction. It can be reduced to a fraction.
What happens if I go over to Shimon and Levi? I believe that they know
Explain how 6:34 and 6:35
I phrase it in the negative.
are fractions. 35 is 35 by 16 minutes.
Exactly.
You give testimony.
So it'd be 35.
Yeah, no one tells time like that. No one ever describes time. I'm 6.
Yes, they do. They say it's 2:30, and that's 50% or 1/2. Or they'll say 1/4 past 2, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog.
Sure, that doesn't make the actual time itself.
Yes, it does. 1/4
is
when someone says quarter after, they mean 1/4 of the hour.
which then leads us
Yeah,
to
and
the
you're
Rothschild.
describing it like that. You can describe anything.
But you can't describe the word "and" like that,
Now that we have one version,
or it wouldn't make sense.
Let's go with the version as espoused in the Mishnah. But that
No, okay. Just because something can be divided into parts doesn't make the thing itself fraction.
Right? When does I should say when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold?
Yeah, it does.
You could infer
No.
the positive.
Give me an example.
When is that
A fraction is like 6 over 7.
When it comes to Isser, he
5 over 5 over 4.
If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which should be 1 over 1, or half, which should be 1 over 2, or a third, 1 over 3.
Yeah, but you're inserting a fraction over time. Time is itself is like inherently fractional until you insert this fractional math on top.
Which means you will choke. Now, the only so in other words,
Now, what the fuck are you saying?
If you're innocent, the water will have a positive effect. But
if I say to you, it's 6:30, that means it's 1 over 2 of the hour, which is 6:30.
You would not go ahead and intuit.
Yeah. I'm just saying because a clock can be like another fraction and divided in half make the concept of time itself automatically equate to fraction or fraction.
Yes, it does. Now, we might not discuss it in those ways, but
I think you could. You might very well be right, but to me it seems like you're
right. Yeah, I know it does seem like you're right.
forcing a fraction into something.
Now, how do I know that he
No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's halfway through the day. That's the midpoint. Or 3:30, 3:15.
To which the Gemara says, how can that be the less than there? Is that true that Meir does not hold Mechlal Lav Ata Shomei Ba'atyan Elu Shiva Nisa?
Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense?
When does Rabbi Meir say? When does Rabbi Meir not say Mechlal Lav Ata Shomei? That's ultimately again in cases of monetary cases. The Surah is like in cases of Isra, he does subscribe to it. The shiny Sota, the Surah, the Istimamono. Sota is different. Why? Because one says, as much as Sota is a case of Isra, at the end of the day, Sota
a fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Fraction is a ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions are divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions.
Time itself isn't a fraction. Time is a fundamental dimension. Measure of change and sequence. It's a human construct to help us make sense of our experience.
Can everything be a fraction? Yes. In a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. A pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing it says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For instance, half hour, 3/4 of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed as fractions.
Just because something can be divided hypothetically doesn't automatically fraction. Instead, we're using fractions as a way to quantify time.
Yeah, it does.
If you give testimony to me,
No,
what could I
AI just your AI should use AI.
Okay, here we go.
has to be
Your AI sucks.
Can every mathematical number, can everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction? Like a dog would be 1/1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything could be a fraction. 2 dogs would be 2/1.
But we definitely pass in that way. Hashkafa l'maisa. Life is all about Michlal Lav Ata Shomea Hein. It is all about the ability.
Fraction is a novel inherent economy of time itself. Darkness is not even up for debate. Not even a debate. I was right.
It is. It's
literally right.
Everyone here. No. From a theoretical standpoint, Steele man this argument.
Never steal manning allowed. Okay, we've already.
Here we go.
It's been debunked.
No, it is Steele man argument. Everything can be represented as a fraction. Ontological neutrality. Reality as quantifiable religion. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object. It is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing, but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference time. Thus, 1 dog is 1 dog over 1 dog, which is 1/1. 2 dogs over 2 dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, 1/2. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a charge of unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n/1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limiting one. Apparent indivisibility is a scale dependent. Objects like you can't have a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles, particles into energy distributions. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Riser. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals 1/2 of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic frame. I mean, you need me to go on because I can.
But wait. This inherently, there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Do you recognize what it is? In the riddle that I gave, I said, I didn't give the riddle correctly, but I said, the answer is not a decimal, nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess would be a fraction of 1/1 of the word and. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I come back to get my lawnmower.
It does make sense. So, yeah, the riddle has been debunked.
Okay, now that may be true.
No one's talking about this. No one's talking about this except right here.
So that may be true that riddle is incorrect. But the idea that everything is divisible into fractions is correct.
I think tomorrow morning on CNN, there's going to be some crazy story.
It's going to be this. Our top story, Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest person in South Australia. And additionally, everything is divisible into fractions. Let me get the riddle correct. Okay,
You can just impose a fraction over any
what is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a decimal. It does not have a decimal point, and it's not a fraction. It's something like that. The best brain busting riddles for Cynthia. So, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word and. The riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between the two numbers. Hold on, though.
Right, he really has my lawnmower. Ultimately, again, Ruben's going to be high. Again, what is he going to be high?
So from that,
where's 2 silver pieces?
from that perspective, dude, let me just go to ChatGPT.
Let's say I injured Ruben 5 times. Right?
All right.
You're getting trolls to go on Reddit and just like make up a riddle, just like doesn't make a whole lot of sense. No clear answer.
What is the riddle? What is between 6 and 7? It does not have a decimal, nor is it a fraction.
Oh, that's about the same picardon. Nevertheless, there's going to be individual liability.
What is the riddle? It's something like
what's the reason for that? Why
this is between 6 and 7. It does not have a decimal, and it isn't a fraction.
He has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. It's very interesting. So since there's the ability to admit,
yep, classic riddle answered, and because it's literally between 6 and 7, no decimal. Okay, but what is the formal version of the joke that I just gave?
So listen to this. Let's say again, Ruben is being claimed by 5 people.
What comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction. But technically, the word and is a fraction. It would be and over 1. That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody just every answer. Just absolutely everything you just say. The answer is a fraction. Oh, I mean, okay. So then how about an answer? What was the hilarious video that you watched yesterday?
Like always like Trump scammers, like lazy or whatever. And you have this one. He has like a bunch of scammers that are trying to steal like this looks like $1 million giveaway, but it's like it's really fake site. And then so I had a bunch of his subscribers create these like really like unsolvable like silly challenges, and then the scammers like go through and do all these like try and do like these like infuriating like ridiculous challenges.
I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that story can be simplified into a fraction? It would be whatever that story is over 1.
Wow, thanks. I never know that. So does anything make sense? Do words go divide by 1? And then it's just...
I think so.
And you consider them out to be outdoors? You consider a tent to be outdoors?
Oh, that's a
Tent is good.
middle gray area.
It's the same as a gazebo.
It's the same as what?
A gazebo. I was thinking that too.
But it has walls.
Not all
Okay.
not all tents.
Okay,
Not all
this
tents.
is
Not
scenario
all
you
tents
go
have
down
walls.
and
Not all tents have walls.
and walls.
Not
You still
all.
have
Do you recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls.
What tent doesn't have walls?
Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
What are they like half? Like circle or something?
No, it's like just a canopy with metal frame.
What do I search in the beach tent camp?
I would just
Like so it looks like okay, I think I see only the top part, right?
yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type in easy up tent. Easy, like the letter E, the letter Z, the letter U, the easy up tent.
You mean Z?
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, these things, just like four sticks. But those are definitely outside. But it's more of a philosophical debate of whether the tent outside, like a tent with actual sides.
Like a tent with actual sides. So wouldn't that just be
Camping.
yeah, wouldn't that be just a structure? Just like a house?
I mean, one could argue that, but I don't know.
One,
You could argue.
you know what one could argue? Is that it's a fraction.
That's true. It's actually one tent over one tent.
That is no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's one. It's actually 1/10 over 1.
Oh.
Which equals the 10.
You can't divide 10 by 10.
Because that would just be 1. Like if you had 2 tenths, then it would be 10 and 10, 2/10 over 1. Now here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously?
Yeah, I think that would be correct.
I think so. I don't even think you need the 10. I just said it.
Yeah, I zoned out on the third thing that said.
All right, so just
I get the point.
take a gazebo. Okay, you could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but when you say inside, it's like a reference to where you are within a certain object.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use a tent. You could be outside in the tent, inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work.
So you're able to justify. How do you justify the being outdoors, outside, both in the tent?
Okay, you can be outside in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent. You can be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent.
Yeah, I heard what you said, but I'm asking you to explain why you can be the first two.
Okay, if you're outside in the tent, means you're in the outdoors, or like in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent, and then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent?
Yeah, of course. That would just
Be
be
out.
that your body is not actually in the tent.
Right? Can you be out? Can you be outside or outdoors out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you be
outside of the tent, but also in the tent?
Can you be outside of the tent? Can you be outside of the tent, but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head, were outside of the door, but your body were, yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent. And that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the tent.
Have you ever gone camping?
Not a lot, but yeah.
So you agree that you're outside the sleeping bag?
Outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what?
Like you're just same principle. You're just always outside.
No, not if you're in the sleeping bag. Then you're inside the sleeping bag.
You just said that you can be outdoors in the tent, outside in the tent.
Yeah. Okay. So you would be outside in. You'd be outside in the sleeping bag.
Yeah.
Just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag.
Sure.
And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one.
Well, yeah. Everyone knows.
Yeah, and just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of just being whatever between the hand between 5 and 6 over 1. But that proved that riddle is incorrect if you say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then
this is also this over 1.
if somebody said that, I would say.
The only answer could be like nothing.
If someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a 3-letter word.
No, but if it's a fraction, you can like if by this rule that you have like 10 over 1 times time over 1 and over 1, then everything can just be put into a fraction.
I agree.
Unless you can somehow be outside of a fraction.
That's impossible.
I don't know about that.
Well, let's. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by 0, which you can't do.
think you can do it, but the answer just becomes infinity.
No, you can divide anything. 0 divided by anything is 0, but you can't divide by 0.
What happens when you divide by 0?
Like in a
It
calculator,
just instantly evaporates.
in a calculator, it says error. Why can't you divide by 0? Division by 0 is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. For reasons, division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by 0 is 0. That makes it impossible. Oh, there's too much math. Okay. Specific cases. Non-zero divided by 0. For instance, 1 divided by 0. No number equals. Okay, so why not infinity? Why? Well, since the result depends on the direction of the consequence. Allowing division by 0 breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by 0 is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why isn't? Stop. Why isn't? Dog. Do you not know what stop means? Why isn't dividing by 0 infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity goes something like this. 2 over 1 equals 2, 2 over 0.01 is 20, 2 over 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by 0 should make negative infinity. 2 divided by 0 equals infinity, and 2 divided by 0 equals negative infinity can't both be true. So we say 2 divided by 0 is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe to say that the person isn't asking about them.
Did you go to college?
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah. Did you guys do a degree?
Fuck yeah.
What was your degree?
Dick slanging.
Did you actually get a degree?
Yeah.
In what?
Politics.
Are you serious?
Yep.
You got political degree? I thought you don't like politics.
I don't. I don't like talking about it because I know a lot about it.
Was getting a political degree difficult?
It wasn't easy. It was challenging at times. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of writing in it, but that's why when people want to come in here and they always want to talk about politics, it's almost like someone who wants to talk to somebody about a war, but they don't know that that person's been to war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the matter. It's like I don't want to talk about this. I've been talking about yeah, exactly. I've been talking about politics like the first half of my life is talking about politics. I don't like to talk about it. And really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect. But yeah.
Were you going to try to be a politician ever, or why did you choose that?
No, I love politics. I love history. I love leadership. I love how to manipulate mass amounts of people with opinion and marketing. And it was certainly of interest to me.
Do you think you're well set to become the most popular?
100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and then I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert in it. I'm not the world's expert in politics, but I know a lot more about politics than any of the people who come into my space and are like, hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro. Like, okay, I've been hearing these things. That's fine. But yeah, it's kind of it's my forte, but I don't like to talk about it. Again, it's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war.
I guess current friend, somehow I've been on this fucking call for literally 12 hours. Did you know that?
That's got to be a record.
That's crazy. I literally have been on this call for 12 hours.
Are you proud of yourself?
Just like a black hole. Every time I come in here, it's literally a black hole. My day is gone.
That's what I like, dude. I was just saying the same thing about you to people in an X space. They were like, like, what's your normal day like? And I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, this is a couple nights ago. I was like, I was talking to a friend of mine from Canada and Australia, and whenever I talk with these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 a.m, and that screws up my whole week or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have a good time together and we play games together and make jokes and things like that. And they're like, then this one person's like, okay, well, what time does this happen? I'm like, it can randomly happen. I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling, and they're like, okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there till like 5 a.m, sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 p.m. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule, and it's like it just doesn't work that way.
I didn't want to be back at 5 a.m. schedule. Trying not to do it at all.
Well, guess what? 5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the world of mathematics. And you can know with good faith that your friend has a 25%, which is 1/4 chance of being the funniest person, or already is the funniest person in all of Southwest. He's got a 0 divided by chance at being the funniest person in all.
I was gonna say you earlier in Maradi before you had to insult me out you was like, oh, something kind of you like being my friend or something, and then funny or
Yeah. I do mean that. Oh, I absolutely do.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I'm just gonna pay back the compliment. Say thank you as well for being the one person on the planet I can talk to about like mini putt for like 8 hours at a time with talking about all these random things for long periods of time.
Absolutely, you're a good person, and you take my shit exceptionally well, and you don't get offended by it. And if at any point you ever did, I would stop immediately. Like, I just know who can take it and who can't, and you understand it's part of my cockiness and being like extremely confident and things like that. Exactly. But like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win, you win. No. It absolutely is polar opposite. It's polar opposite, and I know because she wouldn't play me if I shit talked her. That's not her way, and so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. We don't even pick. I mean, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun, and that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love giving it out because it's so over the top, and there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player on the fucking face of the earth, or this is the greatest shot in the history of humankind. It's just like so over the top. Like, who talks like that? You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I've watched my streams in the past, and I watched the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's like it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game, and I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery, and he's like, what? Who said that? Who said that? No, bitch, who said that? No, bitch, you want to come up here? Fuck you. That's the, like when he does that and he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny. And, but, well, I'll say this. If at any time it ever offends you, or I ever do offend you, you blow a whistle, you throw a flag, I will correct myself. And I'm very good at, generally, not making the same mistake again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I wouldn't do it. Like with Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not like you. Not like yeah, but I don't. Right. Well, like with Jacob, like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit, and I don't really give him shit because I want him to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute most dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolute bullshit that you would even try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up. Like, that's what anybody can say. But when you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really funny show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it. And I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is interesting, though I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure somebody said it. But It just was like a little quip. It's not that funny, but it was this. So there's a summer and the winter Olympics. But why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports. And I thought that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so
Can you do an improv minute on that right now?
yeah, I could. So there's a Summer Olympics, of course, and there's a Winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a Spring Olympics or a Fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby. But what would we have in the spring? There might be gardening. There might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved, who could grow the biggest crop, who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins. You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people, or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine in the day. That's a tough one. There's not as much to do in the spring, it seems like, in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking, we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with the fall sports. There you go.
Nice. Really, I like the ending.
So what I do, I have this thing. I think it's really funny. So I literally from the moment I wake up, I've been doing this like more regular, like this is how my life is. But okay, so when I awake, I say a quick prayer. It's called the Moda Ani. It's something that Orthodox Jews say. Right upon awakening. And then I go to wash. And when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I've told you this before, but basically, like, I imagine, like, there are, like, an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete. And I'll say, like, look at this footwork. Look at the agility out of this athlete. This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing. And then I'll go and watch and do whatever. And then when I'm resetting my streams, because it's so mundane, I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I am here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. And I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity to witness this. This would be like if Wilt Chamberlain had sex with Babe Zacharias, Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic. What do you call that thing? The Olympic, what do you call that thing? The Olympic, where all the Olympic athletes go. It's called Olympic, let me find the name of it. Olympic, yo dog, what's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like eat and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, it's called not canine. Oh, because I said dog. Yo, what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called Olympic.
Olympic Village. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of sex in Olympic Village. It's like a well-known thing with Olympic people. And I don't know. I just do this thing, and it's my joke to myself. But then it moves into when I talk with people. I'll be like, I'll just be extremely cocky and confident and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And Riser, I'm glad you get my humor. And I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly. And come back whenever you want. You know that, okay?
Yeah, man, I gotta go sleep.
Peace, big
I don't
dog.
know if you saw that message that I sent you. But I was like, this video, this fucking game show that I found. I've seen it before, but I watched it for the first time yesterday. And this thing is fucking, it's so bad. It's like the most boring show ever. It's 5 hours long, and it's like it's just so mundane. I mean, you can get at it.
Thanks, baby. I'll take it as a compliment.
It will get like sometimes be like challenging, but like 90% of it is literally like it's literally just like there's a bunch of pictures that just come up and you have to just say what's in the picture. It's literally like so easy at first. It's like horse, cat, dog, turtle.
Dude,
You're playing against the person.
I played this
video of it. It's just so bad and unentertaining. It's horrible.
I played a game like this. It was a crypto community like a week ago on Sunday, where they just would show you a picture, but it was a hand-drawn picture. It wasn't like a live picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. And whoever could do it fastest gained tokens in the cryptocurrency.
I like that game where you have to hand draw and then a bunch of people are guessing. That one's fun.
You fucking love Pictionary, don't you?
What? Whatever the draw one is, you draw the line, you have to guess that one. This game sucks.
Okay, well, I have not seen that message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca-Cola thing? Oh, the guy who remade the Coca-Cola. It took him a year. And then the thing about the scammers. Well, I will do my best to check it out when I have time.
But like you, I need to be getting to bed. So again, thank you for your time. I hope Yellow is not feeling neglected. Go take your nap that you were going to take 12 hours ago. And sweet dreams, big dog.
All right. So,
Shout out to Riser. What a good sport. You feel that he's a good friend? Yeah, he's a really good friend, and I like him. He's changed. I've never known anybody from Canada that well. I've known people from Canada, but never somebody. I don't know. I've talked. I guess I know. I've known some people, so I've talked to a lot, but not this much. Not like 12 hours. Anyway. Is that the end of your story, dude? I have this fucking comment that has been sitting for like a day, and I think I might get fucking sick by eating it.
Is a valid denial. In other words, it works. That type of denial can actually get what a lot of people say is the only time you're time for a false stress and is when your false shua could have served to potentially liability. But if anything you didn't apply it, the Lamasi Yeshua is pretty much inconsequential to the whole Shua, but you won't be high with the code. So we'll say, when I am meant to make money, which means I can constantly make money, and Ruben, and just as he witnesses, and what happens? And Ruben denies that claim. He swears, he says something that he doesn't have it. And it turns out that he's a liar. He'll be highly covered Asham. Why? Because when my secret is here, he cannot protect freedom from liability. אף על פי שלא הייתי מסתכל בשביל, ואם שלא הייתי גסו, הריביל בעשה, שלא יבוא. או יבוא ולא תסתכל מגיסם, או יפס לא תתחי, כדור זה תעשו בלספור שעה, ססקו לא די, ססקו לבי מספר חי. Therefore, his denial of the liability is attacking effective denial, as opposed to that. And therefore, again, when it turns out that he's a liar, you will have to go ahead and recover Asham. So we'll say that is ultimately the reference. Ever again, if the document or if the debt is ultimately reported in a document and he denies liability and he swears to the effect, he will not be hired for a false trust. We'll say why not? He will be put in the second. So every star is actually a couple, and as we will learn, one is not hired for denying claims in regards to your population. What is that kind of a question? Or violation of trust because of for denying claims against your population. But like it says it's was this is the thing. But yeah, if we carry on, so was a long distinct line, I go ahead and I go over to Ruben and says, Ruben and Shimon, you know testimony regarding the fact that lady owes me rent. So I am returning them, right? I am going there and making a sure regarding a real property to whom that I have against someone else. So we'll say, what's that one? Then what happens? What we know the split. What's the split? They say we have no knowledge. They swear to that effect. Then what? Turns out that they're lying. We have knowledge. So we'll say, Shaila is they do not knowledge regarding a claim that is focused on real property. Shaila is what is your liability? So please do that. One says one says they are punished. Says standing. So what's the real point is why? The other Yochanan, I compare the Mama Shimisha type. Because the Yochanan just said before that if one goes ahead and denies a monetary claim, and now this is to the claim, but the claim is not recorded in the business. Now, love means it swears falsely that it doesn't have the money. It's tight. However, Shtar caught them. But ultimately, the claim is recorded in the document that was signed, and the holder of the money, right? The holder of the money denies liability, he will be punished from a common usher. Why? Because it's just said before, there's anything recorded in Shtar is backed up by real property. And one is not highly for denial of real property. Okay, that's one of the areas you have. Let's say first my side. And according to the figure of a religion, Yeshua, he said to Gemara to study doctor. I'm going to give you Rabbi Abba. Lima, that the open of the laws that took on that the Ezra Rabbi was watching this. This actually is really this. So, since my book is ultimately again, the open of the laws is the same approach that the Ezra Rabbi was watching this. That's this study. Let's say third wide line. Hagozel Sagan Havera. Let's say, watch this. I still a field from my friend. I steal a field from my friend. The shot for now. The most thing I want to happen is I steal the field. After I steal the field, I will close the Jew. Right? Everybody, every Jew does it. Every Jew does it. So, that says that. So, you have to translate the act of but what is the term? Says the guy is the person is to do with Shuba, or one of that person. One of that see with Shuba, that's Shua Hagabi. So the Rabbi said Shua Hagabi was literally the first search he done. He went ahead and his home. Without years to travel around the earth. So the Pasuk says, Shuba, so Hayama, he returned to his home to Ramah, and he went very disturbed. The Rabbi said, every Jew does Shuba. Only Shaila explains the service. The only said, the only valuable is how large the radius of the circle. Some people have a radius, some people the circle is a large radius, some people the circle is small radius. Everybody does it. So we'll say, everybody does it. Everybody does it. Some people go with their left, some people go with their death, some people go with their final breath. But everybody does it. So it says, I steal a field from my friend, and I do about 50 records.
shut for now. So it's I still feel. Also, what happens? The field is flooded. The field is flooded. So say again, through no fault of my own. Act of what do they call it? God. Act of God. Right? Act of God. The field is flooded. Act of God. So say, what's the halacha now? How in order to the field? What's the shayla? The shayla is what's my liability. So chayv lahavim lo sadek. Remember that. So what's the evidence that says? You have to do when you feel. Also, it's a dashi. Chayv lahavim lo sadek. The kasava karkin and zealous. The power of the shuskayim. The prayer of the shuskayim. So what's it? Rabbi Eliezer says you can steal real property. You can steal real property, and therefore, then when you steal something, remember whenever a guy steals something, that property becomes his. That's such a, say, what's my obligation as a God? My obligation as a God is to protect the value of the object as it was at the time that I stole it. Because once I stole it, I acquired it. My obligation to is to return that which was stolen in accordance with its value at the time it was stolen. Therefore, again, Rabbi Eliezer says, therefore, Rabbi Eliezer says, I have to keep him, I really have to give him a field. Whatever that means, whether I have to give him financial value. The Chum say, no, this was wild. On the road, already shot the so I say, what happens? I say, Ruben, here's your field back. So what happens? So Ruben says, but that's not the field you stole. So I say, now that I teach the law, I'm not sure. The best part about teaching this law, to other people. And I say, Ruben, you really have to look on your Amigo. This was the Ratzon HaKodesh. You want to be also walking from this. Right, sir? And I did you for 5 minutes ago, somebody. So I say, now what happens? I say to Ruben, I don't know what you want from me. I stole it still. So what? I'm giving back that which I stole. I'm giving back that which I stole. How did Shulchan Lebanecha? So we'll say, the fundamental machlokus of the we'll say is really what? Now, we'll get into the mechanism, but the fundamental machlokus itself is can real property be stolen? Rabbi Eliezer clearly says yes. And this says yes, it's still real property. That's why the moment I stole it, the field becomes mine, and my obligation is to give back the field to the owner at the time, at the value of the time that it was stolen. Come see, you can't steal real property. You back again, even though I kept it moving out of the property all the time, the property was his. It was always his. The fact that I built a 6 foot corner, I didn't let him into it. At the end of the day, it was still his karka and not zealous. And still real property. So you actually shut all about that. Kasava karka is zealous. If you shut for now, there's so six in Murakami time. I never was like when the river overran the field. In fact, the field wasn't overrunning. Ruben's field. It was Ruben's field. So I was like, but I'm going to say, come on, the microphone. He was already arguing about that. The Eliezer does the UK, but I want to dash it from the front. So I say, you can still be able to really argue about the ones that are the exegetical principles. How do you dash the ones possible? You dash it from the front. You put the ones that get the shot. All right, everyone say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning share to thank out for Talmud Torah responses for the year Tufshin Teher. I know Talmud Torah responses. Tosin Mishpacha Baruch Yisrael for dedicating all the Shemar Joshua this year as a zechus for Soros Tovos for all of Am Yisrael. Now Talmud Torah responses for the month of Sivan Abavim with Tova Stephen Tarizin in loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris Zin Devora Bas from Yisrael Yoel, on the occasion of her 5th yahrzeit of the merit of our Talmud Torah. And Shalom Savan Ali, the families in the Chala, all of those who need a report of Shabbat, together with Kol V'Chol Yisrael, the Kodesh Baruch Hu Shnei Hashem, the Gomer has to do the B'Shalom and the Karov, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. The Kol Naaseh Yedeim. Listen with that, let us be. We have a lot to do today. The Baruch Hashem, some incredible, really incredible, beautiful Gemara ahead of us, and a sprinkling of Agadaton. And there's Hashem today. So today's daf is Lamed 835.
We are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Lamed Daled Amud Beis at the two dots, point in the middle of the page. The Rishim Omer Chayiv Kan, the Chayiv Bipikata. So since remember again, the Gemara over here is still referencing the four different opinions that we had on Lamed Gimel Amud Beis. And as we pointed out, one of these very nice machloksim. What do I mean by very nice machloksim? That at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The result is that by Shua Sa'idos, one is not chayiv unless, of course, the claim. I think so much welcome back. That the claim is for a monetary one, right? There has to be a monetary claim involved. Halacha said they dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So Shimon Omer, chayiv kan v'chayiv b'pikadon. So Shimon chooses to learn it out from Shua Sa'ikadon. So they laughed about Rabbi Shimon and Eretz Yisrael. They laughed about this. So the Gemara says, "My chocha." So let's understand what was there. What exactly is there to laugh about? The Tani Malipikadon Shekemo Asaba Mushpa Kinishpa Mezid Kishoke. So Pikadon is different than Shua Sa'idos. How is Pikadon different? Number one, by Shua Sa'ikadon. I also remember again. This is one of these scenarios where we're at a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the sugya of Shua Sa'ikadon just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says like this: Shekemo Asaba Mushpa Kinishpa. And Shua Sa'ikadon, Mushpa means someone who takes someone who's adjured by someone else, like someone who takes the shua themselves. And furthermore, Mezid Kishoge. So in Shua Sa'ikadon, both of these cases are different from one another. Masha'en came by Shua Sa'idos, where there is no distinction. So there was a mifte, Mushpa, the Asala Eidos, Rabbi Shimon Minole. So what does Rabbi Shimon know? That Mushpa means, again, that he could be adjured by someone else and still create liability. From where does Rabbi Shimon know that? The Gamar Pikadon, because ultimately you learn from Pikadon. Pikadon, Nami Mushpa, Piachiran, Vigman Eidos. The Pikadon itself, ultimately, that you could be adjured by others, is learned out from Eidos. And my Chochos, I understand, what's the laughing over here? What's the mocking? So maybe we should learn this off. If there's liability when adjured by others, should there not automatically be liability when one takes the oath themselves? Rather again, let's say if they laughed about this position of Rabbi Shimon because of the issue of equating the reason and showing not just because of Shekima, also when Mishpah is different than Shua Sa'idos was. Because number one, Mishpah is not like Mishpah, being adjured by others is not like you can destroy yourself. And furthermore, again, this is not like children. Let's one second. If we use this, that is so we know that there is liability for life liability, even for intentional violation of Shua Sa'idos. Let's still be now, very simple idea, because the Shua Sa'idos is no working of the Nara. The Nara means the matter is hidden from the individual. Whatever you see the Nara means that there's only going to be public liability for the not for me. So that word is used by Shua Sa'ikadon. How can I look to the Nara? So we also put this in the Nara. I'm going to look here for my fault. So I don't think so. What's the matter? That's the only again. You know that even over here trying to finish with the Shimon, and the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory. What they're signifying is statement that they laughed about the sheep and Eretz Yisrael. What are they laughing about? Well, the music of the rock is so music to cut them. The Neiva, the Rishon, blah. So maybe what they're laughing about is as follows: that the idea that music is not like children by Pikadon was learned out from the Neiva. That's where the Shimon derives in this position from. And this is what they were laughing about. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Pikadon, that ultimately the Shimon holds that music is not like children. And where does he end up learning that out from? So they go out from the Neiva, I say this verse of Pikadon with Neiva. I hope, and that's what I'm talking about. I can probably leave my love Aegis. Why did you learn out stress and cover from the love? And you just as easily go ahead and learn out from Aegis. Which makes it make more sense. To which the Gemara says, so you start on the Ila Havar in the Ila, so it makes more sense to go ahead and learn it out from the Ila. The Gemara says, Shikin Ila and the Ila, because both of these spaces are visible issues. So there is a very strong common denominator between these things. Literally, both forms of propagation. I could have actually just the opposite. The Eagles having made a mirror. Why not learn it out from the Eagles? Shikin Takta, Nitakta, and Zirshava Takta. Start on the Ila Havar in the Ila, Shikin Ila. So it makes more sense to learn it out. So let's say this from the Ila. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakal, Nana, Bikabua, Homesh, Asha. Also, she could look at Rashi. Rashi showed actually a little bit higher up in the planes out the 12 lines down into the short lines. Shikin the Ila, Bakal, Nana, Bikabua, Homesh. The same Nana, Ila. So this is about both of these things we use the Russian of Ila, this appropriation. We can know in Bakal, they both apply to everyone. This is because they're in Ila. About Eagles, they know that everything in life. But again, let's say this obviously only applies to those who are professional. We stand Nagu such. Stand Nagu Bagan should be like that. Stand Nana in the Hagdish is a couple more. Furthermore, both Middle Stress have become, both of them are benefiting from that which is in their hand. So again, the guy from the Ila from this property, and the guy from the Kadon from the Kadon from the property, Rafuki is just from there. It's supposed to say this, but there's no real law involved. It's saying the Kadon Kabula, both the Kadon and the Ila have a fixed carbon. However, Russia is over the way. The man who is showing the Chomesh, the Asham, the Eagles, the Kadon, the Interest, including my own book, the Kadon, are subject to an additional penalty as well as the Asham offering. And Shirasa Eagles ultimately is subject to a compass and not. So the idea here is it makes more sense to compare Lila to Kadon than to Kadon to Shirasa Eagles. Okay? And when the other so this is the opposite. The Eagles coming in the middle. So again, we have plenty of comparisons between Kadon and Eagles. What are those comparisons? There's Shikei, Fate, Hegel, Yeshua, Kevin the Cafe, the Owen. So again, let's go back to just a moment. It came back to Shikei, them like that. That's where we get. Sports and English, sports and Kadon. Both have Russian of Kafka. Regina and Hegel, and then again, let's say the Sports Chicago, both skilled regular people, as opposed to Nino Spirit Campus. The same sport, both skilled choice, but I engage to do the happening during both sports and the
Yeah, Mr. Perry. Good morning, how are you? Oh, I've been up all night with Riser. We spent 12 hours together. Yeah, it was fun. We'll sleep over, Mr. Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Did you have your coffee or your tea? Do you drink coffee? Oh, okay. Yeah. Good on you. Yeah, perhaps. I just prayed, and I'm in the middle of a Twitter space waiting for them to let me speak. And I'm watching a podcast.
maybe when this question came up, this was before the example.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Overrides all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, the law is absolute. Man Hana Shivas Hapikado, no Nitan, Doma the Kapara. The Lutheran thing that says it's Shivas Hapikado, intentional violation of Shivas Hapikado is not subject to Kapara. Very shame. So shame. This message Doma needs to show me part of the Milah, sign of position. So every Shivas brings out that ultimately the issue is that Mace is not like Shogi. Why? Because he learns out at the end of the day, Shivas Hapikado from Milah. The Hana position about Mushbach, but he doesn't bring up Mushbach, okay? The Gemara says that the Hana Eidos, the Tigma Picado, so why not go ahead and learn out? So it's Eidos from Picado, or 60 weeks. Right, children is from Picado, maybe they're not Shogun. So it's not Picado Shogun in reason law. Just like Picado. Now, locally, one is high Shogun, one is not high Shogun. As a class, you Eidos Shogun in reason law. Ultimately, so let's say Eidos, they don't give me liability for Shogun, that's the reason. The reason you know it because of the law. Whereas the top of the Rafi Kasrat, the guy who was making us the Kadasha. That's how the Torah purposely likes to us Eidos.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Mr. Aquarius. I hope you have a wonderful day. And God willing, I'll see you tonight. Yes, ma'am.
As well as too much difference the Kadasha, like I said, that's entering into the state of Torah, or conceiving a codex in the state of Torah, the Kula Ne'emar Bahan the Ne'elam. In all of those issues, the word the Ne'elam is used. Now, what does the Ne'elam teach me? Again, the word regulate. What does the Ne'elam teach me? That halacha makes me only tied to children, not tied to music. Right? Because the Ne'elam means I was unaware. I was unaware. The kind of low Ne'emar Bahan Ne'elam. And yet, my first say, it does not say the Ne'elam. What does that teach me? The time Halam is to children. Ultimately, they're going to go ahead and teach me children like music. So let's say something. So what's the bottom line here? The bottom line is the question, right? Over here, they laughed and then shimmy, ultimately they're distraught. Now, since the root of their laughter was the idea that he was seeking to learn out Shivas Ha'edos, Shivas Ha'edos from as opposed to a more linear method of learning out Shivas Ha'edos and Shivas Ha'edos. The bottom line, halacha l'maisa, which is very important, is that, and this is halacha l'maisa, that one of the unique qualities of Shivas Ha'edos is liability, carbonic liability. When you take a false Shivas Ha'edos, whether it was the shogeg or the mason. This is an important point. Because remember, again, like other types of shivas, for example, shivas usually, or shivas ha'adon, ultimately, again, if you actually don't take the false shivur, this is liability. Intentionally take the false shivur, there is no liability. Same thing again, like Tumas Mokas the Kadasha. Now, that's not a shivur case. That's not a shivur case. But that does get us back to the beginning of the Mishnah. You know, because we do have that again in the first Mishnah. Either entering information in the state of Torah, or conceiving Kodesh in the state of Torah. If you do those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability. But if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it comes up liability, uses the lesson of the ne'elam. The person did not know. Like Shivas Ha'edos, there is no mention of the word the ne'elam. He did not know, and therefore, again, it is the Gemara to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you borrow intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's say now, let's go Mishnah. So it's a great Mishnah. I said, let's mashpia yalot, and no kavod v'tigin. Shara is pointing meeting my son Jews and below my son. And so I say, this is an interesting thing. I go over to the very shitty. I say, the very shitty. I am adjuring you. Right? So I'm adjuring them. I'm imposing a shua on them. If you do not come to me and swear that you may promise to give me $1,000. So just understand what the claim is over here. I'm upset because Reuben promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? What happened? As often happens with promises to give $1,000, right? The giver reneged. Reuben decided no. So now Reuben made this promise in front of Shimon lady. Says, I want to impose a Shua Sa'idos upon Shimon lady. You know that Reuben promised to give to me. Come to me and testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, are they able to do it? Whenever I say Shua Sa'idos, there's only liability. There is no monetary claim when someone promises to give you something. I told us if Reuben promises to give me a gift of $1,000, that is not an enforceable claim. I have no monetary claim against him. Because there's no monetary claim, therefore there's no Shua Sa'idos. And I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, there's one takeaway, halakhic takeaway, is that the comparison between Shua Sa'idos and Shua Sakikadon tells me that just as Shua Sakikadon, there is only liability if I'm making a monetary claim against Reuben. So to again, Shua Sa'idos, there's no Shua Sa'idos if there's no monetary claim. So what this is teaching me is, even if someone promised to give you something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. I guess if it could be, right? You could potentially construct a case where if Reuben promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, I can get something like that. Anyway, so let's go back there. So you mentioned ourselves. I didn't hear it. I don't know what to say. משפיע אני עליכם, כשתקשיבו לעידס שתבוא ותנגון. Those are very interesting things. I say, you didn't shimon. I hereby adjure you that when you know English from me, you will come and testify. You know, once again, how it would prove it. There's no Shua Sa'idos in that case. Why? Those are Rothschild Keturim. Rothschild Keturim means that when there's no Shua Sa'idos, if they swear without no testimony, now again, you know what I'm saying? I mentioned some yesterday that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for Shua Sa'idos, you may be liable for Shua Shav, or Shua Shekel, that is possible. But the idea here is, I assure you that when you know testimony from me, you will come and testify to me. There's no Shua Sa'idos in why. It means to cut off Shua Sa'idos. And also remember that in that space, the Shua actually precedes the testimony. Remember, there's no testimony. There's no testimony yet. So Amr Gabon Sakya says what's the interesting thing. So yeah, stand up and share. Rabbi, משפיע אני עליך, שאין אתם לא יודעים לעידות שתבוא ותהיו. I stand up and share. I say, Hebra, says what I'm saying. He says, anyone here knows testimony on my behalf, come today to and testify for me. Again, how it is true. Ultimately, again, there is no Shua Sa'idos. Why? Actually, aim is having that. That's what we're going to see. So more physically, Shua Sa'idos only applies when you see it out. But if you just speak to a group of people, and essentially say, I'm confident that someone here knows Abel's story, coming to Abel's story, ultimately they're going to say this. Oh, it's not. That's the idea. They can be funny, Shema from using the Abel's. That's how I want you to do when you do this. I go to people. I say, Hebra, we're going to Shema. We're going to Shema. I agree with you. Right? So that if you know Abel's story, which will come and testify, and they say, Shema Shema on your in this way, you do not know English. But it turns out that they do know English. They do know English from me. But how do they know English? What's the source of their information? Either ABPA, those are very interesting. They don't have first-hand knowledge, right? They have second-hand knowledge. They know English from me, but they heard it from a friend who has a friend. Or, for example, one of these two guys who did a shimon was a relative or a apostle. In all of these cases, ultimately again the process. So what do you see there? The only type Shua Sa'idos is what? If you capable of giving testimony, capable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. And if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then halacha l'maaseh. Next, שלחתי עד עבדו, שאמר למקווה, אני הלוגם, שמעתם לוגים לו אי תבוא בשביל. I send my edit to Ruben Insurance and say I call my edit to a juror. Ruben Insurance, they should give testimony on my behalf. One person listen to this. It's actually interesting. Let's say this question related. Let's say my claims against Ruben, right? My claims are even over $2,000. Right? And so piece number one is I send my edit to Shimon and Levi to a juror. Right? Or interestingly enough, Ruben said to Shimon and Levi, you know what, if you have any testimony of your asking you to go and testify, that's me, right? Because normally it's the plaintiff. The guy making the claim, I guess we call it the plaintiff, right? The guy making the claim is Shimon or Levi during the witnesses. In this case over here, it's the defendant who's doing it. So in this case, the leader of this case is treated actually to the actor. So also very important qualification. There's only a period of short statements until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, the plaintiff, is the one who either objects themselves or is the one that ultimately, it has to come from him. If it comes from the Rabbi, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not so incredible. I don't know if that's talking about maybe it's the fish was the short of the word. Must be I listen to talk all the CDs. Somebody is playing it in my son was one lesson. So here's our first case for this one. I go to the insurance. I say, we're insurance. Sooner lady. So you were able to promise to give me $1,000. And he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you might have thought you might have thought that ultimately, again, they wouldn't be liable. I'm going to tefta with zero shava. Ultimately, again, the concept says tefta for zero shava. Ultimately, when I say never can't tefta, whenever I allow tefta, so I say this is the tefta from the others. So it says tefta, that's what I say. It says tefta by the others. Now, how long the tfias long in Yisrael? After the tfias long in Yisrael, so they are sure that the others the piece over here is where the defender. Right, the defender, or I should say, there's an actual monetary claim, and there's an accusation that someone is in possession of the money. So, that's an actual monetary claim, and someone has to be in possession of the actual money. So, the idea, as opposed to a claim of a gift, is very important, right? So, even though, again, maybe there is testimony that you're going to try to give you $1,000. That's very nice. Reneging on that gift, that's really not a good thing. It's always good to keep your word. But when I say reneging on the gift, does not create an actionable claim. So because that is no sure that we just in that case, yes. Let's be on the other thing we should do with emails. So let's say the next case was, I go over to Shimon and say, Shimon Levi, when you know testimony from me, I hereby adjure you that you're going to go ahead and give testimony. So that's not sure say this, why not? So the Gemara says, let's be on the other thing we should do with emails. Check it over to you. I adjure you that when you know emails for me, and you testify to me, you're calling me, you want to talk that Shimon Levi would be tight. And the one the Shabbat call Allah, for who are you, O Yah, O Yah. This is the Bible. You said, so let's say the system here now, the way the concept is phrased is the testimony comes before the shua and not the shua before the testimony. Right? So the timeline of it is very important. So it has to be that Shimon Levi first got the information and then are being legit. But in this case over here, what's happening? The shua taking place first. I'm saying, I adjure you that when you know testimony, you will come and testify my behalf. Yes. I'm on the base of the essence, but I don't understand. close the shoes. I stand up and short, and I say, Pedro, if anyone here knows testimony, or I say, no, Pedro, if you know testimony, come and testify on that. On the floor, he doesn't know. Shmuel says, this does not work. This does not work. Why? Because in order for there to be liability for short statements, what has to happen? You have to specifically identify the people that you are a jerk. Shmuel Arjun. He says, I stand up and short, and I say, Pedro, everyone here, if you know testimony, come and testify in my box. Which because it doesn't work, because I'm not identifying anyone specific. Shmuel says, by the way, even if in a case where let's say the agent who I do want, let's say I happen to know that I'm talking to women and children, like Shmuel inside. Like I know that but I'm just praising it to the whole field. Shmuel says it still doesn't work. Those are the two parts. Those two parts are divided into know. So that's the piece of it. But it's not we're literally understanding right next to similarity. So you know, talking to them for sure, and standing right next to similarity. So you know, so if I see someone standing right next to them, really I'm talking to them. How much more I know? How much more that does not work? Why you must know? Because it's not going to be dummy. You might have heard that since then, right next to them. It's keeping on talking to them. How much more I know? How much more I know that in order for short statements to work, there has to be specificity. There has to be clear which two people I am referring to. I recommend that supports this. We all see ourselves in the other funding. There is no community. I see a group of people. And the witnesses why I went to a juror are in that group. Probably I must try rather than I can know the leadership of other community and I say to the group, I adjure you that if you know we testimony from me that you should come and testify on my back. Not for you say that. You might have thought that she may leave you on email would be liable because it's how long I will who paid behind what you have paid of. Ultimately, the person is who paid. There's always stress angles, and when you identify specific people, you are a girl. What happens if, let's say, I stood up in front of the school, and I say, I hereby adjourn the entire group. You might think that that does not work as well. I'm a Lomar, so who ate Bahari, you can say the next side. You can adjure a group. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's shit my life 24/7, bitch.
Specificity.
They like you so far.
So if you're talking to two people in a group and you just address the group as a group, that will not work to see the liability for the people of commerce, people of business, people who they were useful. Why eradicate and shun a whole bunch of tax givers, no real reason to do that. Requires so in that time, we're talking the great monarch, the great king of the time, the king of Germany, they were talking about the way of the area of France and Germany, which we're focusing on. This all didn't hit Spain, North Africa, or anything like that. The crusade was uniquely the issue of France and Germany. There was a great, strong king of France, Henry V, was a king of Germany. I basically the Pope who was called Urban the Second in that time. And Urban thought of a good plan in order that he should be able to finally have victory over the king, which was to unite all Christian believing people throughout the world, even throughout the control place of the church, to unite them against one thing, which usually works when you unite people against something. That's when you work up the frenzy and people get all into it. And with that, to gain supremacy, to overthrow the government. You might have thought ultimately again this is reliable.
Opportunity for this came up when a certain man called Peter the Hermit, who was residing in Eretz Yisrael, Israel, Jerusalem, at the time, came along and gave some terrible news of Christian people being tormented and being harassed by the Muslims who controlled Jerusalem and Israel then at large.
Number one, categorically, right? You have to be the person that fits into a category. Who is able to give testimony, and number two, you have to know the information firsthand. Similarly, again, let's say if you adjure, if I adjure the witnesses, if I adjure the witnesses, but I don't do it myself, I send my evidence to a third party, that doesn't work. So again, I send my slave, that's my evidence. Or for that matter, again, I have a claim against Ruben, who adjures the witnesses. It does not work. Luckily, because you have these I told them, and my yard did not say about it. So the Pasuk says, if they do not say they obey their sin, or how you learn that from that Pasuk? My taboo, that what's the Bible? However, Muslims, in law, that you see. Listen, interestingly enough, law is looking at the Lord, law is written mother. Like the only law is just Lamed Aleph. Here in this Pasuk, law is written Lamed Vav Aleph. Listen, often from an exegetical perspective, when you go and you see a word that is more like that gives you the ability to judge the word. Sometimes my guess the man says that word is a vast contraction. Really what it is like this. In law yadid v'nasa avona. It's to him, they're going to give the testimony. Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff. Right? If they don't go ahead and give the testimony, they're ultimately identified liability. In the achar lo yadid pater, and if they refuse to give the testimony to someone else, who's the someone else? Peter, for example, is servant of the person making the claim, or for that matter, again, the defendant, there is no liability. So there's a lot of leading point halachas regarding shtuas over here, right? So number one halacha is that the only trust in this liability in case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone comes to give me a gift, and then reneged on the gift, there's no claim, so because there's no claim, there's no shtuas either. That's number one. Number two, halacha when they're going to us, if the testimony preceded the oath, and if the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, trust was only works when you are enduring a defined population. If you have a population, small population, but anything that you are enduring must be defined. And ultimately, again, number four is just it only works for people who are testimonially fit. Right? How you testimony with it. Number one, categorically, you're not a child of an apostle. And number two, you only know information first. And number five, it only works if the actual person making the claim. The plaintiff is the one adjuring the witnesses. But either the plaintiff represented, or the defendant adjures the witnesses, because there is no stress over this. What kind of a fight just like that? This stuff doesn't really do this again. That's the only and so now, this is to deal with different Lashonos of a jury, different Lashonos of Shua. So, for example, must be Anyalecha, right? Really, again, I adjure you. That's the classic case. Or Mitzada Anyalecha, or I command upon you. We see that in Lashonos are. Or Sarfem, or I give I command it to you. Or in the Kayah. So, you know, this says these are all from the shoulders of the city. So with now, they're not complete destruction. What happens if you say to someone, right, I adjure you by the heaven and earth? Apparently, again, heaven and earth is not the proper motion of Shua. But I look valid. I was saying now he was going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. One of these names like Shem Aleph Dalet. So Aleph Dalet is like the name of Adon Nai, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? That's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey. Or Yishakai, or Yitzvahos, or the Chonol Berachim, the Ela Akanim, the Chesed. Those are talking about tremendous discussion. We see the Shonol's line. There's then the truth of God, which is now almost heaven, almost sending no line. Incredible kind of stuff on the YouTube that to get us already again in my system no line. So when you look at this the collecting all of the other descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu are in Arabic. So as I said, it's interesting enough that you use any of these descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu is in fact liability, for liability. Okay. I'm going to come up with one, just as an aside, because let's say this, same way that there's true liability if you use any of these descriptive names or descriptive names of God. So it's on a come up with one, Chayiv Vermeer, and it says if you curse someone using these names, or if you again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there's going to be liability. That's what says on the come up with one, the Baruch HaShem definitely goes, Yaakov Poli is Poli, Shizeh Yivok Shnotal B'Shon Fine. But the come to come close, the come to the Chapata, then we'll define them as close to the itself. And the come of other people of the Lord, see the goals of anyone uses either his names or the sickness. The sickness, Hanukkah is fighting, and he curses his mother or his father with his names. Ultimately, again, he's tired. Here and then, we will read there, but the first five lines, it's not coming close, and it's not coming close, ultimately, again, that's why I thought again, we see the root of that mathematics in the Quran. Hamakara Hatzmo B'Chadero B'Kulan over the one Saturday. If you curse yourself and your friend, if any of you see all of these cases, if you curse yourself or any of these names, remember in that bucket, in that cooking that needs to make, these are the two things over there. They're actual names of Hashem, like Yudhei and then Bavhei, like Ado, Noi, and then there are descriptors, Kanon, Rachon, Bokos. So the Lord says, if you go ahead and you curse yourself or your friend with any of these names, you're in violation of the Lord Sasay. Violation of the Lord Sasay, Yaakov Hashem Elohim, Yaakov Elohim, if you say Hashem, your God strike you, or Yaakov Elohim, or God strike you, so you are like the Torah. This is the curse ultimately again that it says in the Torah. And actually says over here, what is this talking about? It's only Allah. In honor of the Egypt, and the wealth of the promise, Yaakov Hashem B'Shachachas, in Lord to Ibu. I will say, just to enough, these are the children from the Torah. Says that the Lord saying it like this. If I go to similarly, then I say similarly, Hashem should strike you with Shachachas and Bachas, all the stuff in the Torah. If you don't do evil from my back, if you don't say the evil from yours, that actually works as a shua says. That works as well as this why, because also that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. That's a paradigmatic color in the Torah. So if I use that as something to effect, more as ultimately again, that works. If I go there and I say, I'll yak yourself, what happens if I go over to anything and I say, similarly, right? If you have testimony for me, and you don't give it, Hashem should not curse you. And to say, upon you, ultimately, I'm going to identify the marriage of this is a proper source. Say this, and it comes to this. Okay, we'll say now, let's analyze it. So I'm back over here. Must be my comments. So where's the issue? The issue is in the first part of the story, must be I observe you. What is that? How is that a shua saibos? So my comment, maybe the doctor needs to say, must be Alifan, the shua ha'amura b'Torah. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you, with the shua that is mentioned in the Torah. The Sada ani Alifan, or I command you, the Sabah ha'amura b'Torah. Regarding ultimately, again, the command of the Torah. Now, again, what are we talking about over here? We're talking about the Torah, there is no testimony to share. The Sachem, I need the Israel Amor b'Torah. I believe you. I believe you ultimately, again, the Israel of the Torah. So all of these will show that you're doing this. If you're doing them and you're linking it back to a physically stated program, whereby they have a hard time with me up. So Baruch Shem Andy, so ultimately, when the person is saying in the pages, says to him, it says, so that's what Kavakam means, I bind you, I restrict you. What is that referring to? Next thing it says, hold on ball, I said, but until you get the photo, and until you get the photo, afterwards he needs to say, Mashpi ani alechem b'shua, Mitzad ani alechem b'shua, Osachem ani b'shua, Obalchem ani b'shua. So from the Rabbi says, here's what I'm going to say. You could use any of these Lashonos in conjunction with, so in which it was actually works like this. I could say, I says to witnesses, I hereby adjure you with the sword that is written in the Torah. I command you with the sword. I prohibit you with the sword. I bind you or restrict you with the sword. That's how you would make the sword say. The sword, this is kind of like the introductory phrase to the sword itself. And then also, again, there's a lesson of this combined with a lesson of sword, and then of course the rest of it is, if you do not know testimony on my behalf, or that's the different thing. If you know testimony on my behalf and don't provide it, you gotta, okay, the understanding to you, hey, this Shakai, this slows the kind of glass from that kind of effect. Remain lost. You want to even to remain lost. The kind of glass on the Shemosulu, those names are interesting. Based on this way, it sounds like the common Racham are considered to be names of Hakadosh, which is very interesting. Why is this? Because when we use the same calculation, but it's really different subject. What about a race meaning of God? That generally, you're not allowed to erase the name of Hakadosh. And it must be that means it can be erased. I mean, the coherence, for example, England came of changing function easily, but the coherence to go tell, hello, these are all examples of names of Hashem. It's a trinity that cannot be erased. On the other hand, Ha'adroko, Ha'gibo, Ha'noah, Ha'adir, Ha'chazak, Ha'omes, Ha'ozus, Ha'amon, Ha'yatim, Ha'akasayim, Ha'akasayim, Ha'arim, those are all of these terms which are not names. It's like what are they? They're descriptors. Those can be erased. They're contradictions. But understand to say like Hanan Barachim are names of Hashem, and yet when it comes to the halachos of erasing names, let's say Hanan Barachim are not names, they're descriptors. Rabbi always said, Justin, it's in Masnisim, carefulness is space, what's the erased? I go into the day, it's similarly here, I say, I adjure you to me, Shirin Hanan, on the days, to me, Shirin Rachim. You're right, I don't say I adjure you by Rachim Hanan, I say, I adjure you by Shirin Rachim, by Shirin Hanan. Okay, so not just what am I doing, I am directing the religion, the descriptive to the name of Hakadosh. Very interesting. And that's only level, you have to adapt because that's all of the arts done. Nisha Maiva, the Nisha Hasamayva are so common. So I think if that's the case, then it's a new ability where I inject people by Shammai with the arts. Why? Because I can say, what does it mean by arts? The he who created the heavens and the earth, which the Gemara says no. He wants this Hafi Hashka, Hassan, keep on the Racham, the Akin, the Ikis, Hanan, Racham, Zadai, the Nishu, Zadai, the Nishu, Racham, Hamad. So that's what this is even relevant. When it comes to Racham and Hanan, when I open up this Racham and Hanan, this is incredible. There is only one entity in this world that is called Racham and Hanan, and that is a Hakadosh. So profound. There's nothing else in this world that is called Racham and Hanan. On the other hand, Halcha, even the Shamayim Ba'aretz, the Shamayim Ba'aretz comes first, and you should heaven and earth. So again, yes, the heaven and earth refers to who you created heaven and earth, it's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. Right? Heaven and earth itself is ultimate, again, is referred to as heaven and earth. So it's like a different statement that we learned from just over here. And when you see Racham B'Chanan, there's nothing else in this world that is called Racham B'Chanan except Hakadosh. So therefore, by definition, when you read that much in a shua, you see that you are dealing with the name of Hashem. And Shamayim Ba'aretz, again, you just read by Hashem, let's point out, remember, using the first line of this, even Moshe Rabbeinu, Moshe Hazir HaTorah HaDaber VaTishma Etzim swear by heaven and earth. And again, there's no reference to Hashem. There's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a very important. Therefore, again, our Mishnah, when you use such a contradiction, when you use such a Racham and Hanan, it's clear It's referring to Nishu Rapo, Nishu China. But yet, interesting enough, when you write those words, it does not constitute the Lashon. In other words, by implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, but yet writing those words does not constitute the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore Halach L'Maisa and the erase. It's also very profound to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called the Rach and the Kanon is that it's God. So let's say you yourself, what does that mean? Like, Rach and the Kanon just means compassionate, merciful, and people do that as well. Like, aren't people capable of that quality? So that's what we think of this. People are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? When it suits their needs. Whereas I think it's compassionate and merciful when it tends to benefits me in some way. And by the way, sometimes the benefit just is that I know there's a compassionate and merciful guy. That happens. I think that's the only entity that is kind of lacking, which means that this benefit is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Selfless idea that nobody can be merciful, even to detriment. Even this is the point of the truth. So sooner or later, it was going to fail. This plan is rather than falling into the hands of the crusaders, he brutally slaughtered Yosef and self-fathers, slaughtered their children, and we famous aphorism which we read on Tisha B'Av during the night of Av, which says, "Lo yizochinu legadochem laTorah." We did not merit to raise you for the learning of Torah. Let us at least merit to give you, to offer you. The parents say to the children to offer you as offerings, as korbanos, as sacrifices. We learn to have them to kill. They actually killed them as sacrifices, so to say. Many thousands died in lakes, and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the First Crusade. About 10,000 many different towns. Gilder and other towns and cities in Germany. But as we know, many people played, totally robbed everything they had. Their families crushed there. Without anything. The Crusaders actually, for a period of 87 years, just a bit of history, the Crusaders for a period of 87 years had their own sovereignty, had their own rule in Jerusalem, and obviously they did not let any Jew or Muslim invade Jerusalem, and even what they did at one time was only with heavy taxes, and only allowed to live in a small area, in a small corner of the town. There were two things we could say which was the legacy of the Crusaders. We know there was obviously more than one crusade. There was I believe about 5 crusades. The later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first ones. But the legacy that they all left was number one, the Jews are horrible. Everybody, whoever wants to, is able to get up and to destroy them. There was wrong to be at the end of the day anything real to stop anybody from destroying Jews. Every year of safety failed to collapse right in front of them when it was tried. The other legacy, which we could even see as something obviously very hurtful, but something extremely powerful, was the legacy of Messiah's Nefesh, of self-sacrifice. This was a great display of self-sacrifice of Jerusalem. They committed suicide. Not only that, but maybe something even more horror. It was the killer can be erased. From erased. We might give an example. For example, the Father says, Lashem, Ma'adim Dashem, Bezincha, Ma'ashem, Ma'adim Me'ashem, Ma'adim Shashem, Shemim Hashem, there were in the next Crusaders, the next groups of Crusaders, there were obviously very horrible and terrible scenes of self-sacrificing again as music, mutilating, and so on, of torture. It was different in the next Crusades because those who conducted the crusade were more the noblemen, quotes. The noblemen meant they were less fanatic, more bloodthirsty, as the first ones. But they were people who listened to their superiors. As we saw that the Crusades at the beginning of this, and they were a mob, they were fanatics mob, people listened to their leaders and their generals. These, however, if there were to be an order, as there was by Germany and so on, to start or to turn, and they would follow orders. So there was a little more safekeeping as far as the governors was concerned, because as we said, the governors worked under the against the Crusaders, and so therefore when the Crusaders wanted to come to destroy Jews and Jewish communities, they were a little more safety with the next Crusaders, because the governors meant that, again, there was some terrible things going on, similar to the first Crusades. Whereas you are allowed to erase the prefix, you cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible.
We've got to remember as well, besides the Crusaders, when we're talking here, we're talking here in the era, as we said, of 12th, 13th century, primitive, these are the days of the castles and knights and the dark ages. Everybody who is a little bit familiar and a little bit reading meant to reduce as much as possible, entered a little bit into the world and see of these well-known names were, these ranges where the stage was right before singing
again, the word of the Pasuk is Ado, and then no. Right, the Lama Tasi King I'll not tell
something which was rapid as of many places and happened times again throughout Germany and the region, and even later on, as we know, reached the Jews. See much later. But this was perfect. The Jews needed to have Christian gods for the context of Passover, and in ancient Christian child, and this was the time to avenge the blood of Justinian as well as the child who was killed every year because of the demon that used to kill Christian fathers. Such brutality is the Jews as military times and having to partake in any blood. This was the intro reality of the Middle Ages. Bloodlines was one place called after a European war, even after great interfering with great pressure from Jewish communities and even other communities around were listened to, and these 42 Jews were sentenced to be burned alive, which way they were, and they were burned with the announcing the Shema, which was very prevalent throughout ages when the Jew would always die, especially if it was Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of God's name, would always die with Shema, always themselves which stands the all-nation prayer. As read the all-nation prayer, very also very sharp prayer, which thanks the Almighty for not making us like those other nations and to bowing to gold and so on. Obviously, this was the reason for which they were being killed, as they would have accepted Christianity. This would not have been happening to them, and they died with saying the Shema and following.
What do you see from here? That hospitality has
we can imagine what kind of life Jews lived in those days, in those places, was a constant
life of terror. There were always attacks being stressing over hitting crusaders when something major, something would shock the world at that time, and something which therefore should have terribly the Jewish people. However, we must get the picture of the important scene as the Jew living in the town or in the city, and these places, there was a constant terror. He was utterly vulnerable at any local priest or a bishop would light up the masses to go, stir up the masses to go and kill, plunder, localized pogroms and localized attacks were always the share of the Jew who was living in the time. There was always a question of who is going to be in the lead, who is going to be the next ruler. Whenever there was a question of who is going to be the next nobleman or squire or bishop or cardinal or king, there was always terror, there was always fear, because what kind of a person is this going to be? Are they going to be benevolent to the Jews more or less, or totally not? So this was the kind of life that Jews were living in, and if it's all of the picture we have to get of the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living, and hence the feeling towards the Jews. Having said all that, good morning. It wasn't this time, which, as usual, ironically, persecution did not deter the Jews from learning from many yeshivas who have much difficulty. They were kept steadfast to learning and to thriving in the Torah, and it produced some of the greatest Jews that we know today that, as we've said many times, are constantly unlivable. They are constantly on the lips of thousands and tens of thousands of Jews throughout the world who learn the Talmud. And these are, we're talking specifically here, the Baalei HaTosfos, those who wrote the Tosfos. Tosfos literally means additions. And these are, if you look at the page of Talmud, you will see on the inner margin, the margin towards the center is Rashi's commentary. You have the Gemara and the Talmud in the middle, and on the left side, on the right side page, on the right side of that page, you have Rashi's commentary. On the outer margin, towards the outside of the book, you have most volumes of Talmud, the Tosfos, the additions. They were written by many scholars, some of whom were grandchildren of Rashi, and some of the chief ones, some of the main ones, were Rashi's grandchildren. So we are going to fall behind rapidly. So we are 49
pause over here.
just
explain
which
a few terms, a few differences. We're going to point on so we'll a little bit appreciate what's going on here. Sephardim and Ashkenazim.
so let's remember
We have
again, we started
this
we had a
difference
new mission
between
yesterday
Jews
on
from
the top
until today.
and that's
Sephardim does forgive for Spain, Ashkenazim does forgive for Germany and Portugal as well as France. There were also different styles of learning, sides for the dialect and the sides for the customs, and sides for the laws which were accepted. There was also a different style of learning, and this is quite widespread until today.
I could observe that. I can go ahead and tell them, you guys know Talmud itself.
The Talmud says something.
In my case against you,
What does it mean? What is the actual understanding of these words? Rashi's commentary was and is therefore extremely vital because a lot of times the Talmud is very cryptic and assumes a lot of knowledge. And if you don't have that knowledge, or you weren't passed down that knowledge, you got to learn that. That's Rashi. Tosfos takes apart many times Rashi's commentary, who says many Tosfos will start with Pirush HaKotos. The Kotos, the booklet Rashi has explained such and such is the meaning of the Talmud. Well,
for example, if I have some other
the
theory against you,
or the
whatever
Rabbi
it
would
might
come
be, but it is
and
not a direct
argue
manifestation.
with this. And he has some other brothers and the Reform argues with this. There is another argument, a different explanation. Explanation is better, and so on and so forth.
Rabbi Shimon, not trying to be similar to Medrash, but again, but we were together about Hashem on a trip on the Gimel on the days. Ultimately going ahead and trying to highlight where does this so come from. That's all. That was all the mysteries now. Now the Gemara is doing, and once again, going through those shittos another time and highlighting different problems that exist with them. So let's keep on. Let's get another way to look. That's what we're reading the concept. The V3 of So let's go back and let's use the concept. Remember again, use Raya. Putting together the Talmud in a way that would contact with Owen. You don't recognize that just because my son Adam said he found it. So in other dialects, it's also just Owen. Let's go again. So the language whole idea over here, of Owen from Shvus Naibus, Shvus because just because you must know something. You can make the Shabbat to trust between, which remember again, just trust because it happens to really focus on all that much, which is correct. We do Shvus Naibus, which is the oath imposed upon others who usually don't have testimony that's about to you. Shvus between, that's what we've been doing up until this point in time, what we call this the declarative oath. And of course, because of which we are not really covered yet, in a meaningful way, is someone else's possession of my item. If I my item, then you have a little bit of dispute that that they have it, I can just be thinking, that they don't have each other. Okay, so you must question about our email. Oh, your people. So we usually money to what? So again, why is it very people? Because ultimately, again, we both have O, we each mind swap, and we both have a swap, but any mind coin, the real coin is out, and the Dabbing Shalom, it's less money. And yet, again, both can have a scenario that doesn't say you require a monetary living, or you can have a swap mutually that doesn't have a monetary living. With that switch, which the answer is literally standard, you can cut it up in the middle, and it's more sense to learn a swap that you don't say swap that you cover. Why? Because that's between Tachta, and Tachta, there's ultimately again, first of all, again, both have the Russian of Tachta, they have that symmetrical Russian. There's a Rabbi, there's a Rabbi saying, you need to have a no, I can't say this is just between why. Shikin Katos, Katos. Because ultimately, again, both of them can create a lot of those to the carbon Katos. Rashi points out that we are structuring the last two white lines of Katos and Katos, English was between the Katos. So this is the English is between, and then we do carbon Katos. About Shvus, that's carbon Ba'asa. Because they're ultimately again, so that's what the English is Ella, and start them with the carbon in the middle. That makes more sense to learn as Shvus English with less than the carbon. Why? As we're going to see now, because there are more short similarities between Avis and Chicago than Avis and Detroit. What are the short similarities between Avis and Chicago? So first of all, again, that says that it means Tachta. So first of all, again, Avis and Chicago have that same exact Russian of Tachta. So that's number one. Number two, the Nisi, Tachta is the Tachta. Furthermore, again, you both kind of on music, intentional violation, as opposed to what this was before. Remember, being not tired from music, not cut A and the cut frame, both have a trio, a thing, and a what is it? That's the order which their bosses witnesses as they pass away. So what's the Eagles follows the one that Rashi quoted the Rashi held by, however, and there were many attempted arguments that show not because Paul says that if somebody is God-fearing and wants to fulfill and relate all the responsibilities, he should also provide money for times to fill it. And that's what you will see many people would prepare to fill it. The Rashi sent him to fill it, and a Rabbi in the town sent off to fill it. Part of this very strongly, there's also, obviously, if you already putting a whole parent and that it's a good thing and a very commendable thing to put up to Rashi and Rabbi in the town. And Shvus and Shvus have become different makes more sense to compare those two. What's the comparison about? The comparison is that to tell me that just like Shlosh HaPikadon requires a monetary claim, a monetary claim, so to Shlosh HaEgos is going to require a monetary claim. But there's one thing about no, it doesn't have comparisons. There's like the comparisons between Shlosh HaEgos and Shlosh HaPikadon as well. Again, we can have a little bit. First of all, again, both had the same version of Kafka. So why not make that comparison? How about increasing, right? But there are more comparisons between Shlosh HaEgos and Shlosh HaPikadon. And so Shlosh HaEgos is Shlosh HaPikadon. Beautiful. Okay, and I will say again. The result of that, what's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer, who learned out OO from Shlosh HaPikadon. Learned just simply saying, why not try to learn out OO from Shlosh HaPikadon? Which we want to say to is more comparison between Egos and Pikados than Egos and Bikros. What's the result of that for us? Remember, we told you out of the year that Shlosh HaEgos only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a monetary claim. If the claim is questioned that there are monetary implications, then there's no viability for Shlosh HaEgos. Good. So just pretty much saying that everywhere. Good. Next. And the people says, people over the Hayar, Yasham La'achos Ne'ila. The people are like this, right? The person says that you will be liable for one of these things. Which Ne'ila? Shuchayiv. So what's a Ne'ila means for amongst these things? What does that mean? And some of these things for which I'm liable, needs Ne'ila Shukasa. And then some of these things for which I am about to talk to yourself. So how do you distinguish, or how do I know which piece of the Shlosh HaEgos really liability and which piece of the Shlosh HaEgos there is not liability? It's a simple thing. So Tabo Lama Chayiv, Tabo Akapasha. If the three of the claim is for money, then I want my to lose liability. Right? If the claim is not for money, then I'm Pata. So let's say, so again, I sort of point out what's very good about that. But if you use the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, or the whole time, again, don't worry, because this is one of these laws where no one is debating the court concept, right? The court concept is you are only liable for as false Shlosh HaEgos when you swear that you don't want testimony in case where there's a monetary claim. Right? That's the whole you sold over here. There happens to be a story my podcast about how I learned that concept. But as long as you're not focusing on everything in the concept, just the school of debating what the source is. So now that Akiva says, since you're not worried about that turns ultimately only on fire, because you have fire. How do you distinguish that? Monetary claim ultimately identified by you. No monetary claim, no liability. I must say, how do you burn that day? It is just University. Rabbi Akiva, our only brother, was his son. Rabbi Akiva really also for his drasha relies on the OO of Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer. As we know, that's the case. So then what is the thing we could have Rabbi Eliezer? This is what we might have Rabbi Eliezer did on the Shibir. Mashia Ede Karka. That's very interesting. The Nafkamina may be. himself the 24th mother. Rabbis, essentially, at its core, relied on the old in the cause of the Eliezer, then Halacha herself realized the one of the specifically that we people are going to say that the scholars of the time would obviously anyone of these debates, which there were a number of, which they later on, there were a number of these so-called debates, but they were extremely unfair. The rabbis picked boys, they were single-sided, there was only two to be making further accusations against the Jews. In the year 1242, on the Erev Shabbos, in the Friday, on the Friday of which was the day before Shabbos, the Mordechai Parsha, 24 garments cartoons of volumes of Talmud that were taken, that were 8 ounces from every ounce of study from every shore. They were loaded up in front of the cathedral, and amongst great ceremony were burnt. Obviously, the Talmud was illegal, and anybody close with a Talmud would be heavily punished. My grandma felt to work. Was another mayor of Rothschild, so ultimately, again, who would make come across things, also one of the great scholar, wrote many works on composed a Kina. He composed a mitzvah piece of liturgy, which has the word Shan inserted for H. Was burned in fire. We actually read this notation above. This was the kind of, so this is again one example of the kind of enlightenment that the Jews also go through in the Dark Ages. I said we wanted to introduce some terms. So we have the Bible verses, but now we'll introduce something because we're coming to this era now. What happens again? What happens if I say the Shira, maybe you know testimony about me, you've been owing me money, but again, it's not money, it's not. It's not. And let's say again, you're going to swear that they don't know any testimony, but in fact, they really do know testimony. Is that called denial of the monetary claim? Which means that will be the point of confession. Okay, I'm not saying we we're just working our way through all these sheets. Have you said we all that? But who ate all your God? The angels have his kindness to you, the Lord you are. But do you see that the Lord you are possible that? Well, the mission is to be very interesting. The mission is to put your focus on a little bit of a different thing. And this thing like the Father. The prophet uses the watch and the age, right? Okay, so let's say this. So the people on site that go through the nation in February, you know essentially, you know testimony regarding like things against you, that the person is the new age, and their site similarly no testimony, all your God. Ultimately, again, they saw or they read. So, the English in this hemisphere, the Lord you know, will be the Lord that has to be done. So that's how many years you know, but there are one of two ways that similarly between our testimony. Either with what we call really the Lord you know, seeing something, like observing an event, you know what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm really saying actions occurring, but I don't know the context of the event. Or you hear the media, or knowing information, and not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could be liability towards U.S. happiness. So you might say, let's say, a couple about it. So let's talk about it. Rabbi let's leave that out. The Yosef must not hold of Rabbi. Now, what does Rabbi hold? So go back to the that's beautiful. That's right across. Bring it right across. What about that? So let's say Rabbi. You're going in, and you're trying to do double. You're going, come on, I'm coming at you. You're trying to be very it's a very serious of alcohol that you can choose liability. This will be the alcohol today. Circumstantial evidence. That's very interesting. Listen, your alcohol says as follows. Gomer Apuka Bin Hadinam. This is this. If you have a camera that is moving, the Oka literally means cooking. That's what it says over here. Oka both liabilities to do because less production. That's the lead of ששבא מזרח לפלנטיבה, ויש גם אומה כבלad רב מלן של ישראל. So apparently, when camels mate, they don't live with it. So what ends up happening? They end up kicking the camels around them. So the great terrorist goes on skating to the first sign of Rabbi, which names on Rabbi, the author of the Tanya, the altar ribbons, known as Rabbi. And they were talking to each other and learning. So you have a camel that's
And
moving,
there was a
and therefore by
certain
definition it's
passage which had the commentary from the Maharam across the which we just
maybe what do you find?
and the Maharam brought in his work a proof from the Talmud to the truth of what he said. And the proof seemed to be something very flimsy, not a good proof.
There was an interesting
And the scholar came to the altar and said,
no,
you know, why couldn't the Maharam
put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was moving,
narrators in the Talmud that seem to be much stronger
and then another camel is dead
than the
right in the proximity of the mating camel.
The Alter Rebbe said, you're right. And the Alter Rebbe brought, I believe, maybe 5 or 4 proofs from the Talmud. The Alter Rebbe went and then brought another 6 proofs from the Talmud that the Maharam unbrought from what he said. So they had to, they were in a quandary.
Create a liability with knowing
Then the Alter
something
Rebbe
you didn't see it,
turned around
or seeing it
and started
even if you didn't know it.
refuting
But
every one of these proofs that these scholars come up with.
you maybe don't know the context,
They were all
but
down,
in context,
every
even
one
if
of
you
them,
didn't see the
besides
event.
the
The
11th proof, which
circumstantial
was the
evidence would never
seemingly
be enough to create
flimsy,
liability. And that's what is very
good
interesting.
enough
You might say,
proof from the Talmud was
was
that was the only one that was standing,
Shaka.
and that was the proof that
Because
Maharam
it can
had brought.
also really hard to that you can create
The Alter
financial
Rebbe then
liability
turned around to this
because
scholar
of
and said,
evidence. And the truth is, you can even potentially
that the
create
Maharam
capital
brought to
liability
work
based on
thought through
circumstantial
all
evidence. What does
these
this mean?
proofs,
You must have
but had to go through
Shaka.
the process of elimination to decide
I have been a comma.
that this
I have
proof
been a comma like that. It's like, oh, let's
was the only
swear.
proof
I
which was
swear.
valid.
So it
He said
literally
no.
means I will not find
The
consolation. I
Maharam
swear.
was a holy individual.
See
The Rishonim
I
were
want
holy. The Rishonim
to tell you
when they
what
wanted
this
to
happened to you.
the
I
Talmud,
once
so to
saw a
say,
guy.
it
I
was
saw
like walking for them.
running
It was
after
like
Shimon.
walking
And
into
what
a
happened?
in
They
a
ran
native
into a
room.
portal.
Into a
They
room
ran
which was
into
the lights are off.
arena.
Immediately you can see what's going on.
Arena is a
You don't
place
have to go
where you
through
learn
a
fighting
process
other
of
people.
elimination. You just have to go through the two strings they offered and you take
He's
it.
really running after Shimon. And I see obviously something's going
Or
on
the
over here.
Acharonim,
He said,
the ones who are
Shimon said
after
that
the
to run
Rishon,
after
who are of
Ruben.
lesser
He's
sanctity.
running after Shimon. So
We
listen,
go
I
into
this.
the
That's
Talmud
the
as
Akbar.
going into a
The
dark room.
Matzah is
We have to
silent
feel around. It's not so
Wow.
easy to
And I
get
come into the
in a
portal,
dark room to where you want to. It's a process of
and I see
elimination. You feel
Ruben
something, it's a
holding a
thirst, you
sword
know
in
you
his
have to
hand.
go to the next
He's
thing.
down the
Until
pathway,
you get to the
and
right
he's
thing,
one
takes
picking
a
up
lot
the
of time.
sword. The Harod Mefarfet.
Torah
And
in
he's
its
literally
truth
again
make a holy
like
person
he's dying. He's in the
that
throes of death
understands
over there.
Torah
I'm not
more
that was saying really
accurately and
fascinating.
goes
So what does
immediately
Shimon
to
and
the
Shaka
true
see? What does he see?
understanding of
What does
Torah.
he see?
Torah being
He sees Ruben with
Hashem's
a weapon
knowledge,
that has
Hashem's
blood on
Torah
it.
being something
And
godly
Shimon dying
to
on
the
the
more
ground. What
godly
did
the
he see?
individual
What did
is,
he see?
being more
He
pure,
didn't see Ruben
pristine, and
running into
truthful
Shimon. Yeah, look what
in
Shimon
their
Shaka says.
understanding of
I
Torah.
like you. I
And
said to
this is
Ruben,
true
rush up.
throughout, but this is especially evident in the commentary of the Talmud itself. There is sitting in front of the work which was written 200 or 300 years ago. You're sitting in front of something which was written 700 or 800 years ago. A very big difference. A very big difference to how they're treated. Nobody can today
Why? Sorry, I'm
take on, so to say, to argue with a Rishon. There's no arguing with a Rishon. The Rishon said something,
Listen, I was
not
fascinated about this.
understand it.
Shimon
In order to say that other
I
Rishonim
can't use the
did
business
not
because
go
I'm
down
seeing
that
the
road,
rules.
and
What
therefore
can
we
you
will
infer from
call
this?
and say
There's
down that
someone
road.
who looks similar to like a
A
what?
person in
They
a
would have called
yeshiva
them
today will
tribal
not
and
argue
what's
with a Rishon.
frustrating about this? First side, this is
So much so that
circumstantial
the very
evidence.
words
It's
of the
circumstantial.
Rishon,
No
the
one
very
saw the act.
terminology
No
that
one saw the act.
he
Yet,
used,
Shimon ben Shaka
is
says, I
you
believe
can
that if there
use
was someone
that
else
in a
with me,
basis of
this
understanding.
wouldn't
Why
have
did
been
the Rishon
enough
use
to
these
commit
words
a capital
and not
crime.
other
What
words?
did I do?
There must be a
I'm
meaning
an
to that, so
Arab.
that sheds light maybe on something
I'm not going
which
to
would
be
be
coming
unclear.
I can explain
Those
to
are
the
the two
exact
quotes
punishment.
of
He
Rishonim,
said,
the
your sons
Acharonim
in the
being
Sham,
Ayin, where the Rishonim
and
ended, the Acharonim
so
begin,
what
is sort
happens
of
is you
vague.
there before
But
a
we
sweet
can
king,
say
with this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of this thing. So again, so just to take up the rest of it, right? The Yosef really was saying that I'm also going to myself, it's Rothschild, those Peter, you can have the word Medina, which means the son of God, even in those contexts, or you have the word Medina, you know information, even if you do not see the initial of that. But you've got to have solid and concrete information. Okay, Mark just says, so Yosef really clearly doesn't know like Rabbi. Because Rabbi said, in Halacha L'maisa, again, in the case of the mating camel, you can take liability through circumstantial evidence. Not that's mercy, but by the way, over the Rabbi, you can even have the Shema Sheta. And the Shema Sheta says you can even convict on circumstantial evidence, ultimately again, in capital cases. And the reason why you couldn't convict that guy moving was because the Shema Sheta wasn't a record. Usually, you know, it says, I think it's Rabbi Acha. You can even consider this when you look at Rabbi. It's something you do in the Shachas. Also, you can find the case to be below the which is also I know facts, and the facts, I know from the country that most people I cannot see the initial of them. So you can find a case like that outside of being mothers. You can find a case like that outside of being mothers. So you know what it says? Hello, and that, for example, a case like that, like someone said that case. Hello, you never want to do anything with that. So at the end of the word, let's say the capital case, how can you ever predict based on returns? For example, let's say, in a capital case, what would be an example, ultimately, again, of Yediyah below Yediyah? What would be an example of capital case? The Shema Sheta case is a perfect example of Yediyah below Yediyah, right? I see moving, working in the soil. So clearly, again, someone killed Shimon. Yediyah, I cannot, below Yediyah, I didn't see moving do it. But it looks like it is but, you know, 1 plus 1 together, it's like I can come to the conclusion that moving killed Shimon. And I will say that in a case, how can you ever have a capital case of Yediyah, I'm sorry, Yediyah below Yediyah, right? How can you ever have that? So the Gemara says, anything is capital, because after all, we know by Mela, from always the Rabbi Haran, always the Yisrael Haran, so remember again, because in a capital case, ultimately again, you have that Yediyah. If you don't have Yediyah, you can't convict, for example, that's what the victim was, right? The most ultimate living, was it a Jew, was it a non-Jew? They often Shrefa Hara, or Turning Hara. Was the person a Shrefa? Like, it wasn't known the Halacha is technically speaking, if you kill a Shrefa, like, which is someone who has some type of injury, so you still going to experience healing damage, and that woman takes no liability for things like that. So Halacha is, you can't have a case without Yediyah. So starting up with all the other leaves, so what do you see from there? You see, you come out with the leaves, you must be able to pronounce proper. And ultimately, again, if you think you pronounce, I also know what that means is, if I go to witnesses and I send to them, have a similar legal testimony, benefiting me, in a class case against you, then, but ultimately, again, there's not liability for stress, how you get directly. These are like the findings. If you think that it's finding, you need the Yediyah below Yediyah aspect of law. You could find the case of Yediyah without Yediyah, but the Yediyah below Yediyah, below Yediyah. How can you have a case of Yediyah from Milo by Meta? The case of class, and also you have to know, not this ball, that's the slow ball, Sula ball, that's the ball, Bula ball, and then also you can't have a case of Yediyah without Yediyah. Because if you don't have Yediyah, then you don't know whether or not there's actual class liability. Therefore, I want to look hold that when the case of Yediyah to be proper from trust. Okay, incredible. I can say that. We're not going to finish, but essentially what we've just really done is decided Shimon is mostly the first primary three opinions. Good. Mostly the three opinions. Just the Hamid and the Rabbi, and that's a great Shema. The Hamid was saying the Hamid, and that's the Rabbi. And we're coming by the and then you got, we're pondering the following things. Money is Sifa, which may clone, what I did was here's the case. So I go ahead and I say to Ruben, Ruben, money in the seat literally means I count it out for money. So what I'm really saying is like this, Ruben, I lent you $1,000. I lent you $1,000 in front of Shimon and Levi on the base. The Asian rolled out some of the horse. The rest of the half is over here. Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So they say, so this is a great place. So this is what we would call the long Yudhiyah. So what happens? Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So what does Shimon and Levi see? What are they observing? What are they observing? I am putting $1,000 into Ruben's hand. Now, what don't they know? What don't they know? Contrast. What is this? What is it? Is it a loan? Is it a gift? And I'm repaying something to Ruben. So they see, so they see the objective fact, I am giving money to Ruben. So they even know they're seeing the books. So even outside. And they're actually points out that they have to learn Zikir and Mitzvah behind. So I should say, you actually understand that Ruben did not see the Mitzvah, which we're discussing just a moment. Now, that actually says over here, if you have to look at Tosis says that's the answer. Everybody can see why. So how you get in, how you live in, how you learn, or how you know, the also just simply says, of course, the cases where you're outside. Because if you're inside, then what? Then you'll be in your hand with the it'll have to be outside because you need to set it up and then you'll be, all right, anyway, I'm giving it outside. I'm telling you about who this is see doing this. So the much also so what is the outcome in this situation? I'm going to let's back up. This is a context for me, right? Rabbi Yehuda is saying over this case. Rabbi Yehuda is sitting there. Right? So Rabbi Yehuda says to Rabbi, can you tell me what is the context of this case? Now, I'm not telling you, but specifically, what is Yehuda creating? Right? So I'm going to be giving $1,000. What is Yehuda creating? So the question is, I'm going to go how you turn it over. If Ruben says, no, what are you talking about? So you never do $1,000. What's that happen? And obviously, they say, what is he? He's a certified liar. Because obviously, the witnesses that saw that I gave you $1,000, right? So that can't be the case. You are not even shocking, but everyone didn't say, wow, Sliver gave me $1,000, you know why? But it's my money. I lent it to him, or I deposited it on him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000 from him, but that was my money. It was my hobby. So that's the reality of what the witnesses do. And I always remember, the witnesses can't say yea or nay in that case. Which all the witnesses saw is that I put $1,000 in you when you were there. If you says, yes, I received $1,000 from Silver, but it was my money, then ultimately you have to believe him. So you must agree. Also, Asian, my hobby. So ultimately, again, if Asian calling that context, so ultimately, again, what's good do, right? In other words, Allah what have they really accomplished? So the Gemara says, over here, this is actually quite fascinating. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So I'm away on you know. This is it. So the Gemara says, you know, it's the result. Excellent point. Excellent point. You are a good comment. Come into the yeshiva. It's almost like this is a Tahar. And so he's on the list of hell with Hamina, and you do the right way, that's a Hamina. Properly, you're so Sindra, you like the Hamina, or you can then come into the yeshiva. That's because the Hamina, حتى الرأي اللي بيخلص بالإسرائيل حتى ما that's the right part. That's exactly like beautiful. So the reason when you come into the yeshiva, why? Because every Rabbi needs a Talmud like you. What's the job of a Rabbi? To teach and inspire his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rabbi. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. So therefore, everybody lives in Talmud. You can make a yeshiva. What's the just funny as an aside? As an aside. What do you do with these churches? This is actually an interesting case. I'm just going to $1,000 to you, then I'm putting $1,000 into his hand. Witnesses are standing outside. So they see me giving $1,000. Obviously, my claim is I lent him $1,000, giving you a month. Ruben's claim, a really quick claim, because it's going to go up, he will pay you back. Right? Or it wasn't gift. What do you do in this case? It's actually interesting. So the Rabbi what was trying to get done, Park Halacha Ben says, "V'lo Edom Shomar Lamot, v'lo Yadin Ma'at Yakush." The witnesses see me give them $1,000. Witnesses have no idea. V'lo Yudiyah. They have no idea what's happening over there. It's irrelevant. The environmental healing that was just from the seat. I say, you know, I like $1,000. Give it back to me. The environment not telling us something. You don't call it. You really claims no. You would give me a gift. When you're telling me that, how is it never? The next part has this belief. Let's say, you know, we haven't seen it yet. So it has this. We're going to see something really swears. Really swears. And he keeps money. That's not what he's really keeps the money. Then I'm not right. However, I don't know how you go on your own life. That if you didn't say no such thing ever happened, then obviously again books up half-life. But I'm going to be clear. One thing we have, one thing we know is that I did give you $1,000. We just knew how I made a mistake. The witnesses cannot prove it just to you, right? The religion is sure, even is allowed to go ahead and take money. Once I know that thing is very beautiful. That if you think about these two streets, it's actually very important to talk as well. Like the different one of these two categories, it is below Yudia, right? And you guys find to say, Yudia below Yudia. It's the most of right is Yudia below Yudia. That's most of right. I see things, and I do not know the facts. Like 99% about interpersonal interactions are Yudia below Yudia. I see someone do something and I catch the free spin of it, right? I catch the free spin. I was at a sleep house. I was in contact. I was at a sleep house. Someone sent me a picture of me practicing against people. And I looked like I was like, you know, like that. And the person, it was a funny person said, you know, you really should pay better attention during the speeches. I think to myself, like, it was relevant. Let's say it was relevant. So who was speaking and sent me the picture? So I was just thinking, I was thinking again. I actually was paying attention. I was thinking that it was so incredible because the Muslim is you can catch anyone in a freeze frame doing something or looking a certain way. That's just the way they are. Like, catch anyone right on this. Just so much of life is really below you. See someone do something. I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something. And maybe it's a little jarring or upsetting. You don't know what is happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. And so much of life is knowing what you saw. You saw something, but you have absolutely no idea about the backstory to all of this. On the other hand, there's also the below I have not seen it. I believe that the Bible believes the Torah, even though I do not see many someone that I've seen on I believe that with all of my heart that I choreographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. Just because I can't see it, it doesn't mean I don't know. So I need ultimately again the belief in Rabbi, and I need the idea ultimately again for my Adam. Let's go back to it. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. It's always luggage. So good. Masketball. No. How? Once I get to this over here. I read the Amud Money means to look at the side Amud Zeh. I go to this. I read $1,000, and by the way, I mentioned my friend by saying I read $1,000 and I was in the exact location where the loan took place. I learned to buy this pillow. Particular pillow, right? Sequence of the terrorist started to become more common than it was in earlier times. And we'll get back to that. After having explored the area in which we're talking, we're going to be centering primarily on Spain. Quite during the other time with the story of the Crusaders, the Jews, the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story in that time of France and Germany. We're going to now focus on Spain. The Arab and also add up to this managed religion. No one likes that. No
Then
one
we're
likes
going
that,
to
right?
focus on
So
them
what happens? You see
the
urinate over there
of Spanish Jury and its most unfortunate
So listen, so
fashion.
now, obviously, what's happening over here
Let's
is
start with somebody who
Ruben said he's never been by that pillar. Witnesses now wasting by that pillar. Listen by that pillar. 20 years. Oh, he's a Catholic. So he's a liar. He's a liar. He's a liar. Obviously, Ruben's a liar. We'll say once he's a liar, obviously, again, obviously, now, again, that's to point out, that doesn't automatically mean that he's liable $1,000, right? Because remember, again, what the cases I'm saying, he said he's urinating and borrowed money from silver at that same color. He's very powerful, right? At the same time, all the changes, they are eroding his credibility, right? Because he said he's never been by this color. They say, yes, you have. Yes, you have. You actually have a very close look at actually this color. Right? But the nice so again, so one thing is with the copper, it established Ruben as a liar. Okay. So Mascara says, no, height, do not have a son. The Nachman says, that is a Persian ruler. No offense, right? There's a Persian ruler. What does it mean, a Persian ruler? So that's always a disparaging term when you do something nonsensical. Just say it didn't make any sense. Such a Persian ruler. Right? So again, it was a reference ultimately to saying that made absolutely no sense. After all, the Gemara says, we tell him that Olam, because you didn't actually say that he was never right by that pillar. That's not what he means. What he means is that he said exact opposite. What he means to say is, he was putting money $1,000 by this pillar. I was never by this pillar during Egypt. I don't know, maybe I was there before, but like I've never been there. I've never been there by this circumstance over here, right? It's never happened before. So the Gemara says, so they were looking for that spectrum of another home together. It's what this home says that I'm also a nice again. He's a liar. Because his claim actually was, I was never there. So Rabbi says, now Rabbi again, what he just means is he's never there during this transaction. So he doesn't need to be never there at all. So he doesn't also break this. Who's only the problem when he said he said, I think you're very, and I said, I'm not by this pillar. I thought he said, I'm going to send me Olam. It was an interesting enough in this case over here. So if you notice in this version of the different, what is the claim? I have never in my life been by this pillar. So not the Beisad and the Rishon, the Sag, and the Shemai, and the Sag coming there. So witnesses came to say, even the yearning by this pillar. So I'm not going to look the kappa. I'm not going to say he's a liar. He's a liar. I'm going to say I'm not going to know. When you see from those who are on this, I may be doing this, other way below my back. That's what I say. It's actually very important. You'll find major conclusions in halakha. Nobody translated. Anything that a person doesn't have to remember, he doesn't remember. Right? When you say the Ram language, anything that I'm not obviously keep on my mind, obviously, often I'll do it, for love I die. Because love I die because I remember. So we'll say, this actually very profound. If I don't have to remember it, I don't remember it. Therefore, because the person need not keep an account of the whole person really urinated, right? Therefore, again, halacha l'may saying you assume a person does not remember that. And therefore, if halacha l'may a person doesn't remember urinating in a particular place, but it's not indicative that they are not telling the truth. And that's the very important supposed to ask in this as well, that we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, generally, that is indicative that it wasn't important. Therefore, let's just say, for example, happens to be that we wish the birthday, or perhaps an anniversary, or perhaps some other important life cycle date, or perhaps someone else in your life maybe got very upset, and you're like, what was that thing? What about the other 364 days a year? So I remember everything. So again, perhaps if you're in a situation where that argument doesn't really hold water, and if you did your share, because at the end of the day, again, we remember the things that are important for us to remember, and if we don't remember something, then it's a good indicator that it does not rate in high importance in our lives. Incredible. All right, we'll say no, we'll stop over here for today. Shkoyach. Right back on track. Right back on track. Yeah.
Each of the reef, the page of the Al-Fasi, it is very exciting. The reef, if you look at the volume of Talmud, the reef will be printed in the very same style as a page of Talmud is printed. The reef will be in the middle. It's quite small, his column, because it's only the walls. Around the reef, there are many commentaries. The reef did something very bold. The reef
Say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin.
He sifted through the Talmud, decided what the law would be according to the rules that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he found in the Talmud. Otherwise, the Talmud so clear as to what the ruling is. You have to use principles, and sometimes a lot of it is to use genius to know what the Talmud, where the Talmud is going on a certain road. But this is what the Reef did. Obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. There was his chief two critics, was a man called, we went through it last week, the Baal Aboy, Rebbe maybe he wrote to say for the luminary born, the Rabbit, the Rabbi ben David. The Rabbit was also a critic of the Rabbi, also wasn't, so the Rabbit obviously wasn't so quick in allowing anybody to make a book saying that he has fully figured out the design of Jewish law. So they are the chief critics of the Reef, and they are printed right on the page that the Reef is printed. The Ramban made it his mission to defend the Reef from his critics, from the Baal Aboy and from the Rabbit. He wrote a book called Milchames Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, defending the Reef against his those who wanted to criticize him and to say that the law is not like him. So if you read the opening page of Reef, it's quite exciting is to see who is taking on who, why do they see him to be wrong, why does the Muhammad's see him to be right. Other interesting work wrote was Minyan HaMitzvos. Minyan HaMitzvos, the counting of the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. The Talmud says, the Gemara says, that there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. What's not very well known is that it's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which one of the commandments of the Torah are considered to be individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices of korbanos. The Torah has a law, very detailed. This is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, and it against how exactly is each korban, how exactly is each offering meant to be brought up to Hashem. So the details of every one, there's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, various offerings. Do we consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering? Do we consider them individual mitzvahs? So, for example, you have a sin offering, and there's, let's say, for argument's sake, 5 details mitzvahs that Hashem says, do this, do that, do the other, 5 of those. Do we consider them to be mitzvahs, or do we say no? There is a mitzvah.
I don't know.
That if a person needs to bring a sin offering, he brings a sin offering. And he's going to do it in a certain way. And the Torah tells you how to do it. So essentially, it's one mitzvah.
Things in life where, although I've taken a position,
Maimonides
deep down I know the
makes the
position
count,
is
and his
wrong.
count of the
So how
mitzvahs,
does the
Maimonides
Gemara
considers
how do you know?
it to be
Find the
one
courage
mitzvah.
to say you were wrong
You see,
instead of
now the problem
doubling
is
down
that
and
there are many, many
cementing
commandments in the Torah, much more than 613. So you've got to generalize. You've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be one of the 613. There was the very first person who did this was a man called Reb Shimon of Yahira, of Cairo. Reb Shimon of Yahira, I don't know, as
correct the outcome. Talmud Mikvar Sheker Shecha. This gives the second Sheker. And also, the way that we have come denominator all of these things is these are situations where there is an overt Sheker, having an unworthy student can talk to you as overt Sheker. No, but it could lead to wrong things. The guy is so there, the Chaveris who does one. So how do we know that the guy who knows that one of the other judges is a Gazlan? Or a witness, no one that is telling witness is a Gazlan. Unanimously, you started, how do we know that you should not command their life, you should not sit on the bench in such a person, or should not sit upon the testimony unit with a person? Talmud Mikvar Sheker Shecha. Also, again, this is what's the condition here? The condition here is that, let's say, if I'm a witness, I know that I'm sitting true. And when my fellow witnesses saying it too. So if there's no Sheker occurring over here, it also is so fascinating because you recognize how what we recognize is the idea that all of us are made up of multiple parts. And some of those parts are good, and some of those parts are not. Like no one is an absolute. But still, when it comes to judgment, I can't participate in the judicial process. And whether it's the capacity of a judge or the capacity of a witness, because I know that the other people involved are dishonest. It just corrupts the entire thing. With that said, good. When we are in the faith, so let's say, how do I know that if a diner knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted? So let's go about Kola by eating and eating. Energy and Kola top of our Kola top summary with Saba eating. Listen to this. How do I know that the judge shouldn't say the following? The judge knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted. He knows that something is not right over there. But essentially what he says is, not my problem. Not my problem. The judge witnesses are giving their testimony, and if there's fallout because what they're saying is false, it's on them. How do we know that a judge shouldn't say that? This is so profound because if this piece is highlighted over here is the not my problem approach. Right? I'm involved in something. I know that the process is not good. I know that the outcome is not good. There's some things I like that it's so easy to say, you know what? No problem. I'm a judge. There's a process. Their witnesses over here. They're going to say what they're going to say. If they check out, they check out. And if there's a problem, it's on your head. It's not true. If you're involved in some way, you're on top. This is the ministry that I'm saying about the say. That it is well. There's nothing we don't see, but there's nothing we don't want us to see. And there's nothing we don't hear that Hashem didn't want us to hear. And if we see it and we can hear it, it's because the Father wants us to do something about it. So if we like to see broken situations, it's not a problem. No problem. If it wasn't a problem, you wouldn't have seen it. If it wasn't a problem, you wouldn't have heard it. If you're there, if you're present, and now you're knowledgeable, it's the Father saying, it is your problem. Try to do something to remedy it. We are in the Talmud. She will say that but we're all supposed to know the whole Rothschild. The nice way you start, how do you know that if a student is sitting before the Rabbi, and the student sees some type of source, he sees he sees something that would throw the judgment in the direction of the other, and would be a bone, would indict the other. So how do you know that this is rectified? So let's look over here. This is a different kind of case. This is talking about over here is essentially a student is always obligated to do deferential to his Rabbi. But again, how do I know that over here, if I'm deferential and I'm silent, that could be ultimately against the conversion of justice. So how do I know that in that type of situation I shouldn't be silent and I should speak up even in front of my Rabbi? I'm going to go back, terrible man, the Talmud says, the problem is, so again, how do I know if I see my Rabbi making a mistake in halacha? So right now, I shouldn't say, I do not actually know that. I don't see what my Rabbi passes with Sakharov, and then I'll be constructed with him, and I'll reconstruct it with my own logic. This will be my rising, this will be my rising to prominence. And you know what? So again, what's fascinating over here is, in the previous case, what the most highlighting was the idea that even though there's a normal code of conduct, and and a Talmud should not go ahead and contradict the Rabbi. If the Talmud sees a potential perversion of justice, the Talmud has an obligation to stand up. In this case over here, in this case over here, that over here has also stats. What's occurring in this case? In this case is the Talmud says, I'm going to speak up. But I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait for the fact to be in then I'm going to add in all of my fancy language. Like I'm going to add in my Jesus to help you with. And then I'm going to go ahead and have my reputation overturned. I'll be the spiritual hero and I'll become your commander. So the Lord says, this is about that. You got to get that. This is something. This is you got to get that. When it comes to ego. A lot of times when it comes to speaking ego, we are using practices that are not false. They're not false.
Because never have you seen somebody defending something so wrong, so well. This is what he thought. This is the Rabbi at the end. He said the Rabban with tremendous honor and gifts, having displayed such genius, which he had. However, this had brought a lot of jealousy and a lot of hatred from the obviously the Christian clergy, populace, especially from this apostate Rabbi, Bishop of Verona in Italy, was so impressed he ordered the Rabban to write down his which he did. But the clergy and the apostate was so angered that they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions, and in the end was that the king had been brought the book of the Rabban, as a display that this book was not good, and he had the Rabban exiled for Spain for a period of 2 years. When he got this order of exile, the Rabban used that opportunity. The Rabban was already aged, and he decided that this would be the time to visit Israel.
So the Gemara says,
now this visit of the Rabban to Israel was a very pivotal one in the Jewish history. You see, the Rabban paid this trip to the land of Israel without his family that got much of attention and esteem because the revolts as well as the sea journey was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself, and he went on the being the Jewish leader that he was. He decided he must revive the Jewish land, Yerushalayim, Jerusalem. He came to Yerushalayim, he did not even find it was not even 10 Jewish people who would come together to show the Daven. There was no Sefer Torah in the entire Jerusalem.
is overt lying.
And the Rabban got to work, and the island he was, he spent 3 years in Yerushalayim. He built a shul, which not the actual shul, but the structural base of the shul, which is right at the right till this day. It's known in Jerusalem, the Ramban's shul, the shul of the Ramban. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. Actually, the original structure was destroyed right at the beginning of 1948. However, they did build a structure to compensate for that on the same place. It's there till the day the Ramban's shul. They brought Sefer Torah there, and they yeshiva there. He gathered the Jewish soldiers to go to learn and establish Jewish life once again properly in Jerusalem. There is a famous royalty of the Rabban that the Ramban writes a letter to his son how he should act and what the proper way for a Jew is to be. Very well known, he gives the Ramban the letter, the epistle of the Ramban. We actually don't know where the Ramban is interred, we don't know where his burial place is, but he was. But there is good reason to think that he passed away and is buried in the land of Israel.
Listen to this. I lent my friend $1,000. Shalom Yomar et Aenu b'Masai k'dei shiyod v'zemana v'niskayim v'shua v'agam vel arav shur v'akamat.
There was a man called, who was known as the Rothschild. Rothschild stands for Rabbeinu Shlomo ben Aderet. Shlomo, the son of Aderet.
We've got to remember this was a very good time physically, and also could have been used out very well spiritually in Spain. There was no deterrent from Jewish life, from Jewish learning, Jews were prosperous, Jews had rights, and although we mentioned last week that this is, as we say, this through the law, so to say, from being staying held instant fragmenting the totalitarian, however, many did, many gathered around these great Jewish leaders and learned from them. Rabbi there is a Jewish leader, he was a student of the Rabbi and of Rabbi Yoino, who he came across another time. He was born in 1235 and passed away in the year 1310. He lived in Barcelona, and he lived at the very same time as the Crusaders were going through France and Germany. So that's important. Whilst the Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering horribly because of the Crusaders. Many communities had been decimated, yeshivas had been destroyed. Jewish life and learning was in peril of just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish place of peace, so to say, where Jews could learn and live was Spain. And therefore, the Jewish leadership, the Rashba took on leadership not just of suffragetory of Rothschild of Spain, but also of the Jews of France and Germany, who many a letter, many a visit was come to seek his advice and his teachings. The Rashba wrote also very key books. The Ramban's books are learned until today. Every yeshiva and every house should have the books. Many others of the books of the Ramban. The Rashba, the same thing. There are Kedushei Rashba, the apologies of the Rashba, wrote commentary on the Talmud, as well as to Shavuos of Rashba. Responsive, the Rashba wrote one of the very early books of responsive letters that were sent to him with follow-up questions, so with questions and advice, and his answers to them. Much of Jewish history we should know is gleaned from these responses, from the books of responses such as of the Rashbas. When people write on a certain situation, they describe the situation where they are. We see where Jews live, where letters were coming from. These are very, very important, not only from a working perspective, which they are, but also from a historical perspective. The Rashba in his day, his life was very rabbinic one, always dealing with needs from the community and with conducting halachic court cases. He really was in the thick of Jewish life at the time. There was quite an event in the days of the Rashba, which had to do with the study of philosophy. In his days in Spain, it was very common, it was the in thing to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rashba the danger in this. People were learning philosophy, and this was subsiding the so-called wholesome faith that a Jew should have and should live by. With the Torah, with the Almighty, as we said many times, this does not mean at all that there is no philosophical logic to Torah. God forbid that Torah is the wisdom of Hashem, and therefore his view of the greatest wisdom. However, a Jewish cannot live properly as a Jew just with philosophical logic, because it makes sense, because it works on an intellectual basis. That's why we do it. A Jew has to live with his neshama, with his soul, which connects to Hashem, and to live into a sense of love and fear and so on. And people were sort of drifting into a different direction. The Rashba says this, and being in the position that he was, he made a decree
Yes, I can.
nobody
In
should
other words,
learn
halacha
study
l'maisa,
philosophy
both
until they
religions
are
have to be
25
dressed in the same
years of
way.
age, which would make sure that they had studied
Therefore, the
properly.
Pasuk says,
The
this is
yeshiva
the
or
second
the
step.
rabbi
So let's say the time
only
idea.
then when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah
Let's say the
would they
Yisrael
be
is
able
is
to
the
be allowed to delve
absolute
into other
judge
wisdoms.
of book by its
He
cover.
made this
This
degree
is
of
so
thing is
important. You know, we like to
something
say,
that
people like to think
he
that
sought
they're
to
not
be an
judgmental.
everlasting thing
It's
for his
false. We're
day,
all
for his
judgmental.
age.
We're
He
highly
made this
judgmental.
degree.
Someone walks into my Dalamas, I have them sized up by the way they dress, by the way they
The
present,
next
by the way they talk. And if someone
major
tells you
Jewish
they
character
don't
down
do
the
that,
line
they are lying. They are lying.
was a man
Default
called the Rosh, known
reflexive
as the Rosh,
judgmental type
Rabbeinu
that each of us
Osher.
possesses. Now, the
Rabbeinu Osher, his name was
avoda
Osher.
then is to
He was
kind
born
of
in the year
unwrap that afterwards, right?
1250. And
Now,
after
after
the
I do
passing
that,
of the
the goal
Rothschild,
is, okay, I
he
want to
became
get to
the
know
next
you. I
link
want
in
to
the
get
chain
to see
to
you.
the
But
major
it is very
Jewish
important to
leader
understand that
of
that
the
is the
time.
reflection. And
The
listen, by the
Rosh
way, it's not a fact.
was actually not
Why is
born
it
in
not a bad
Spain.
thing?
He
Why
was
is it not a bad
actually
thing?
born in
It's
Germany.
part of one of the most
The Rosh was
important
a student of the Maharama of Rothenburg, Purveyor of Rothenburg.
self-preservation. Right? In other words, the
Maharama
idea
of
is
Rothenburg
because I
is an
assess
interesting
everyone,
story.
I'm
With
always
him,
going to
which
look
I
out
don't
for
think we
things
went
that are
through.
threats to me.
We mentioned his name.
Which is good.
But the Maharama of Rothenburg
I'm always
was a
on the
very
look for
important
things that
Rishon,
pass up.
very
So
important
therefore, again, by definition,
anyone who explains the Talmud, the scholar Rishon.
we're always assessing. That's how we can assess a
The
threat.
end of
That's
the
how we can assess
Maharama
friend
of
or foe.
Rothenburg's life
So
was
by
quite an
definition, this
interesting
is
one.
how we see the
He,
world. It is
by
so
accusation of a certain,
incredibly
again, of a
important
Muslim,
that we
usually
are judgmental.
somebody who
We
converted
spice
to
people up in the
Christianity
first 30
willingly,
seconds of speaking
which
to
were
them, how
often
they look, how they dress, how they talk.
there were some of the greatest tragedies of
Jews
Jews came from such people, unfortunately. And he was accused of treason or whatever, something like that. And the lot was made against him, and he ended up in jail. Those times, when they ended up, when the men of great men who ended up in jail, it was ransom. The king, the Kaiser of Germany wanted to give ransom for the release of the Maharama, the Jewish community, who the Maharama was one of their greatest leaders, made a major appeal, major collection, and actually collected together the ransom that the Kaiser wanted. When the Maharama was sitting in jail, got wind of the fact that they wanted to do this.
So again, in order that no one should look more cautious than the
He
other,
said he
people would
was
take
not
off
going
their
to
footwear,
accept
and
it.
then
He
they
did
would
not
come and
allow
it's
them
incredible.
to
So you smell the
to get the ransom. He said, because there's a source in the Talmud that this would be the reason the authorities, the rulers, the kings would learn that this is sort of a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish leader, you put him in jail, you ask for ransom, easy money to come, and the Maharama would not have it. The Maharama passed away in prison, in jail, and he wrote a whole big long story. He wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was from heaven. They actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says, this is already part of Jewish tradition, he was given the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu to copy. And he wrote that he was a fabulous that he wrote the Sefer Torah, which he got eventually. There's a whole story behind that, how he put it on the Rhine River and it floated all the way to Worms, all the way to Worms. And it ended up in the shore in Worms, I believe up until the Second World War, the previous of Abba as ended up that he saw the Sefer Torah and probably got destroyed Holocaust.
In order to go ahead and create the reality
He wasn't allowed even after he passed away. He wasn't allowed to be buried. And so many years later, an individual called Alexander Vinton, very rich and influential Jew, gave the money to the authorities to have his body taken out, huge sum of money, to be buried. This Alexander Vinton is buried. You can see the tombs today are buried. He's buried right next to the Maharama. This was, I guess, his payment for having given out that kind of money to release his body. Anyhow, This was the Maharal of
do
Rothschild.
not listen to one of
The
the
Rosh,
parties
who we began
before the
talking
other
about, the Rosh
party
was
gets
a
there.
Rabbi Rothschild was a student of the Rabbi Meir of Rothschild.
How do you
Before
know
the
that
Maharal,
Allah the
by
other
the way,
party is not
stands for
there? You
Marino
expect
Harav
to the judge
Rabbi Meir,
about your
our
case.
teacher,
So the Muslim
our teacher, the Rabbi, Rabbi Meir. That's what Maharal stands for.
How do you know that you
Because
should
that's
not
how
be
he's
able to
known.
put forward your case before the judge?
Before the Maharal of Rothschild passed away, he taught his students, Rabbi Rothschild, to get away from Germany, lost the place for Jewish boys, and to go to Spain. And this is what he did when the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild, was already tremendously accomplished scholar and leader. This is what he was speaking. He was received with great honor. And he already even in the lifetime of the Rashba, of his predecessor, he was appointed as a Dayan, as a halachic judge, and we must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that it had authority on its own. The leaders, I mean, and this is true as far as the Rosh is concerned, especially after the Rashba passed away, and he assumed that a great power, that the Rosh was given total authority to rule over ownership of his business, of ownership in Spain, and the degree that he had the authority as far as the king was concerned to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity, probably never existed. Never existed afterwards, I don't think, with Jewish history. And such authority was granted. I think it did exist before in Babylon. That would be the great Usa and the great authority of Rothschild was capital punishment. But he could have had great authority. But the Rosh was given this authority, unprecedented thing. And he was reluctant to use it, but he did give permission give permission for the government to deal with capital punishment to some people who evidently deserved it. The Roshis who took over the leadership of the Jews in Spain in his time, the Rosh is today extremely famous for making a commentary on the Talmud, but they took no Jewish law, similar to the Rif, similar to the Yitzchak Al-Fassi. He took the Talmud, took away the discussion, and made a law. The thing was that he has come out, Rosh has come after the Rif, he has come after the Rabbi Maimonides, so he's right late in the game, and therefore we saw all their works, including the Rashba, the Ramban, and everything, whatever everybody had to say before him, the Rosh knew and took into account and ruled accordingly. This is a very important development in Jewish law. In Jewish law, if we're talking about a great authority, we know is halacha kebatzroni. In halacha, the law follows right meaning, if there are two great authentic Jewish authorities who arguing vis a law and they're not around to argue with each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other one lived 700, 800 years ago, there will be leaning towards ruling like the one who was later. Obviously, if he was a authentic authority, it's not an absolute rule where the majority is against it, then it's a different rule. It's ruling halacha is not like taking. But one of the ideas, if he came later, then we give him more credibility. Why? Because he saw the rulings of everybody that came before him, and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something we can take into account. So he did something similar to the Rif, but with everybody else's opinion inside. Because the way the Rosh passed away in the year 1327.
Go buy contested property, right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just looking for trouble. Incredible. High process that leads to a close island with the absolutely incredible. Next, I guess I would bring it up. This is another again. The topic of our appendix so far is Shua Sa'idos. Right? We're talking about testimony. He's oath about testimony. Again, we'll see actually in the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered. So the nice thing is, I said it only applies to Shua Sa'idos, only applies to people who can give testimony. So what does it come to? I'm going to hop on in his own style, and made actually very interesting. I'm also the that covers Jewish law up until today. He was the one who invented this, and that's how basically everybody in the world of Jewish law works. To testify about him.
Many of the halachas, many of the laws in Jewish law are not applicable right until today until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity, tumah and tamara, don't apply
So when it
today.
says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a king is excluded. Listen, now why is
It's
that?
similar to
So
my
again,
other
that's the
DC,
point out that we are.
deviated from
Why
the
is the
order
gambler?
of
Why
the
is he
Talmud
excluded? Right? Why is he excluded from it? Those
his
certainly
book
in the Gemara,
and
you might
made
said
his
that
own order.
he's
He
in
did not follow the order of Maimonides because Maimonides
for 49.
has a 14 volumes book
This is
devoted
not
book,
the
and
bad goes on
Maimonides
with
has
brother
all the laws of the Torah applicable today or not applicable today. The Torah, however, differs from this, and he made an arrangement which is today is the fundamental of Jewish law for navigating clockwise and navigating Jewish law. He made a 4-volume set. Now, if you buy the Apple set, it's about 10 volumes, which kind you buy, but it's in 4 parts. The first part is called
So understand, that soul
that
is a
part
Rabbanon.
of this
The
Jewish law
Mala,
book
right,
deals
that
with
can't go ahead and give testimony or be testified about. That ultimately, again, is a Daraisa. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says, Koshiki Mala, it is the Daraisa lo Chazi. A king is disqualified from anything to do with testimony in the Daraisa. Why? It says, Son Kasin ala Hamala. So Chazi says, place upon yourself a king. So if they ain't a Masa ala his fear has to be a punishment. So it was easy to do. Therefore, because the fear is going to be a punishment for what? No one is giving testimony against the king. But now, if you can't be testified against, it also means that what? You also can't testify. Right? We'll see actually, there's a corollary concept. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have the ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. So therefore, if you're going to say the Messiah for cooking the gambler, can't give trust things, it can't be honest, and it's actually considered the Rabbanon. So that's true. It's certainly applies to a king who is your Isa. The Mandalamela, but ultimately, again, the one who is disqualified by giving is Shua Sa'idos. The second is the Kohen of the Isa, not Sahazi, the Rabbanon is the Pasiki. So again, the second is the Kohen of the Isa, and the Rabbanon. So ultimately, again, the Isa is totally kosher, and therefore maybe we would use it ultimately again for Shua Sa'idos. So let's say that, if we can have more for the Isa, we pass the both of these individuals are precluded from Lagos. So both the king is precluded in the Isa. Similar Hamala, placed it in the venue, the reverence and fear of the king has to be upon you. As a result, the king can't testify, and the king can't be testified against. It's complete, almost like traditionally, now again, it does not mean that the king is above the law. Right? There is a request that the Sanhedrin has against the king, but just stop a person to give aid against the king, or the king to give aid against the person, ultimately does not occur. But some people think about this, it's also precluded in Shua Sa'idos. It's actually a spirit of aid. That's right. It's maybe it's not a thing. Someone says, remember again, we're not focused in the Mishnah. This is going to be made and look up on it. And the whole Mishnah is going to be about the following things. So we then held that whether or not you're taking the Shua Sa'ibos like yourself, or ultimately again, you are doing what someone else is doing you, the Meir says it has to be done just
marriage, divorce,
Chachamim said it's only if you're taking the Shua through someone else that it has to be engaged. Otherwise, if it's on your own volition, you can do it engaged with itself. So you must, and what are they arguing about? Let's get to that. What are they arguing about?
is the name for the breastplate.
But
taking over, intruding into someone else's business to turn, so on and so forth. All these laws. That is fundamental instruction of Jewish law. This was made by the son of the Rosh, Rabbi
even claims something happened to the Pikadon, lost the Pikadon, the was stolen. There's something called the Shvasa Pikadon, where I could make even swear about the Pikadon. Okay, like I said, everyone ready yet? We're going to see it. We're going to see now the Shvasa Evos, which represents the lie in Shvasa Pikadon. Now, whenever you roll something out from someone else, right? So let's say I'm deriving B from A. That's a drug, is it a shuttle? And now let's say there is a fundamental what's the extra focus? When you learn out B from A, so how does that mean? This is called Zone Umina, which means learn out B from A, and that B will take on all of the qualities of A. Or there's Don Umina V'Opi V'Asra, which means learn out B from A, and after you learn out the original halacha of B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. That's my focus. We're going to see now inside. So here we go. So Rameir holds, don't umina. So Rameir holds, learn out essentially Shvasa Evos from Pikadon, and learn out all of the elements of Shvasa Evos from Pikadon. So then don't umina. Here we go. So you might say, Pikadon, not Pikadon, which have the actual values, which is ultimately again different by Pikadon. But the person takes the Shvasa Pikadon of the own volition. Ultimately again, this idea. Each of these four parts has chapters. Each of these chapters, which are called Simonim, each of these Simonim, later on in the Shulchan Aruch, will have Seifim, will have paragraphs. This is how the structure. The Baal HaTurim also wrote a Pirush commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses gematria, uses numerology, and the philosophy of numbers, of how the Torah alludes to various things using the numerical value of letters and words. Right, which again literally learn out
The Baal HaTurim was quite a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles of the time. He devoted his life to learning, and eventually for the next 50 years in Spain was a man called, who's known as the Rabbi. All these men are known with abbreviations. This is how they're known. They live today with their abbreviations. His name was Rabbi Nissim. Rabbi Nissim. And if you want to talk to them, you want to talk to the regular, you don't talk about Rabbi Nissim, you talk about the Rabbi. Now the Rabbi, once they took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which then was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Rabbi were already talking the days of the 30s, 20s. These were the days already leading up to the powerfulness of the church, and their ability to do anything sadly culminating in the Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the Rabbi had to act as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The Rabbi wrote the famous commentary on the tractate of Nedorim, of hours, and the Talmud, a beautiful commentary he wrote in a golden pen. Anybody who asks, anybody if you the one from the Nedorim of this also Rabbi Adel at the people of the river Al-Fassi, the one who first codified it. He wrote a commentary on it, very lengthy, and also wrote a book on his drushes, on his sermons. He was a prolific speaker. And there is drushes, or rather, the drushes, the sermons of Sarat.
Does that Shua have to happen?
We mentioned, and this is the title of this evening.
Now, again,
it was in this area, in this place in the world, in Spain, by the Sephardim, where the study of Kabbalah started to grow. Let's go. This is what we'll talk about a little bit now. History of Kabbalah. How it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which took heads and took a tremendous lead in Jewish life. The word Kabbalah, or Kabbalah, means tradition. It means this is a knowledge which is part of a tradition of rabbinic students. As the oral Torah itself, it all started as a tradition. As we know, through this many times, the oral Torah, it was 40 generations. The oral Torah was not transcribed, only being transcribed at the end. In the Talmud, it was all from Alf to here, from Alf to here, you take this through the Talmud. The part of the Torah that was written down in the oral part of that, the part of the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the only works inside of the Torah, was the Mishnah, as well as the Medrash, embraces different parts which are explanatory of the Chumash ideas and things. Those things were written down, those things which, with studying, commonly, every year was for everybody. Everybody should learn. Everybody should learn. The Medrash, stories and understanding, macros and Judaism. What was transcribed was not popular, but differences was secrets. We call it between Kabbalah. What the Kabbalah is basically the Kabbalah, we call it the Tri-Kabbalah in Iran. Unexplained Kabbalah speaks basically a language not understood to the Hebrew. It speaks esoteric languages, speaks what goes on in heaven or what goes on in a sphere, godliness, and what goes on in a world which are above and beyond what we are. Now, that is something which belongs to the language. That is not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, theology of Kabbalah, if you're not educated in the terminology, is multiple purposes Chinese. You don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance and the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this, and not everybody knows or is a receptacle for Kabbalah. However, Kabbalah was always there. It was passed down, and we don't know of a number of sages who say Kabbalah to study
so from
Kabbalah is mentioned or was emphasized in the Mishnah as a Talmud. That is not the root of Judaism.
but ultimately,
Talmud is such a knowledge
you might
existed.
not
It
necessarily
wasn't
see
for
it.
everybody.
Okay, so we'll say,
It was
so
a
what do we
man in
take
the
from that?
Mishnah,
So first
in
of all,
Tana,
we take from it as a
the
very
Tana wrote the
important
Mishnah
principle
called
in the Yahshua of the Gzera Shabbat. Like, what is the Gzera Shabbat? The
He
Gzera
actually
Shabbat is you
composed,
find
I believe,
commonality
in
between
prayer. We
two
had prayer in the
scenarios.
Siddur
That
right off,
commonality
of
can
course,
be
on the
a word
All of the third was as a prayer league proposed by Rabbi
that allows you to go ahead and see the
which
halakhic
carries
views
Kabbalistic meaning
between
to
A
it.
and B and learn out the
Part of
different
the couple
concepts
is
one
the
to the other.
various
The
names
same
of
is in
these
general when
writings,
you learn Jerusalem that
not
let's
just
say
the
for
seven official
example,
ones.
and extrapolate on the
Angels,
Jerusalem to A
different
and B.
worlds,
So I'm going to learn out elements about
esoteric
B from
business,
A.
shall we
The
say.
question is, how does that process work? So there are two
The
different
main
mechanisms.
one,
There's what's
the
called
central figure, who was the
which means
passer,
learn out
the
B
one who
from
passed the
A, and
Kabbalah
essentially
and
all the
wrote it
elements
down,
of B will
was
resemble
Rabbi Shimon ben
A.
Yochai.
Or
Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, Yochai was the Zohar. The Zohar is
the initial
the
concept of
foundation
B
of
from A,
Kabbalah.
but then we look at the
Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai
elements of
was, we
B
could say,
and establish
at
those
the very
as
same
your
time
new
that the
reality.
Mishnah was
And again,
being
that's
written,
my focus. And again, it's my focus. It's my focus. It's one
it
of
was
these
the
things that
very
we see
same time
throughout
that the
Shas
major work
about
of
how the
Kabbalah
guys
was
who
written.
ultimately are getting Jerusalem. What about here?
There was also a book
What
which is
about
actually,
Allah
the Zohar has been translated into English. There is also another book called Sefer Yetzirah, Sefer Yetzirah, is the book of creation. A very intimate book, not readily understood by a regular person who speaks in very cryptic terms, but it's a foundation book. You will want Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation. The idea of it is the dynamics of creation. What is it? What is the at the core of existence? That Sefer Yetzirah, those two books were very early in the day, very early, and were available to the few. It was in this era, 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, that the learning of Kabbalah, by the Sephardic tradition, started to grow. The reason for that story is to say that it needed to be a counterbalance to philosophy. Because we mentioned before, it was hinting to study philosophy. Everybody was going around with ideas and making ideas. Plato and Aristotle were streetwalkers, weren't they? Literally in the public hearts of Spain. This was the way to go. And Jews were studying these works and with not necessarily doing well with them from a Jewish perspective. They didn't know how to answer questions for themselves, although these answers were readily available, but it threw them off on the religious level, which was mentioned before. And the learning of Kabbalah sort of became a substitute for an esoteric knowledge, for something above and beyond to engage the people in. So we wanted to delve into, had the Talmud and everything like that. We wanted to delve into something prolific, something major.
Which is don't hide this. I was saying, what is that then? So if you don't see the buses, the owner, your day I need to show I know that the Shua I'm taking is gospel. So what that means, I know that I know testimony from them. And I know that I'm swearing falsely, that I don't know testimony from them. And I know that Shua also about any of they are, and I love it, I like carbon in there. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So in other words, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately I don't know about liability. That's called Sidon law, that's called Shudasa, and Sidon Ha'idos. So I'm still doing what's right. I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately again, I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. Incredible. So I said liability for that case as well. So I love it, actually doesn't do that. But you're not trying to just blame show me. You're not trying, you know what you have time. And I will say, so what this means is what this means is, let's say, right, you then say, silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you did it, I don't. And it turns out that I really was should be. I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. And that's just the mission says, and if I swear, I have to do this law, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on it becomes clear that I really do know testimony. So I swore incorrectly that it was a total shogeg. There's no liability for that. So then can you
It was received by the learning of the Kabbalah and the delving into esoteric subjects has to be done very correctly. Because these things are easily misunderstood, and also in history are used. We get to the story of Shabtai Tzvi, we get to the story of the false Messiah that swept through the entire Europe. Much of it was with the excuse he disguised himself as somebody very righteous, very holy. The Nazis didn't know it, didn't understand. Went to Babylon not to buy those who had that is, by the way, also the president George Rothschild, the cynic who came around why it had such great opposition was because people thought that this was a repetition of the Taurus of the Roman sarcastic misuse of Kabbalah and prose. Until the Taurus understood that the cynic was only there to enhance Judaism and not to radiate
even though this says it, so let's talk about the process. Why? This is how that talk of you look to the narrow, because even show doing the amazing. I'm going to talk to you only that if I end up swearing falsely, but not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know anything, that's the case there is no liability. About how something can sit in the narrow, but let's say I swear deeply, where it says the narrow, I finish the supposedly, so let's say you that swear deeply, the having no limit swear deeply, even though I swear I can swear correctly, even if it turns out that I swear falsely, maybe there is even liability in that case, so much more than there's no liability. In the face. So let's say bottom line, and this is actually very important. A lot of myself, any place where you swear falsely, but you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. So even says to, for example, right? If I swear, I swear I eat the loaf of bread today. And turns out that so I didn't. But I was so sure that I was doing it. And that's what I mentioned, there's no liability in that. Same thing, right? Even says Sudan in the schools, I swear that I don't. And again, when I swear I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about, if I when I say don't know what, there's no liability in that. So what's this? Everybody swear falsely, but the time you swear and you think you're swearing correctly, there's not going to be liability that you're going to interesting, by the way, the book ends up getting back a quite fast. How do you start today? We started out today with a diamond, when both up and thinking that we get one stuff. But at one point he was convinced that's correct, but then he became aware that what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And Gemara says, have the courage to admit that you're wrong. Have the courage to go and deconstruct that which is constructed. And have the courage to go and walk back that. Even though again, you don't have to send times that you got to get up. If you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Walk it back. And again, you know, as technologists, there are other times in life, where we're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're wrong, and that happens. That happens. If you know you're wrong, don't take double down. Find the courage to walk this back. But at the other hand, pulling up against it, that turns out you're convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that you're fundamentally wrong. So it's interesting enough, if you know you're wrong, but double down and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you're unequivocally wrong, now for that, there's no liability. One, people make mistakes. If they make a mistake and you really didn't know, after the responsible says, well, okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you're absolutely wrong, but you double down and you didn't walk it back, then that's absolutely liability. And it's like, stop everything. Come up with the tomorrow. Start to the week. Start the
His name was Moshe, his father was called Shem Tov, Ram's name was Vivian. maybe coming or stemming from beyond France, I don't know. But he was a great Kabbalist, and he devoted his life to copying and transcribing Kabbalistic works. You see, the library of Zen was a question of how much you devoted your life to it. You had to travel and you had to collect bits and pieces, scrolls, books, whatever, transcribe everything. And there were many books of Kabbalah around and available from different Jewish scholars from bygone years, not here, I believe the 1300s. And Rabbi Ben Shem Tov devoted his life to doing this. He had a library, and after his passing, a certain rich individual bought from his heirs, I understand, yes, the Zohar, which was in Rabbi Shem Tov's library. Now, before that, the Zohar was not the book which was available. Rabbi Shem got it, copied it from the scarce copies that there were, and added to his library. This rich man bought it, and that was the time that history marks the beginning of the dissemination and learning of the Zohar. Certain memorization of Kabbalah. And Skelly did from there. We'll go through, not sure next week, week after next week, how in the 14th and 15th century, the study of Kabbalah began to grow. Went throughout the Jewish people, and chiefly the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzhak Uri Ashkenazi, after the Spanish Inquisition, he was the one who pronounced to recite mitzvah like always, so it's it is a mitzvah to reveal the wisdom of Kabbalah.
On the same day, Mazel Tov,
Our sages, Jewish sages,
his grandson today.
this meaningfulness was twofold. It was at that time the beginning of the Jewish life in France and a sad ending, and it was going to be the time when the Jews were to be submerged in a great darkness into the Middle Ages, and the distance from the days of the temple, the distance of the days of the Jewish glory spiritually and physically, were getting greater and greater. They compared this to a travel. Somebody who's traveling away from the city, the lights of the city that he traveled away from still illuminate his way for however much time when he goes out into the city.
A lot of information that we've already seen in different signals, and then you try to point everything to it. So here, so everything is Shvuas Shav. What is the Shvuas Shav?
Where will he get light from?
What is the Shvuas Shav? Says the Gemara. This Shvuas Shav is saying as well. It is any Shvuah where a person has chance to go ahead and choose from already known and incontrovertible facts. For example, Amar Asmiyah says, it's not saying the person tries to swear to go and choose a known incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Allah, Amar Shal Evan, Shavu Shal Sav, person sees a pillar, right? There's a pillar of stone. And a person swears that the pillar of stone is gold. Ba'ara'ish, Shavu Shal, when he swears about a man, or she's a woman, Ba'ara'isha, Shavu, or swears about a woman, he's a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, the idea of which color shows is the idea of there is something incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth, that is the Shvuas Shav. Mishpah Davar Sheni as Shlomo. Now let's say this is a second example of the Shvuas Shav. Swear about something that is impossible. That is impossible. For example, in the for example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. Number two category, I swear about something impossible. I saw flying dragon. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the olive press.
Absolutely, that was one of the examples of the functions. Obviously, this wants to do that. To do that, to do that. However, the term study of Kabbalah itself, when applied as something, one could also do what there are many people today who study let's try Kabbalah, simple Kabbalah, although quite difficult to comprehend. But at the end of the day, it's something which is comprehensible. This was especially to go ahead
and testify on your behalf. Now listen, I want to just give you the doctrine. This is first doctrine in the first second of the short lines. Shua Shalona Idecha, Duko Mitzvah, I need never shoot after. So listen, this is an example. Interestingly enough, this is an example of another Shua's shot. So again, remember, what's the definition of Shua's shot? Essentially making a Shua regarding something that's impossible. Now, again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or manifestation one, is I swear, to the contrary of an incontrovertible known fact. Possibility two of a Shua Shabbat, impossible Shua. Number two is that halacha l'maisa again, I swear, regarding something that is simply not completely impossible. Flying feathers, snakes the size of the beam of an olive press. Impossible. Number three condition says is you swear to negate a mitzvah. You swear to negate to all your shibua, by definition, negates a mitzvah. So again, for you, that is considered to be something impossible. To be mavakol, so you can't be mavakol. So therefore, again, in this case over here, a witness is coming to testimony, they swear that they will not testify. Again, I sort of feel something over there. This is different than a case where they swear that they don't know testimony. That's just what I just discussed. In this case over here, what are they swearing? What are they swearing? We're swearing we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a mitzvah to give that testimony on someone's behalf. There's a mitzvah to give that testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So it's interesting over here, we've seen already a number of different times that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Well, again, such a shua is not how it doesn't work. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic of that, all loans lead back to Nachshad. All loans lead back to Nachshad, right? Because Shua is on the ground. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform mitzvah because I have a pre-existing duty, pre-existing obligation to perform that mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. So again, not interesting enough, so the mitzvah's heavenlies, when I take a Shua not to perform a mitzvah, that is effectively a Shua's shot. That's a Shua's shot. That's something that up until now I know already that it doesn't work. That is going to tell you why it doesn't work, because that is called a Shua's shot. Incredible. Next, please pull it out on this. So for example, to the day on the same day, I swear to go out in the back on it. For example, Shullah says sukkah. I swear I'm not going to make a sukkah. If Shullah told me that, I swear I'm not going to do that. If Shullah had any extra, I swear I'm not going to do it. Zot Shua's shot. So again, now this is all kind of dropping into place. I've known this whole time that I can't take a shua to negate a mitzvah. We never even thought about what category of shua is that. You see what I'm talking about? That's called Shua's shot. Shua's shot is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Even impossible because just factually, it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I described is not possible. It's impossible because I'm only under pre-existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undergo. What's the level of Shua's shot? So however, as a dollar matter, start from the base of others. Those are we never said this exclusively in this class. Up until now, we really the hyper-focus on Shua's people. Right? So Shua's people, you know, that if you violate the Benesi, you tie it not this. If you violate the Shadi, you tie the cover over the orange.
pestilence and the Black Death was
So
started,
again,
as we know, with rats coming through from broken ships, and therefore they say the Jews suffered the least, and that's why they were blamed. Henceforth, terrible time for the Jewish people then in that area.
That's that point. So
All these things, all these appearances, the Crusaders and the aftermath of them, the various things we've been talking about for the
I
past
swear I'm
30
going to
lessons
eat this
did
loaf,
not
and then I
have
take another shrew I'm not going to eat it. So in this case,
a
it's just
direct
enough.
effect, if not any effect at all, on Spanish Jewry.
If both of these
They were
shrews
living
had been made independently,
security
this would have
and
been
in
two
affluence.
shrews
They were
decrease.
educated,
Like
they
two
had
shrews, like
freedom
you
of
because remember,
choice
trust me,
of
for
will,
instance,
they
again,
were
a shrew,
able to
I
really
declare the
live
shrew, I
a
swear
good
I'm
life
going to eat the
for
loaf, I
many
swear I'm
hundreds
not
of
going
years.
to
The
eat the
golden
loaf.
era
That's
of
just
Spain.
deeply. In this case, interestingly enough, what happened
They
over here,
produced some
I'm
of the
making these
greatest
shrews
early
a success. So
taking a
swear
great
number one
time.
is, I swear I'm going
But
to
that
eat the loaf of
all
bread.
came
So
to
swear
an
number
end
two is, I
in
swear
the year
I'm not going to eat the
1391.
loaf of bread. So what do you do in this case? This is fascinating.
In that
And you
time,
show
the
now
Jews had
shruas
very
So the first shruah ultimately is a
positions in the government.
Many
They
of
them
them
were
shruas
very rich,
shav.
very powerful.
The second shruah is now shruas shav. And they say, why is it a shruas
aroused
shav? Why?
Some
Because
great
once
jealousy.
I go ahead and I take the
The
first
climate
shruah to go ahead and
rose
eat the
with
loaf,
hatred
then what?
towards the
It is a
Jews, which
mitzvah
was
to
only
fulfill the
incited
shruah.
by the
When I then
church.
go, therefore
And
becomes a
the
mitzvah to eat the loaf.
the
When I
climate
then
was
make the
ready
second
for
shruah
a
not to
revolt
eat the
against
loaf,
the Jewish
that is
hierarchy,
effectively a
which happened.
shruah to
It
undermine the
started
performance of the
in
mitzvah, which is one of the categories of shruas shav.
Spain.
Rashi points out over about shruas shav, shahar mishpa levata es hamitzvah.
Seville.
Again, it wasn't fascinating. So to begin to see over here is also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? Right, mishpa levata es hamitzvah. Mitzvah doesn't necessarily have to be what we call, one of the explicit 600 that say mitzvahs, like, I'm still not going to put a toilet, I'm still not going to sit in a sukkah.
He was an amateur painter.
So, for example, if I take a shruah to do something, then it becomes a mitzvah, an obligation upon me to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am adjured to do is also swearing to undermine a mitzvah. So therefore, again, I swear to eat the loaf, shruah speaker, I have a mitzvah to fulfill, I swear to eat the loaf. I then take another shruah, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That second shruah is a shruah shav. Shruah shav. Incredible. That in this case, what happens is you eat the loaf. So if I eat the loaf, I end up eating the loaf in this case. And then again, shruah one, I swear I'm going to eat it. Shruah two, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Now I end up eating it. Achla, Ava shruah shav. So if I go ahead and I eat the loaf, so what's the problem? I'm in violation of a shruah shav. I could take a shruah not to eat the loaf. No achla, if I don't eat it, then Ava al shruah shibitli. Then ultimately, again, I'm in violation of my first shruah. So what's the interesting about this case is it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to incur liability. We might have to question this case a little bit more, but that's the concept. If you ever say, sometimes we'll sound like when I saw, what we established over here is shruah shav, intentional violation of shruah shav is malchus, unintentional violation of shruah shav. Unintentional violation of shruah shav is kafir. Three categories of shruah shav also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition is a mitzvah, is incumbent upon you to go out and do that very thing. Incredible. If you look at magic, there's this now really distinctly rounding out our like halachic reality regarding this. So Eva says, "Who should make it the website?" Remember, shruah shav is not simply swearing to undermine something that allows. So one of the definitions of shruah shav is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. Because now Eva says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Okay. So therefore, by definition, if you were to swear about something that you know, right, so the concept that you know to be true, but also other people do not know about it, or at least other people do not know about it, if you're not going ahead and conform to the criteria for shop. Okay, incredible. Mishpa al-Davashi Asaro, and then Isigal for Father. What's this now again? So now, the Mishnah said, what's an example of swearing about something that is impossible?
he
Remember again, this is category 2.
writes quite
Category
interestingly
1 is I swear is
since
contrary to the
Spanish
contrary
theory
of
was so
uncontrovertible
unusual
known
and
supernatural. I swear about a man
they
that
did
he's a
reach
woman,
some
about a
time
woman that he's a man, about a pillar of stone that is gold. Category
However,
2, I
the
swear about
prevalence
something that I
of
could not have
philosophy,
seen. I
of
swear
learning,
I saw
of
a flying
conducting
camel.
life
So the
in
Gemara says,
a lavish way, shall we say, both materially and spiritually. In other words, they weren't less committed.
If you
as
look
they
at the
should be.
Russian of
It
the
started
Mishnah,
from the way they approached Judaism. It wasn't one of simple faith. It wasn't a climate. It wasn't a new environment that nurtured
why this phrasing it like that? The Gemara says because the Gemara says
Judaism was a correct
Shloshah Isilo Kamar, Minor Isi. Now again,
especially
doesn't it
in
make more sense to say,
personified
I swear I saw a flying camel?
That's what
The
sort of
Gemara says, Shloshah Isilo Kamar, it doesn't say, I swear I saw a flying camel. Minor Isi. What does that mean if I did not see? I swear, I swear if I did not see a flying camel. It sounds like in that Russian, if I did not see, it should be something else to that phrase. If I did not see, then what? So listen to this. Rabbi says, no, Tani Shloshah Isi. Rabbi says, change the word of the Mishnah. The Mishnah should say, I swear I saw a flying camel. So, Rabbi, says, no. So what we know is see Dama so in fact, it was more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is all of the fruits of the world should be usher to me. If I do not see a flying camel. Okay, fine. So I said, I'll let you know about it. But let's say again, I just want to point out, for our purposes, this doesn't clearly change anything. There's no holiness of Rabbi. It's just how we read the Mishnah. But factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of Shuas Shah. You swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying camels. So the Gemara says, I'm going to be able to this starts with fascinating subject.
Push the other direction. They saw the direction the people were going in,
when he says, I saw a flying camel. I gather,
which was actually a product
maybe we have the other when we don't say, I swear I saw a flying camel, maybe we really saw
many
the
arguments which Jews and Allah had to have, possibly with Christians. And over there, that's why in the book of
and he called it
put
a
together the fundamentals of Judaism. Actually, interestingly enough, classified the Rabbi, and one of these makes 13 principles of faith.
and maybe he just saw very large but he's calling it a flying camel.
The divinity of the Torah and the rule of
and when he's taking the Shua, he's understanding the Shua through the lens of his personalistic vernacular. In other words, I'm not lying, I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel, meaning what a very large bird that looks like a camel. So the Lord says, okay, now let's say, this opens up something very interesting, which is that in the world of Shavuos, how do you define a person's Shua? So you define the Shua based on your personal intent, or do you define the Shua by some type of objective method? Now, interestingly enough, if you think about Basar Pumei as the below as the Basar Dakin, that was very interesting. Now, based on Mishnah, it seems to be that we define Yeshua based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have made. Because otherwise, and I mean, when I swear I saw a flying camel, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? You know, to get you to the bird. If you notice, again, you don't ask that. You don't ask that. So you might say the detail about it. Therefore, you tend to say, Basar Pumei as well. I will say, Basar Pumei as means we go according to the straight or to the partial understanding of your words. The role of Leon Basar Dakin, and we do not ultimately go based on what you may be thinking. We go based on what you said and not based on what you think. Therefore, again, this point is talking over here. So therefore, in the case where halacha l'maisa, again, I swear I saw a flying camel. We don't start to try to understand what you really mean, but rather, again, based on what you said. That's this in this Mishnah. I'll say, I just want to say something interesting over here. Well, let's finish up. So the Gemara says, we'll come back to that phrase. So the Gemara says, what we do in the
upon his death,
Okay, so now we're going to
the son of
challenge this
for
concept
some
a little
reason,
bit.
did not like the Abarbanel once together. Yitzhak Abarbanel fled to Spain, leaving behind everything. Which actually, they say he actually bothered to do. He was very rich over there, as we can understand. But his work in the royal palace was determined. He was not able to learn and to write as he would have wanted to. And when he was in Spain, he lived there in poverty, but at least he was able to devote his life. What he really wanted to do was to disseminate Torah, which he did. The Abarbanel wrote a monumental Pirush explanation on the entire Tanakh. As well as many other works. One of them, by the name of Yeshua's Mashiach, the salvation of his Mashiach, which he speaks in a book about the coming of Mashiach. This is all very popular in arguing with Christians, but this was many Christians that didn't buy it. This was something very, very important.
Based on our das and on
But
the das
Yitzhak would have had it soon after he reached Spain. He actually writes this, I believe, he made the explanation for the first book, shoved it, the first book of the Talmud, of the name of the prophet, shoved it, book of Judges. So in the book of Joshua, the book of Judges, and then he was at the beginning of his explanation to the sacred law in the book of Kings, when he was called up by the king, I think he writes even by the king Ferdinand to be his finance minister. He obviously, Ferdinand obviously understood where this fellow was coming from and how successful he actually was, and decided to call him up. Not that he had any choice, so I don't think that this is what it was.
Technically speaking, according to his
Ferdinand was
understanding,
on a very big campaign. He was a guy who nothing could really stop him when something got into him, and he was interested in making a united Spain. He wanted to unify Spain under his crown.
because again, we're concerned that when he goes ahead and swears, he
And
swears on his own
the Catholic
understanding.
religion as a
Like
base
his mother
for
law,
united Spain. This was his own kind of time.
actually, interestingly
He
enough,
was a very devout Catholic, but totally under the spell of the bishops and so on.
what was the staff
And
of
Rabbi
Rabbi?
was guy
Actually
that
says the only
and we'll see how
Usually,
he
when it comes to
how he
Shavuos,
implemented all
we go
this.
based on what people say and not based on any other. So because of the
1475,
partial
we
understanding of the
he
Shua,
married Isabella,
without any interpretation of
who was of
subjective
similar character to
intentions.
him, if
So
not
why do
the
you have to make this
greater
statement
or
over here when
slash
basically opposed
worse?
to Shua? Because
He was,
because I
in
just
that time
mentioned
in
outside
Spain,
of
you
the
had
inside.
three
There was
kinds of
this case that
Jews.
occurred in the days of Rabbi. It's actually a
You
fascinating
had
case.
Jews,
Simply
late Jews,
who
who in a very difficult climate
I
from
was like,
1391 from the time of the very first that first sweep of harassment of Rome. And that all shot down the Jewish situation of the pedestal.
He says
That was it. Jews were second-class
we just
citizens.
hold my king
They were
while
looked
I
down
take the
upon
Shua. So
constantly, as we said,
he
we
says, sure,
look at
I'm a
the
nice guy,
Greek
I hold the
stereotypes.
king. Ruben
When
swears, I
we
swear I
have a
gave
situation
Shimon
as such,
back
we
the
have to
money.
understand that there
Shimon
was
became so
constant
incensed that what did he
harassment,
do?
if not worse,
He broke
for
the
the
king.
Jews living in
But he
such a
broke the king
situation.
and
So there were
turned
Jews who
out
kept
that
to
the
the
king
Torah,
was hollow
and that was
and there was money inside.
Then there was a
Ruben
group of
had a
people
great time.
called
You gotta give Ruben
conversos.
a lot of credit for engineering.
Conversos, those who
Bad guy,
convert,
but good chachma.
those are the
Listen to
ones
this.
who
He
were
said
either
he
descendants
swore
from the
truthfully
converts.
because at the time
Next
that he
conversion
swore, Shimon was holding
happened
the
100
money.
years
So did
earlier.
Ruben give Shimon the money?
Those 200,000 Jews, either their
He did.
descendants
So listen,
or
interestingly
people
enough, that's
themselves
what
decided
Rabbi
willingly
is.
to
Because in that case, even according to the
the
Pasha's
Jews on their
understanding
people
of
and
the
to go
oath,
over the
Ruben
bridge.
did what he swore he did.
Now,
He swore he gave
many
Shimon
of
the money.
those
He did, in
wanted to
fact,
prove their
give Shimon
faithfulness.
the money. So therefore,
Did a
again,
lot of
even
damage
though normally we say
to
that
the
when you
Jews,
take
and
a
a lot of
Shavuot,
them,
a
you know,
Shavuot is
purposefully
interpreted according to
go
the basic
and
objective
persecute
understanding
Jews,
of your words.
to very,
Not
very great
based
degrees.
on your intentions,
of those,
But still,
you had
when
some
things
Moranos
goes
who were
ahead and injures someone, they have to make the statement that understand we're taking the shoe off based on our understanding and not based on yours, because again, it is still a way to exploit the law, even when you go according to the basic understanding of words. You know, we'll say, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they're going to find a way to cheat. So basically, what has to make a model where you absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your shua. Your shua is interpreted again based on your words, and the case of the shua is based on how this thing defines the shua. Incredible. Rashi says over there, oh, I don't know, just read this one. Okay. So now it says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. How's it sound about the personal? If you're not seeing this, the Muslim is a really beautiful Gemara. Right? So what's it? Therefore, then, based on where the Gemara's understanding what we do, is that when we go ahead, there's two pieces of information that are coming out over here. So, number one, when a person makes a shua, the way you interpret the shua is based on the basic understanding of the words Zawar Arba. We call it Basar Kimei, which means the simple understanding of your words, and we do not try to look that you may have any deeper meaning or any deeper understanding. Take your words at face value. In addition to that, when you're doing shua, you do administer the Bezdin goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of the shua is how we basically interpret it, not how you interpret it. Let's say I just mentioned that there's a tremendous muscle hospital in this, right? But when it comes to the shua, the best you can make, you take the words of the shua at their face value. Now listen, this is sometimes one of the most important facilities in interpersonal relationships as well. Very often interpersonal discourse is created because people read into what other people say. Right? So I say this, what do you mean by that? Well, do you know 9 out of 10 times what did I mean by that? What's the answer? Nothing. It didn't mean anything by it. I just said something. And actually what I said is what I meant. Now, while it's true that sometimes people mean deeper things than what you're saying, very often, right, whether it's in the context of marriage, in the context of friendship, in the context of just interpersonal interactions, or we just think people at their work that don't necessarily try to achieve deeper meanings of context or understanding, because all that does is often create biological confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and strife. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated words and don't read anything more into it. Again, just right there. So it's a simple, beautiful, you know, it's not that small. So here's not seeing it. Look, ladies and gentlemen, the thing not seeing is to be at Moshe as Yisrael. When Moshe Rabbeinu observed Klal Yisrael, they're both saying interesting at first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah. It's a little bit of a second Matan Torah. But then again, essentially, they were really 2 Matan Torahs. Right? There was Matan Torah at Hashem, right? It's a message from the game we relive. The Shah telling the Shah doesn't mention he's coming somewhere. But again, remember, most Rabbeinu subject Hazrat to another Shua. Right, in the sense of being an area, like regular regeneration based on that, so much is not going in. Remember, again, there's you, everything happened over the last 40 years, and then there's another oath that Moshe Rabbeinu observes from himself to re-accept Torah. So it's a second Sinaitic revelation. It's not by Sinai, it's not by Sinai, by Aaron's thought. So that's what it's talking about. For Moshe Rabbeinu, a jerk taught himself, I'm going to this is so beautiful. I'm going to say to them, Shema Agdastem and you must be asked. So he says, no, but I am not adjuring you based on the Yeshua. Yeshua is not based on your understanding. Mashpia Estem Aldas Hamakom Yadati. Right? So we'll say we'll also see, there might be a reference to Shua, which you can feel again, you can feel others. So again, you feel like so many things in there. So Moshe says, I'm going ahead and adjourn you based on the das of HaKadosh and based on my das. My das and what das. So there's Rabbi, Raymond Lee, Hainu, Mata Amar Elokah. So again, one so complicated. Like most of them, why don't you just go ahead and say, listen, Chevron, you're obligated to uphold everything that Hashem said. That's an simple. Rabbi says the nice hadakari. So the Gemara says,
to carry this
is
out,
it not because we're afraid,
they called
or
him
if we so that they commit themselves to God, maybe God will block from God will block of all this out. Maybe most of them were scared that they would take the Shua based on your subjective understanding. So let's say, by the way, it's such a crazy having, and such a crazy having, that Rabbi saw after everything they saw. Okay, granted, a lot of historians didn't necessarily see the Sinai, but they saw the desert. They saw the desert, and the nice thing is they saw how many that maybe they're talking about it. Is that not usually? The Masjid of Avodos Kochanim. Lord, you see the Avodos Kochanim, none of the Elohim. There was a word for also because Avodos is also called Elohim. But say Elohim Kesef, Elohim Zahar. So again, that will be based on subjectivity. That can also be based on sort of objectivity, because again, Avodos is also called the God, regular rule, tiny Torah. So why does Muslim say, Tom Yisrael, uphold the Torah? Shua, that Shua uphold the Torah. He looks at the Bible, right? Not that Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is that two Torahs. Oh, the point of the Bible, what is that, right? Types of the Satan Shabbat. So if he just says go ahead and uphold the Torah, I don't know, maybe that just means one and not the both. The name of Kenny State Torah, first why mine. Why does it so? So we're just trying to figure out how much we're going to simplify the Shua. So why not just say Rabbi so? Uphold the two Torahs. So I might have thought that means Torah's Katos and Torah's Hasham. And then we're just looking for a Hasham place and we're trying to phrase of the Shua. Like, instead of saying, Shua Adas Gamanimas, yes, but Adas Hamakom. So why not say Klal Yisrael? You have to give it to both Torahs. Because maybe both Torahs means Torah's Katos is Torah's Hasham. Because it wasn't interesting enough, the way that the Torah refers to Karbanos is as the Torah's Karban. So maybe two Torahs mean the Torah, the Katos Torah of Hasham. So why not say Kaimu Kala Torah Kula? Most of them can just say, I'm making you swear to hold the entire Torah. To which the Gemara says, Avodos Kochanim, Simon says, Avodos Kochanim, maybe they're just referred to idolatry. Maybe the Moshe says, swear to hold the entire Torah. That means you swear not to worship idolatry, the other matter, because that's what we do. Kamura Avodos Kochanim, Shekala Kofer Bak, Mote B'Chavat Torah Kuba. Avodos Kochanim, Avodos are so severe, because the Moshe said, the good news is, anyone who goes ahead and rallies against Kofer Bak, the Kofer against Avodos Kochanim, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah. So maybe halacha l'maaseh, if he would have just said keep the entire Torah, perhaps that could be interpreted as keep the prohibition against Avodah Zarah. The label of Kaima mitzvah. So why does Moshe say Klal Yisrael in the Kaima mitzvah? Chad the mitzvah. Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe it's just enjoying one mitzvah. Fine, Kaima mitzvahs. Keep the mitzvahs. Well, what does mitzvahs mean? And it just means two mitzvahs. Kol mitzvah kuvan. So keep all the mitzvahs. Just keep all the mitzvahs. Maybe that refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Maybe that refers to mitzvahs tzitzis. Because they will say, what does it mean? Kula mitzvahs tzitzis. You make it kol mitzvahs kula. Because they will say the mitzvah of tzitzis, the mitzvah of tzitzis, corresponds to all of the mitzvahs in the Torah. So what's the now why is that exactly very beautiful Gemara with Rashi? We love mitzvahs, tzitzis, the Torah mitzvahs, tzitzis, described as the mitzvahs themselves. The Matri of Shema, Shishmias, Shema Nerosai, the Matri of the word tzitzis, Tzadik, Tzadik, Yud, Yud, is 600. That's 600. Plus, Shmona Pukik, there's 8 strings, right? 8 strings at each of the corners, the Hanisha Charim, and 5 knots. Sum total, like drum roll, 650. So it's about it just as an aside. The power of the mitzvah of tzitzis. It's fascinating to see, and if you think about it, that the mitzvah of tzitzis corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about tzitzis? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. What do? I put it on in the morning, and I pretty much, for lack of a better term, forget about it the rest of the day. So what you see over here is the power of passive influence. That when you go ahead and you keep yourself within a certain atmosphere, those cities are on my body from the time I wake up in the morning until the time I go to sleep. And what I've just done is I passively wrapped myself in something that reminds me of 600 different pieces. Maybe I see them, maybe I don't see them. But the power of positive influences, even passive ones, throughout the day is so profound. So remember like this. So therefore, most of what I just said, maybe the idea that the cities that's being by Torah. But let the whole time is so sweet, always be so saying it's survive. But you just say, how is it? 600 weeks, because the things that are happening over here. In Avos Noah, most Saturday gives a shua to problem solve. And once the shua ultimately, again, is as we said it, not seeing, I'm sorry, over here. Be emotional. So I'm going to show them. I'm going to yes, him allow gas from local wild IT. It's very important. All the way taking place. It must be a simple combination of that. So just say, I'm here by a journey to keep a 630 mitzvahs from the Talmud. Using this logic, how that again, so let's say, let's review this in 5 minutes in Russian. Moshe Rabbeinu just said, I'm adjuring you, al-das hamlacha leveling. Why did Moshe Rabbeinu have to adjure them al-das hamlacha? Like, why al-das hamlacha the follow? So Moshe on the base, hello, create you the Moshe Havi HaKar Yishua. Back in the Moshe, what's happening over here is two things. So Moshe Rabbeinu, number one, says, I'm doing my shit, I'm adjuring you al-dati. Al-dati means hevel. That you interpret this to that you use your methods of interpretation, reinterpretation. I don't want any status, I don't want any lunges. I'm adjuring you based on my das. And my das is Moshe Rabbeinu was 613 mitzvahs. Why do al-das hamlacha? Because making it Yeshua al-das hamlacha means there's no anomaly. There's no anomaly. When you swear based on the das of the Rebbe of Olam, ultimately again there is no anomaly. Rashi, Allah, nothing commenting, no adat can create the Rabbi squash from al-das acherim. So when you do it, then the hakira, the level of al-das rabbi, they know how far. So it's so incredible. So again, by T, Moshe Rabbeinu says, I'm defining the parameters of this shua. Al-das hamlacha, there is no unknown for this incredible, I must say. This was like, go back to 1 second ago now, just one minute, we'll show you something really beautiful. If you take a look at Tosis issues here, Tosis says, it's not kosher. So remember again, so Tosis says, this whole shua is a bit problematic. Why? So you know it says, Ma chestem elas hashua, k'mo shai yoy shiabdu avalos chachadeh, k'mo hayirira k'nyadu es hashua. So as I listen to this, this is such a fascinating story. They'll say, why is Moshe Rabbeinu adjuring while we sleep? Like, why is he holding a shua on them? Why? Because he's afraid that they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. That's what he's afraid of. And Moshe Rabbeinu wasn't fearful about anything. There's no need for a shua. He's making them swear allegiance to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and allegiance to Torah and allegiance to God. Why? Because he's afraid they're going to worship Avodah Zarah. So make a shua. So we're not, what can they do now? What do they do now? By the shua. In other words, if you're afraid that they lack allegiance, how does the shua actually remedy that problem? It's a fascinating story. So again, the same people you're probably going to worship idolatry. So you're going to break the shua, worship idolatry. What difference the shua? They also Tosis leaves it as a self-eating. Tosis doesn't understand. So say again, the Tibetan show, which one is the show of the dogs, says something absolutely amazing. He says, listen to this. These are the tariffs. Into some Akidoshim, the car HaTorah HaTfilah U'Naishim Tovim, Sha'odam Oiseh Ba'olam Hashem Hu'Omer L'Mala Koach HaZeh Hu'Mazmizu. L'fi Zeh, Kasher No B'Chol Liba, U'Nitzonam L'Kayim Es HaTorah, says the first Shlomo. The council took the oath to go ahead and fulfill the Torah, Oru Bazet Koach Elyon Gidlachon. HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yishbach Kavod Tzimshloch HaKadosh Baruch Hu got close to this. That's what it says. Say two things. When we go ahead and we do something in this world, it awakens powers in the celestial sphere. So we took a shvur in this world to awaken HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give us more power in this world to do the things we need to do. Or we could distill this to even a simple idea. Don't say, Derek Sha'adam Rothschild Lenik Mobikin also. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees the path we want to take in life and it gives us the koach to go down that path. When Cloud Yisrael made a shvur, what's a shvur? A shvur is a commitment. 9 out of 10 times, the reason we don't accomplish things in life that we don't accomplish is why? Because we lack commitment. That's why the 3 words that are the death knell of any righteousness are, I will try. Are you going to try? Don't bother. You're not going to try. You're not going to try. Right? I will try means I like to talk about the things that I'm going to do, but I'm not really going to do them. Commitment creates success. Commitment creates results. If you're all in, you will accomplish. If you're trying, you're ready before you even started. Not because you're not good guy, but because you're not in. You're not in. Says if you're trying to show us something amazing. Most of it understood. If they swear to do it, then they're there. It doesn't mean you have to make mistakes. It doesn't mean you have to mess up. But grand scheme, a shvur means I'm all in. When you demonstrate that level of commitment, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the koach you need in order to be successful. You're going to try. You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? When you say you're going to try something else, you know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? I don't know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says. But I would imagine. Right? What does HaKadosh Baruch Hu say when he sees you? He says he's going to try. You know what HaKadosh Baruch Hu says? Come back when you made up your mind about what you really want to do. When you make up your mind about hands and decide what you want to do in life, come back to me then and we'll talk about what protocols you need. You want to try? Don't bother me right now. When you've decided what you actually want to do with your life, come knocking on my celestial door and I'll give you everything you need in order to be successful. Send me Shabby, I understand what this people need, just be commitment. Klal Yisrael is great, Klal Yisrael is holy, Klal Yisrael is Kodesh Kadashim. Sometimes what we lack in life is resolve, is commitment. Most of them said, give them shvur. Shvur equals commitment. When you swear to do something, what you're saying is, I'm all in. And what if you're all in? What if HaKadosh gives you the tools to accomplish what you need to do in life? Remember, it's like so many times in life, you stand at like the threshold of accomplishment. You have such a commitment that you will think to like say, I'm in because I want to be successful. The truth is, 9.9 out of 10 meaningful things in life, you cannot guarantee success. But don't let the lack of guaranteed success stand in the way of unequivocal commitment, because then it becomes a vicious cycle. I don't know if I can succeed if I'm not willing to commit. But if I'm not willing to commit, you definitely not going to be successful. So I don't know if I'm going to be successful. And our lives become like this ongoing drug running after its chest, drug chasing the tail, circle of lack of commitment and therefore lack of accomplishment. Rather than nurturing a model trust, take the shoe off. Take the shoe off. Swear to yourself, I'm all in. And in that moment, again, not only is the result, but once the result is just this path. The dad shot the most of them make more. You're committed, yes, if you're committed, I'm committed as well. And that's what helps me just the focus to be successful in life and business. Incredible. Says let's go back. No, you see, I got this. No, you see, yes, I swear that I saw a snake like the size of the demon in the press. When you say this, that's an example of the short shot. Because you get enough of it, yes, things like that. So that's the law. Is that not true? The axe place are also kidnapped. I was at one this snake during the days of Pinchahor that was large enough to swallow up 13 stables worth of straw. That is a big snake. Size of us are big snakes that exist in this world. I was the color of the top. You know, I say when a snake that's spotted. So it says, cool the snakes are generally spotted. It means more than Chicago top. I've had a case where the back is spotted. Generally, again, the back of the snake is not spotted. So you talk about a large spotted snake like that. So apparently, again, all the snakes, that type of snake does not exist. Short sharp will do Gazoo. Short from off, brother. First, I'm going to ask this from Mr. Was. I need 2 years. First rule was, I swear I'm going to keep below. Second rule was, I swear I'm not going to keep below. So the first rule is the Shuas Bitoy. The second rule, ultimately, again, is the Shuas Shab. So the Mishnah seems to indicate that Halacha Lamaisa again, Gemara says, Hashka Yisum Shuas Bitoy L'chayiv, Yisum Shuas Shab L'chayiv. We'll say, so it's interesting. You don't really sound, you shouldn't sound like in any one of the cases, I'm in violation of Shuas Shab, right? So for example, like if I don't eat the loaves, so if I don't eat the loaves, the Mishnah said I'm Chayiv Shuas Bitoy. So it sounds like I'm Chayiv and Shuas Bitoy and not in Shuas Shab, which means, no, how you have Shuas Shab? Either way, either case, whether you eat the loaf or not, you should be in violation of Shuas Shab, right? Why? Because when you're in violation of the Shuas Shab, the moment you made it, so remember, I still want to eat the loaf, and then make a second oath not to eat the loaf, like that Mishnah transgressed the Shuas Shab right then and there. The Shuas Shab is not dependent on whether I eat or not. The Shuas Shab is dependent on the articulation of that second Shua. And you're really right. Come out of Shuas Bitoy. You're right. Definitely, we're saying all of these cases, I'm in violation of a Shuas Shab, right? Because again, the moment I say I still want to eat the loaf, and then I make a second oath to say I'm not going to eat the loaf, that second oath is a Shuas Shab. And I'm in violation of that right then and there. What's the variable? The variable is the Shuas Bitoy. Right? If I eat the loaf, I can't put the Shuas Bitoy. If I don't eat the loaf, then I violate the Shuas Bitoy. But either way, I violate the Shuas Shab. You can have a listen, that's the same time. Shuas Bitoy. There you go. It's what that Shuas Bitoy. So I have this notion of the notion applies to men and to women. It's going to the culture. Relatives and adults. And also, for example, if I swear I'm going to give you $1,000 for Shuas Bitoy. But it doesn't make a difference whether Ruben is a man, Ruben is a woman, Ruben is mine, Ruben is my relative, not my relative. It's the same with Sunni, Ruben is kosher, Ruben is possible. Whether you're in front of these or not in front of these, you can't smoke. Again, let's say in conference this one, Shuas Bitoy works if I articulate myself. Now we'll see there's another case of Shuas Bitoy that can be articulated by others as well. Point of view, Shuas Bitoy applies to everyone. If I love him, how's the donor Marcus? As we just saw before, we learned this many times. Liability for Shuas Bitoy, liability for it is intentional violation of Shuas Bitoy is Malchus. Accidental or intentional violation is covered over the order. Shuas Shab, what about a falsehood, which we just defined in our previous Mishnah. So by the way, I just want to point out, remember, there's a third category which we're not discussing, which is Shuas Sheker. What's Shuas Sheker? Something like anything that doesn't fit into the category of Shuas Shab, like any false oath, any quote-unquote tip, come back there. Shuas Shab, what's Shuas Shab? So again, no head, yes, notion, moving notion, it applies to men, it applies to women, miracle, the children, relatives, not ultimately, we also is talking about it here. Look at Rashi says, Shuas Shab, come to the culture, I'm not you should become the Rothschild, for example. Look at what this is Shuas Shab. Right? Ruben is standing right in front of me. I say Ruben is a woman. I swear Ruben is a woman. Right? Ruben is not a woman. Ruben is a man. So whether Ruben is, whether Ruben is my relative, not my relative, again, it doesn't make a difference. Right? Shuas Shab is Shuas Shab. It applies to men, it applies to women, it applies to relatives, not relatives. It's saying that student, ultimately, people who are kosher, people who are kosher, maybe it's not the third thing. You can just Shuas Shab in the presence of these things or not in the presence of these things. We need to assume, but the assumption over here is that Shuas Shab is a shua that I am articulating on my own. Now again, you'll see that there's an alternate case for this as well. If I love him, as the Dana Makis, Rashi Rasakha. And ultimately again, for a Shuas Shab, intentional violation of the Shuas Shab is Malchus, unintentional showing is Father. Akazuva Akazavuza Biahirim Shab. So I say, for example, now, in all of these cases, I could also take the shua in someone else. If someone else makes this statement, and I say, Amen, that is as if I have taken the shua myself. For example, let's say I squeeze back the shua's beef, right? I'm not swearing. I say, you know what, I didn't eat anything today. But like that people, I I think what I told you. Mashbiach, so what it is, let's consider it as a people. Right? I didn't even today. I said, yes, I swear. And it turns out that I was doing something today. So I said, let's go. I'm not a stupid I knew what to do. But someone else said, I need a statement. Someone else said, do you swear about that statement? And I said, yes. That's called the shore. That's called the shore. Incredible. I'm going to say, I'm sure. I'm not essentially, anytime someone else observes me, right, and I say coming, it is as if I have made the shua myself. Rashi says that I cannot teach you the point of it, in this condition, the relationship to discuss something in English was dangerous. We're having here, if you ask, like, so for example, this is true. It's a choice. I didn't even go today. Ruben says, oh, you swear? And I say, I'm going. I say, yes. Right? Oh, you swear? I say, yes, I swear. I swear. That's a choice people. Or then I'm in Beijing. Right? Ruben says, something not English for me. I say, I don't know any English. Right? Ruben says, you swear? And I say, amen. That's as if I'm in the shua. So it says, saying amen is as if I'm saying amen to a statement or to a proposition of shua is as if I'm in the shua myself. So the man says, say, but I'm not sure amen. So interesting enough, the way we observe the Sota, that she did not commit adultery, is we make the statement, and she says, amen, 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 the Gemara says, amen, she swears, I did not commit adultery from the man of accused of male, and I actually never committed adultery with anyone else. Right, so when I say, when you see her with amen, allows you to be a Jew. I'm not having you say, Rabbi, must this be rice and none of it. Between blameless and mission, the rice and love, the time you learn, first happy, this way I just find out, so there's a source of this, this is a shua that don't know testimony for someone. Right? Even crazy, I have testimony for him in the case against sinning. I swear I don't know any testimony. That's so swearing that you don't know testimony, something that is called shua sa'idas. Now, obviously, shua sa'idas only applies to men and not to women, right? Because when you don't get testimony, it only applies to non-relatives, right? Because relatives are not, allowed to give testimony for relatives. It only applies to people like this. And not that people are compromised. The only highest evidence in the height. It only applies to people who are kids for testimony. If it's really been the shalodic Bezdin, only Piasmo. And it applies in front of Bezdin, and not in front of Bezdin. And again, I offer this oath, of my own verbal cognition, right? Of my own verbal volition, by the way. Only piafle is, it says, only piafle, and it's actually talking about it as you right now. And again, let's say, if you are jerked by someone else, ultimately, again, there's only liability for this. You were very there. There wasn't any problem. I have a Bryce, you know, the second Bryce. You also, I just said, how is this? And I just want to point out, by the way, again, Shua Sa'idas is literally the topic of our next chapter, right? The next Mishnah, Shua Sa'idas. So we have actually not learned about the intricacies of this Shua just yet. So we're getting ahead of ourselves just a little bit. So look at this on the right. So Shua Sa'idas, what's Shua Sa'idas? What is it open up testimony? I say to us is bold. The Dunish Reidun, right? Come and testify on that. And the witnesses say, Shua Sa'idas, you're doing a Fa'idus. We swear to any testimony for you. All Shua Sa'idas, you're doing a Fa'idus. All they say, no, we're doing an Fa'idus for you. Mashpia ani aleichem. And I say, like, you two guys, do a testimony for me. Swear that you don't have testimony for me, but I'm Lord. Amen. And they say, yes, I mean, you don't have a testimony for you. So I said, the three days in, they shall other 3 days in. Maybe I told them, yeah, but yeah. So let's say, again, whether this hope is happening in front of Bezdin, not happening in front of Bezdin. Ultimately, again, it works. Then you have to lay it out here. So ultimately, again, whether the touch is not from Bezdin, they feel themselves, putting themselves to count. They will say, that's not right, contradiction. Why? Because the things that are there said that halakha l'maisa, if they are being observed through someone else, it only works in front of Bezdin. According to the Brisa, even if they're not in front of Bezdin, if they're being observed by others, the shvur works. So how do you reconcile that?
some do say they actually did come from there because his appearance was distant nature in India, whatever it was, and he made it to be quite popular there. He was basically brought in by the Pope, but got some attention. He got some attention, although later on, being later on, he actually collaborated with another man called Shlomo Molcho. Shlomo Molcho was also a strange individual, but he was initially a Spanish cultural converted to Judaism, left the government official. This Shlomo Molcho, he was converted to Judaism, left his government stature, and went and told actually Phoebe and was sent to foretell many events, an earthquake he foretold some of the comets we see, which apparently all came true, and this dropped up a very big thing for calamity, or whatever it was, but this is what happened, and the end actually was for the next day. At one point they collaborated, they stopped in a Romanian Islam, at one point they didn't tell them, and then they did the whole story. But this Shlomo Molcho was actually killed in Hashem on the third sanctification of Hashem's name.
It works even if you do observed by someone else. If you don't answer Amen, then it doesn't work. I was telling Shmuel, like the Mashmallah, so when Shmuel comes to teach us, right? So
having in his writings heretical beliefs to the Christians. Shmuel is teaching us also Rabbi Yosef Karo transcribed this idea. He said
there are two ways to take shibuas. Right?
was a very noble act, and the anti-dialogue of Hashem. So you had these kind of people that actually drummed up quite a bit of noise in the community. But it's effect to these things did have an effect. Is what was some of the more noted events following the Spanish Inquisition.
All right, Shabbos, good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos.
The Kabbalists that we spoke of,
Good Shabbos.
well, many of them were Sephardim as well. Many of them were Sephardim.
All right. Probably so everyone will be a good Shabbos.
Whoever was in Spain was in Spain. Whoever was not was in Germany. They lived in these times. However many men survived from Spain. It's interesting. The father of the author of the Code of Jewish Law. The Code of Jewish Law was written by Rabbi Yosef Karo. His father was called Rabbi Ephraim Karo, who was a great rabbi, who was one of those who were expelled from Spain. Rabbi Yosef Karo was 5 years old at the Spanish expulsion. So he ended up in Sfat, in Israel. You had Kabbalists who were all over the place. Who was exactly at that time? I'm not exactly sure, but later on you had just right after that, you had the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria. He was actually called Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz is Germany, so I don't know if he but then again, so he was part of that. You had his main student, who were called Chaim Vital, we'll speak about next week or 2 weeks' time, was from Damascus, was from Syria. So you had various people cropping up, and there wasn't a stronghold, shall we say. This was the place where the Kabbalists, you had those people who knew Kabbalah, which were dotted around many places. Obviously not now, not in Spain, in different places. That was the one, evidently, yeah. Many of them, this Rabbi Yosef Yavitz writes that when he built that person who sort of wrote what was going on. He said, many learned in the yeshiva, turned the halachic pursuit into merely a pursuit of knowledge, or pursuit of having a fun time with the backwards and forwards of the Talmud. And many of them left it altogether and went into these called the vanities of this world, and many used this for their own stature. It wasn't much of the influence of the capitalists wasn't felt yet. Next time we'll speak of, we'll get to what was going on in Israel first. That was probably the next major stop. It wasn't a stop at that. So, interestingly enough, at that time was an era when Tzfat and many other places in Israel suddenly blossomed with some of the tremendously great Jewish people. Speaking of the Renaissance, that came more or less after this, with the Middle Ages behind us, more or less now. This is probably the big batch of the Middle Ages at this point. But then of the Renaissance, when Jews who had been expelled from from other places were let back, the humanists, suddenly when the world was turning a little more, shall we say, sane after this kind of era, the Jew and eventually the Jews getting to Eastern Europe, and that was this was actually probably about the year 1500 was when the Jews, a lot because of the Spanish expulsion, when they ended up in Eastern Europe and made their way all the way up the sea and ended up in Poland and in Russia. And that's about when it started. And we'll see the first Jewish communities that arose in Eastern Europe and in Israel and various other places, and the history that happened with them. Last week we spoke about the Girush, the expulsion from Spain. We're going to move on now to what happened afterwards, the aftermath, after the Jewish people sort of respond and come out to this from this whole thing. We must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. In that area in Europe, you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, England expelled the Jews in 1290. That was the aftermath of Richard the Lionhearted, of the Crusaders, the story of York, where Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in York. In 1394, France expelled the Jews. 1394. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't that it wasn't out of affection that the Jews weren't expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited whatever they wanted from their subjects, and either were nice to the Jews or not nice to the Jews, either kicked them out or didn't, and other princes and provinces took them in. So after all these expulsions, and chiefly with the expulsion from Spain, we're talking over 200 years, but just looking at it from a little of a bird's eye view, the Jews moved eastward. We have the map in our heads a little bit. The Jews moved east. So this is when Jewish communities started to propagate and to grow in these places. In Holland, mainly in Amsterdam. In Germany, actually, the community in Hamburg became quite big. Holland, they came from Spain. Mainly the Sephardim came to Holland. Yes, we'll see soon, actually. They moved to Italy. Venice was a very big Jewish community. Saloniki, Constantinople, and Smyrna in Turkey. You see how so they're moving up. Then they went up to North Africa, Fez, Algiers, Tunis, in North Africa. They went to Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria. The Jewish community cropped up in Damascus, in Syria. And two cities in Israel became very, very Jewish. The city of Jerusalem and Tzfas, which we're going to talk about tonight. So this is pretty much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, or that area in Europe, where they weren't welcome anymore, and even where they were, life was unbearably difficult. Not yet. Soon, in the year about 1500, next week, please God, we're going to start talking about Eastern Europe. Because in about the year 1500, which is about now 1492, but still in 1500, the communities in Russia and Poland, that area was still quite small. It was after, in the next 100 to 200, next 100 years, shall we say, after the expulsion from Spain, that the communities in Eastern Europe started to go big. In this time as well, but we'll talk about that next week. Now, interestingly enough, there were Marranos. By the way, there's a term in Hebrew which they're known by, is anusim. Anusim, the word onus means to be coerced. We use it in the Haggadah, onus al pi hadibur. Jacob was, so to say, coerced by Hashem to go down to Egypt. He wasn't interested. Hashem told him he had to go down. The word, so anusim is plural for those who were coerced, those who were forced into conversion into Catholicism. So, or for that matter, into Islam. The same thing, yeah, the term is used. So these Anusim, these Marranos, some of them managed to trickle out. There was we mentioned the other week, there was a constant trickle from Spain and Portugal of Marranos who got their way, many with their money, out of Spain and Portugal, out of the hands of the Inquisition, into the free countries of their Mediterranean. And many returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being a Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren still in Spain and Portugal or elsewhere, whilst being discussed. Others may have carried it on, some want to say, even because of fear. The Inquisition was very powerful, and it wasn't out of the question that, we'll see in one of the stories we'll pick up on over here, that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would get to places where it wasn't official. And they were nervous still of the gruesomeness of the Inquisition and the way it was so great and powerful that they chose simply maybe of safety to carry on that way. Those that remained in Spain, could we say, pretty much were without hope. Till about the year 1588, when Spain took the slide down. It's when the British fleet of ships in 1588 conquered the French fleet of ships. They totally smothered them. And Spain was never the same after that. So it could be said, I don't know if historians actually know this, but it's possible that the difficulty of life as Jews, as Marranos, under Spanish rule, it could be that it did weaken a little bit after that, after the British conquest. It's interesting actually to note, Spain, when the Jews were there, Spain was a superpower, and it's a superpower. Spain was extremely big and powerful. And the rabbis have noted, I believe it has even an allusion in the Talmud, that in the countries where the greatest Jewish community was always the country that was most powerful on a world sense. Russia, because going back in history, Russia was where many years, 50, 60, more, even 100 years ago, 100 years ago, let's say 100 years ago, most Jews were Russian. You want to know the majority of where Jews were, they were Russia. And Russia was the big guy in this world. When it shifted to America, interestingly enough, America also rose as the superpower. In history as well, you had Egypt. Egypt at the time when the Jews were there, it was the glory of Egypt. Babylon, when the Jews were there, was the glory of Babylon, and so on. It's very interesting, something very interesting to note. There is one event or one series of events which sort of gives us a little glimpse of this kind of idea, this kind of life outside of the Inquisition. However, what Spanish Jews had to get used to, what they did, was actually the story of a woman, famous Sephardic woman. There was a family called Mendes, the Mendes family, who were great bankers. They had a bank house in Lisbon, in Portugal. And the head of the family was a man called Francisco Mendes. They were Marranos. They were again, Marranos was the nickname for those who had converted. No one knew exactly who was believing the Judaism as we see. He was a Marrano from a Marrano family. He died, I think, relatively young, and his entire wealth went over to his wife, who was called Dona Gracia. Dona Gracia Mendes. And his brother, this Francisco Mendes, his brother Diego, inherited a huge banking industry. Dona Gracia went over to Antwerp, and when she went over to Antwerp, she continued to hide the Judaism. And she did so in order, because she was tremendously wealthy, and she did so in order to be able to help out the Jews in Spain and in Portugal, as well as the world over. And secretly, she helped the Augustins, she helped the Marranos get out of Spain and Portugal. She gave heavy money to yeshivas and to other different Jewish organizations and different Jewish institutions. What happened is that her daughter married a man called Yosef Nossi. Yosef Nossi is literally a prince, but Yosef Nossi, who was her nephew. Her daughter married her nephew, and what happened is that after her brother-in-law died, her brother-in-law Diego, basically there was a riff-raff between herself and her sister, because she was appointed to be the total owner, the executor of everything, of the entire bank and all its branches. And her sister was left out, which she got very angry about. And in a moment of wrath, she turned over Dona Gracia to the church, saying that she was practicing Judaism secretly. Now, the Inquisition wasn't in Antwerp at the time, in Belgium, but the church was extremely powerful still, and the church put her into jail. And this was something they were extremely thrilled about, because that meant that eventually, through playing things right, the money would go over to them. There would be also the daughters put into a nunnery, that would be the way that they played it cleverly. It wasn't they were going to do it 1 to 3, but eventually that would happen. Now, the funny thing is that her sister also had got the same thing. Her sister was the one that turned her over. They said, well, she's Jewish, and her sister, the same thing. And she also got into jail with the church. Yosef Nossi, who was her son-in-law, was an advisor to the crown prince of the Sultan at that time. He was called Selim. He was the crown prince of Turkey. And this Yosef Nasi was a very powerful man, a very rich man. So the Sultan was the Ottoman Empire then was a big deal, and he put on a lot of pressure onto the church and onto the government in Belgium, whoever was controlling Belgium at the time, that Donna Grazia should be able to move to Turkey, should move to the Ottoman Empire, and let her get out of here and not be in your way, so to say. Not because there was a big love of the Jews, because there was a big love of the money. Yosef Nasi explained to him that this was a one-time deal where they were able to get the power of all these banks in his country. And he succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian world went a lot of economic resources, just for religious reasons. The expulsion of Jews from Spain was something we eventually other people Sultan was extremely pleased with that. He welcomed every Jew into his empire, and the Jews built it up. So this was one sort of idea like that. She carried on, and when she was in the Ottoman Empire, she openly, obviously now she was known to be Jewish, and she openly supported huge Jewish causes. There were many poems that we still have, which were written about her. One of the, when she passed away, they said, I forget who exactly said, the verse in Asia's Highland says, Rabbi spoke many daughters have done great. All these alcohol, but you have risen above all of them. You mentioned the name was happened, I believe, the name. So she's till today, there's a place in Israel which is dedicated for her. Yeah, there's a website. Could be possible. Yeah. Now, this Yosef Nasi, when he was in Turkey, he, as any good Jew who would be powerful in the annals of power, of the kingdom, of the monarchy, he did a lot for his Jewish brethren. One thing that he did was, interestingly enough, he convinced the Sultan to pressure France. France kicked out all the Jews, and as was the custom when he kicked out the Jews, he took everything they had. He took the property, he took everything valuable. So that he pressured, pressured the Sultan to pressure France to give back the Jews what they stole, what they took. It was pretty much successful to the degree that when France didn't come up with everything that was so to say, a ship that came to the Ottoman Empire that came from France, immediately a third of the cargo was confiscated for this purpose. Every French ship. So this was he did some very great things for the Jews then. He also, I believe, bought for 1,000 gold pieces. He bought from the Sultan the city of Tiberias. The Sultan gave that to him. He wanted to buy Yerushalayim, but the Sultan didn't allow it. He gave it to Tiberia and a lot of the Galil, and he wanted to build it up. He wanted to the Jews to be able to live there, be able to do a livelihood. He wasn't so successful, unfortunately. A lot of the ships that he sent them, Jews were hijacked by pirates, and the business didn't take off as he wanted to, but he did push for it, and he did have that great idea. So that was a big story of the Mendez family, the Nazi family. But it gives us a sort of picture of the colors that were going back and forth at the time. They were from the family of Marano. Marano to the Spanish, yeah, somebody who was taken on Christianity officially and then denounced it, or was denouncing it as they officially were. In Holland, there was also, as we said, a great community of Spanish Jews. Now, many leaders were produced by these communities. One great man was the rabbi of the pretty much the rabbi looked up to by the Jews of Amsterdam and all over and beyond. Was a man called Rabbi Menashe ben Yisrael. He was born in 1604. He died in 1657. He was one of the refugees from Portugal, and his family moved to Amsterdam. And he served over there as one of the rabbis of what was called the Neve Shalom community. Neve Shalom was like a Neve means a Shalom means peace. And there was like a conglomerate of three communities that had sort of joined forces that pulled together, and they had four rabbinic leaders. He was one of them. He was a genius of a man. He was very soon at a young age. He was a rising star. He knew many languages. He published books in Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish, and English, and other languages like that. He was a prolific speaker, a man who was extremely educated both in Torah and in the sciences. He actually had in Amsterdam, he had a printing press. He had a printing press, a Hebrew printing press. Now, this was the era which was the Renaissance, which we call the Renaissance. I mean, there's a lot of history to talk about in the non-Jewish world, what was going on in that time. The reform of Christianity, the Crusaders in general, people started seeing other people. They started, the Central Europe world started to get their eyes open to different cultures and wanted to know. The printing press, we can even say, was the greatest revolution in the way that it started to educate people. The way you keep people under a spell of dictatorship is with not allowing them to be educated. That's what you do. You take away all education, you channel everything they know, so they don't know anymore. When the printing press was invented and the books started to become cheap and accessible, then the world opened up. You couldn't convince everybody everything. There was a new translation of the Bible that was the first thing that was printed, and so you had the world was changing in a very great way. Again, the reformation of the church, the Lutheran, and the other people who did a lot of revolutionizing, were actually, interestingly enough, many of them started off as friends of the Jews, and then some, like the original Christians, saw that they weren't getting anywhere and turned back because they thought, this was going to be, in the new Christianity, where everybody's just going to be welcome. Well, it turned out that the Jews would welcome their idea. A lot of the talk in that time was also centered around the Mashiach, both in the Jewish world and in the Christian and the non-Jewish or the wider world. The world was making a renaissance. The world was turning around to a new era, and many people were looking at this new entry as a new phase and maybe a messianic phase. Rabbi Menashe ben Yisrael wrote a lot about Mashiach. That was he wrote other books addressing the issues that non-Jews had taken up with the Bible, with the Christians had taken up with the Bible. One of the things he was very big on was Mashiach. What he's quite well known for, Menashe ben Yisrael, was his efforts to get the Jews to be able to be back in Britain, to be back in England. This was the time again in England where things also changed around. This was the era of Oliver Cromwell, where he was the big man in England, and the original monarchy had toppled, and he was in control pretty much. And Menashe ben Yisrael, interestingly enough, the rabbis would say that use this argument as the others that say actually believe that you have to check in his words. But there was this idea that the Jewish people needed to be able, from a messianic point of view, needed to be able to be in every single place in the world. They're scattering, needed to be scattered all over. Whatever the case was, England was a place where the Jews they needed to be there. It was useful for them to be. It would be another place for a haven, would be a place for them to live. So Menashe ben Yisrael was sent, actually he was summoned by the British government of then to represent the Jewish case. He wrote an essay, a book, on the argument for the Jews. Until today, it's one of the very great work, which presents, he gives the argument of why the Jews will be useful for England if you let them back in. There was great opposition within England itself. Many of the clergy and many of the business people who didn't want Jewish craftsmanship and Jewish business to come in and take over, or to come in and be as competition, and they weren't interested. It was something they wanted. We're talking here 14 to 1600s. More than 1700s now, 1600s, right? Was it before all of or after? Shame on me. Never mind that. Anyway, he went to England. Oliver Cromwell was very impressed with him, and it came to admire him greatly. But the actual mission for which he came wasn't so successful. The Jews were not officially allowed back in. However, what did happen was, which may have been a blessing in disguise, was that the Jews didn't march in with banners and parades. They trickled in, one by one. Oliver Cromwell allowed a steady flow of Jews, one by one, to come in. And they found themselves, the Jewish community in London, building a shul. It's still there today, the Ben Ismail shul. It's the first shul, Sephardic shul. All of Sephardic people that came. He spent 2 years, I believe, in England. Menashe ben Yisrael, he had an only son, unfortunately, which passed away. And he was very broken after that. He didn't actually make it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on his head route and is buried somewhere back to Amsterdam. But that was his achievement, what he did, and he's marked down in history as for that. Now going to Israel, and this is what we'll focus on. Again, before the Jews were expelled from Spain in 1488, just before the expulsion, the poll was that there were just about 17 Jewish families in the entire Israel. However, after the expulsions, there was when the Jews, when life was terrible in these other places, the Jews were simply looking where to go. Well, an obvious option for many, or for those who were able, was Israel. If you were able to get there, most didn't. But in 1521, as opposed to 1488, 1521, we already find 500 Jewish families in Israel. The first one in that era who really established this Jewish spiritual life in Israel is a man who was called from Italy, who was called Rabbi Bentinora. The Bentinora is a wine, and it's an Italian wine, and it's a little province apparently, or a little town in Italy. Now he is very famous, extremely famous, and the reason for that is because he made an explanation similar to what Rashi did, or somewhat to what Rashi did on the Talmud. He made an explanation to the Mishnah. He took the Mishnah and he said, okay, if somebody wants to learn Mishnah and he doesn't know what's going on, who's going to explain it to him? So the Mishnah is very short and very concise, and you've got to come to the part of it. So he wrote, it's known as the Rab Tanura, and pretty much every single edition of the Mishnah, the original edition, has the Mishnah, right beside it has the Rab Tanura. It may refer to it as the Rav, Reish Ayin Beis Rabbeinu Koyifatia Rab Tanura. Every kid, even before they learn Talmud, when they learn Mishnah, usually the order of study is Chumash. They get a bit older, it's the Mishnah, and they get a bit older, it's the Gemara, the Talmud. When they learn Mishnah, almost right away, when they get on it, they'll learn the Rab, they'll learn the Rab Tanura. And that is often a great background to get, just to welcome the student into the Talmudic world, because he gleans from the Talmud different bits and pieces that you need to know the understanding of the Mishnah. So this is, until today, there's many people that will learn on a steady course the Mishnah with the Tanura. This escalated, this carried on. By about 1600, we will find that in Tzfas, the city of Tzfas, again the Jews settled in Yerushalayim, and Tzfas was the big one, I think. And in Tzfas, we will find already in 1600, there were 18 yeshivas and 21 synagogues. So this was the kind of growth that Eretz Yisrael was experiencing as a result of all these Jews migrating and having to move away. Tzfas became a place of commerce, business, farming. You know, Israel has a lot of farming going through it, a lot of buying and selling, a lot of industry and different materials were coming and going from Tzfas, as well as in this era. Tzfas, at one time, you call it Tzfas in its glory, the golden age of Tzfas, that it bore some of the greatest Jews that put their seal on Judaism from their time and onwards. And we're going to look at those Jews who lived in that pretty much the same era, in the city of Tzfas. The first one who came on the scene in Tzfas was a man called the Mahari Begav. That's how he's called, Mahari Begav. He was born in Fez, North Africa, and after wandering from one place to the other, they had to go. He came to Tzfas when he was already 60 years old. Because of his talent, because of his stature, he almost immediately became the Jewish leader of Tzfas, the leader of the rabbinate. There's a response to Chuvais, Mahari Begav, a response to the Hebrew back and forth for his questions and answers. He was born in 1474. He passed away in 1541. Now, an interesting thing happened with the life of the Mahari Begav. What he wanted to, for this, he's famous for this. There is something called smicha. Smicha literally means to lead, and it's used as the term for ordaining, for giving the ability to a student who has learned enough to rule, to be a rabbi, to rule in halachic matters. Now, the smicha we have today is, we can call, let's say, that it's not the authentic smicha. Today's smicha is that somebody, a senior rabbi, has tested you and gives you permission to rule. Gives you permission, in other words, that you are erudite enough, you are capable enough of examining the law on your own, or maybe even knowing it offhand, and you have the tools with which to rule Jewish law. So that's smicha today. Smicha, however, in its real sense, was that You were ordained, and you were given the ability to rule in a chain, in a chain starting from Moshe Rabbeinu. You went through this chain of David HaMelech. Then you were Ish Mipi Ish. You were a man from a man. You were Muslim. You got smicha from your teacher. You got smicha from his teacher. His teacher. That's all much. That smicha, the Romans knew very well from their time that was keeping the Jews going, and therefore they abolished the smicha. They banned the smicha without the death penalty. They knew that this was important. As David HaMelech saw also the smicha needed strengthening. He had smicha many thousands of people in one day that David HaMelech did. But he was lost. Throughout the exiles, pretty much, I believe, in Babylonia already, it was overlapped. Now, Maimonides, the Rabbi, writes, obviously taken from the Talmud, that it's possible to reinstate the smicha. And that is if all the rabbis in Israel at the time, and at any given time, would agree to will convene and will unanimously reinstate the smicha. The smicha means and you can start the smicha from that point to onwards. The Mari Beirav wanted to do this. Now there was a community in Israel. He wanted to start with the smicha. Now, what the greatness of that is that by doing that, you are setting the ground for reinstating the 700s. And I believe he did have this idea that for all that time, for the last 1,500 years since the destruction of the Second Temple, just before, there had not been a Sanhedrin. And meaning there had not been a central area of all the Jews with everything that goes along with everything. He wanted to reinstate them. Anyway, he was the rabbi of Sfas. He, however, came into a clash with the chief rabbi of Jerusalem at the time, was opposed to it, strongly opposed to it, and I believe more strongly because he opposed to the idea of the Sanhedrin more than the idea of the smicha itself. For various reasons, but it was a huge, it got very heated backwards and forwards, and in the end the thing did not come into fruition. This man, the smicha, but he wanted to do it, that was an interesting event in his life. And in that era as well, 1500s, was the life of a man who, because of him, his name and his writings are the foundation of Jewish law today. Rabbi Yosef Karo was, we mentioned last week, was a little boy at the time of the Spanish expulsion. He was 4 years old. And he came eventually again to his house. He was quite young, in his 30s and 40s, when he wrote 3 extremely important works. The first one was called the Beis Yosef. The Beis Yosef is a work on the book The Tur, from Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim, which we mentioned the other time. The Baal HaTurim, there was the Rosh. Rabbeinu Osher had a son who was called Rabbeinu Yaakov Baal HaTurim. He was the one who put down Jewish law in an order of 4 volumes of four parts. Each part, first part dealing with life, the life cycle. Second part dealing with the laws of dietary, of cashless laws. Third part dealing with the laws of marriage and divorce and family life. The fourth part dealing with business. He put it all, he sifted through everything that came before him. He took many laws from his father, from Maimonides, from the Rabbi, all the way before, and he put it down in that order. The Torah, however, doesn't usually quote the source. Where he's getting from. Sometimes he does, but a lot of times he doesn't. And also, it's not elaborated on these, right? He's quite, the Beis Yosef
They stop and talk about that. They stop and Shavuos. They learn from picking up like that. Zion on the days after 2 dots, somewhere around 12 to 15 lines from the bottom of the page.
And then it takes everything
we learned initially yesterday, the person said, Shavuos lo ofa tikar jor. Person takes the Shavuot, he's not going to eat a particular loaf of bread. And then he says again, Shavuos lo ofa plena. There's a Shavuot that will not eat it. And then he says again, Shavuos lo ofa plena. So he says 3 different things. Number 1, he's not going to eat the loaf of bread. And then he says he will eat it. And he then says again, he won't eat it. Yesterday's Gemara analyze why the first step is the bottom first view. One way this view, the Gemara says, so we can pick up from there again. One way this Shavuos lo oka, Shavuos lo oka. Why do you have to get the same boat? Why do you have to reiterate the Shavuos? Why? Because the Tanakh teaches us time is almost lo oka. The other almost lo oka. The reason why it's only time 1 is because he first said he's not going to eat it at all, and then he eats lo oka. It's such a sequence, in such a way, he's only going to type 1. Lo type of Amar, so a plena. First says so a plena. While the other so Oka, when he says he's not going to eat it at all, let's how you start. And each thing was explained to the Rabbi, the person says he's not going to eat this loaf of bread. So then in that particular expression of, I will eat this loaf of bread, because any part of that loaf of bread becomes forbidden, and therefore Kiva. So also, when a Kazayas time once he's eaten a Kazayas, the outflow of that bread, halakha is, he is Kazayas. However, the person says, well, no, I won't eat this loaf of bread. They don't find out those kudas. In other words, the expression of the Oka Tikar Zoo, but if a person says they will not eat this loaf of bread, that means he's not going to eat any part of this loaf of bread. Therefore, as soon as he eats a share of the Kazayas, he's tired, he's violated his ruah, and he has to do it properly. However, the person says, well, that expression is not to eat the whole thing, but eating the whole thing is made as a problem. If he does not eat the whole thing, then there is not going to be a problem. What's the difference? The difference is the order that he thinks. If he first says, he's not going to eat this loaf of bread, which means he's not going to eat the whole thing and eat any of it. And then he realizes he's not going to eat the whole thing, then that's unnecessarily done. Because once you can't eat any part of the loaf of bread, so then you don't need to have another expression to say you won't eat the whole thing. And the problem is eating Kazayas. So therefore, the second only being thing that we are going time once, is not going to have to tell us both. And so one of the timers almost for alcohol, almost for plata. In other words, you switch the order. And first say not to eat the whole thing. And so when you enter it, in such a case, you potentially could be tied twice. How would you tie it twice? You eat the Kazayas, then you violate his rule of the Oka Tikar Zoo, which is the second one. If you eat the whole thing, you violate his rule of the already felt. That was the part of it. That was the part of it. That was one of those. Shavuos for us, person takes the Shavuos. He's not going to eat the whole thing. And then he eat it in the car of the house. Now, again, he's one of the Shavuos. This is the third expression. But if you explain to me first, you think this is the local people do, that I won't eat this loaf of bread, and so whatever, I will eat the whole thing. Fine. Then why do you have to say again, Shavuos for plena? The Gemara says, Hasu level. Why do you have to have this third utterance over here? The Gemara says, this teaches me another halakha, which is, he used the lekka, Hasavua, very important rules of the Gemara. Our Mishnah is simply telling us how many upward defenses a person has if he violates this rule. So if a person says, I won't eat this loaf of bread, and then he says, I won't eat it, I won't eat it. So in such a case, even though he reads the rule, he's only going to be tied one karma if he violates it. However, our Gemara says that the Mishnah says, well, clearly make the point that there really are 3 Shavuos that took place over here. He did make 3 Shavuos. How many times has he violated that if he eats it? Only once. The Gemara says, okay. הקמת פרטים והוא דלקה,
So that was the
אסור
Shulchan
איתה,
Aruch. The
ומדבר
Shulchan
צריך
Aruch
ומסקחס
taking out Jewish
ורבך
law as a
Tyler.
main
If
table,
you
so
find
it's
a
ready to
place
eat.
that's
It's
to
acceptable
actually
fully.
take effect,
Acceptable
for it to develop on
every major
something,
Jewish
then I
work
want to you to tie it again. Very much
attracts
okay. Very nice. Well, my help
You
is
cannot.
where is this going to develop? In other words, very nice. They have huge to it. If you only ever going to be tied up one carbon, who cares if it's with yours, one swore, or 30 to do? It makes no difference. Only the time one carbon, you might said, it's a record. In the case of Rabbi, we'll be able to find the practical difference how many words there are on the Rabbi. In the use of Sona, if we reverse the first shvur, in other words, to go to a Rav, to go to do, it's not a part of Shvur, but a part of the Shvur, he goes ahead and takes away his first shvur, and also Lo Sneah, top down, the second one will fall into his place. And if he wants this consecutive development, just to get to bring this out, we have worked when a person has a second valid shvur on top of another valid shvur is if the first one kind of public. In other words, you have a shvur that takes effect, and it keeps up the slot of shvur. If you make another one, the other shvur kind of hovers around and then waits to find a place where it can settle itself. Now, if you never remove the first shvur, then the second one will continue hovering for eternity and never will take effect on something. However, once you remove the first shvur, immediately the second one falls into its place. And that's the point that Gemara is making. The point that Gemara is making is, but even though you could only have one effective shvur working at once, which means if I violate it, I will have only violated one shvur, and I only have to bring one carbon. However, if by some mechanism I remove the first shvur, so then the second one immediately falls into its place, and the shvur is then active again. That's the point that Gemara is making, that this person is three shvuros, you remove one, the second one falls in. You remove the second one, the third one falls in. And that's the relevance of all three of them working. And now, to try to show this point, you can have one sitting there waiting to take effect, but it can't take effect until the first one goes away. Let me listen here, let's try to bring a proof to this point. It says, Nisha Nadar, based in zeros. The first one took upon himself two different periods of the zeros. In the zeros, the person, it's a form of a shvur, or a person, or a neder, a person takes upon himself to using, is he accepts upon himself to be a nazir. Let's just say it's down the zeros is supposed to young, for the 30 days he wants to be a nazir, during that period of time he can enter the aircraft, he can't have any great products, and he can't become tablet. Now, I want to say is, the person says, I would like the person who would like to accept upon himself 2 periods of the zeros. So now, he clearly can't do both at the same time. So it works. You have one, and then immediately afterwards, you have the other one in succession. They'll be consecutive after. So you have the zero period 1 and the 0 period 2. Now what happens? In Mana Rishon, he counted the first 30 days. Now how do you end the zeros? End it by bringing the carbon and taking the haircut. What do you do? The haircut shall wear carbon. He separates the carbon, ready to go ahead and offer his carbon to take the haircut. And he says, you know what? Forget it. I don't want to do it. So he goes to a Rabbi himself, who carried the zeros, but the first one was a mistake. I never should have accepted the first one, and he explains why it was a mistake. So the Nishal, Harishana, so afterwards, he goes in and reverses the first one. Now, what do we have left? The second one. Now, what do you think? How does this work? The option number one is that the first 30 days is completely ignored, and it's as if he wasn't another. Even his practice things, he's not another, and then period 0 kicks in from day 31 till day 60. The word is no, that's enough. What happens is, this is indeed how it works. You delete the years of the first 30 days, and also clear up every soda. The second one takes effect during the first period of time. So again, remember this goes to 4 days. Simplify yourself 2 periods of the year, and you count the first 30 days, and then you change with his mind, you go to a rock, and you reverse it, is accepting the first zeros. Now the second one takes effect, and guess what? He's done. You have now finished the second period of the zeros because the first one went away. What happens to the zeros and the second one that falls into place? This is exactly what we're saying over here, which is you have the it can't take effect because something else is in the way. There's no way there. You can't do the first one, the second one falls into its place. Same thing as the zeros. First accepts upon himself to be a Nazir, and he fulfills the first 30 days of the zeros, and then backs out. So they want that one. What happens? The second period of the zeros nicely and neatly folds into the period of the first one, and also low, Shaniah or Rishon of the second one takes its place.
Starts off
More says Hakiyafta. There's nothing to do with this case. In other words, these cases are not comparable. Why? Hassam Nazirus and Niyah Isa. In that case, at least the second Nazirus is there the whole time. The Imani Yorishona, Boy Mahadir, Nimna Washnia. You're going to always have to count the second one. But what's Elah, even if there's no reversal of the first Naziris. Hakas Washnia means the problem parts of the cases that are not comparable. Why are they not comparable? Because when it comes to Naziris, period 1 and period 2 are there the whole time. You can't do them at the same time because while you're doing one, you can't do two. So therefore, typically you'd have to do day 1 through 30 and day 31 through 60. But both periods are there and waiting to take effect. That's not the same as a shvuah. A shvuah takes effect on a particular local bread. Now, in most cases, you'll never be able to have the second shvuah. Because once that local bread is gone, then the second nether or the second shvuah has nothing to develop itself upon. And that is irrelevant. So therefore, it's incomparable. You can't compare the two cases. The Nazir case has the ability for both periods to take effect, but the shvuah does not have the ability for both shvuahs to take effect. Therefore, either one or the other. Mutually exclusive. Either you have shvuah 1 or you have shvuah 2. You could never have shvuah 1 and shvuah 2 because it's all relevant to only one loaf of bread, and therefore if you have shvuah 1, you want a shvuah 2. If you have shvuah 2, you want a shvuah 1. Which is not like the Nazirs, because Nazirs you could have Nazirs 1 and then afterwards Nazirs 2, which is very different than the shvuah. Amarava, Nishpa Alatika, person takes the shvuah not to be a loaf of bread, is awful, and he ate it. So now he did what he shouldn't have done. What's that law? The law says, in China Mimena, his Zayas, he left over an olive-sized piece of bread, halacha is initial allowed, to still reverse this law, and retroactively it turns out he did not violate this law. Also, to let you eat the whole thing, at that point in time, if you ate the whole thing, you should no longer go ahead and reverse this law. Anyone wants to analyze this? Amar Lay, when Asa prayed to Rabbi,
so in Peshat,
Rabbi said, was analyzing this. He said, if you have you, how does this work? Either Amar Shalom Okam, Shalom Okam, is an expression of this real one that I won't eat this loaf of bread as we explained to the Mishnah. That means you can't even eat it today. So the Kedai is Kama, Abdi Yeshua. Once he ate an olive-sized piece of bread, he's already in violation. So that has to be, what's the difference if you have a Kedai expression? In other words, remember, he said, when a person says, Shavuah, they okai two-thirds name, now what is, he violates the Shavuah as soon as he eats one Kedai. So now that's what happens, he ate a Kedai, so then why you have to have a Kedai step at the end to be able to determine whether you can reverse it. You already violated the Shavuah, it's done, it's over, it's already a problem. So what do you mean you go ahead and reverse it? How can you reverse it after you've done it? It's too late. The deed was done. You violated the Shavuah and you act. So then, even on the Shavuah, no. You didn't write anything yet. Why? Because in this case, you said Shavuah right with me. You will eat the whole thing. If that's the case, then his prohibition is only to eat the whole thing. So you might be a Keziah. So why are you saying that if you think of Keziah, can be a problem.
56
Even
questions on the paragraph in the Torah. And
why
what
is
the
brother
Ron
saying that if there's a desires left at the end, an hour inside, piece of bread at the end, then he can reverse the shul because he's not yet violated it. You don't need it to be desires. You can't be called Shulami. Even if it's club left at the end, he didn't eat the whole of the bread. He's in violation of it. In other words, as we say, minimum. If the case is that he said he has to eat any of it, so then once he gets his desires out, there's no turning back the clock for that first time he violated it. If the case was that he said he's not going to eat the whole thing, so there's only to eat the whole thing, then he gets it because he's done violation. Why does it have to be that there's a whole desire left at the end, because there's only a club left at the end, he's supposed to do it? Gemara says there's two possibilities. He buys Emma slow up, the case can be talking about, and he says he won't eat it at all. He buys Emma for a friend of this, and he won't eat the whole thing. Let's explain that. He buys Emma for Rothschild. We could give a suggestion for the case now. He said he won't eat it at all. And then, we use the Hanilei She'elah Kedai Yisbasa, the Hanilei She'elah Kedai Yisbasa. What I was thinking was, you can't reverse the Shua if it isn't a legal desire left at the end. But if there is a desire left at the end, you can remove the Shua of remaining desires. If you have a significant piece at the end, which is a desire, you can hear the Rabbi and say, I didn't feel that I won't eat this bread, but you know what? I ate half of it, but you still the desire. Unless you remove the Shua on the desire, you go to have the Rav validates that and reverses that Shua. You know that's now. What Rav is saying is, since there's a desire left upon which you know the Shua, and the Shua goes away, you can say retroactively goes away on the parallel from that as well. That's what I'm saying. What it means, you need to handle it there like desire faster. The reversal works. And the last desire, handle it there done the desire comma, it also works in the first day. You might say, Mom, you don't possess, you don't have slow flesh. His actual expression was, you won't eat the whole thing. Now, what is pointing out is, each science desires factor with Shua. We know the factor with Shua. What I'm saying is, you're right. Not a violation of the Shua until you eat the whole thing. However, in terms of reversing the Shua, you can't put the rough to reverse the Shua on the morsel. You have to have something there to actually reverse the Shua. Now, if there's a desire left, then you can reverse it. If there's no desire left, you can't reverse it. Now, what is going to be? Or to run off, you have not violated the Shua line, you didn't the whole thing correct. So it's not left. Now the question is, can you come up with an arrangement where you eat that last crumb? Now, if there's only a crumb left, then no, you can't. You eat the last crumb, you have then, why don't you split it in the entire loaf of bread? If there's a desire left, then yes, you can reverse the entire Shua, and you can eat the remaining. That's what it's about. You should know that thing is unique. And we mentioned this word 2 minutes ago. First, let's take upon himself 2 different periods of Nazirus. The mother each other, he counts the first one. The hip is the left carbon. And it sets upon himself, he separated the carbon. The achatak, and after he sets aside the carbon, nish al Yishayim. He goes ahead and he reverses the first
when he was in his 30s.
divorce. So it's our one guy who mentioned also about Arizona, the second one now moves into replace the first one, and he has a 50 finish both of them. So he reverses it. He reverses the first Nazirus, the second one falls into that place. Now he's good to go. Now, what do you see from there? You see from there that even though he completed 100% of the Nazirus, still, you can go ahead and reverse it and move it up another one to a point, which is the same thing as Shivua. And we see not to say, but what Rabbi says, in order to go ahead and reverse it, you have to have the desire left. Here, we reverse the Nazirus, when we completely go with the Nazirus. He's after 100% of the days. Nazirus lasts 30 days, you finish all 30 days, and yet we're still along with this reverse Nazirus. So why does it come to Shivua? We require there to be a desire left at the end. Well, says, no, that's not a good question.
Kabbalistic meaning of the happening is
Also, my skin on is just a low keeper. The reason why it can be more sincere is because we didn't do the cause. In other words, you're right. That's the comparison.
this was a man of the Arizal who
A
was
Shavua that has a Keziah class is the same thing as Nazira that has required pure carbon left. You learned it, but that's not true, but kind of cheaper.
for example,
We learned that this is
another
still
interesting
using
thing
carbon.
Arizal did.
First,
You must remember the Arizal passed away in 38 years old.
yeah, and it's the Lezer he's the upper Kazakh class, but you probably can even run the
The Arizal was responsible for
and the reason why the reverse the first zeros is because it's not done yet. The time is done, but all the other obligations are not set off yet. Yes, it's something that we did bring in carbon, but we did bring the haircut, and the haircut is something which is obligatory. If you don't do it, it's going to, you don't do it, you're showing the year, it's really just a reverse. It works with milk, it's not good after either. So kind of get it. It's just so, but even after he took the haircut. Although Rashi says, the whole question is the zeros, Kalamet, you ask me a question, from the zero comes to Shua, leaves Garam with Sneon Slotan. What is the entire reason why the second Naziris doesn't work? It's because the Rishon. There is the first Naziris blocking it, as we explained earlier. The Eda. But now that one is gone. In other words, the whole thing of Naziris is you have two Naziris periods waiting to take effect. The second one is waiting in line for the first one to go away. Now, once you take it away, the second one just won't take place. However, that's different than when it comes to Shua. Shua doesn't have that problem. There's only one loaf of bread. Only one loaf of bread. That loaf of bread is God. And the loaf of bread is God. Therefore, it has no comparison. I may disagree with you, brother. If you feel aqua kula, even if the person ate the entire loaf of bread, there's no desire to the end. You saw like the last people having bread. Now, even so, again, if we're talking about a case where a person cheated by mistake, well, that's a carbon. It's not going to be a carbon, and therefore, because there's an outstanding carbon, it's going to revert to Shua. Even amazing, even intentionally, because the Malchus, you still do not get the lashes, and since the lashes are still outstanding, we can go ahead and reverse it. Our Shua law, if they took him to the base and they tied her up to the post, that's the use of the person Malchus to, at that point in time, law can reverse because then he is officially done. Once to the small, or small, the small armor, the rusty basin button, to tie him up to the post, and then to send a man to a stick man in the basin, he's talking no longer against that Malchus, and please, the second chapter, that part of the point of Dr. City, it comes with embarrassment. The Nicholas says he's embarrassed, and that it's very shameful to be tied to the post. Once you talk about embarrassment, he has discharged his duties of being embarrassed and not bringing back the Malchus anymore. At that point in time, the CW board says incorrect. Also, Ross, if you ran out, then you'd be right. And at that point, you can reverse the score. If you just simply tied to the post, that point in time, you knock it to Malchus. And we say, you know what? We're talking to the post, let's get the Malchus. Can someone just please call my Rabbi? I have a quick rabbinic request. Ralph comes running over at his second call. Yes, what can I do for you? I'd like to reverse my score. Yet, explain to you why you want to pass out, why you want to do that. Give me an explanation as to why you regret it. Explain why you regret it. And that says, I officially know this law. I'm tired from the post, and therefore, he is good to go. However, now we're going to do a different discussion. We can call Shua al-Sinai. The person throws a contingency into his Shua. What's the good fellow? Shua, I'll teach us to. Person takes the Shua that he won't eat the loaf of bread. However, only in all countries. Let's just say you have a bagel and a baguette. Let's just use this example. I'll try to keep myself consistent and improving. You have a bagel sitting on the table, and you have a baguette. And the guy says, I will not eat this baguette if I eat the bagel. Which means that he does not eat the bagel, he can eat the baguette, no problem. But he eats the bagel, and then his Shua takes the cup, and he cannot eat the baguette. Now,
is known as the word means a lion.
just to get to a couple points out here. The Pasuk says, "L'chol asher yavate b'Yisrael."
Okay, so he taught it to the lions, but
Yes, the term
it
of the
was
Pasuk.
something which
Now, what that means is, when a person makes a Shavuot, he has to
delve into this
have in mind at the time of the Shavuot what he's doing.
that
If he makes a Shavuot and there's some kind of just amnesia or a lapse that happens at the time of the Shavuot, it doesn't make a sense. But to be conscious and understand what he's talking about when he makes a Shavuot. It happens subconsciously, it doesn't work. That's number one. Number two, in our case, we're talking about person making some frequency on a Shavuot. Well, you have to remember, even though normally a Shavuot takes effect when you say it, in this case it doesn't. Because when a person says he makes a Shavuot, not to eat of a gas, if he eats a bagel, so at that point in time, nothing happens. There's no fear, there's no prohibition, there's no obligation, there's no prohibition. Everything stays the same. Only after the time that he eats the bagel does the Shavuot take effect. So essentially, eating the bagel is making the Shavuot. If he does not eat the bagel, the Shavuot never takes effect. So therefore,
the question is,
what does the follow? The Alcohol Shona, he eats the bagel. It's showing. It's facing out. He forgot. He has a bagel on the table, at the beginning of the table. He waits till the morning and says, if I eat it, I will forbid myself from eating this forget if I eat the bagel. Now he goes to Shabbos, he comes home, and he completely forgets about what he said that morning, and he eats the bagel. Okay? Is there anything wrong with the bagel? No. He's allowed to eat the bagel. There's no flaw in the bagel. But he completely forgot while he was eating the bagel, that eating that bagel is going to prevent him from eating the baguette.
So Kabbalah speaks, however,
And then
in humane terms.
Then he eats the baguette intentionally for food. Baguette, he's not allowed to eat it. If you don't know what you're talking about, it can be heresy. Because at the time that he ate the bagel, you have no idea what he did. And therefore, he had no idea what he was doing at the time that he ate the bagel, he was a Shavuot. Remember, the Shavuot happens only when he eats the bagel. But if he's in spaceland when he's eating the bagel, that means that he was in spaceland when he's making a Shavuot. You can't make a Shavuot that way. Shavuot has to be conscious to know what you're doing. If you're completely spaced out and you're just eating the bagel, that can't make you a Shavuot. So therefore, in this case, since he was not paying attention to eat the bagel, the Shavuot does not take effect. And even though he ate the baguette intentionally in violation of his quote-unquote Shavuot, it's not a problem because the Shavuot never takes effect.
To go into it, and the
Turn
word
this around. If he eats the bagel intentionally, now he knows that he has a Shavuot by himself. So he's eating the bagel, which means I can't eat the baguette today. He's clearly joking. And he goes out and he comes back to the kitchen later. He's clearly hungry. And he says, "Oh, delicious baguette sitting on the table." And he eats it. And after he finishes, he's like, "Oh man, I made Shavuot this morning. If I eat the bagel, I can't eat the baguette." But the Allah that's a typical case where a person made a Shavuot and forgot, and ate it. He has to make a carbon. That's the indication where a person had a hella to make a mistake. He uses a carbon to atone for the Shavuot that he violated. Next case, stay in the Shogin. Let's say he eats both of them, the Shogis. He doesn't call paying attention that day. So he eats the bagel by mistake, he eats the baguette by mistake. What the Allah, couple of customer days. Or, sorry, stay in the Shogin. You fucker. Why is you fucker in that case? For the same reason as before. The Shavuot never took effect. Because the Shavuot never took effect, the second one doesn't work either. In other words, since he ate the bagel in spaceland, the Shavuot doesn't work. And therefore, even though he mistakenly ate the baguette, he essentially was allowed to eat the baguette. There's no problem. Still amazing. What is it called in my purpose? He eats the bagel. He's like, I know that if I eat this bagel, I'm going to prevent myself from eating the baguette. And then he goes ahead and eats the baguette. Now Gemara says it depends.
goes away, he must be talking about something
It depends which one you
something
eat
very
first.
powerful.
After Lishnai, if you went in perfect sequence when you first ate
The
the
second
snack,
guy goes from the
this is
top.
the bagel analogy. The other after the Sula, when he ate the baguette afterwards, Machayev. That's exactly the case when the person is in violation. And yes, he has to bring the carbon. However, after the Sula, what if he ate the baguette first? The other after Lishnai, and afterwards he ate the bagel. So now essentially this should work. But not only we keep calling it the first one and the second one, but he eats the baguette. When he eats the bagel, it should take effect. And now, retroactively forbidden from eating the baguette, he should be in violation of the Shavuot. The Gemara says there's a technical problem with this. In this case, first is Rabbi Yochanan Ritzvah. This brings us to my question, which is Rabbi Yochanan Ritzvah, which is, Umaza Amar Hasra Safek Shema Sra. So again, let's just go through this case. He goes into the room, and he sits down and eats the bagel. He eats the bagel. So first he eats the bagel, and then he eats the baguette. Everybody agrees. That is the case for the Shayas. Why? Because as soon as he eats the bagel, you say to him, sir, just remember, eating the bagel means you're not going to eat the baguette. He says, yes, acknowledge. He eats the bagel, and then he says, you know what, I'm hungry, I'm going to eat the baguette. Someone says, you know you're not allowed to eat that baguette. And he says, yes, I'm aware of that. So you know that you take a violation of your Shavuot. Yes. You know that there is a punishment for violating your Shavuot. Yes, I'm quite aware of that. You know what the punishment is? He explains, yes, I know what the punishment is. Then he goes to eat. So in the case, he has fulfilled all the requirements to check off the basis to get his punishment. However, what happens is the other way around? He eats the baguette first. So someone's sitting there and says to him, you know that this baguette potentially could be a problem. He says, what do you mean? The guy says, if after eating this baguette, you eat the bagel, then it will turn out that eating this baguette is forbidden. The person's like, what if I don't eat it? He's like, that's okay. So he says, will I be in violation of eating this or not? He says, I don't know, I'm not sure. And when you know that there's a possibility that eating this baguette might at some point later on today become a problem. So now, that is what I'm trying to say. You're giving a person a warning that you aren't sure at the time of the warning if it's actually a problem. In such a case, it's my person is really. If you will take this opinion that I'll tell something, in other words, telling the person, now, listen, I'm warning you that there might be a problem depending on the following scenario. If you think that that's considered a good haftarah, the warning, yes, it's a violation. Now, Rabbi makes this.
At such a time was a little bit more
Koran Zubazis. What if we make each one contingent on the other? So up until now, we made the eating of the baguette contingent on eating the bagel. What if this guy makes each one contingent on the other? He said, I won't eat the bagel if I eat the baguette, and I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Okay? Now we want to go through it. I won't eat this one in Malchazur. That's the first case we have. I won't eat the baguette if I eat the bagel. Then he says the Malchazur, I won't either eat the bagel in Malchazur. He eats this one, knowing exactly what he meant. In other words, he's on purpose. He eats the baguette, the Zigigas Kaverta. The Zigigas Atzma for the Zigigas Kaverta. He eats the bagel and the baguette, knowing that there's a potential Shavuot not to eat the bagel and the baguette, but he forgets that the bagel is the condition for the baguette, and the baguette is the condition for the bagel. You holding this together, guys? Alright? Basically, each one is contingent on the other one. He knows it's the potential problem in each one, but he forgets that the bagel and the baguette are the one that's responsible for it. But the why? Because the Shavuot doesn't take effect. No, the Shavuot can only take effect if you know at the time that you're eating the pie, your mind goes back to work.
Yet students who were sitting there, who were sitting in the room, and the teachers that he taught there, and eventually what he out to them, the other sitting was tremendously deep ideas in the Torah, but in a fashion which was carried down to human understanding.
That actually there's a shivua on each one.
We were able to relate to it on a
probably gets evaluated for something. Bottom line is, he does remember some details, but forget some other details. It's not the case. He's tired. Why? Because he remembers the tonight. Since he remembers the tonight, that means when he eats it, he's making a shivua. In effect, that means that he mistakenly violates the shivua by eating the other one. Then he's going to be that's a classic case of the hell of a mistake in the real government. What happens if it's staying with him? He spends not the whole life. Comes in, his wife's there for one, and he has a table to get on the plate. He forgets to send the money. It's such a case of property wife, but again, the tonight does not take effect. It's by mistake. Same amazing. What if he changes them on purpose? He knew about the tonight. He knew about the shmur. He knew about all things. He just gobbled it all the rough on on the second one, the other he eats the bagel and then eats the baguette. So now for eating the baguette is 75 because now he's eating the bagel, took the fat, and now he's carrying the baguette, he ate the baguette. How about the first one? How about eating the bagel? Is that a problem? Well, that's exactly the same as the previous Gemara, where the bagel is contingent upon eating the baguette. Now, you can't really warn him about eating the bagel if you don't know if he can eat the baguette. You're not allowed to eat the bagel if later you'll eat the baguette. So therefore, we're warning you that there's a potential that it might be helpful to eat your bagel. That's what the Gemara says. I'm trying to put the result of the breakfast. That is subject to the breakfast of the breakfast for the 51 actually what? I'm going to Mari Abanana Mishina. So Mari says the same thing. And we'll read the parentheses just to understand what's going on here. However, the Dora Makir Chacham, the fourth actually the Dora, where the Chacham said, we could go ahead and just, where you said it. We're not going to go through all of them, but you can explain it, you explain the one that's relevant. This is losing, where a person makes one that to give himself like a little bit of the reason to
as it gets closer
he
to that
himself to the right thing. He's doing a vow, he's straight, and he's struggling to stay. He's doing also the never going to make which is beyond his control. Now, what is the case of Nidra struggles? We want to analyze that. Nidra struggles case side. What's the case of a person making a nether by mistake? Where it says, person says, Konam, the following things should be forbidden to me in Machal Tidim Shasisi. If I ate or drank anything today. In other words, he thinks he did not eat or drink anything that day. So now he makes a neder that something should be offset on him. And then after he's like, oh man, the Nizgar Sha'acha V'Shaksa. He's like, I forgot actually the whole cereal this morning. Or he says, it's the Sha'ini also. Sha'ini says they won't eat or won't drink. And then, that's basically how to get something. The difference is he didn't drink. So today, look, watching the settlement of Jewish life in Eastern Europe. You learn, if you struggle to start, because mistaken in another mutter, top, voice, struggle to start, the person makes more than anything mutter. Exactly as we were saying before, if the person mistakenly makes this law, that for example, he eats the bagel by mistake, not realizing that makes him have a shua, just to get the Jewish people. The strongest element of the Jewish people is only very recently that skip the parentheses, April was the guy's name, and lots of the person, his name was Exodus, and Moses was April, Honey Shavuos, was destroyed in Eastern Europe. You learned how what the Shavuos in Rabbi's yeshiva. Now, Father Avimi Akbar, his brother Avimi came over to him. Well, who was brother Avimi? And he met him. So Avimi said to April, Shavuos full healthy. Shavuos full healthy. He said, you just finished learning about the Shavuos? He said, yes, I learned it. I know it quite well. He said, there are a few questions you'd like to challenge you on the rest of the Shavuos. He said, sure, go for it. He said, what happens if the person makes this to you? One shore is that I didn't eat. Another shore is that I didn't eat. Two of them exactly the same shore. Test 10. Then I
Poland,
didn't eat.
and it was said
Now,
that
what's the halacha?
the word Poland
Indeed,
was
didn't eat that
to
day.
be
So
divided
again,
into
it's
two.
Tuesday morning, and the person says, Shavuot Shmuel Kalfi, take a Shavuot that did not eat
In
breakfast
Hebrew
this morning.
means
And it
meat,
says,
party
ladies and
over
gentlemen,
here,
for the second time, Shavuot Shmuel
lay
Kalfi,
down.
take the Shavuot that did not eat
Here,
breakfast that morning.
rest.
Turns out
Here
that
you
he did.
should rest.
How many people does he have? Omar
Jewish
Lay,
exiles
by the Benefit
like into the night.
he's only died once.
The night
Why, what was the
when
thinking?
things are
Eight
dangerous, when things are dark.
Once you make a Shavuot, you can make another one.
Even
Like we
in
said earlier
exile,
today,
though, we
only
desire
room for one
rest.
Shavuot
We
at a time.
desire to be
Therefore,
able
if
to
you make
settle
two
someone.
Shavuot, which are
And
identical,
therefore,
no time for
it
what?
was
And the
guided
lady's brother said to him,
from heaven that
got you.
boy live over here, you'll be able to find rest. Because for a while, for centuries, the Jews did find a haven in
I should make a difference. Because I'm a Ryan, and the truth is that my focus is quite nuanced. At that time at the end, I'm going to get back into exactly what the nuance of the focus is. Harayatza Shmuel Shaka. You're making a mistake. You think that Shmuel is relevant over here. It's not. Because the first time you said I didn't eat breakfast, guess what? You didn't eat breakfast. You're allowed to lie the second time. That's the second thing. You can lie about the second step, about the same thing twice. First you said I didn't eat breakfast at 10 o'clock. If you didn't eat breakfast at 11 o'clock, both times you said you didn't eat breakfast, you lied. And therefore, that takes Shmuel can have the twice. He's tired twice.
Spain, France, and Germany, but having been to be
Next case we have two. Shmuel Okal Teisha.
everything in
First
Western
he said, I
Europe
won't eat 9 figs,
pointed to
and I
the
won't eat
direction
10
that the
figs.
Jew
Now
was
he eats it.
unwelcome.
Now, what's that?
It was time to move the persecutions,
So he responded,
the killings,
he's tired on both
everything
sides.
that the
Why?
Jews had
He's
to
tired
go
for
through
eating 9,
was just
because that's
getting
one
too
shvuah.
much.
And then to eat the last one, that's the
Eastern
second
Europe,
shvuah. The
which
first
is
shvuah only
today
for
Poland
eating
and
9.
much of
The
Russia,
second shvuah for
was not so
eating 10.
cultivated.
This one, each
It
9,
was
you
new.
violated the first one. The
And
10th
there was
one, you violated the second one. And we
opportunity.
noticed about made a mistake. Itesha lo aka.
Landlords and the
Yes, so
government, the king,
it's
the
impossible
government
for
were
him to
eager
get to
to
the 10
get
without
people
eating the
in
9.
who were
This
talented,
is the
who were
second
able to read and
shvuah.
write,
It's essentially
who had
contingent on the first
different
shvuah. You
abilities,
can't violate the
capabilities, had
second one
different
for the
trades.
first one.
They really
Therefore,
wanted
it's
to
the
bring it
shvuah,
into
and therefore it's
build
one
up
each
the
only
country.
times once.
And therefore, probably for that
Shvuah
reason,
shvuah also
the
after the
Jews
Teisha
were
mouth.
welcome
Because
there,
what happens if they won't eat 10
many
and they won't
Jews
eat 9?
started to trickle
So,
into
if
Poland.
the respondent said in the time of the last, like the case of the time.
Poland
Why?
didn't have,
Why?
since everything was so new, it
Because
didn't really
it
have
is 9
a
inside 10.
culture
I will let you know, a good response to
that
the
the
Shabbat
Jews
made a
would
mistake. Answer
have
will be below
to
after. The
cope
first
with,
shvuah, that
or
eating 10,
blend in with, or abstain from, or,
eating 10.
be
But they said they are.
the Jews were not going to be distant
So
from any
therefore,
particular
he says
culture,
he's
because
not
there
going
was,
to eat
it was, everything
extra
was new.
Batesha. So the
So,
first shvuah says that can you
there
send
was
the money 9. The
pretty
second shvuah
much
is an entirely
no common
different line.
language
It's the
between
original
the Jews
eating the 9.
and the non-Jewish
Rabbi
population.
says,
The
Zing in
Jews,
the arts and time, the
the
Mishkat
Ashkenazic Jews, the Jews from
you could actually
Germany,
say
brought
that
over
is correct.
their
What's
own
that case?
sort of language, which was
So Omar
a
put him out, like Mark said, which is Omar Rabba, as Rabba pointed out, the person said, Shmuel will also
German,
and that I know. First he
different other
says,
sorts of
that
elements,
the Shmuel
and
is not going
from
to be
this
Canaan
became
and Unmelvin
Yiddish.
together. So what if the violated Shmuel
There was a
to
bit
be
of Polish, a bit of Russian
and
mixed in,
another? Great.
but Yiddish
Yes,
still,
the pigs
the
and
histories
together.
of Yiddish
The
go back
cause of all that
a little
Shmuel,
further than this.
there was
However,
another
it
Shmuel
is
saying,
probably
I'm
in the
not
beginning,
going to
the
eat
time
fish.
of when the
Now,
Jews
that's
moved into Poland, that Yiddish
what
became
happens? I'll
more
take it.
developed
He
and
ate
prevalent.
fish in violation
Well, they
of
didn't
the
really need to
Canaan shvuah,
know
the fig
Polish
shvuah.
that
Therefore,
much
Sarvan,
because
he
it
sent
was
aside the copper for
necessary. They
violating the
kept to
shvuah.
themselves. They
He after
built their own
on nothing.
communities.
Afterwards, what did he do? He ate on nothing.
And so we
He
find
died by himself.
slowly
There
but
was
surely
happening
the
what
Jews
nothing comes this year.
coming into Poland.
Nothing is only
For
comes
about
this year.
150
It's only half of
years,
his violation.
was quite
He had to eat on
peaceful.
nothing to bridge together with
The
Tahini. But
first
this year,
150
probably going to
years,
recover the
we find that the Jewish
But now he's
population
talking
grew
about
to
you
about
know,
half a million.
let's make the straw.
But,
That he won't
you
eat
know,
oil.
things developed,
The cause of our
and
spiritual
the old
Teisha, there's no
started
eat
to
9.
creep.
So he violated the 9
Developing Europe,
similar to violating
Catholics came,
the 8
and with them the
He
priests,
sets
which
aside the
were
carbide.
age-old killed
Now
during
the
this.
after sits beside the car bomb,
It started again.
serious.
Much of the persecution,
Yeah,
or much of the hatred, much of
the
persecution started again with many accusations and many libels, and now and again you had pogrom, you had many Jews, or a number of Jews being killed, but the government over here did intervene. The government, the king, at that time made a decree that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a libel on a Jew for doing whatever the Catholic priests were saying that they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews are doing it, mocking the Christian religion and all the age-old libels. The king of Poland at the time said that it would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though, in general, there was tolerance, however, nevertheless, life still wasn't all that simple. There was still decrees limiting Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews, so you are Jews. Jews are not welcome anywhere and everywhere. There was the impossibility of the Jews living in the capital. They were not allowed to have a certain quota on the amount of houses they could build, and where they could build it, and so on. A number of laws that were forced to limiting Jewish ability in Poland.
For the son of Thomas for Adi Star. I'm a Polish transfers for the month of Sivan. I bought one of the
with all the juggling, with all the, building their own communities, something which has been quite a privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places, together with having to cope and having to wade their way through the government side of things, the anti-Semitic side of things. From all this, there was born something quite unique. We're in the year 1551. After about 150 years, Jews had come into Poland. The Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted which was quite unprecedented before in history and has not happened afterwards either. It was called the Arba Rothschild, the committee of the four lands. In August 1551, the king of Poland was a man called Sigismund Augustus, and what he did is he made a self-governing the self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the Four Lands. There was the Four Lands, it was Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Poland, and then also divided. It went back before they ended up Greater Poland, Little Poland, Potonia, Galicia, and those four countries, sub-countries, states that the Arba-Rothschild was, and they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi. Somebody who would disobey you have to go ahead and Rabbi Rothschild had a month to repent, had a month to make it right, or else he would forfeit his entire property to the government. So everybody was sort of happy. The government was happy because that meant a little bit extra cash. The Rabbi Rothschild, that made them very powerful. People would not mess around with them. And they were able to get a lot of good things and a lot of solid institutions for the community. They were able to get them through with the power that they were given by the Polish government.
the most of the key
So as I said before, there was some changes backwards and forwards. In the middle of the 1600s, it became three countries or four. It became Poland, Lithuania, Russia, Poland. Lithuania afterwards made its own. And as we said, the Rabbi Rothschild were great
Tired. I'm very hungry.
I'm going to go to bed.
I'm going to go to bed. I'm still going to eat the
major things
Then what
pertaining to
happened?
the Jewish
Before I
community.
eat it,
The
I
smaller
actually forgot about the
issues
shua and
were
then
given,
consumed it.
were
So at the
taken
time
care
I
of by
ate
the
the loaf
together.
of bread, I actually forgot about the shua.
Community
But if
council,
you
each
even
town,
had I
each
not
city has
forgotten
its
about it, I
community
still would
council
have eaten the
that
loaf.
convenes
So
and
what's
they
all
would
up with
decide
such things
things
like that?
for
Right, it's
the
things.
local community, with the backing of the Rabbi Rothschild, against the influence of something called majorly Alabama, would go to the great committee who had control.
Here's the litmus test. The
There
litmus test says in general
was
is if you have a lapse of awareness,
the
if somebody
two
will
times
remind
they
you
would get
about
together was a
your
great,
lapse,
great
you would
fair.
abstain
You had a
or
lot
refrain
of
from the act.
great Torah
That's when you
leaders,
bring a
great
karma. But if after
community
having been reminded
activists that
about
would
the
come to
lapse,
that
you still
together.
haven't done
And
the
besides
act,
being a time
then
there
also
was
if you
certain things were decided, there was also a
and
tremendously
therefore there's no karma.
uplifting
So
time
it's
when people would share ideas, share Torah learning, so on and so forth.
because even had I remembered my shua, I would have still
Part of
eaten
the
the loaf.
activities of
Therefore,
the
halacha l'maisa,
part of the
it's not
committee
for children,
was to
and therefore no
appoint a
cover from the
shtatler.
viola.
Now,
Now
the
again,
word
the
shtatler
pastors is
means
probably not
somebody
rise
who
to
is
the level
going
of
to
lazy to
intercede
go ahead and get no. That's
for
probably
the good of
can't
the
go. But
community
for Christ's sake,
in the
can't be called
hierarchy,
children. You can't be
in
called children if
the
it's clear that
governmental
my
hierarchy,
intentions would have
in
been to
the
eat the loaf,
rich and
regardless
powerful
of the shua. That's the
defenses,
take a look
as they
at
say in
it.
Yiddish,
Just kind of keep it
the
in.
high
Obviously, the obvious
so
one is if
those
a
are
person in a shua
the
not eat the
shades.
loaf of bread, and there's
Basically,
sachanas nefashos.
to share,
It's in the
to get through
nothing stands in the way of
anything
sachanas
that
nefashos more
was
than
going on. They
except
was
immorality,
keeping very,
idolatry, and murder.
close.
Obviously, a shua is not going to stand in the way of
Keep
you going
very
around
good
saving your life.
tabs on
Which,
everything that was
however,
going
again, I
on
made a
in
shua,
the government,
but
and
I'm
if
really
there was any
hungry.
new
I'm really
appointment,
hungry.
it
So the
was
fascinating
something
thing
that they would see that
how
wasn't
much
going right. They
intentionality
immediately
plays a
did
role
something about it
in our
themselves.
lives. So because of over here,
The
I'm
Vad
so hungry,
also
I made up in my mind, I'm going to
instituted
eat the loaf
the
regardless.
Heda
I'm
system,
going to eat it regardless. It happens to be now
Talmud
before I
Torah,
eat
the
the loaf,
place
I
where
actually
Jewish
forgot
children
about the
would
shua.
get a Jewish
That can't be called
education,
shogeg.
and
That can't be
Jewish
called
life started
shua.
to blossom.
Because why? Because again, at a certain point, I
There was
expressed that intentionality that I was ready to eat the loaf regardless. That's the name. I
way,
get it,
there
but
was a
I'm shua.
method
No
of
one
how
is speaking of this. No one can be both
the
just
Heda
to
system
discuss.
would work.
Listen,
You
when
had
a person making a
the
shua,
parents were
even
able to
if
pay,
I had
and they would pay, they would get better service, they would
intention
get
is not
a
enough, there must be
rabbi teacher.
articulation.
The
For
rabbi
example,
teacher was
if I
able
had
to
in my
teach the
mind,
children
I
well.
know I'm
Those who
not
were not
eating
able
loaf
to
of
pay
bread.
very
And
often,
in my mind, I'm fully committed that I'm slow
local
enough to eat
community
that
would
loaf.
have somebody, would have a
But I
teacher
never
there
actually
who was
verbally
going to teach
articulated it.
any
So
child
it's not a
who wasn't
binding
able to
shua.
pay,
They're not.
that they would go to that Talmud Torah. So there was a Heda, there was teachers who were able to teach for money, and then there was those who were paid to buy the Heda. What ended up being is that no Jewish child went without an education, a Jewish, traditional, strong Jewish education. Again, there's no public school system in Poland in the 1500s, 1600s. So, the education that many of the peasants were illiterate, go to school, and Jews, the alternative was sending people, educating their children, and this was something the Jews in Poland in this time were extremely strong about, was education.
Now,
When children go to Heda,
but
they
there's
grow
no level
up,
of
and
cognition.
yeshivas
That's
started
the
to
shua. The
emerge.
Hada Amar,
The
Gama
greatest
Believe
yeshiva in
and then
Poland
he
was
asked,
the
how do you know
yeshiva
even
in
if you have
Krakow,
your intent? It
and then
sounds like
also
even if you have
started
intent
the
without
yeshiva in
articulation,
Ukraine, and a
that
place called
should
Brisk,
create a binding
and
shua.
also in other places as well.
The Shimshon says it's not a contradiction.
Interesting
Why not?
system
What's
that
up to
was created to support the yeshivas was the system of tank.
So it's like, listen to
A
this.
talk in Yiddish is a day. Tank is plural
Mitzvah
days.
sign teaches me that
What that meant was,
it's
this was a
not
system
enough to
which
go ahead
lasted
and have
almost up
intention
till
and not
up
articulate.
till the
In
war.
other words,
Many
in order
yeshivas
for a shua to be binding,
was
there must
that
be a verbal articulation. God would be sent to the yeshiva, and
how do you know
he was
that if there was intention,
a
but
certain
never
day to
articulation,
eat by a certain
that
time.
doesn't work?
So family number one would take in a number of boys
The
on a
Prophet says
certain
you have
day,
to
they give
articulate.
them their meal,
Articulation.
then the boy had another house to go to for Monday, and so on and so forth. Until Shabbos, you had maybe something a little more affluent, and then they would give them a meal on Shabbos, and then the boy would be assigned to them something like this, sleeping. Many of them had these sleeping quarters. Each yeshiva had this way of arranging things. Often there was the community provided certain places. Each yeshiva so had its own way. But the idea was that it was the community that got together to support the yeshiva. So a system very beautiful.
Let's say in my mind, I had in my mind, my intention was to say, I swear I'm not going to reach that.
It was very rare, non-existent at this time to have a yeshiva with a dormitory, a house providing for everything. At that time, it was all
so again, I had intention to read that, but I articulated in probably that. How do I know? Or
since you had several learning, we obviously will have the greatest great ones of terror that could only be Israel, the great ones among Israel, and there were many at this time of relative peace, and therefore we find a tremendous influx in terror learning and terror teaching, and in the giants of terror that came around that time, and we will go through some of them.
Right? But part two is intention by itself is not enough. It's got to be articulation. So part one, intention, part two, articulation, part three, your articulation has to match the intention. So if that's not there, then ultimately it's not good. So I'm not believing the whole two past people, the whole two past sound united. What about politics? Let's say in my mind, my intention was to say, I think it's more than actually past people. But it turns out that when I said it, I just said past.
Chief Rabbi of Krakow, his genius and his persona just got him that way, and he was at a very young age, he was appointed for that job. The Gemara is another revelation, is the story in the Jewish world as the Rabbi. He was
how do I know? He was
in connection, and he had studies that Rabbi some form of letter writing, backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards.
The Prophet says, whatever you are, whatever promises that you make to me, you must go ahead and keep them. Anything that shows you stuff up. I only know that a promise, like an obligation, whether it's a shua or a neder, is binding. If I articulate it, God might believe it or not. How do I know that even if I just had intention, that intentionality sees in binding to me? And Lomar, cold and deep late. Therefore, the Prophet says, anyone who's upright, anyone who's generous of the heart. Listen, what do you see here? That even intention, in this case, by the way, is intention of a neder for trust. That's very interesting. Even an intention to do creates a binding obligation. That comes to what we just said before. Now, granted, I would say, I want to point out as two different cases. We switched over here to neder. Beforehand, we were talking about shua, but still, nevertheless, it's conceptually, it should really be the same. Which would be not says. Which is what it says. Shiny husband that says, only do blade. The Christian Rabbi says again by Skunk, like in this case again, that's by the Mishkan, any person that's only do blade, any person with generosity of the heart. What you see from there is, I don't know why intentionality is enough, even if it doesn't have articulation. I have much of a good motivation. So that's where from this, why don't you make, in this case, tzedakah, a vow to give tzedakah, why don't you make that how you got the example of that intentionality works even if I articulation? Which is nothing true, but the schema of the touching makes the rabbi gas. So let's see, because Truma, now again, I want to point out, in this case, actually turns out Truma means Truma, Noah has to be Mishkan. It actually means, again, the donations to Mishkan. But so, the neder to give it to the Mishkan, before it expresses it as only the lady.
thus still exists. In Krakow, he passed away not by merit. The famous day in the Yonzeit of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, he also passed away Rothschild of not by merit. His gravesite is right there in Krakow. Right outside the window of the Bible shop, with a section literally right there. You have until today, until this very day, is the gravesite, is the burial place of the Rabbi, and in pre-war Europe, this was a gravesite which was very, very frequented by hundreds and hundreds of people, especially on the day of this Yonzeit. To similar did to the pilgrimage to the gravesite of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai in Hebron, in Israel, where similar did what actually happened. In Poland, by the gravesite of the Rabbi. This was their home, whose name reverberates again, on a daily basis by thousands and thousands of people who learn the code of Jerusalem on the Shulchan. The next individual we're going to talk about is the Maharshal. Again, all these people are known as their acronyms for the names, which letters which stand for their names. If you tell somebody, well, I'm talking about what the quote of Shalom Ben Gloria, think twice as we talk about the Maharshal or the Rashal. For sure, this is a word which is very prevalent. The Maharshal Ben Gloria was born in 1510, passed away in 1573. He was the Rav in Poland. Now, the Maharshal was a very sharp individual. He was very opposed to actually learning the Shulchan Aruch, to learn the Code of Jewish law, just as he's learning the Code of Jewish law, something very new. So he said that you can't just learn this easy way, going books. You have to learn the background. If you don't know the background, this can be very damaging. You can compare one thing to the other, and it won't be good, it won't be correct. Although he did, so he composed works of halacha himself. A lot of times arguing, taking to task both the Ramah and the Shulchan Aruch itself, and as well as other authorities before him. Wrote a book called the Yamshel Shlomo, the Sea of Shlomo, the Sea of Solomon, and he's very, very well known and often quoted in many, many halachic sources. Royal Sirkish, better known as the Bach, Bach is an acronym for Bayis Chodosh in the other house. This is the Bach is Royal Sirkish wrote a book on the Torah. Remember, there was a man called Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim. He was the first one who codified the Jewish law as it is in the order and the style that we have in the Code of Jewish law. He wrote a book called the Torah, went through this in a previous lesson. The Bach wrote a book called the Torah, and he was a Rosh Hashiva in Krakow, and had a very famous son who was called David HaLevi. That is known as the Taz, to resolve the lines of strips of gold. He wrote the Taz as a Pirush is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch, many parts of the Shulchan Aruch. You have the Taz, first two parts, you have goals on the side, you have the Shulchan Aruch, goals on the side, there's the Taz. There was another individual called, known as the Shach, Shamsei Kohen, the Shach. He wrote a book which also is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, many of those learnings for rabbinics have the Shulchan Aruch. And the Shaila is Moshe's the forces of Moshe's the Shach and the Taz, as well as also the Torah and the
between the
Bach,
beliefs
much of the Bach, as well as the commentary of the Yosef Haruch himself. There was a commentary on the Torah. You can follow me on all that. And there was a man called Rabbi Yaffa. Rabbi Yaffa wrote a book called the Rosh. Rosh was then to address the Maharshal's problem with the Shulchan Aruch, but it didn't have the reasons for the
Even
Lord
if
and
it's
the
solid.
bush.
This
Try to incorporate as much
Polo
as he
I
could
swear
the
I'm not going to
reasoning in
try
the background
I
for
swear,
the
right?
law
I swear to
and
be without one
published a
but
10-volume
I
set
didn't do it.
of
So
the
because
books
secret thing,
called
in other
the
words,
Levush,
so I didn't have to
which
perform
one
my
of them,
shua.
Levush means a garment,
What's
the
out
sea
of God?
purple garment,
Potter.
blue
I'm
garment,
fighting this
very
obviously
various
because
garments,
remember again, the
and
shua
the
itself is
causes of
void.
the word
Like you
Chiyah.
can't swear not to fulfill the mitzvah. The
He was
timing
actually a student
but
of
if I
the
made a
Rabbi
shua,
and the
I made a shua
Rothschild, so he
to hold the mitzvah. So the point of
his
the mitzvah, and I did it and not do it. I'm also potter. Why? So say
there was
so
the man called the Smith, the Yeshua Falk. He's also a commentary on the Shulchan. He was the Rabbi
that
so that's as far as
I would have thought that actually swore about a mitzvah
authorities in this age.
Why?
You can see how so much was going on. Jewish life was extremely vibrant at the time. As far as Talmudic commentary, you also have a major explosion of greatness. First one will speak of his Maharshal, known as the Maharshal. His name was Shmuel Adels. His mother was actually called Adel. And she was quite a wealthy woman. And she enabled him to learn to spend his life in learning and in the commentary on the Talmud. And therefore he was known as Shmuel Adels after his mother, who had the ability to be who he was. The Maharshal. He wrote one of the most extensive commentaries on the Talmud. In fact, if you open any volume of Talmud today of the Vilna Shas, of the traditional Shas that exists as printed, which was printed in Vilna and Lithuania, you will find right after the Talmud, more or less, one of the first commentaries, if not the first commentary after the Rosh, is the Maharshal. The Maharshal divided his commentary into two. Chidushei Halavis, novelty of halacha of Jewish law, when he explains the actual Talmud, and much of it is not actually. It's just normally an explanation of difficult parts of the Talmud and answering questions of contradictions. And then there was Chidushei Halavis. Chidushei Halavis is a very fascinating work of the Maharshal where he explains not the law, the discussion of the law of the Talmud, but explains the Agamic part of the Talmud, the story and the stories part of the Talmud, where the Talmud starts explaining verses of the Tanakh and various, goes through ethics and many different things. The Talmud, as we mentioned the other time, is a sea where everything is going on. And the Agamic elements of the Talmud is sometimes very cryptic. It's called Haggadah. And the Maharshal went about explaining very many parts of these pieces of the Talmud, shedding tremendous light on them.
The good news is I didn't uphold my shua. That's the good news, right? I swore I wasn't going to put on Wednesday. But Hashem, I put on Torah on Wednesday. So you know what? I should be tired. I should be tired for not keeping my shua. Lahala, all the hatred. The Pasuk says, what's the number when we spent almost all of yesterday on this phrase? How does the Torah phrase shua speak, right? Lahala, all the hatred. To do something bad or to do something good. Not have power. So what's this like again, the doing it, that you're afraid to be very possible. Ultimately, again, is trust. It's something optional. So too, the halal, the negative, also has to be something afterwards. It has to be a discretionary act. And because the mitzvah is not a discretionary act, therefore it can't fall under the category of mitzvah trust deeply. So when it posts the mitzvah of Akasa mitzvah, like the Darshan Bata, it comes to a short case where I swear not to do a mitzvah, and ultimately again, I do not comply with the shua, that there is no liability. And I get a look why is, if I swear not to put on site, and I end up putting on Torah, why is there no liability? You know what, why is there liability? Because there's no shua. Because there's no shua, right? You must be asking, why is there no shua? Because Lama, all the interest in the first group is discretionary activities. And because putting on Torah is not a discretionary activity, without whatsoever, you can't make a stress deeply around it. Incredible. You might say as follows. You always put a kindness and it's a little too higher. Conversely, what if I made a shua? I spread words on Torah. And I did it. That's all I did. You might have thought that there should be liability Therefore, for non-compliance with Mashiach, Halom Lahara seems Russia. It's the reverse. Lahara, all the hatred. The Pasuk shows people, he says, what shows people, we swear to do something bad or to do something good. Just like the negative act of talking about against something discretionary. So to be good act is also discretionary. Also, Mishpat, like kindness and mitzvah, this comes to exclude ultimately again swearing to the common which is not discretionary. It's not discretionary because that's discretionary, therefore any swear you make regarding it, or one is going to go ahead and do incredible. Therefore, let's make sure that the same thing, now obviously what you know saying over here is exactly what Rabbi is saying. But just keep everything the same and with that hot level because this is very interesting. So although that I thought it was mentioning the idea that pretty much any trust detail regarding a mitzvah is not going to regular Muslim. You can always go ahead and what's the mechanism? If you want to create a mechanism to ultimately again see additional layer of obligation to the mitzvah, what can you do? What can you do? What can you say? I got that. You can make it remember again. Not shot. Also back to not shot. Right, so remember again, one thing the answer to us. Right, so remember again, so we'll talk about this. The easy way if a person wants to recognize to be the is to kind of like push mitzvah performance, you can utilize a measure on that. You can. But you can't pursue us. You can't pursue us. And again, essentially, because it all comes down to, since again, Shmuel is under Gavra, and since the Gavra is already under oath regarding the sauce, it's from Hasinai, it comes in another layer of oath obligation. And by the way, that he was to perform this, obviously, not to perform this, but he was to perform this, but that's his work. And it all comes down to because Lahayah already can be more advanced is discretionary activity of his mother's the streams. You know, so Jack on this what if I swear to do something negative to myself? I don't know. I swear to slap myself in the face. I don't know. Something like that. Or I swear not to eat. I swear not to drink. Like, I swear to do something negative to myself, and let's say I didn't do it. You might have thought that your partner, that's a distortionary act. I can do that. I can do that. Well, we're seeing what I'm talking about someone that puts their waist up in more than things. But it's me, I'm also myself. Again, this is something that I'm allowed to do myself. So again, I have if I say, I swear I'm going to slap myself in the face. And I don't do so. Okay. I'm in violation of my own trust. Simply why? Because slapping myself in the face ultimately is a discretionary act. What if I swear I'm going to slap Ruben in the face, right? Or I swear I'm going to go ahead and do something negative or harmful to Ruben. And I don't do it just because I didn't do it. So you have obviously a lot of things that are tree high. And the woman, so I don't know. Now, how many shots? How long is this? Only see me from a lot of the horror. The only how restrictions. Because we obviously I have no right to do something negative to someone else. You know, I have the right to slap myself in the face. I don't have the right to slap anyone else in the face. So that's the nine and the levels of Kabbalah. And I say, how do I know if I walk on my again? What if I'm supposed to do something? I swear to give you the loaf of bread. I swear to give you $10. Seeing them doing this naturally. Like I swear to God and give them a gift. And I said, how do I know that ultimately that's the issue by me now? I will know my own recognition. Just find it for the past 4 weeks or something good. So they're easily has lost something. So what's the worst thing of doing something negative to someone? After exploiting the access local, I'm going to hit even if the head is put open and small. You know, that qualifies. You know, that's after the then reach the mark, right? So the mindset again, so that's it. So just giving an example that really again physically harming someone. Only my. So it says now, remember, all of these cases are predicated on the concept that Lahara or Lahekid is talking about non-mitzvah discretionary activity. Right? Because that's the remember, because if you circle back, the real thing we're really focusing on over here is that rules regarding mitzvahs really don't work. Right? There's no such concept. Why? Because the law of everything is all discretionary activity. So it says, now, you know, it says, how do you know that? Right? In other words, at the end of the day, I understand you're making a drasha, but it's just in mind because by our just stigma, with diversity. I don't know. All it says is we're all hated. How do you know that it's talking about discretionary activity? Maybe it's talking about a mitzvah. Whereas lo, I'll tell you why. Lo sadak from the ba'inan, hatava dumya dehara, v'hara dumya da'atava. Because remember again, the tov has to be comparable to the ra, and the ra has to be comparable to the tov. So the Gemara says, "Da'akish hara v'hatava, mahatava eino bebeto mitzvah, ach hara eino bebeto mitzvah." The same way that the good obviously does not refer to the negation of a mitzvah, so to the ra can't refer to the negation of a mitzvah. Hara, so the Gemara says, therefore, again, so obviously we can't be talking about this over here. Hara gufa hatavahi, because in that case, ultimately, in the hara, in and of itself is the hatava. The akish hatava hara, and we'll compare the hatava to the hara. Mahara ain't a b'kiyum mitzvah, just like the hara ultimately again is not referring to the fulfillment of a mitzvah. Hatava ain't a b'kiyum mitzvah, because again, if that's the case, hatava gufa harahi. Okay, suppose that the Imam understands over here, so we have to exclude mitzvahs from this and instead make this a discretionary act. Suppose say that's the case, in halacha l'maisa again, we could run into a situation, even if you compare this, even if you want to make this about a dvar shos. In other words, the comparison between the hatava and the hara. Usually, we say, "Allah, maybe it's to all the rabbos hatava sachirin shmamina b'dvar shos ksivi." So it's very interesting. But the fact that we need the word "o" to go ahead and include a case of doing good for others, that would seem to indicate that we're talking only about discretionary activity. Because if we would just be talking about a dvar mitzvah, so it says hashta haras acherim isradi hatavas acherim boy. If we're including ultimately again a case of haras acherim, does there need to be any discussion about hatavas acherim? And the Gemara says, "Oh, fine." So let's stop there. So bottom line, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is that all of this, remember again, let's just go through a quick progression before we get to the next piece. The Gemara says, remember, all of this comes down to the Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira. Rabbi Yehuda ben Meseira says you can make a shvaz bitui regarding mitzvahs based on his kal v'chomer as espoused in the Mishnah. Rabbanans you cannot. What is the basis of the Rabbanan's drasha? Or what is their position? A drasha of Lahara Lehated. That's it. Lahara Lehated, only referring to discretionary activity. Bottom line, okay? The Gemara just gave the whole drasha for Lahara Lehated. The Gemara just says, the high O, mi boi le lechalik. So ultimately, the high O, mi boi le lechalik. Ultimately, again, we're using that O to make that distinction. Lechalik lutzarech kra. I don't need the O for chiluk. Why not? The Gemara says, I'm sorry, lechalik lo tzarech kra. So my honey Rabbi Yochanan, that makes it Rabbi Yochanan. Elo doshia, ma'ikilani. But depends on doshia, what is going to say? Now, what are we talking about over here? Tisanya, ish asher yikhalel es aviv v'es imo. A man will curse, if a man will curse his mother and his father, or his father and his mother. Emi ela aviv v'imo. I don't know that his wife, I don't think he curses both parents. The Gemara says, Emi ela aviv imo, aviv v'lo imo. Imo v'lo aviv yunai. How do I know that even if he curses one parent and doesn't curse the other, there's liability? Kamalomar aviv v'imo kilo. Aviv kilo imo kilo de Rabbi Yoshia. So Rabbi Yoshia says ultimately again, we can break apart the pasuk. Rabbi Yonasan says, Mashma shneim ke'echad, u'mashma echad b'pnei atzmo. Ultimately, again, on one hand, the pasuk seems to indicate that there's liability for cursing both of them at once, and also liability for cursing one of them, or cursing them independently. Ad amdeis, ad she'ifot b'cha kosav yachtov. Until the pasuk ultimately again tells you explicitly, in other words, what Rabbi Yonasan is saying is like this. even though it mentions father and mother together, the understanding is that you're liable for cursing them together or independently. The only time we would have a havamina that you're only chayiv for cursing them together is that the pasuk will be explicit about that. So you can still set up the previous conversation for the deal. Okay, so Moses again, so that machol guess goes back to the previous machol. He says whether or not you need all the chalei. So if you with Rabbi Yoshia, there's something like Rabbi Akiva, the Darish Riboy Umute. So it's possible that it reflects in Rabbi Yoshia, and he was a Rabbi Akiva who darshes really Umiyot yesterday's daf, like his Rabbi Nachum Ish Gamzu. He added Mishnah with Darish Sid, then Ma'it Dvar Mitzvah. So ultimately, again, if you assume that the pasuk Lahara Hated is talking about Dvarashos, then ultimately, again, the Lahara, all the hated, the all is coming to exclude a Dvar Mitzvah. However, the Amit Dvar Mitzvah Ksiv, but ultimately, again, if you assume that Lahara Hated is talking about even a Dvar Mitzvah, then what? Then the Gemara says, you might come at night, and ultimately, what is being excluded? Okay, we'll say, bottom line, again, takeaway. We just did a tremendous amount of exposition on that Rasha of Lahara Lahedid, but the bottom line takeaway is Lahara Lahedid teaches me only discretionary activity governed by Shvuas Bitui. As such, Shvua regarding a mitzvah, Shvuas Bitui regarding a mitzvah is not going to be a binding Shvua. That would be Gemara ends up. Who did them say my marashos? I won't say. I remember again. So who did them say? What was his logic? He made a kavachomer. What was his kavachomer? If ultimately again. If the shvua works for a discretionary item that you do not have any previous obligation regarding, and the shvua works to create a binding obligation, then Allah has kama v'kama shvua will create a binding obligation upon something that you are already bound to, i.e., a mitzvah. A mitzvah. Now, ultimately, again, what do the Rabbanan say back to Rabbi Meseira? The Rabbanan say it doesn't work. Why? Because remember, when the Torah speaks about shvua speaks, what does the Torah say? Lahara lahete, which means what? Which means what? A shvuas bitui has to be able to be phrased both in the I will and won't do phraseology, positive and negative. And by a dvar shutz, by a discretionary action, you can do that. By a mitzvah, you cannot. You cannot. So says the Gemara of Rabbanon, Shapir ka'amri lev Rabbi Yehuda Meseira. The Rabbanon is saying good. They're saying good back to Rabbi Yehuda Meseira. So what does Rabbi Yehuda Meseira say? Rabbi Yehuda Meseira amalaka atu atavas achirim. Lav apagap delesi bechlal haras achirim. And the Meseira says that's not true. I'll tell you why it's not true. I will say, imagine the following case. Imagine the following case, right? I say, I'm going to go ahead and give Ruben a loaf of bread. Imagine if I say in the negative, I'm going to take from Ruben a loaf of bread. That doesn't work. So you can't necessarily phrase every single discretionary act, even in the negative as well. So again, again, that's not true. In other words, there are plenty of cases where you can't frame it. You can't frame the discretionary act in the negative and be allowed to do that. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Nachman, yet nevertheless, the Torah says, or even what it's pointing out is, there are even cases of discretionary acts where you can't frame it in the negative, yet the Shvuas Bitui still works. Hakanami, Bikir Mitzvah, Apagav, Belese, Bebitl Mitzvah, Rabbi Nachman. So to Rabbi Nachman wants to say, so to in the case of a mitzvah, even though you can't frame the mitzvah in the negative, the Shvuas Bitui should still work. To which the Gemara said, "Rabbanon, it's not true. Hasam Isay below Eitiv. Hak Isay below Kain. It's not true." Rabbanon said like this: every discretionary act you can't frame in the negative. Now again, while it's true, I can't say Shvu, I'm going to give you a loaf of bread, and Shvu, I'm going to take from you a loaf of bread. Right? That won't work. But I can do what? I can say Shvu, I will give you a loaf of bread, and what? And what's the negative? Shvu, I won't give you a loaf of bread. That works. In other words, so not doing good. Every single Shvuas Bitui that I want to say can be phrased. The positive action can be phrased in a permissible negative way. That is not true by mitzvos. So whereas I can say Shvua, I will put on tefillin, I can't say Shvua, I won't put on tefillin. That does not work. And because it does not work, therefore halacha l'maisa, the Shvua says. Everyone say, so therefore again, a number of concrete pieces of halacha l'maisa. First of all, that's like the Rabbanon. Ultimately, again, that Shvuas Bitui cannot be made regarding mitzvos. That's halacha l'maisa number one. Now again, why is that? Really based on the drasha of the Rabbanan, that Shvuas Bitui is all anchored in one simple phrase, Lahara Ola Hativ, which represents what? Discretionary activity. Discretionary activity, and again, once again, reinforce therefore that's how we pass him. Shua speak to only regarding discretionary activity based on Josh Abdullah Hativ. And again, we once again reinforce that in order for a Shua speak to be valid, what has to happen? You have to be able to phrase it both in the positive and the negative. Beautiful. Mishnah. Shua shelo ochal kikar zu, shua shelo achlana, shua shelo achalna, v'achla, eno chayit el achas. So this is very important. We've actually seen this before. So here's what I do. I take 3 shuas regarding the same loaf of bread. Right? So I say shua shelo ochal kikar zu. I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. That's number 1. Number 2, shua shelo achlana. I swear I'm not going to eat it. Number 3, shua shelo achalna. I swear I'm not going to eat it. 3 shuas, and I eat it. And I eat it. What's the halacha? Eino chayit el achas. So let's say I'm only chayiv once. What's the logic behind that? Essentially, once you answer that loaf through a shvua, it's aser. It's aser. Adding on additional layers of prohibition on the shvua is really halachically inconsequential. So although there's 3 shvuas, like I will say, once something is, and buddy, this is the mitzvah logic. Same way, once I'm under oath to do a mitzvah, adding on another layer of shvua is halachically inconsequential. So once I answer the loaf and I say, shvua, I'm not going to eat the loaf, subsequent shvuas have no room to devolve upon that object. Therefore, there's only one layer of liability. So the Gemara says, Zuri shuas bitui, shechayav and asdona makas, bas shigagasa ola violet. And I will say this shvua that we're talking about, shuas bitui, again, if you intentionally violate a shuas bitui, he of malchus. Unintentionally violate a shuas bitui, and I was saying, again, remember, what's the definition of unintentional violation? Helam shua. I forgot about the shua and I committed the act. Ultimately, there is carbonic liability, carbon over the yored. Shua's shav. What about a false oath? And again, once we're talking, we know what's the definition of shua shav. Nishba l'shanos es hayadua. There's a fact that is known to at least 3 people, and I swear to change that fact. Everyone knows that a man is a man, a woman is a woman. I swear that the man is a woman, the woman is a man. That's a shua's shav. And what's the halacha? Chayovin al zedona makas bal shivadas pater. In that case, intentional violation is malchus, accidental violation is pater. Says the Gemara, lama liva nisna shvur shelo ochal, shvur shelo achalna. So let's say, so here's what's interesting. So if you notice, what was the point the Mishnah was making? Right, the Mishnah is making a point. What's the point? That if you make repetitive shvuos about the same object, what's the halacha? You only chayiv once. But if you notice, what did the Mishnah do? The Mishnah varied the lashon in shvuos 1, 2, and 3, right? Shvua number 1 is shvua shelo ochal kikar. That's right, I won't eat this loaf. Shvua number 2 is shvua shelo ochalna, right? And then shvua number 3 is shvua shelo ochalna. So 2 and 3 are the same. But what is it? Why are you varying the lashon? Why don't you say shvua shelo ochal kikar zu, shvua shelo ochal kikar zu, shvua shelo ochal kikar zu? Why are you varying the lashon? So this is very interesting. Hakamash malan kaima da'amar shelo ochal v'hada amar shelo ochlena v'lo machayiv elachada. The order over here is very specific. The reason why you only chayiv once is because first you said shvua shelo ochal, and then you said shvua shelo ochlena, right? However, aval amar shelo ochlena v'hada amar shelo ochal mechayiv tarti kiderava. Wow. Now let's say if you were to reverse the order, if you were to say shvua shelo ochalna, which means I will not eat it, and then you were to say shvua shelo ochal kikar zu, and you ate the loaf, you would be liable twice, like Rabbi. Why? Rabbi, shvua shelo ochal kikar zu, kevan she'achal mimena kizayis chayim. Notice this. Rabbi says, when you make a neder, I swear, I will not eat this loaf. How much of the loaf do you have to eat in order to go ahead and be liable? A kizayis. On the other hand, shelo ochalna eino chayiv ad sheyochal es kula. But if you say shvua shelo ochalna, I will not eat it, then what? You're only chayiv if you eat the entire loaf. So watch this. This is very interesting. So if a person were to say shvua shelo ochal kikar, like the Mishnah's case, shvua shelo ochal kikar zu, shvua shelo ochalna. So essentially, again, in my first neder, what did I prohibit? A kizayis. Second neder, shvua ochal kikar zu is a kizayis. Then in the second neder, shvua. Second shvua, what do I say? Shvua shelo ochalna, which is what? Which is the whole loaf. In essence, I haven't added anything, right? Why? Because obviously, Once I'm already chayiv in a kizayis, of course I'm chayiv in the whole loaf. So nothing's been added by the second shvuah. Because nothing's been added, therefore halacha l'maisa, there's no additional layer of liability. But watch this. If I were to say first shvuah shelo chalma, what's the shear? What's the shear for liability? Whole loaf. I'm only liable to whole loaf. If I then make a second shvuah shelo ochal kikar zu, now I have added liability. Why? Because before with the first shvuah, I was only chayiv if I eat the whole loaf. Now with the second shvuah, I'm chayiv what? Even if I just eat a kizayis. So what do you see from here? When do we say that multiple shvuas do not create additional liability? When the second shvuah or third shvuah don't add a new dimension of isser. But if the second or third shvuas add a new dimension of isser, then they in fact devolve upon the object. Right? Incredible. Right? Or devolve upon the person. Devolve upon the individual, right? And that's why which makes sense. In other words, a second shvuah doesn't do anything if it doesn't add anything. But if the second shvuah, in fact, does add something, then Allah says liability. So if the first shvuah was, sure, I'm not going to eat the whole loaf, and liability on the whole loaf, so the whole loaf is already usher. Sorry, different. And sure, I'll keep our zoo. So I'm already chayv in the kizayis. If I make the secondary shvuah that's chayv on the whole loaf, I haven't added anything. But if the first shvuah was, I won't eat the whole loaf. There's only liability if I eat the loaf. And the second shvuah adds liability for eating a kizayis, and then I eat the loaf, I'm chayiv twice. Because the second shvuah, in fact, added a level of Isra onto the first. So it's not over for today, but good run today. Shkayach, everyone, all right. Still some Rosh Chodesh, new beginnings. The staying on track with Daf Yomi. Shkayach, everyone. A good Chodesh. But that's how it's interpreted. Kikar is make kikar. That's how it's interpreted in Allah. That's how it's understood. All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Pilsen Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael. We're dedicating all the Shuman Drushes this year as a zichus for Besoros Tovos for Am Yisrael. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Iyar HaBavim, Latova Shmuel Rabin Karatkin, the commission of the Yartzeit of Shmuel's father, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKoin, Zichron Lebracha. And of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the schools of our Pinchas Hastiges Mechishbar Hashem. Bring them home with Shalom and the Karov and the schools of the success of our soldiers. Mechishbar allow them to be successful. Mamish B'chol Maaseh Yedei. We'll say we wish a special mazel tov to Mr. and Mrs. Ruben Goliath on the occasion of the chasna of their daughter last week. Mazel tov, mazel tov. There's Hashem the Chasna in the college. He's open to go to Bayis Ne'eman, the Yisrael. A whole filled with mazel, bracha, simcha, atzlocha, me'esim shanim tovos. Mazel tov. Those are that. Let us be with a lot to be today, Baruch Hashem. A really interesting daf, another daf again, where we're going to highlight a number of fundamental principles which Meretz Hashem will help us along in the journey ahead. Today's daf is Chav 26. We are picking up the Meretz Hashem on Chav Hey on the base 25b, first wide line. Rabbi. Rabbi says as follows: Rav agrees in the following scenario. So we went to this, or I went to this a little bit quickly at the end of yesterday's daf. So I want to point out that the Gemara kind of tangentially introduced us now to a second category of Shua, which again, the Gemara did not formally introduce, it kind of just got brought up along the way of the journey. So remember, up until now, we have been hyper-focused on one type of shvua. Shvua is bitui, which is a declarative shvua. Right? I'm going to do something, I'm not going to do something again. Mid the oraisa, the two paradigmatic examples are future-oriented. I will eat the loaf of bread, I won't eat the loaf of bread. That's the shtayim, shein, arba, which are two more cases, same shvua, just in past tense. I did eat the loaf of bread, I didn't eat a loaf of bread. We're in the midst of a fundamental focus of, does the shvua have to be able to go ahead and be phrased both in the future, and does it prospective and retrospective? And also sub-machlokas is, does the shvua have to be able to be phrased in the positive and the negative, that I will do and I won't do this act? Tangentially, the Gemara introduced us to shvua sa'idos, which is a shvua about whether or not you know testimony for someone. Now again, don't worry, shvua sa'idos is going to get its own time, it's going to get its own datin. The Gemara is just kind of bringing it up tangentially a little bit. So now the Gemara goes on. Rabbi, so that's like this. I say, Reuben says to Shimon, I say to Reuben, I swear I don't know testimony for you. And it turns out that he doesn't know the pater. Ultimately, he's pater. I will say pater for what? Pater for shuas bitui, as we're going to say. This is not a case of shuas bitui. Because since it can't be phrased in the way of I don't know Avis, we'll see in just a little bit. So again, we'll say when we says pater, means pater really that it's not a shuas bitui, but ultimately again this does enter into shuas sa'idos, to which the Gemara says yadati below yadati machlokes, he'arti below he'arti machlokes. Because ultimately again the case of yadati below yadati is machlokes, and he'arti below he'arti. I did swear or I didn't swear would also be a machlokes. So according to Shmuel, who says that something that cannot be phrased in the prospective future version, one is not chai for shuas bitui in the past version, in the past tense version. That's why the Torah creates a separate category of shuas sa'idos. But according to Rab, ultimately he doesn't require this. Why does the Torah create a separate category of shvua sa'idos? To which the Gemara says, apparently, in order to create a dual liability for shvua sa'idos, that should be chayiv both for shvua sa'idos and potentially as well for shvua bitui. Amalei, that's not possible. Tarti lo matsisu amiso. You can't say that there's dual liability for one shvua. Why not? Yisanyo la'achos me'ila. When the Pasuk talks about liability for shvua, it says for one of these. La'achos ata mechayvo v'ata mechayvo l'shkayim. You can be chayiv only once per shvua, but not both. In other words, it looks like this is Dr. Glaston brought this up to me at the end of yesterday's shir. That when you speak about all of these shvuas that are done incorrectly or falsely, don't they all boil down to shvuas shaker, right? Assuming that there was intentionality. So isn't there dual liability? One of the principles we're going to see by shvuas is that every shvua fits into a category. Every shvua, even though you may have commonality, but there's a distinct feature that puts the shvua in a particular category, specifically for shvuas bitui, because remember again, shvuas bitui is one of the unique categories where there is carbonic liability. There's carbon over the orange. Shvua sheker, you'll get malchus. Shvua shav, you'll get malchus. But again, so that's why the Gemara says over here, there's no such thing as dual liability. Every shvua fits very neatly into a category, even though there absolutely is a certain degree of overlap between some of these categories. According to Abaye, why is shvua sa'idos put in its own category? By all other shvuas in general, when is there liability? When there's what we'll call ha'alamas shvua. You forgot about the fact that you took your shvua. Because lo ne'emar b'ne'elam, by shvua sa'idos, interestingly enough, there's no b'ne'elam. And again, I will say, don't worry. Like I said, guys, this is not the spot for shvua sa'idos. So right now, this is really only being brought up very tangentially in a much bigger discussion. We're going to spend the time on shvua sa'idos. But again, Rabbi said shvua sa'idos is unique. Why? L'chayiv ala mezid kishokev. So shvua sa'idos is purposely mentioned separately because there's a different level of liability. Shvua sa'idos, if you intentionally lie, right? I swear I don't know any testimony for Reuven. I know testimony for Reuven. I know that I know testimony for Reuven. I'm intentionally lying. It's amazing. What's the halacha? I'm chayiv. Now this is unique because remember again, generally, for example, take shvuas bitui for a second, right? I swear, I'm not going to go ahead and Or better, I swear I didn't eat the loaf. No, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread today. And I have to go out of my to eat the loaf of bread today. I know about the shvu. I know about what's the halacha. What's the halacha? Interesting enough, malchus. Because remember again, the only time you have covered all of the yored in a case of shvuas bitui is when there is ha'elam shvua, last service of the shvua. But if there's intentionality, essentially it's treated like a shvua sheker, right? The shvua like a false oath, and therefore there's malchus. The exception to this rule that you're chayiv complete liability even if you know about your shvua, or even if you know the falseness of the shvua, is shvuas eidos. Shvuas eidos is the one case where we treat shogeg and mezid the same way. Maybe by shvuas eidos, if you do it, if you violated the mezid, or you make the false shvuah mezid, you chayiv once, but the shogeg chayiv twice. Therefore, the person says la'achos for one, achos atam chayvo, v'atam chayvo shnayim. There's only one level of liability. You're not chayiv two liabilities. Even mezid, me getarti, and if it was mezid, could there be two levels of liability? Rabbi Amar mishum dahavar davar shebechlal, v'yatza lidon b'davar achadash. Ein l'chavo elach yidusho bilvad. Because shvuas ha'eidos ultimately was something that was included in the general cloud of shvuas. All you have is the chiddush. All you have is the chiddush. In other words, that unique aspect. Abaye savar isa l'shvua ba'olam. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry, Michlal. Da Abaye savar isa shvua ba'olam. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi's 3 lines up. Well, it begins 4 lines up from the bottom. End of the 4th line up from the bottom. Savar isa l'shvua ba'olam. Kilomar. Isa l'shem shvuas bitui. Ve'ini yodea l'cha edus. So we'll say what seems to be interesting in all of this is that Abaye still seems to say that there's some element of shvuas bitui in this case of shvuas ha'edos. The haidol of mechayev party nishoma niuta ve'nata mechayev sham reading Rashi. And the only reason why you're not chayev twice in the case of shvuas ha'edos, once for shvuas ha'edos, once for shvuas bitui, is because of an exclusionary phrase. The nafkamina. Okay, so therefore, the Gemara says that phrase over here of Michlal da'abai savar isa shlo ba'olam makes it the way that Rashi understands that phrase is sounds like according to Abaye there is an element of shvuas bitui embedded in shvuas ha'edos. So yet Abaye agrees with that. The right person says, I say to Ruvain, I swear I don't know any eagles for you. Tishtachach the lo yadole, and it turns out that he did not know. The pater hal the leisei be'eni yodea lacha. Eagles. So ultimately, again, because halacha l'maisa, it can't be phrased in the opposite way. To which the Gemara says, you're right. Hagavei Abaye mehaki. Abaye ultimately retracted this position. The by saying another possibility is tapav chavav chada minayu rak papa amra. One of these statements wasn't made by Abaye, but instead one of these statements ultimately again was made by Rav Papa. Okay, so we'll say, so that brings to the end of this sugya. So again, we're going to do one more piece in this Hashem, then we'll tie up the loose ends of Shvuas Bitui. Let's go back to Bishmol Omer, top of Chavav 26. Bishmol says as follows. Bishmol Omer, Eino Chayiv Ela Ala Asim Lavas. So we'll say, so remember again, if we go back to our Mishnah, the fundamental machlokes which existed in our Mishnah was Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva. Namely, Rabbi Shmuel said that Shvuas Bitui only exists in a prospective, future phrased Shvua. Rabbi Akiva says not true. It applies to all Shvuas, both prospective and retrospective. Says the Gemara. Here we go. Tanrabanan lahara or lehativ. So remember again, this is all about Shvuas Bitui. So Shvuas Bitui, so you use lashon of lahara or lehativ. You will swear. Now, the way that's literally translated is, one will swear lahara for something good, or lahitiv, right? Or for something bad, or lahitiv, for something beneficial. Now, once again, that makes it sound like Shvuas Bitui only devolves upon something that could really be demonstrably tov or ra. The Gemara said, but there's a whole other bucket of items in life which are neither tov or ra, they're just in the middle. The Gemara says, "Ein she'in ba'ara ava'atava minai." How do you know something that doesn't have hara v'atava? So what's the thing that doesn't have hara v'atava? Certainly you're going to eat a loaf of bread. There's no objective good or bad in that. Right? As opposed to if he saying, I swear I'm going to go ahead and hit Ruvain. I swear I'm going to go ahead and give Ruvain a matana. That could be hara or hatava. Someone is asking me, how do I know that in the world of Shuas Bitui, even what we'll call a parrot act, saying it's not hara hatava, could still create a bi-mutual. You want to just point out to where what's fascinating about this Gemara is the Musar Haskell on this is it's only by Shuas Bitui that an action doesn't fit into the category of hara v'hatava. In the rest of life, as we go through our lives, everything we do fits into one category or another. I always used to say that there's only one place where you will find parrot, and that's in your kitchen. Right? In the rest of life, it's either milchitz. Either what you're doing is good or it's not good. So apparently there are two categories. It's your kitchen and Shvuas Bitui. Shvuas Bitui, this is very important. In our lives, our day-to-day lives, there's no such thing as parrot. Everything I'm doing is either advancing my personalistic cause or detracting from it. And literally every action and every decision in life fits into one of those two buckets. And as such, the most important thing in life is to be aware of that and therefore to choose wisely. The Gemara goes right there. So the Gemara says, but how do I know about my Shuas Bitui, this parrot? This parrot is something that's not hara or hatava. So how do I know that those things also are Shuas Bitui? Talmud Lomar, Om Nefesh Kisi Shava Levate Bisvasayim. Or if a person will swear, now again, it's really based on Levate Bisvasayim means they articulate something, mere articulation. So any type of articulation, even if halachah said again, it is not subject to hara v'hatava. Ultimately, it's going to be subject to Shvuas Bitui. So any elah. So furthermore, I only know that a Shvuas Bitui is prospective, future oriented. I'm not saying now again. Let's just get these things nailed down. So how do I know that biblically paradigmatic Shvuas Bitui is a future oriented, a future tense, a prospective? Sure, why? Because that's the way the pasuk phrases it. Lahara or lehetiv, to do something good or to do something bad. So it's phrased in the future. That's why I only know that a Shuas Bitui is future focused. The Gemara says, how do I know that Shuas Bitui applies even retrospectively? Talmud Omar, l'chol asher yivate ha'adam b'shvua d'Rabbi Akiva. Therefore, the pasuk says, a readway. Whatever you articulate, future tense, past tense, doesn't matter. It's all called a Shvuas Bitui. So it's like all of this is Rabbi Akiva. So again, Shitas Rabbi Akiva is Shvuas Bitui. Shvuas Bitui is not just hara v'atava, but it's even parif. That's ultimately again based on nefesh kisi shavalavata disvasayim. Furthermore, although biblically paradigmatic Shvuas Bitui is future, prospective focused, halacha l'maisa Shvuas Bitui is also past tense, retrospective from the reboy as well. That's Rabbi Akiva. Beautiful. Rabbi Shmuel says most of it is just on Mishnah. So this is Brisa just quoting on Mishnah. I'm quoting a Brisa which mirrors our Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel says, "Lahara lehitiv lahaba." Rabbi Shmuel says, no, not true. Lahara lehitiv ultimately again means only a prospective, future-oriented shvua is a Shvuas Bitui. So the Gemara says, Amar lo Rabbi Akiva im kain, Eli eladvarim sheishben ha'atava v'hara. So again, Rabbi Akiva says, okay, Rabbi Shmuel, so I understand what you're doing. Right? In other words, Rabbi Shmuel's logic is very sound. Because what is Rabbi Shmuel saying? Look at the pasuk. What does the pasuk say? Lahara or lehitiv, which is future tense. So you see from here that only a prospective, future-oriented shvua is good. So the king says, okay, but if that's the case, Rabbi Shmuel, I only know that you can make a shvua regarding things that are either bad or good. That literally fall into that category, one of those two categories. How do you know that you can make shvuas about things that are quote unquote parif? How do you know that? Oh, because Rabbi Shmuel says, listen, There's a riboy. Whatever a person said could create the Shuas Biter. So it says Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Shmuel, so Shmuel, do you agree with the riboy? Right? Do you agree with the fact that there's an additional phrase that allows you to expand on the scope of Shuas Biter? If that's the case, in Riba HaKasav Lekach, if the riboy is going to work to expand on the scope of Shuas Biter from Lahara Ulahated to include other, we'll call it mundane things as well, then use the riboy to expand the scope of Shvuas and Bitui as well, to say that what? It doesn't just apply to future prospective Shvuas, but also applies to what? Past retrospective Shvuas. What a fantastic conversation. So the Gemara says, Shapir, Karma the Rabbi Akiva Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Akiva is saying good. Right? He's saying good. He has a solid point about what he's saying to Rabbi Shmuel. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So I'll say, so what's at the core of this machlokes? So I'll say, it's actually a really beautiful Gemara. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Shmuel, so the Gemara says, really what's happening over here is as follows. Clearly, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel darshan the psukim in two dramatically different ways. So I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimish. Listen, by the way, I just want to point out that Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel are contemporaries. They're just in this thing like who we're dealing with over here. They were both of the Asara Harudi Malchus. They were both tortured and executed by the Romans. So just we'll talk about more. Don't tell you, I'm trying to work on myself. It's especially like to try to actually make this a Daf Yomi Shir and not a political commentary Shir, Hashkafa Shir. There's a lot to say on this Gemara. I'm going to save it, but just to understand, that Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva on the same page of Gemara together, learning together, dashing together, both sides. This is Kodesh Kadashim. These people are of a different stratosphere. So watch, this is even more incredible. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimis. The Gemara says, what's at the core of the machlokes over here? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan says, so Rabbi Yochanan, Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimis is Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. Shahaya. Okay. Rabbi Shmuel Sheshimis is Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. So who is Rabbi Shmuel's Rabbi? His Rebbe was Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. I want to find out something very interesting over here. If you notice, it doesn't say Rabbi Shmuel's Rebbe was Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana, but rather, how does it phrase it? Sheshimish. So let's say, so this is talking about the idea, we're all familiar with the Mishnah Perkei Avos that says, Aseh l'charav. A person has to have a Rebbe. We all need a Rebbe. Someone we look to like, but a Rebbe doesn't have to mean necessarily someone we learn Torah from. Rebbe is someone from whom you grow in life from. But if you look, it's fascinating. How does one establish a relationship with the Rebbe? And how does one learn from a Rebbe? Shimush. Now, what does shimush mean? Like that, or you pick up the groceries, you take the car for lunches, and shimush sounds like serving. But shimush really means like a much deeper level of interaction. Where there's an active involvement in the Rebbe's life, and the Rebbe has an active involvement in the Talmud's life. That's where that relationship comes from. It's incredible. So Rabbi Shmuel was Mishamish Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana. Shahayir Dorish has called Torah the Klalu Prat. Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana, he had one exegetical principle through which one exegetical lens through which he saw the entire Torah. What was that exegetical lens? Klalu Prat. Now, I want to point out. Remember, we say this every single morning about the Gimel Midos, Shar Torah and Midrash Shar. There are 13 exegetical principles, and I just want to point out, you do not have to choose one principle for the entire Torah. In fact, most opinions use multiple exegetical principles in different places. It happens to be that Rabbi Nechunya ben Akana shows what he was, the Klal Uprat guy, and the way he dashed into his Klal Uprat. This was who Rabbi Shmuel received his shimush from. This is who he learned by. Therefore, again, Ihu Nami Dorish B'Klal Uprat. If my Rebbe did it, I'm going to do it. It's so beautiful, right? So Rabbi Shmuel says, my Rebbe darshan with Klal Uprat, so I'm going to darshan with Klal Uprat. So we'll see how that plays out in just a moment. Rabbi Akiva, get ready for this. Who's Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe? Sheshimish es Nachum ish Gamzu. Wow. So I just want to point out how this opens worlds of understanding. Right? Who is Nachum Ish Gamzu? So Nachum Ish Gamzu, Gamzu Latova. Right? Nachum Ish Gamzu was the person ultimately, again, who was able to see. I've mentioned this many times, right? We know the phrase Gam Zulatova. This is also for good. That comes from Nachum. Nachum, the Rabbi Akiva. They will say, now remember, we tend to spiritually corrupt the content of Gam Zulatova. We've spoken this many times, right? What's Gam Zulatova? Gam Zulatova is like what you say when you're miserable in life. Everything is terrible, but you still want to sound firm. Right? Gamzultova, like you said, like a craft, like you have dead, like Gamzultova, yeah, I'm sure it's great, like it's horrible, like it's terrible, it's ridiculous. But okay, I want to sound firm, so I say Gamzultova. Gamzultova is one of the most profound spiritual statements upon which the entirety of Yiddishkeit rests, which is the Ribono Shel Olam is good, and the Ribono Shel Olam loves us. The Baruch Hu always takes care of us, and even when it's painful, even when it's difficult, I believe with all of my heart, even if I can't wrap my mind around it, that somehow, some way, this is for the good. That was Nachum. That was Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe. Now, when you understand who Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe was, now you understand Rabbi Akiva. Now I understand Rabbi Akiva was walking by the Kodesh HaKadoshim at the end of Maseches Makkos. Right, and everyone else is crying, and Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Why Gamzula Tova? And now I understand Rabbi Akiva as he's literally being tortured to death by the Romans. He says, the whole life I wondered, when am I going to be able to fulfill the mitzvah? When will I be able to do it? That's Rabbi Akiva. Right? Gamzula Tova. Rabbi Akiva is not just born. A Rabbi Akiva is molded. A Rabbi Akiva is created. And who is he created by? Obviously by himself, by his wife Rachel, but also by his Rabbi Nachum Ish Gamzu. But you understand where Rabbi Akiva comes from. Certainly the Rabbi Akiva personality makes so much more sense. Rabbi Akiva's Rabbi Nachum Ish Gamzu. It's incredible. I will say, by the way, just speak about Nachum Ish Gamzu, which we're not going to do now, is a whole shit by itself. Who was this person? Anyway, so Rabbi Akiva learned by Nachum Ish Gamzu. Shador is called Darkula, Beriba Umiate. So again, Nachum Ish Gamzu, his exegetical principle of choice was a riboy and a niyut. And therefore, Ihunami Dorish Brimis. So let's say, here we go. So now let's show. Well, so now it turns out that the Machlokus and Rabbi Shmuel Rabbi Akiva is about how to darshan the pasuk because they're both using a different exegetical lens. Rabbi Akiva is using riboy umiyut, and Rabbi Shmuel is using klal uprat. So here we go. My Rabbi Akiva, this is how Rabbi Akiva. What's Rabbi Akiva? Disanya, O nefesh kisi shava riba. So the pasuk says nefesh ki, right? Person will swear. That's a riboy. La ra'u lehativ. So again, for good or for bad, or for bad or for good, that's a mi'ate. L'chada sheivata adam chaz riboy. Whatever a person will articulate, that's another riboy. So what do you have over here? Riba u'mi'ate the riba. Now what happens when you have a riboy, a mi'ut, and a riboy? So the Gemara says riba hakol. That comes to include everything. It's marbeh. It amplifies everything. So the Gemara says, my riba kol mili. What does it come to include? It comes to include that you can make a shuras bitui about any topic. Not just about hara or the hated, but about anything, even part of things. My miyate. So what does it come to exclude? Miyate dvar mitzvah. You can't make a shuras bitui about a dvar mitzvah. Why not? Because you can't phrase it in the negative. Right? I can say I won't put on tefillin, but I can't swear that I won't put on tefillin. So that's the miyut. That's Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva's riboy to riboy comes to include everything. Everything means any topic, even part of ones, and also to include what? Both future tense and past tense. What? The miyut? The miyut is the divine mitzvah. Good. Rabbi Shmuel, Darsh Kaluprat. Here we go. Onatish kisi shalavate bisvasayim. The person will go ahead, right? A person will articulate any shua, klau, that's your klau. Lahara'o lahativ, that's your prat. L'chola sheyivat, anything you will articulate. L'chola sheyivat adam, chaz v'chaz. So I just want to point out, if you notice what's happening over here, they're dashing the same words. It's fascinating. They're dashing the same exact words. They're just using a different exegetical lens to darshan. So what do you have? Klau uprat uklau. What do you do with the klal uprat uklau? So the Gemara says the klal uprat uklau iyatadan elakei prat. So ultimately, the klal is modified by the prat. Ma prat mefurash lahaba, af kol dahaba. Just like the prat lahara olahitiv is future prospective, so too Shuas Bitui is only future prospective. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ahani klala la'asui afilu dvarim she'in ban hara, v'hatava lahaba. But ultimately, again, even according to Shmuel, the klal also comes to include other things, mundane things, even things that don't fall into the category of hara v'hatava. Ahani prata, so the prat comes to go ahead and help l'me'ute afilu dvarim she'in ban hara, v'hatava l'shavar. And the prat comes to exclude even hara v'hatava matters if phrased retrospectively. The Gemara says Eifachana, so maybe we switch this around. So Rabbi Yitzchak says it makes sense that everything resembles hara lehated, which tells me only things that are also because of ba'yachal dvaro, profaning your word. Yotza sazu shein isu mishum ba'yachal dvaro ela mishum bal tishakru. Rashi says over here lo yachal dvaro. Rashi says last five lines of Rashi. So again, in general, Lo Yachal Devaro seems to be focused on future-oriented things. Lo Tishakru ultimately is focused on past tense things. Rabbi Yitzchak bar Rabbi, Amar Kra, O Nefesh Ki Sishava Levata Disvasayim. Nisha Shvua, so Rabbi Yitzchak comes along and says like this, Nisha Shvua Kodemes Lebitui. That's only ultimately again where the Shvua precedes the action. Bitui in this context means the action. So the Gemara said, "Below shot bitui kodemes the shvua," but not that the action precedes the shvua, which means what? Shuas bitui only applies to a case where the shvua precedes the action, which means what? Future prospective shuas, not to a case where the action precedes the shvua, which is retrospective shuas bitui. The Gemara says, "Yatsa za'achalti below achalti shamaisa kodem l'shvua." Okay, so Yitzchak is siding with Rabbi Shmuel. That Shuas Bitui is only future, not past tense. Incredible. Tanabanan. All right, so now the Gemara is going to quote a brisa, and now this brisa ultimately again is going to go ahead and go more into depth to Shuas Bitui. So we'll say before we go on, how do we pass it? Because this is killing us. This is killing us, right? Well, I can't go on anymore. I mean, what do we do? What do we do with Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva? Because this is big. Right? This gets to the core of Shuas Bitui. So once again, now. The beauty about Samosa is now I feel like we know everything about the Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva, right? So the Shmuel ultimately again is darshan in klal u'prat klal, and therefore what that yields is Shuas Bitui is only lahabal, only future oriented, no retrospective past tense Shuas Bitui, but ultimately again the Rebbe does come to say that it doesn't just include hara hated, it also includes mundane stuff. Rabbi Akiva darshan ribui u'miut. It comes to teach you that Shuas Bitui applies both future and past, and also agrees that it doesn't just include the hara or hated, it even includes mundane items. How do we pass it? Rambam says, Hilchos Shvuos, Parak Aleph, Halacha Beis, Man Shavini Ol Shvuos, Ve'ein Shvuos Bitui. Now I guess here it is. Ela B'dvarim She'af Shelo La'asosan, Ve'ein Lahaba, Ve'ein L'Shavar. Rambam passes like Rabbi Akiva. So we'll say, so Shvuos Bitui can be phrased both, or I should say, in order for something to be a Shvuos Bitui, it must have the ability to be phrased both prospectively, future tense, and retrospectively. Now, the Rambam doesn't say it explicitly, but it's clear. It also has to be able to be phrased both in the positive and the negative. Shvuos Bitui has to be something that I can phrase as I can do this, or I can't do this, or I will do this, or I won't do this. So again, you need two requirements. Number one, phrased in positive and negative. Number two, be able to be phrased both in past and future tense. Good. So halacha l'maisa, there's more to say about that, but we're not actually finished the sugya yet. But first, let's go on ultimately to the brayso. So halacha l'maisa, just keep it on the belt. We pass like Rabbi Akiva. Incredible. Here we go. Says the Gemara. So here we go. Ha'adam b'shvua. So again, we just read the positive Gemara is quoting. The pasuk is, "Ol nefesh kisi shavan levate b'sasai." This is our pasuk by Shvuos Bitui. The person will swear, articulation with his lips, lahara o lahitiv, l'chol asher yivata ha'adam b'shvua. Anything that a person will articulate with a shvua. So now the vice actions, ha'adam b'shvua. What does this come to include? Prat or exclude prat la'ones. This comes to exclude an extenuating circumstance. Okay, well we'll see what this means. V'ne'elam. and he forgot about his shvuah. So again, Rabbi said the paradigmatic case of liability ultimately again for shvuahs bitui is where I made a shvuah and then what? I forgot about my shvuah and transgressed it. So that comes to proclamation. This comes to exclude someone who intentionally violates his shvuah. Mimenu, from him, shenis alma mimenu shvuah. He forgot about the shvuah. You might have thought maybe he remembered the shvuah, but he forgot about the object that he swore about. Talmud Lomar, the shvuah v'ne'elam. There's only liability al ha'elam shvuah b'chayiv, ve'eno chayiv al ha'elam chayfetz. You're only chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the shvuah, but not chayiv for a lapse of awareness about the object you swore about. Now, what exactly that means, we'll see. Now, we'll say, now we're going to dissect the Bryce. I'm very excited. All right. So, so when we say Adam B'Shvuah, that comes to exclude the case of Ones. What's Ones? Dummy. So we'll say this is a great case. Kind of Ravasi, watch this. Kind of Ravasi, Kavakaini, I was in the second wide line, 26A from Papa Mandala. Kavakaini Kamei Darav. Amar Mars, what's this? Ravasi, Ravkana Ravasi, were in Rav's shear. So they heard a shear by Rav, and afterwards, you can imagine they're chazering it. And what happened? Mar Amar, Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. Umar Amar Shvu'asa Dahaki Amarav. So I'll say what happened. So the chazering of the shear, and they have a disagreement about what Rav said. So one of them said, I swear Rav said this. And the other one says, I swear Rav said this. So they both took a declarative shvuah about what Rav said. Now what happened? Now obviously, Rav came back, they came back to Rav, and Rav discerned one of them was right and one of them was wrong. So we'll say, so about the guy that was wrong, so the one who was wrong said to Rav, Rabbi, did I swear falsely? Your heart literally again took advantage of you, right? Your heart put you in a compromised position, which is another way of saying, Rashi said, no, you thought you were right. This is not, as I will say, ultimately again, when a person is convinced about the fact that they are swearing correctly, that's not a shvuas sheker, and ultimately again, it's not a shvuas bitui. That's not our case, right? That's not our case. So when a person is convinced that what they are doing is right and acts accordingly, that ultimately again is called an ones. Now, halacha l'maisa will have to see exactly what we do with this case, right? Because that would seem to disqualify, like a lot of cases are like that, where a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing. That there's no liability in that case. In fact, I'll say, by the way, generally, that's what we call shogeg, right? When a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but in fact they're mistaking. So again, we'll see halacha l'maisa what to do about this by shvuah. Okay, but let's go back to it. So we'll say, but that phrase of lidcha anascha, that when you think you're doing the right thing, but it turns out you did something wrong, there may not be liability in that case. Next, and again, so we'll say, so in this case, I made a shvuah bitui, and then ultimately again, I forgot about the shvuah and transgressed it. So shenis al yuvenu shvuah. I forgot about the shvuah, I transgressed it, and that's when there will be liability. You want to thought, what about, let's say, if I remember the shvuah, but I forgot about the chayfetz. Now, let's take a simple case. I swear I won't eat a loaf of bread. Okay, so a case of Helam Shvuah is obvious, right? I forgot that I ate the Shvuah, I ate a loaf of bread. Now the Gemara says, what about a case where you remember the Shvuah, but for some reason you forgot about the object? So the Gemara says, what is the case? So the Gemara says, so they laughed at this ruling in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because they said, Shvuah mishkachas la, so I understand Helam Shvuah. What's the case of Helam Shvuah? The Shvuah Se'inchi Chef Tzedakir. So you're going to say, for example, this is an interesting case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread. And then what happens? I eat a loaf. Why? Because I forgot that I made a shvuah not to eat. I thought I made a shvuah to eat. So that could be a case of Helam Shvuah. That's even more dramatic, right? Not only did I forget my shvuah, in other words, I forgot the shvuah that I made, and I thought I made a different one. So again, I know, so that's the case of Helam Shvuah. But how do you ever have a case of where you forget about the object, but you remember the shvua. So perhaps, for example, maybe I swore I'm not going to eat wheat bread. And what happened? Summer shall soul in Kamar, and I thought that I made a neder about barley bread. Okay, so Gemara says the shvua say dakir. In that case, I remember the shvua, right? But I forgot about the object. Kevan the chavtzi in shilu hainu helu shvua. Understand? It's all called helu shvua. That's an eretz. Solving matlis. What are you talking about? Helu shvua and helu ches. Where I forget about the shvua, forget about the object. If you forget about the object, what are you effectively forgetting about? The shvua. There's no independence here between the object and the shvua. If, for example, again, I swore I wasn't going to eat wheat bread, and I thought I said barley bread, so I ended up eating wheat bread. So again, that means I forgot about the shvua. That's not called helam chet. Amar Belazar, David the Achas. He says, you're right. There's really no distinction between forgetting about the shvua and forgetting about the object. The object and the shvua are by definition intertwined. So Master Rabbi Yosef, Alma, Chayfetz, Beloshul, B'shkachasa. So you're telling me again, you can't have a case where you forget about the object but didn't forget about the shvua? No, B'shkachasa, I'll give you a case. Keep going, listen to this. And here's the case. I swear I'm not going to eat wheat bread. And I remember my shvua. I have a basket of bread. In the basket, there's barley loaves and there's wheat loaves. So I know that I swore not to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I put my hand into the basket in order to take a barley loaf, and I end up pulling out a wheat loaf. The kasavar so already, and again, I thought it was a plan, I ate it. The shvua say here. In this case, I fully remember my shvua to eat the wheat loaf. And my intention was not to take a wheat loaf, was to take a barley loaf. But I ended up taking the wrong loaf. So the shvua say like I didn't know the chefza. So this would seem to be a good case of where I absolutely unequivocally remember my shvua, but I forgot the helam, the lapse of awareness is about the object. Abaye, klum mechayves lekarben ella amai b'tafes lebiadei helam shvuahu. Abaye says, at the end of the day, what's driving carbon? You're right. So you'll be chayav now a carb. What's driving that carbonic liability? What's driving it? A mistake about the shvua. In other words, at the end of the day, it's not the bread that drives carbonic liability. It's the shvua. Now, granted, the mistake I made over here is that I thought I was eating a barley loaf, but really I ate a wheat loaf. But what are the ramifications of eating a wheat loaf? I'm in violation of my shvua. So in other words, this notion of splicing the object from the shvua, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy. It doesn't work. So he was lishnachri, not a lot of possibilities. I'm going to Rabbi Yosef. So, carbon the kamaisi Allah. Alternate version of the phraseology of Rabbi Yosef. The bottom line, you're right. You're going to have to bring the shvua speech. So let's say, I swear I'm not going to. Here's the case. Again, same case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I'm not going to eat wheat bread. So what happens? I put my hands in the basket. I know we're going to have barley loaves and wheat loaves. My intention is to take a barley loaf. I think I have a barley loaf. I eat it. It turns out to be a wheat loaf. So okay. So now the Gemara says there's liability. So Abaye says, carbon the kamaisia lay the pass mias helam shvuahu. Why do you bring a carbon? Not because of the loaf, or because of the loaf, but because why? Because the loaf compromised the shvua. In other words, at the end of the day, all roads lead back to lapse of awareness on shvua. Rabbi Yosef will say, Rabbi Yosef will say, no, it's not called a lapse of awareness about the shvua. Why? Because I remember my shvua. The lapse over here is about the type of loaf. For Harai, if someone were to tell me, hey, Silver, put that down, that's a wheat loaf, I would say, it's a wheat loaf. I'd put it down immediately, and again, I wouldn't eat it. That shows at the end of the day that really what's happening over here is the lapse of awareness about not the shvua, but about the object. So we'll say, it seems to be the majority opinion, and it makes sense that creating this distinction between helam shvua and helam chifetz doesn't make sense. Right? Because either way, at the end of the day, when there is liability, it's because I violated the shvua. Whether I violate the shvua because I forget about the shvua, or had a misunderstanding about the object, bottom line is violation of the shvua itself, which drives carbonic liability. So, Rabbi Nachman, Helam Zev Zev Yadomahu. What happens if you have a lapse of awareness about both? You forgot about everything. Right? You have a lapse of awareness about the shvua, lapse of awareness about the object. What happens in a case like that? There's a lapse of awareness about the shvua in that case, and therefore there's liability. But there should be a lapse of awareness about the object, and it should be pater. We look, if you'd be reminded that it took a shvua and he would stop what he's doing, that's called a telem shvua, and therefore he's chayiv. But if he would stop as a result of being reminded about the nature of the object, that's not the it's about the object. Again, I will say in general, so what Rashi wants to suggest that they're intertwined. Someone will only stop because of the shvua, right? If they're reminded about the chayvetz, and about the chayvetz, about the shvua. Again, these objects are intertwined. To divide them seems to be a fiction. Then everyone said there is no distinction. The Gemara wants to suggest over here. Now again, this is very referring to the opinion. So, okay, let's take a step back over here. So I'll say, here's what we know. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa, if the lapse of awareness is about the shvua, ultimately, again, there's carbonic liability. So I swear that I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. And then I forget about the shvua, and I eat a loaf of bread. Simple case. What about if you remember the shvua, but there's what's called helam chaypetz? I forget about the object. How can I forget about the object? I know it's a loaf of bread. I thought it was barley. And it turns out that it was wheat, and I consume it. Is there carbonic liability in that case? The Brisa says no. What we begin to see over here is that there's machlokas about that. So according to the Brisa, therefore, wherever there is helam chaypetz, the ambiguity or the lapse of awareness is about the object. I have complete awareness about the shvua, lack of awareness or lapse of awareness about the object. The Brisa says no liability in that case. Yet we just saw a whole school of thought that says that's ridiculous. Lapse of object is the same thing of lapse of shvua. It's the same thing. So again, Brisa says only chayiv lapse awareness about the shvua, not chayiv lapse awareness about the object, and that's how the Gemara ends up over here. Now again, how that works, we'll see. So 2 open items so far. Number 1, what you do in the case of ones. Ones, right? I literally thought I was swearing truthfully. And it turns out that I swear falsely. What's the halacha in that case? That's open item number 1. Open item number 2, if there is helam chaypetz, I know full well about the shvua, but I forgot about the object. Left about the object. Is there liability? Open item number 2. Hold on to it until tomorrow. Let's go. We got to turn the page. Says the Gemara. Rabbi Nachman. Next, Rabbi Nachman, the following kasha. On days. Ezehu shigigas shvas bitul l'sha'avar. What's the case? Ultimately, again, of the shigas shvuas bitur l'sha'avar. Rashi says, "Kevan deva'inar adam b'shvua heichem mishkachas l'shogim." What will be a case of an accidental violation of a retrospective shvuas bitur? So the Gemara says, "Idi yada mezitu." So, for example, we'll say, "I swear I did not eat a loaf of bread today." So it'll be the case of shogim. If halacha l'maisa, again, I know at the time of the shvua that I did eat a loaf of bread, then I'm amazing. Right? So the Gemara says, even lo yada, if I did not know, in other words, let's say I thought, I know I eat a loaf of bread, but I was positive that's what? It was barley. So I swear I did not eat a loaf of wheat bread today. Right? And I was positive that it was barley. That's ones. Amalei, v'omer yodea ani, sheshvua zu asura, aval ini yodea im chayaven ala karban olav. So this is very interesting. So what's the case of shogeg? Case is like this, where I say, I know ultimately again that this shvua is asura, but I don't know about the liability. I don't know is the liability ultimately again a karban or not. So let's say ultimately again there's a lack of awareness about liability. This goes kiman kimun baz the amar shigagas karban shma shkaga. Kimun baz is of the opinion, we'll say, that the only time something is considered to be amazing is not only if you know what you're doing, but ultimately, again, if you know the liability for your act. But if you're unsure about liability, that is relegated to the status of shogeg. Quite amazing. Quite amazing. So the Gemara says, furthermore, again, about this keep reflective view of the Rabbanon. Why? Because the Rabbanon only argue on munbas in the rest of Torah. Right? Right? Ultimately, again, by every other chiyuv chatos. But in the case of Shuas Bitui, whereas the chidushu, the Bechal Torah Kodolo Ashtechal Lav B'Maisi Karban, the Afilim Yavol Zara. The general will say, why is Shuas Bitui unique? Why is Shuas Bitui unique? Shuas Bitui unique is because, in general, you never find a case of a lav that has a chiyuv chatos, chiyuv karban. Generally, again, what do you get for a lav? What do you get for a lav? Malchus. Right? Shuas Bitui is the only case of a lav that comes with liability for a karban. That's so again, the Gemara says, because general say general carbonic liability is learned out from Avodah Zarah. Right? That's where we learn our carbonic liability from, not from a lav. So the Gemara says, but here, in the case of Shuas Bitui, ultimately again you will bring the carbon. Therefore, so therefore, it's possible. Just an interesting point though. The Gemara is suggesting over here that maybe the case of Shigagas, Shuas, and Bitui, so a very specific case. Shigagas, Shuas, Bitui, Sha'avar is a case where a person knows what he's doing, but didn't know liability. And again, Munbaz is of the opinion that says that it's called shogeg when you don't know what your punishment is. And even though normally the Rabbanim disagree with Munbaz, that's only by all of the cases in the Torah. But by Shuas Bitui, they'll agree with Munbaz. Why? Because Shuas Bitui is unique. How is Shuas Bitui unique? Because we never find another case of a lav that is going to be chayev a karban. So because of this unique case, even the Rabbanan will agree with Munbaz that if someone commits an act with intentionality but doesn't know the liability for that act, that is still called shogeg. We'll have to stop when we're not finished. We're not finished. We have a lot of open items in Yad Hashem for tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll finish up the sugya. We'll get the clear resolution of all of these items. Halach v'maisa shvazita. Tomorrow Rosh Chodesh. Tomorrow's Rosh Chodesh. Meretz Hashem Chazara Seder 5:35 a.m. That film starts in Meretz Hashem at 5:45. Chapters at 6:30. Shkayach everyone. All right, let's have a great day.
I'm surprised to get ready. No, Rabbi just putting it in. I guess it's probably like these smells. What is it?
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share. To thank our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, Tosin Mishpacha of Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a zechus from the Soros Tolos for all of Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Iyar Haba Alim Rotoba Shmuel Rabbi Karapkin, Commissioner of the Art Site of Shmuel's father Leonard Karapkin, Lipa Ben Yecheskel HaKohen Zifon Lebracha, the Yom and the merit of our Talmud Torah and Meretz Hashem and Hashem Shtaver Aliyah. Michael, was there a sponsorship? Because it's not. What is it? What is it? Shane Babas, Meretz Hashem, the Turiansky Mishpacha, in promotion of the art site of Shingle Bas Mordechai. We hope that the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Hashem Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chamor, Meretz Hashem, bring home all of our hostages, b'shalom and b'karb, and allow our holy soldiers to be successful. B'chol ma'aseh v'deihem. And because I will say, we take the opportunity to express our Torah and to say, Hodu Hashem kitov kilevam chasvan. Instead, Yom Yerushalayim, this day when we celebrate just the most incredible and beautiful miracle of the reunification of the eternal capital of Klal Yisrael. There are things that we take for granted. But we take for granted that in Eretz Hashem, we can just go to the Kosovo if we want to. We take for granted that you can walk down the beautiful streets of Manila. We take for granted that you can go out for dinner in Yerushalayim. We take for granted that we can live in Yerushalayim. But remember again, this is a miracle that for Klal Yisrael is, in the context of our national history, very recent. very recent. For Klal Yisrael, recent is within the last 500 years. The last 500 years, and it's like yesterday. That's how it works for us. So for us, we're used to it because many of us never grew up without the unified Yerushalayim. But there are many in this room who, Baruch Hashem, I have no doubt, remember when Yerushalayim was a divided city. And remember, Yerushalayim was never a divided city. It was never divided spiritually. And spiritually, it was always whole and always resided in the heart of every single Jew. And geographically, and Baruch Hashem, to celebrate this incredible miracle. And even though, again, you might say to yourself, well, there are still parts of Yerushalayim that it's difficult for Jews to enter, or still parts of Yerushalayim that maybe we don't have the ability to live completely. Remember that it's important to understand, while that's a reality, the words of Harabayas Biyadinu are not just a historical statement, but Yerushalayim still, as Rav Tzvi Yehuda HaKohen Koch wrote, there's Riboniyut Yudit, there's Jewish autonomy, there's Jewish rulership, there's Jewish authority. So it's important to understand that even on the Harabayas itself, it's our soldiers, it's our police officers who are there. Okay, there's whatever the arrangement is. But it's important to understand at the end of the day who is in control. It's important to understand that, and that's us. After 2,000 years of someone else controlling the gates, we control the gates. So literally, again, it's a biyadenu, and that is nothing short of miraculous. So we resolve Baruch Hashem and Sandy on behalf of the show. Thank you for the beautiful, uplifting halal. So beautiful. So again, however, I always say all these days, however you say halal, you don't say halal, with a bracha, not a bracha. Okay, I don't understand it how you can't say halal. I don't understand it. It blows my mind, and I don't understand how it's said without a bracha. But all right, that's my own that's my own thing. Whatever you want to do. Just make sure to go and express your hakaras hatov to HaKadosh Baruch Hu in some way, shape, or form, because this is a day of incredible, incredible miracles. And it's also important for us to understand that as citizens of this country of the United States of America, which although it is gullus for us, it is still a country that has given us more than any other diaspora existence. It's Memorial Day. Memorial Day, a day in which we remember America's fallen, and which remember again all of those brave men and women who have given their lives in defense of our liberties. The big difference between, there are many differences between America and Eretz Yisrael, but in Eretz Yisrael, you can't walk 3 feet without seeing a soldier. So the idea that there are young men and women who are most certain nefesh in Eretz Yisrael, that literally, again, they've done the holiest uniform that exists, which is the uniform of the Israel Defense Forces. They've done it, and they're most nefesh, so you can't miss it. You can't in America, when was the last time you saw someone in uniform? When the armory was by 7-Eleven on Rothschild Road. So used to happen to be like 7-Eleven coffee's very good. You used to go, sometimes you'd see people in uniform. Now that they closed it down, you don't really see anyone there. So, America's wars are fought thousands of miles away. So we often don't see the servicemen and women, unless of course you happen to know them, but they're there, and they're fighting, I'm sure, like in every corner of the globe, protecting our liberties, protecting our security, giving us the freedom to do exactly this, to sit and to learn, to sit and to worship, the ability to safeguard all of the incredible freedoms we have in this country. So it's really important to take the opportunity to express our hakaras hatov to this great nation, with all of its flaws. Like everything in this world has its flaws. But this is a great nation. This is a great country that has given us something that no other diaspora has. And we must have tremendous hakaras hatov for those brave men and women who literally give everything to secure our liberties. People who they will never meet, people they'll never know. We owe them a debt of gratitude beyond words. I saw if you go on TV, you can see it's actually quite moving. President Trump was at the graduation for West Point. And the Vice President Vance was at the Naval Academy. And it's inspiring. It's inspiring to watch these young men and women who are making such idealistic choices to defend our country, to defend our liberties. And the remarks of the President and the Vice President were actually quite beautiful. They recognized a couple of outstanding soldiers. It was really very moving. It's Kedai. Everybody watches enough junk on YouTube anyway. Might as well watch something good. Might as well watch something meaningful. Right? It's 3 minutes, really beautiful and really inspiring. And more than their statements, it's inspiring to see a new generation. So often the young people we see are the empty-headed, vacuous nothings who are rallying on college campuses, right? Who literally are a waste of space. The Ribono Shel Olam should just take back that energy and reallocate it somewhere else because it's ridiculous. But we don't see that there's a whole other young generation of idealistic Americans who actually understand what makes this country great, who actually appreciate the gift of living here, who actually appreciate what it means to be an American and are not spoiled, entitled, brainless masses of glob who just literally, again, forsake every single bracha that we have in this great country. We often get like our screens are flooded with one segment of young America. It's so important to see that there is another segment, and they're great, and they're great, and they're holy, and they're beautiful, and they're strong, and they're idealistic. And when you watch it, we are proud Jews first, and we're always proud Jews first. But you know what? It's good to be a proud American second. It's good to be a proud and to see what this country has to offer, and to see at the end of the day how great this is. But its greatness is only because of this sacrifice that really the holy men and women of the American Defense Forces are willing to make as well. So on this Memorial Day, we salute our fallen. We express our tremendous hakaras hatov to their families. And in Yetz Hashem, we should be zochah that life here in this country should become easier, should become better for us, that the anti-Semitism that has reared its ugly head should in Yetz Hashem diminish, but ultimately we hope to make our way home. We hope to make our way home to Yerushalayim Havamim, Hey Rabbi Ameinu. Amen. All right, that's it for today. We're gonna pick up in Yetz Hashem tomorrow. Okay, so we're getting a little bit of Gemara. Today's daf is Chapei. We'll see these are important things to say. The daf Chapei. Mish, that's okay. It's a short daf today. No, it's not. That's a short daf, right? All right. Whatever it is. Good. Send the Mishnah. So we'll say it's actually a really great Mishnah ahead of us today. Echos is Barim Shal Atzmo V'Echadram Shal Achirim V'Echadram Sheish Ben Mamish. So we'll say now the Mishnah actually go into a lot of the details concerning how Shavuos work. So whether, again, Echadram Shal Atzmo, so whether you're making a Shavuot, and the Shavuot ultimately, again, is about things which impact you, or Echadram Shal Achirim, or the Shavuot impacts things that deal with others. So for example, Rashi points out, I swear I'm going to give you $1,000. So again, that's impacting you. So again, sure, that impacts me. I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. Right? That's me. Sure, that doesn't impact others. Sure, that impacts. I swear I'm going to give you $1,000. Or that mamish, or whether the shvua impacts something that has mamashos, that have substance to it, right? Or the echad dvarim she'im bahen mamish, or for example, shvuas that have no substance to it. Now, let me take a quick look at Rashi. Rashi is the first short line, she'im bahen mamish. Rashi says, Trey got mashma. Now there are two elements to this, two parts to a shvua she'in b'hen mamish. He says she'in. He says kigon she'ina umashma she'in b'hen aniyah kigon she'ezot tzraliyam. So for example, what's an example of a shvua that doesn't have substance to it? So there are two examples. One of them is, for example, I swear I'm not going to sleep. And so it was at the end of yesterday's daf. So for example, sleep doesn't really have any type of mamoshos, doesn't have any substance to it, right? Or another type of shua, a shema mamish, could be, I swear I'm going to throw a stone into the sea. Now, what does it matter? So the lashon of Iban mamish means it has no substance, it has no depth to it. Like it doesn't matter. It has zero impact. So we'll see those two definitions play out in the Gemara. Amar. So for example, I swear I'm going to give $1,000 to Ruvain, or I swear that I'm not going to give $1,000 to Ruvain. Or again, remember past tense. I swear I gave $1,000 to Ruvain, or I didn't give $1,000 to Ruvain. So I will say. So now the Gemara just says Ketzad. Now, what we just did is we framed the categories of shua, right? So category one is what we call dvarim shal atzmo, a shua that impacts me. Category two, a shua that impacts someone else, right? And number three, category of shua she'ein b'hen mamish, shuas that have no substance. For example, I will sleep, I won't sleep, I'll throw a stone into the river, I won't throw a stone into the river. Okay, now we might go through the Ketzad. What are examples of this? Amar shvua she'atim leish ploni. This is an example of a shua that impacts someone else. Shvua she'atim leish ploni v'shelo atim. I will give $1,000. I will give $1,000 to Reuben. Shenasati v'shlonasati. I did give $1,000 to Reuben. I didn't give $1,000 to Reuben. Now, those are examples of shuas that impact another person. What's an example of a shua she'en b'mamish, doesn't have substance? She'ishon v'shelo ishon. I swear I will sleep, or I swear that I won't sleep. She'ashanti v'shelo yashanti. I swear that I did sleep, or I swear that I didn't sleep. She'ezrok srar liyam v'shelo ezrok. Or I swear that I will throw a pebble into the water, into the sea, or I didn't throw. Shezarakti v'shelo zarakti. I did throw, or I didn't throw. Good. Those are just all examples of the aforementioned cases in the Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel says, "Eino chayiv ela ala asid lava." Okay, Shmuel says, so this machlokus over here is going to take up a lot of time, a lot of real estate in the coming daf. Rabbi Shmuel says like this: one is not chayiv, eino chayiv ela ala asid lava. One is not chayiv unless, of course, they swear a prospective, a future tense shvua. This is Rabbi Shmuel. We've seen this Rabbi Shmuel already a number of times throughout Maseches Shvuas, that Rabbi Shmuel holds that shvuas bitui. Because remember, I'm going to both say that's what we're talking about over here in this daf, shvuas bitui, which is literally again a declarative oath. The reason I'm saying is because today, actually, coming instructions, we are actually going to go ahead and see another category of shvua Mirat Hashem today as well. But for now, we're focused on Shuas Bitui, which is a declarative Shua. Rabbi Shmuel says, Mid'araisa, the only type of Shuas Bitui that works is a future tense prospective Shua. Enu chayiv ela ala asid laho shneimar lahara o lehetiv. Because I will say, when the pasuk itself talks about the Shuas Bitui, how does it talk about? Lahara o lehetiv, future tense. Future tense. So therefore, Rabbi Shmuel says Shuas Bitui is only future tense. If that's the case, if that's the case, then ultimately again, a shvuas bitui should really only be on somebody that has hara or hatala. What does that mean? That either has a positive effect or a negative effect. Right? In other words, a shvuas bitui has to have a dramatic effect. Rabbi Akiva says why. Now, let's see what's happening over here. But Yishmael says, first type of shvuas bitui that could be is what? Is a prospective future shvua. Future shvua, why? Because that's how the pasuk frames it, right? Remember again, I say, if you articulate a shvua, to do something good or to do something bad, future tense. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Shmuel, if you're going to be such a literalist, then that means the only type of shvuas bitui is a shvua that has an impact either for bad or for good. Okay, which of us I would mean, for example, a shvua where I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread. According to Bishmo, should that be a shvuas bitui? No, why not? Why not? It doesn't have a bad or a good impact. In other words, it's in the grand scheme of the world, right? It's meaningless. So we keep saying to Bishmo, if you're going to be such a literalist, then that means that shvuas bitui should only be something that has either a demonstrable positive or negative effect. Shua, Gemara says, how do you know now? Again, I will say, obviously that's not true. Right? How do we know that's not true? Because that's been our entire Masechta. Right? This entire time we've been focusing on the idea that, for example, if even Rabbi Shmuel agrees, I swear I'm going to eat a loaf of bread today, even Rabbi Shmuel agrees that's what? That's a shvuas bitui. Now, I will say, again, is that a good or a bad shvua? No, it's a shvua that doesn't have a demonstrable bad or good effect. It just doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But yet we know it's a shvuas bitui. So Shmuel, how do you explain that? So the Gemara says, Amarlo, maybe boy hakasvut. No. From the fact that I will say in the pasuk itself, there's another phrase, L'chol asher yivate. The shvua goes on anything you will articulate. So Shmuel says, there's a boy. So lahara or lahated is just kind of like the general statement. But l'chol asher yivate b'smasayim, anything you articulate with your mouth, that shows any type of shvua. So Rabbi Akiva says exactly. Amarlo riba hakasav l'kach, riba hakasav l'kach. Rabbi Akiva says exactly. The same way that phrase l'chol asher yivate b'smasayim means, right, is a ribui, comes to include even shvuas that don't have a rav or tov effect. So Rabbi Akiva says the l'chol asher yivate also comes to include what? Not only future, prospective shvuas, but also past retrospective shvuas as well. So we'll say, write this down. This is big stuff over here. So this is big machlokas. in the Masechet Shavuos about the core, the nature of Shavuos Bita. If you don't have this machlokes down clear, you are going to be lost. And you may be thinking, no problem, I've been lost for a while, right? I've been lost most of my life, most of Masechet Shavuos, I will say. Just because you've been lost until now doesn't mean you have to remain lost. Sometimes getting lost is something that happens to us, but remaining lost is a decision to make. So right now, 8:32, Monday morning, Yom Yerushalayim, Memorial Day, you decide. You are lost. We're all lost. Do you want to stay lost, or are you choosing to take a different direction? Choose now, because we're about to go on. So I'll say, so Lamaisa, what do we have? We have this fundamental machlokes over to Rabbi Kiva and Shmuel. This is the core machlokes in Shavuos Bitu. How does Rabbi Shmuel holds? Two shittas, only two. Shmuel holds Shavuos Bitu, only future tense. Only future tense. That's it. So for example, now again, I will say now, what does that mean practically? So we're going to see it's more like a liability issue than anything else. I have to see what it means. But again, for now, Rabbi Shmuel says only Shavuos Bitu is in future tense Shua. Shua sha'ochal, I swear I will eat. I swear I won't eat. But past tense Shavuos, not Shavuos Bitu. Rabbi Akiva disagrees. Rabbi Akiva says no, not true at all. Rabbi Akiva says Shavuos Bitu is both prospective, future tense, and retrospective past tense. That's it. The drasha, we just went off the Chazal for again, but that's the machlokes. Says the Gemara, Tanabanon, that got the Mishnah. Tanabanon, Chomer b'nedam b'Shavuos. We'll say another very important idea. So again, Chomer Shavuos b'nedam, Chomer b'nedam b'Shavuos, Chomer b'Shavuos b'nedam. So we'll say there's a Chumrah that Nedam have over Shavuos and Chumrah that Shavuos haven't done. Now again, we'll say just I'll tell you a good way to realize. So we're going to have to. What's the fundamental distinction between Shavuos and Nedam? I'll give you just a simple mnemonic. Nach Shag. That's it. Nedarim. Chetza, Shavuos, Gavra. That's the distinction, right? When you Nachshad, when you go ahead and you make a neder devolves upon the avruah that you go ahead and take upon yourself. Again, we'll see it. So Nachshad, neder, Chetza, Shavuos, Gavra. So the Gemara says there's a chumrah that the Nedam have over Shavuos and a chumrah that Shavuos have over Nedam. You're going to see why you need that distinction in just a moment. Chumrah b'nedarim says the chumrah b'nedarim. What is it? Here it is. Shanedarim chomen al dvar mitzvah kidvar harashos. That a neder prohibition could devolve upon a mitzvah just like a mundane item. Like I will say, take a look at Rashi. Rashi says over behind Nedam chomen. It's very important. Konam sukkah shani oser lulav shani notel aser. Open the door in the car, each time of dark. Here it is. We'll say, watch, this is so important. I take a neder. I hereby write, Konam Sukkah Zu Alai. Konam Sukkah Zu Alai. Right? I take a neder that this sukkah should be usher to me. I will say, Nedarim, it works. Right? It works. Why? Because when you make a neder, what are you doing? What you're doing is you're prohibiting that sukkah on you. Okay, so what do you have to do? Go to a different sukkah. Right? As opposed to, for example, I swear I'm not going to observe the Yom Tov of Sukkot. I take a Shvua she'eni yoshev b'sukkah. What's the halacha? What's the halacha there? What's the halacha? The Shvua is void. Why is the Shvua void? Because your Shvua is contrary to Torah law. Why? I say because Shvua, you're taking a prohibition upon yourself. You can't take upon yourself not to observe the Yom Tov of Sukkot, but you can make a neder that a certain sukkah should be usher to you. You can do that, right? Or I take a neder that lulav and esrog should be usher to me. Okay, so use a different lulav and esrog. Shvua she'eni notel lulav, that's not going to work. Why? Nachshad, right? Because the neder is on the chetza. Right, so therefore, again, a neder can go ahead and prohibit even a ritual. So I can take a neder not to put on that pair of tefillin. Okay, put on a different pair of tefillin. I can't take a shvua not to put on tefillin, because then that would prohibit me as a person, as a gavra, for putting on tefillin. It's a very important distinction. So that's why a neder can devolve even upon a mitzvah item, just like a mundane item. But if you take a shvua not to do a mitzvah, right, the shvua is void. Why? Because when you take a shvua not to do a mitzvah, you're creating an Isra upon yourself. You can't create an Isra upon yourself to do something because, again, that's what we call Masna Amasha Kasam Batorah. That is going ahead and that is stipulating against a pre-existing obligation of the Torah. You can't do it. What's that? Nachshad. I'm just going to keep on saying because I'm very proud of it. I'm very proud of it, actually. Nachshad is my contribution to Klavi. So the Gemara says as follows. Good. Masha English was Chomer B'Shvuas. What's the Chumrah that Shvuas has over Nedarim? Shvuas Chalos Al Davar She'ein Bo Mamish Ki Davar She'ish Bo Mamish. The Chumrah that a Shvua has is that what? That a Shvua ultimately again devolves upon something that is even amorphous or that doesn't have substance. It doesn't have substance, just like something that does have substance. Masha Enki B'Nedarim. Whereas that's not the case by Neder. So as we saw in the Mishnah, for example, you can go ahead and make a Neder. You can make a Shvua not to sleep. Shvua which we'll discuss in just a moment. Right? Why? Because remember again, because Shvua is not really devolving upon the object. Shvua is devolving upon me. So I can prohibit myself from anything, whether again the object has substance or doesn't. A Neder, because again it devolves upon the object, can only devolve upon something that has substance. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here, Neder eno chal ala shena kidon konam she'eni yoshin the konam lashon hekdishu v'amay lefol hekdish aval konam inoi b'shena al define. So again, we'll see the ways that you can make nidar chal on the sleep as well. But again, we'll say that's a fundamental distinction. So again, nach shad the neder devolves on the chavtzah. The shvua devolves on the gavra, on the individual, and therefore these two distinctions. The neder can devolve even upon a mitzvah, just like a mundane item, whereas a shvua cannot. But a shvua can devolve upon something that doesn't have substance, whereas a neder cannot. Incredible. Let's go back there. Okay, so for example, let's say the Mishnah's example of a neder of a shvua that impacts other people. I swear I'm going to give Ruvain something. Or I swear I'm not going to give Ruvain something. The Gemara says, "My etin, what's the case? What are you giving to Ruvain?" The Gemara says, if we're talking about that Ruvain is poor and I'm giving Ruvain tzedakah, so Moshe Omeid may I see now. I have an obligation to give tzedakah. But say very important. And the Gemara says, I just want to point out how fascinating this is. We often translate tzedakah as charity. Rabbi Shimon Hirsch says that's not etymologically true. Tzedakah, ultimately, again, the shorish of tzedakah is tzedek, which means justice. I will say, when you give tzedakah, that is not an act of kindness and an act of charity. That is an act of justice. The act which Baruch created the world is there are people who have and there are people who don't. And Baruch says the way it works is if you have, you must go ahead and give to those who don't. It's not something nice. It's not something beautiful. It's not something above and beyond and generous. It is the strict obligation of the law. Now, how much I have to give is a discussion. And then if I go ahead and I go above and beyond what my obligation is, so for example, right, halacha l'maisa, what do you have to do? A Jew opens his hands, you have to give. You have to give. A Jew asks you for money, you have to give. Now, how much you have to give is up to you. You can give $1, you can give a penny, you can do whatever you want. But there's no such thing in this world as a Jew opening his hand and me turning a blind eye to it. You can't do that. Like I said, you want to keep a roll of pennies in your talent bag. That's your dollar. That's your business, or a roll of dollars, or I'll go to script, whatever you want to do. But you have to give. You have to give. That's a doraisa. There's not a judgment. There's not a this. Again, you want to give real money, do your due diligence. You want to give above your right. Every Jew, if possible, in order if it doesn't set you back financially or it doesn't cause you not to pay your bills, should give meiser. Person should allocate a tenth of their earnings for tzedakah purposes. A person has the ability to go ahead and give above and beyond meiser. That's incredible. But it's important to understand that those concepts are not charitable. Those concepts are tzedek. That's the way. If you have, that means Chosh Baruch Hu gave it to you so you can be the custodian to give to someone else. So the Gemara says, look what the Gemara is saying over here. What's the shvua? If I'm saying I swear I'm going to give to Ruvain, right, and Ruvain's an ani, I'm only obligated to do that. Mushula v'omeg nehar Sinai. I'm already obligated to do that. Like in other words, don't say you hear the Lashon of it, obligated. Like I said, tzedakah is not charitable, discretionary donations. Who you give it to is your discretion, right? But Lamaisa, again, I'm a juror. I have an obligation as a yid that if I have, and someone else doesn't, of course I have to give. So Gemara says, Shnei Nason Titin Lo. I won't say this is it. Listen to the pasuk. Nason Titin Lo is a declarative statement. You must give to him. The rest of the pasuk is, V'lo yira levavcha b'sitcha lo, ki biglal hadavar hazeh yivarechcha Hashem Elokecha, b'chol ma'asecha, b'chol ma'ashlach yadcha. Now again, the interesting one about tzedakah is, even though I'm obligated to do it, HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, if you do it, I will bless you tremendously. It's interesting, right? Even though I'm obligated to do it, so if I do it, I'm just fulfilling my obligation. Because Bible says, if you do it, because I know that it's hard, I'll give you even more. So again, if Reuben's an ani, then what's the point of the shua? Ella matala miyasher. Rather than what you're talking about a case where Reuben's wealthy. Reuben's wealthy. What am I doing? I'm giving him a gift. Okay, so I'm giving him a nice gift. So again, I'm taking a shua to do so. Next, first of all, I swear that I'm going to sleep or not going to sleep. So the Gemara says, 1 second. Well, let's talk about the shua a little bit. Does such a shua like this work? 1 second. Rabbi say, now what this sounds like over here is like an open-ended shua, right? I swear that I'm not going to sleep. What does that even mean? What does that mean? There are those say, there's a certain amount of time that a person could go without sleeping. For some, it's like 25 minutes, right? Again, I would say, but Lamaisa depends only in a shear or in shore, right? But Lamaisa, again, what does this mean? How can you make an open-ended shvua like this that you're not going to sleep? So the Gemara says, after all, if a person says, I swear that I'm not going to sleep for 3 days, so again, it's interesting, Chazal said, it's impossible to go more than 3 days without sleep. So what do we do? So what if a person makes such a shvua like this? Malkin also, we go to him and give him Malchus, the Yashena altar, and he goes to sleep immediately. Now, what that means is, he doesn't have to go to sleep immediately, but the idea is that we see this shvua as just an impossible shvua. So you made a false oath, or whatever we're going to call it, violation of a shvua spiritually. Therefore, I'll get Malchus and move on. To which the Gemara says, right, Hasam da Amar Gimel, Hachadu Amar Gimel. That's where he said 3 days. In our case over here, he didn't say 3 days. So we'll say it's interesting. How do we interpret a shvua? That essentially shvua shalom isha essentially means I swear I'm going to go without sleep for as long as I can. That's how we understand it. And such a shvua works. You swear to go without sleep for as long as you can go without sleep. Good. Shazot Shal Yam Shal as well. Another example. I also remember these were examples of shvuas that have no substance to them, no mamoshos. So that's right. Itmar shvua shazarak kroni tzrol yam b'shalom zak. So let's listen to this. Interesting case over here. I swear. Here's the case. I swear that Reuben threw a stone into the ocean, right? Or I swear that Reuben didn't throw a stone into the ocean. I will say, what is the impact of such a shvua like this? So Rav Amar Chayiv, Rav says this is a proper shvua spiritually, and therefore, again, if I violate it, or if it turns out that he did, or he not in conformance with the shvua b'chayiv. Shmuel says, no, I'm potter. Now, so Rav Amar Chayiv, Isei b'lav. Rav says it works. Why is this a proper shvua spiritually? Because Rav holds that what you need for a shvua spiritually is the ability to articulate it in both positive and negative. And as long as you articulate both positive and negative, it works. So therefore, again, I swear Reuben did throw the stone into the ocean, or I swear that Reuben didn't throw the stone into the ocean. Shmuel Potter, Shmuel says, Potter, why? Let's say B'lahava. Shmuel says in order for a shua to be a shua's bitui, it has to be able to be a prospective shua, future shua. Now, interestingly enough, I can't swear that Reuben will throw the stone into the river. Why not? Why not? I don't control Reuben. I will say such a lot of good pieces of Musar today. The one thing you do not control in this world is other people. We spend so much time trying to control what other people do, how they're going to act, how they're going to talk, and the truth is it's an exercise in futility. The only thing you control in this world is you. So therefore, I will say, watch this. So Rav says this is a proper shua spitoi, right? Because according to Rav, in order to be a shua spitoi, all you need is for the ability for it to be phrased in the positive and the negative. So therefore, again, I could swear Reuben did throw the rock, Reuben didn't throw the rock. It works. Shmuel says it doesn't work. Why? Because for a shua to be a shua spitoi, you have to be able to phrase it in the future tense. And since you can't swear that Reuven will or won't do something, therefore, again, it's not a Shuas Bitoy, and therefore you're Patas. Oh, this seems to be the same machlokes of our Mishnah. See, who's our Mishnah, right? Rabbi Shmuel holds that for a Shuas Bitoy to be a Shuas Bitoy, it has to be able to be phrased B'Habba, and Rabbi Akiva disagrees. This none. Rabbi Shmuel Omer Eino Chayiv Ela Ala Osid Logo Shene'amar Lar Hara O Leheitid Amar Rabbi Akiva. Him came Eini Ela Hadvar Sheish Ben Hara Ba'Tavas. This is just our Mishnah, right? Dvar Sheish Ben She'im Ben Hara Ba'Tava Minayin Amar Lo Meiligu Yakasa. Rabbi Shmuel says no. That's what I'm not saying. It's just the Mishnah. That's what I'm explaining. It's just the Mishnah again. Amar Lo. In Riba HaKasav L'Kach, Riba HaKasav L'Kach. So what's in the Mishnah? That Yishmael holds that for a Shuas Bitoy, to be a Shuas Bitoy, you have to be able to phrase it in the future. Rabbi Akiva says no. That's from the reborn of the pasuk. Even past tense Shuas work. So it must be Rav Damak Rabbi Akiva. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva. Ushmol Damak Rabbi Shmuel. Shmuel holds like Rabbi Shmuel. Incredible. To which Gemara says no. I'll leave it to Rabbi Shmuel. Kuli Amalot Pligi. Let's say in accordance to Rabbi Shmuel's position, that a Shuas Bitoy has to be phrased in the future, has to have the ability to be phrased in the future. Everyone agrees. Hashta milsa the isei b'lahava. Hashta Gemara says lo pligi. Hashta milsa the isei b'lahava lo mechayiv ala Rabbi Yishmael l'sha'avar. Milsa the less b'lahava migoy. So let's say, interestingly enough, everyone agrees that ultimately, again, that something, that ultimately something that has the ability to be future tense, Rabbi Yishmael is not going to be mechayiv you when it's phrased in the past tense. Also, the last Shaila is something that cannot be phrased in future tense. What does Rabbi Yishmael do with that? So keeply, where does the machlokes come up? The Gemara says, I'll leave it to Rabbi Akiva. The machlokes is really Rabbi Akiva's position. How so? Rav Rabbi Akiva. So Rav clearly was going to be here. Because remember, I will say, what was our case? Right? I swear that Reuven threw the stone into the river. That's my oath. So again, Rav says Yechayiv. Okay, so that works beautifully according to Rabbi Akiva, because Rabbi Akiva definitely holds that even a past tense shvua will be a shvuas bitoy. Gemara says, keeping it Rav Rabbi Akiva. Shmuel said like this: Ad lo kam mechay Rabbi Akiva hasam l'sha'avar elamilsa de'isi b'lahaba mechay Rabbi Akiva l'sha'avar. So essentially, Shmuel will say like this: even Rabbi Akiva still holds that the shvua has to have the ability to have a future tense version, right? When the shvua can have a future tense version, Rabbi Akiva will agree that even there's liability for the past tense version. But again, Shmuel posits that even Rabbi Akiva will agree that if the shvua can't be made, there's no version of it that can be made in future tense, even Rabbi Akiva will agree that the shvua does not work. So almost like what we're doing right now is we're kind of removing Rabbi Shmuel from the equation and making this machlokes according to Rabbi Akiva. So here we go. I swear that Reuven threw a stone into the river. Let's say it turns out Reuven didn't throw a stone into the river. Am I chayiv for violation of a shvuas bitoy? Rav says yes. Why does Rav say yes? Easy. Rav holds like Rabbi Akiva. But Rabbi Akiva, Shmuel says you're partner. It's not a shvuas bitoy. But Rav wants to suggest that even Shmuel says I'll say Rabbi Akiva. But even Rabbi Akiva, who says that you could be chayiv for a past tense shvua, holds that what? There's only liability for a past tense shvua when that shvua ultimately can be made in a future tense version. But if the shvua doesn't have a future tense version, even Rabbi Akiva will agree that that is not a proper shvuas bitoy. So let's say perhaps that this machlokes is actually a bigger machlokes. That this machlokes is really machlokes. What's that machlokes? This none. Here we go. It's like fascinating machlokes. If I swore to negate a mitzvah, for example, I swear I'm not putting on tefillin. But the good news is, I put on tefillin. What's the halacha? Lo bital potter. Ultimately, I'm potter, which makes sense. Why? Because the shua to negate a mitzvah is what? Is void. What happens if I swore to put on tefillin, right? But I did not put on tefillin, Potter. Ultimately, I'm also Potter. Right? I'm also Potter. Why? Because it will say anytime you're swearing regarding a mitzvah, essentially your shvur is void. Shahaya bedin, shechayev kidivra midivra mesera. In reality, I really should be chayev for that. In other words, in a case where I swore to uphold the mitzvah, but I did not do so, I really should be chayev for that. Why? And of course, Rabbi would say, what are we going to say? Don't Rabbi would say, it's like 25 bichapei days, 5 lines down. Don't Rabbi would mesera, umaim. Harashos Shenom Mushvala Mehar Sinai. So listen to this. When it comes to Rashos, what's a Rashos? Any non-binding event, right? Non-binding event, something that I'm not something I'm not obligated to Mehar Sinai. How are you chayev about that? So listen to the Messiah's logic. If a shua makes you obligated in something for which you did not have prior obligation, then mitzvah shemushvala Mehar Sinai. So it's an interesting logic. Rabbi Yehuda says if the power of a shvua is to create a binding obligation for a non-binding act, then Allah has kama v'kama, shvua should work to create obligation for what? Something you were already obligated to do. Which makes sense. It just reverse logic, but it actually makes a lot of sense. On Mulo, they said to Rabbi Yehuda and Sarah, no. Im amarta b'shvuas harashos, Shekin asaba lav kein. So we'll say here's the difference. With a regular shvua, you can take something. Shazizim lav kein. You can take. Rashi says dechsiv behedja lahara olehediv. The mashal code okal lo okal lo boy. So you can take something that was otherwise permitted and make it prohibited. Tamar b'shvua mitzvah shekin lo asaba lav kein. The way a shvua works, the Gemara says, is a shvua can be phrased in both the positive and the negative. Whatever you're taking a shvua about, you should be able to say, I will do this, or I won't do this. When it comes to mitzvos, you can't say that. It's true. You can make a shvua that says, I swear I will do something. I swear I'll put on Torah. I swear I'll keep Shabbos. That's beautiful. The problem is you cannot phrase it in the negative of I won't do this. And again, the pasuk itself, when it speaks about Shuas Bitui, phrases it as how? Lahara or lehetiv, which we're understanding over here is to do something or not to do something. So once I say, interestingly enough, what do you see from here? The Gemara wants to suggest that Lamais, again, even though we did the Mesera, at least entertains the possibility that a Shvua really should be able to develop on it. So, Nema Rab Demakavi did the Mesera. So let's say that Rab holds the Kadihu did the Mesera, Ushmuel the Arakarabanan. And Ali would have Yehuda ben Mesera, and Shmuel was like the Rabbanon, where separate Yehuda ben Mesera, to which the Gemara says no. Kuli Amalop Pligi, to which the Gemara says Kuli Amalop Pligi, Hashta Lav Vehain Loboy, Laval Shababoy. The Gemara says again, if Lamais at the end of the day, if they're saying that you don't need Lav and Hain, if you don't need the ability to phrase it in the positive and the negative, then Lamais again would they hold that it has to be in the future and the past? That doesn't make any sense. Keep Pligi. When does the machlokes come up? Aliba di Rabbanon. The machlokes comes up in the aforementioned position of the Rabbanon. Shmuel ki Rabbanon. So Shmuel holds like the Rabbanon. The Rav, kilo mechabi Rabbanon belav vehein. So the ksiv lahara lehetiv. The hedja. When did the Rabbanon say that you're not going to be high for a shvuas bitui? That's when it can't be phrased in the positive and the negative. Because I will say, the need to be able to phrase a shvuas bitui in the positive and the negative, that's explicitly biblical. That's lahara lehetiv. So we'll say it's interesting, by the way. Lahara lehetiv is being understood right now as, Torah tells us, for a shvuas bitui to be binding, whatever shvua you're making, you have to be able to phrase it in both the positive and the negative. Haval la'av lahaval u'l'sha'avar t'meribuya dekra asu mechaybi. Mechaybi, so the Gemara says, however, when it comes to lahaval l'sha'avar, now we'll say, where do we learn out that a shvua has to be both future and tense? Where do we learn that out from? That's not explicit. Where is that learned out from? That's learned from a ribui. What's the ribui? Lahara ol lehetiv, the extra phrase. The extra phrase. So I will say it's quite fascinating to contemplate over here that there's two things that are unfolding over here, right? So here's what you know. There's a shuas bitui. Shuas bitui is a declarative shvua. Now, the fundamental machlokes is what are the components of that shvua. So it seems to be the one piece that almost everyone, maybe not Rabbi Yehuda ben Mesera, but the one piece that everyone agrees on is Lahara lehetiv teaches me that what? in order for a Shuas Bitoy to be binding, you must be able to phrase it in both the positive and the negative. Now, interestingly enough, there's another replay, right? What do you do with that? So again, Rabbi Akiva uses, Rabbi Shmuel seems not to darshan in our Mishnah, and Rabbi Akiva ultimately uses it to teach us what? It's both future tense Shavuos, although future tense is learned out from the Harav Hativ as well, and past tense Shavuos. But I just want to point out, the need for a Shavuot to be phrased in the positive and negative is explicitly biblical. The need for a Shavuos Bitoy to be able to work future tense and past tense is some Arigoy. It's not explicit. So because it's not explicit, that point, that particular nekuda is subject to machlokas. Let's go back to Maser Rav Hamnuna. So Rav Hamnuna raised the kasha. So let's listen to this. I make a statement. What's my statement? I didn't eat today. I'm not making a shua. I'm just making a statement. I didn't eat today. I didn't put on tefillin today. So what happens? Ruben hears me and says, "Mashbiach, do you swear? Do you swear that you didn't put on tefillin today? You didn't eat today?" And I said, "Yeah, I did. I swear. And it turns out that what? I ate or I put on tefillin. Chayiv. Ultimately, again, I'm chayiv. So I understand why I'm chayiv for the statement that I didn't eat or that I ate. Why? Because again, that shvua can be phrased in both ways. I did eat or I didn't eat. Why should I be chayiv about the tefillin? But why should I be chayiv a shuras bitoy if I swore that I didn't put on tefillin? After all, again, you can't take a shua like that. Maybe I can take a shua. I swear I won't put on tefillin, but I certainly can't take a shua that what? That I swear that I didn't put on tefillin. So why should there be liability for that case? Who most of love it's stud and katani. No, there's two components to that case. Lo achalti lekarban, lo henachti lemalchus. So let's say, so this we're going to get into a little bit more in tomorrow's daf. That when it comes to liability for shuas, there's really two things. When you violate a shuas bituin, so ultimately again there's liability for a carbon oleviolate. However, again, there are other times when you could be in violation of an oath, where although there is no carbonic liability, ultimately what? There's malchus. So for example, if I say I did not eat today, and what happens? Ruben says, "Yeah, do you swear?" And I say yes. And then it turns out I did eat. I'm chayiv a carbon oleviolate. Why? Because that's a good shuas bitoy. Because that can be phrased as I did eat or I didn't eat. I did eat or I didn't eat. Right? But lamaisa, it's same thing. I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Right? What was the case? Yeah, I swear I didn't put on tefillin today. Ruben says, "Really, you swear?" I say, "Yeah." So ultimately, again, then it turns out I didn't put on tefillin. So we'll say that's not really a proper shuas bitoy. Why not? Because although you could swear you're going to put on tefillin, you can't swear what? You didn't put on tefillin. So what? But yet, I'm liable. What am I liable? We're going to see what I'm liable for is shuas sheker, not shuas bitoy. I'm liable for taking a false oath, not liable for shuas bitoy. We'll say one more line, then we're going to stop. We have another minute. We're like Kalvashan and Massive Rabbi. So we'll say, here it is, then we're going to stop. Massive Rabbi. Rabbi says, Izu shuas shab. What's a shuas shab? So we'll say, we've seen this before. Nishma l'shana is saying, shuas shab is where you swear to go ahead and change something that is known to people, a known truth.